How am I getting pulled back down? If there was no space, if there was no anything, I'd just be floating around. I'd be Superman.
Wait, so you're saying that you can fly, but gravity?
Yeah, that is basically what I'm saying. I mean, I don't see.
I'm sorry, dude. You're saying you can fly?
Do not skip go directly to Cogdis. How about that?
This is torture.
Well, again, you were supposed to demonstrate
very fruitless, right?
in gas.
I would just say, I mean, the way you started this out was like you couldn't figure out how or why the government would ever lie.
Mm-hmm.
Can you just come back in a few years when you figured out that they do in fact lie?
Yeah, otherwise it's pointless, really. It is.
Oh no, I know that they lie, but I don't see why they'd lie about the Earth being flat or the dinosaurs not existing. I know that they lie about certain things, but I don't see why these two or these number of things would matter to us.
So
especially when they have whole fake government programs that they're giving funding to go into a fake area.
Well, hold on. I've got an analogy that helps to answer that. Like, okay,
wait. Lou, we moved away from his analogy, which was not analogous to air. He used himself, which is a solid, as an example. Why would we move away from that rather than address it? Or creation bear, for that matter.
Right, agree. Like, you said that you could demonstrate gases being contained by gravity and then said, look, I jumped. So you don't see the problem with that? But that was for you, buddy.
Okay, I can take another. I can use a gas now. So let's take sulfur. Sulfur's denser than air, right? So if you put something in it to make it visible, right, and you pour it down, you're gonna notice that it drops, right? And if you use something like helium, you're gonna notice that it floats above air. But it's all still gonna be contained by gravity because it doesn't leave our atmosphere unless you go and you take helium into space.
Well,
tag me in, please.
I was going to say that sounds like you aren't super familiar with the second law of thermodynamics. So if I have something like a can of soda and I open the can of soda, what happens to the gas pressure inside the can? The high pressure moves to the lower pressure outside the can. So this helium, you're saying it's contained by gravity, otherwise it would be moving into space. Isn't that what's supposed to be happening? How you were supposed to demonstrate gravity containing gases, but you're just saying, well, it doesn't go into space, so therefore it's contained. But that would be a violation of the second law.
You just described relative density. I mean, you just said sulfur goes it's denser than than air, so it goes under, and helium is lighter than air, so it goes upwards. Gravity didn't do anything.
Oh yeah, he dug himself into a deep one.
Yeah, but let the guy respond. Wait, actually, Luba, are you actually playing this game? You here? Do we have your attention?
Yeah,
If not,
here.
it's a bit fruitless, right? So try and engage without so much dead air, unless you really are thinking for that long.
Yeah, you guys checkmated me. I give up. Yeah, you guys got me.
It's like, well, I'll happily.
Did you hit your head on the bridge?
Yeah, gases don't contain gases. You have no scientific hypothesis, and nor does anyone else for gravity. It's never been scientifically validated. You have 14 psi at sea level. You can't forget about that. We're in a contained system unless you can show us otherwise.
Yeah, Elijah, I totally agree with what you're saying too, bro. I'm just commenting on the conversation, but yeah, he totally dug himself. That's why he's like, I do not have any. He got stuck after you got.
That's not something to celebrate. It's a moment that should be taken in, and if you have anything teachable, move forward. Not something to laugh at. And the only reason I'm saying this is because, well, like I said just yesterday, it was a very not happy experience, and I don't want people coming here. I mean, shit, you're already coming here figuring out that it's not a globe, or you're beginning your journey into thinking that it might not be a globe. I don't need to pile on to that. It's at the end of the day, it's fucked up what they've done.
Yeah, I agree, Elijah.
Yeah, Elijah's right.
When you get somebody to the point where you have that quote unquote gotcha moment, that's a teachable moment where you can say, hey, this is something where you could do a little bit more study, look into it further, look into it with an unbiased opinion, take no assumptions, and then come back and ask more questions if you have more questions after that. And leave it at that one specific thing, because there's so many things involved in this subject. Not everybody can research every single little thing. Giving them a teachable moment to walk away from where they don't feel like they just got berated is a very good thing. And they might actually look into a small subject that they're not informed on and get more informed and see if there is an error within their thinking.
God forbid our
exactly
numbers grow.
saying.
God forbid next month there's 100 motherfuckers in here instead of 40. God forbid, right? That people want to actually come back and talk with us.
Yeah, I think we all kind of forget how much of a kind of scary revelation this can be for most people. So
There's a time and a place for the hammer to come in, but it's not all the time.
I totally hear what you're saying too.
You can take advantage of the resources we have down below, Schnuber. If you scroll down, there's additional information.
What I'm saying, what I liked was that.
Chief, 1 sec. If you're listening, Schnuber, right? If you scroll down, you can find the additional information section. I'd recommend you actually look up what was just discussed. So the gas pressure specifically would probably be the best place to start, considering that was where you left off. So you have a better understanding of it. Go ahead, Master Chief.
Yeah. What I wanted to say was that I liked how he came to the conclusion that he was realizing that everything was coming into flourishing. Does that make any sense? Like, as the individual, I forgot who was talking to him, but as he was asking him these questions and having him realize that that what we already discussed and what we're like, he was like, oh, it is. And he was realizing like everything that he was discussing with us, and he was realizing that the earth is, flat. Now I'm not sitting here like, yay, victory, we gotta, it's victory for the flat earth. No, like, it's not about that. That's not why I was like, I wasn't laughing at him. It was just like wow, I'm witnessing. Because I mean, I could see it when I go when you talk to somebody in person. It's a lot different when you're talking to somebody online, especially when the person or the individual is like opening their eyes are open and they're like, oh wow. Because the individual I was talking to the other day, when I was trying to speak to him, when I was speaking to him about it over at the beach, the first thing he said, like as I was telling him, letting him know about Newton's law and Einstein's theory about gravity is what gravity was, because he was trying to ask, like he was asking me or asking me questions about gravity, and then I just totally told him everything and how it was just a theory, how everything was just based off theories. All his gravity was based off of fallacies, and it just crushed him. He was like, "All right, bro, I'm done talking to you." And then he left. He stormed off, texting on his phone. I was like, "Oh shit, I just made somebody mad." I don't know what and it was just ridiculous. Some people they don't take it lightly, bro. They really don't.
All right. Um, moving on, and thank you for that.
Yeah, my fault. I didn't
No,
mean
no, I
to.
didn't mean moving on like to dismiss what you said. I'm sorry. I thank you for that. But what I mean is he came here for some kind of evidence. I mean,
Right.
although having him think about what we call space actually is, like um for instance, the sun is 340 billion times the Earth's atmospheric pressure, but there's no there's no Earth there to do that. It's just gas itself, and it's like you. So for someone to consider how that would work is awesome, but there's also the flat bit that we haven't addressed yet. Does anybody want to take that, or creation? Would you like to continue, or whoever wants to take it? If you're still there, uh, uh, hold on,
Shmooba
Shmuba,
Luba.
Shmuba, yeah.
Yeah.
If you want someone to like kind of go into um now when we say it's flat, we don't mean someone's put a tape measure from one end of the earth to the other end and they're like, yep, it's flat. We don't have a picture of it, anything other than the positive claim that it has a convexity that should match the size of the sphere that they've told us that we live on. You can do a little bit of geometry. It's not really that complicated, even though it might be intimidating at first. But they give you the easy part. They tell you, at specific distances, this is how much obstruction there should be because this is based on the size of the Earth. Now, the only thing that we've done is attempt to verify that this is the case. So when we say that it's flat, we just mean that it's not curving where they said it was curving. So if there's supposed to be some level of convexity between me and 30 miles based on the size that they claim, it's not there. So if it's a bigger ball, that would mean, well, all of your calculations for how you projected yourself into this vacuum of space that we just talked about, that would have to be false also. So it's either the size that they claim or it's something different, unhinging them from the heliocentric model itself. It can't be anything else. So, that being said, would anyone like to go into specifically what we have to show that it's not convex the way that
Go
they
ahead.
claim?
Why don't you go ahead?
Me?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just post a document. And then, a lot of people like to post the black swan, and it's like, cool. I like to post this because I want to know what people think it means when they read it.
Black Swan.
So what I'm talking about is celestial navigation. Now, that is a very intimidating topic. I avoided it for a year straight. I'm not expecting you to get it right now, but all you got to do is read what I'm asking you to read, and then from there, you would have to do some investigation as to why the words say what they say. And then you can come up to your own conclusion. Again, this is based on trigonometry, and it's over vast different distances, vast distances. But I don't want to bog you down. So, would you like to read this so that you can better internalize it, or do you do better with other people reading material?
I'm gonna read it.
Shmuba.
I'll read it.
All right. If you don't mind, could you read it out loud? I don't know if I cut out there, but if you don't mind, could you read it out loud?
All right. Which one?
The one I just posted at 3 minutes past the hour. It has that little triangle in that circle, that dotted circle.
Oh, wait.
You know where the live stream voice text is?
Yeah, I know that, but I can't find the link.
It's not a link, it's just a
Oh, it's
picture. It's
just
at
an
the very
image?
bottom.
Okay, you just
Yeah,
want me to read
it's
that.
a screenshot. Yeah.
Oh, it's hard to.
I can send you a PDF if you like. I can do that, no problem. But
I
for
can't
right
read
now,
it.
it's a screenshot.
I can't read it. The image is too compressed.
Can you click it, or are you on a computer or
Yeah, I
something?
can click it, but it's. Oh wait. Okay, no, now I can see it. To ensure that the object is at its lowest point, the sextant is rotated along the axis of the telescope, and the time of measurement and altitude are noted by measuring the angle of a known star from the horizon and using a book containing known reference values for the star in question. At the time of measurement, it is possible to determine the r is a radius, I think, along the surface of Earth to the point in which the star is exactly overhead. From this,
Yes,
a
that's
navigator
radius.
knows he is on a specific circle along the plane of the surface of Earth. Radius, r known as the line of position LOP. He does not know his direction from this point. However, by examining a second star, a second radius can be deduced. The navigator now knows he is at one of the points where both circular functions meet. In this case, that there is only one real route. He knows his position, although this is only possible if radii are parallel. More realistically, he can look up to a third star in order to find the intersection between three circles. This will give him his location to a certain precision based on the precision of his watch, altimeter, and the division on the reference table. There is reasonable scope for both human error and a cumulative lack of precision. Figure 2. The LOP on which an observer O knows he lies, determined from the angle O to a certain star S.
Wonderful. So as you see right there, the radius is the distance between you on the outer edge of that circle to the ground position of the star and its zenith position overhead. And it creates a right angle. Now, if there was curvature along that distance, that right angle would never reach the observer on the outside of that circle. And that's the entire point. So that could be 700 miles, that could be 3,000 miles. And then if you include the whole diameter, well, that would be 6,000 miles. And then if you include the entire area, well, that's a lot of flat. So all people do on YouTube all day long is censor us from sharing with people this information, and they strawman us with, oh, if the earth were flat, why can't I see the sun from New York to Bangkok or something? If the earth were flat, then how come all of these erroneous questions, usually based on a straw man model that none of us actually ever claimed. So the real thing is to understand that everything we're telling you, if you haven't been exposed to it by now, it's because they're wasting your time telling you how it can't be flat. I'm just sharing you information that exists that has nothing to do with flat earth or globe earth. This is just how we navigate. No bias. Sorry. No bias input, no anything. Just the information and take from it what you will. So thank you for listening. If you have any further questions, I'm sure there are many of us here that are eager. Am I still here? Oh,
yeah,
okay.
nah, you're clear, bro. That was well done, bro.
Yeah, great job. I love this argument. Actually, it's not even an argument, but I love this discussion.
Thank you, Sonny. My favorite song is called Sailing. It's a beautiful song.
Sailing.
Oh, I thought it was I sail away, I sail away, I sail away with me. Sorry, never mind.
I forget it. Oh man, I almost got it though. Sailing. I can't do it justice, but I know you could.
Sailing, take me away from where I thought it to be. Something. I'm going to listen to that song again, by the way. I love it.
Takes me away to where I've always heard it could be.
Sorry.
Have you heard that? Have you heard that lunar eclipses disprove a flat Earth?
Not sure. I could probably play
That's
something
funny.
if you want.
Funny.
Yeah, huh?
What? I asked Shmoo if he's ever heard someone say that eclipses disprove we live on a flat Earth.
Oh, I'm sorry. Forgive me. I think you cut out maybe a little bit. I apologize.
Yeah, that's one of the go-to arguments for the globies. Look at the sky.
Ooh. Well, maybe he's maxed out. Thanks for being here. You're here to stay as long as you like. Is anyone else out there?
We're here on Wednesdays and Fridays, sometimes on weekends.
Yeah, we have Durango, Globus we have the dry cleaner, but he's muted. I don't know why. Shumaluba but we just talked to him. Dare we to?
Yes.
Dare we to mute the dry cleaner. I don't know why he's muted, but dry cleaner, you're unmuted.
Hey.
Hi, man. Welcome.
Yeah, I can tell you why I was muted.
Why were you muted?
Because I contradicted Quantum Eraser.
You contradicted Quantum Eraser?
Yep. He doesn't like that.
Oh.
What was the contradiction?
A few months back, I think he was going on with a paper from, I don't know where, but they were defining horizon with elevation or something like this, and he...
Mm-hmm.
Was it the Andrew Thomas Young one?
Did you learn your lesson?
Well, he doesn't.
So let's see what it was.
He doesn't learn any lesson because he mutes the people that contradict him.
No. You're the problem right now. You're the reason that this is about to devolve. Just stop.
You talking
Let
to
him
me,
finish
son?
answering. Yes,
You know
let him
what? I'm
finish
so
answering the
sick and
question.
tired of your shit, dude. You didn't quit talking to me like a fucking like you have some kind of
Ryan.
power over me.
Ryan, are you hot micing?
No, he's talking to me.
Oh.
Are you done expressing your feelings? Okay. I just wanted him to answer the question. First of all, Sleeping Warrior tried to engage him. We don't need to be chastising trolls. We just had an almost troll, and look at how good it went.
I didn't ask him anything out of the question. I asked him a simple question. Eli, it has everything to do with the way you feel towards me. Period.
Well, we don't know what the contradiction was yet because you opened your mouth to ask him if he learned anything.
I learned not to speak with Quantum Eraser.
Not really. What was Quantum Eraser's point that you disagreed with?
I think when he muted me, I just had like a 1 hour conversation with, it was Sunny and the other guy. I don't remember his name, but I was responding to the question of Sunny, a lunatic as well. I was there. I was responding to Sunny's question about objective reality, and he was confusing epistemology and ontology, and I was explaining, quoting David Hume and Democritus, that it's nobody in the philosophy of science pretends to have certainty about the objective reality. Like that, nobody is, shaking that tree anymore.
That's not true. People like Fight the Flat Earth are obsessed with the objectivity of gravity being a force. I suppose you're not speaking for people like Fight the Flat Earth, no?
Can you repeat the question?
Are we talking epistemologically or are we talking practically real world?
I guess we can talk about both.
Because people like Fight the Flat Earth and PhD Tony and all those people on their side, they absolutely dogmatically assert that there are empirical truths that are factually true, like gravity being a force, for example. They do push that to be true. Do you disagree with that?
Yes, I disagree.
So if you ate a sandwich, one second. So if you are hungry and you ate a sandwich, do you believe you ate a sandwich? Now your tummy is full? Do you know it?
Well, I can say I know it. I cannot say I know it with 100% certainty, right?
Yeah, you do. You just ate a sandwich and your tummy is full, right?
Yes, but I can live in the matrix. I can be influenced by a demon.
Yeah, yeah, so
Yeah, I can see why you got muted. This is why you got.
So the globe cannot be proven then, right? There's no globe Earth, cannot be proven.
Depends what you mean by proving.
Well, you just ate a sandwich, right? Proving you're not longer hungry. Your tummy is full.
So you can show that you have sufficient reason to believe with a high credence that you just ate a sandwich, but you cannot say that it's true.
Of course you can say it's true, bro. I mean, you just you were hungry, right? You went to your
This
fridge.
is why you got muted,
you
bro.
took out the sandwich, right? And you put some butter on it and some peanut butter, and then you ate it, right? You were there eating it. Then your tummy was full.
I'm not breaking any new grounds here. Huh? This is basic philosophy of science, basic epistemology.
It's basic weirdo.
Okay, let me just let me address John's point
ahead.
there, because epistemologically speaking, John's position is that there are only two positions: the Earth is a sphere or the Earth is flat. There are no other epistemological positions. Is that the point that you were arguing with him over?
Is this question addressed to me?
Yes, sir.
There's no dichotomy between globe or flat, right? There's an infinity of models you can create to explain your observation of Earth.
Okay, so let me the question I asked. The question is, John's position is that there are epistemologically two positions and only two positions. The Earth is a sphere and the Earth is flat. There is nothing else. Is that what you were disagreeing with John over?
John. Who is John?
Quantum eraser.
QE.
Quantum eraser is John? Okay. No, he was disagreeing with the basic epistemological position that even though one can have good reasons to believe that there's an objective reality, which is ontology, one can also have good reasons to reject any 100% certainty claim of knowledge about this subjective reality, which is epistemology. This was covered already 2,500 years ago by Democritus. So nobody's fighting this in the philosophy of science. Yeah, he didn't present me with such a dichotomy about.
Yes, sir. I'm just trying to establish what was the point that you said that you disagreed with John over that got you muted. Just trying to get that point, whatever the point is. Just want to try and get to that point.
The exact moment where he muted me, I think, was as I was explaining. He asked me if I were 100% sure about the fact that I cannot be 100% sure, or something like this. And then he didn't like my answer because I said, "Of course, I'm skeptical about this as well." I didn't answer his scripted, the answer that he usually gets. So he got irritated and he muted me.
But I don't know. I don't want to argue that point for John because I'm not sure what the point was. But if it was an epistemological position, my understanding is that the only position he takes is that there is only two positions. The Earth is a ball. The Earth is a sphere. It's not in between.
No, that wasn't the topic of conversation with him. He was jumping on the conversation that I was having with Sunny, and I was answering Sunny's questions. And he jumped in. He was listening to the stream, I guess, and he jumped in and asked his question, which I didn't answer as he expected, so he muted me.
Okay, so he's not here, and I don't know the point. I'm not familiar with the point, the arguing point that you were disagreeing with him on. Let's just move on. Do you think gravity is a force?
Not really. It's just curvature space-time.
How can you be for sure, man? Wait.
Well, it's defined that way, isn't it?
Well, we can never be for sure now.
Yeah, because he doesn't know if he ate a sandwich.
Yeah, I see what you're doing. You're playing on the fact that he doesn't know anything to be true, right?
Yeah, nothing is objectively true. So you want to live in a complete realm of philosophy only.
All right, so let's forget the nihilism. I think we all understand that you're a nihilist. Do you agree that because gravity is not a force, do you agree with me that in the definition of weight, which is mass times acceleration due to gravity, if gravity is not a force, then the calculation for weight, according to your model, has to be void because you're multiplying by 0. Do you agree or disagree?
Wait. Repeat the last part.
So because weight is a defined term in physics, it's mass times the acceleration due to gravity. Because there is no acceleration due to gravity because it's not a force, it's an effect, that means that when you multiply mass by the acceleration due to gravity, you are essentially multiplying by 0, and therefore everything's weightless in your model. Do you agree with that or not?
I see where you're getting, and maybe my answer was misleading. When I answered that gravity is not a force, I was hoping that you would get that I'm making the difference between force as it was described and defined by Newton and the gravity as it is understood in general relativity, right? So you can still have a model that describes the acceleration of gravity by a force, and that's fine. But I just wanted to make a distinction, right? I wasn't going further than this.
I'm just trying to establish the basic principles of your model. If gravity is a force, then Einstein supersedes that. If gravity is not a force, then you guys don't have any weight, because weight cannot be satisfied by definition if gravity is not a force.
No, but objects follow the when no force acts upon an object, it follows the geodesics of the curved spacetime, right? So
it follows a straight path on its geodesic, and in curved space-time, according to our perspective, we perceive a curve, but it goes straight.
Yes. Yeah. So we have a perceived acceleration, right? This is what is measured by the scale.
So in the application of the word or the term, the defined term in physics called weight, we have mass times the acceleration due to gravity. If the acceleration due to gravity is nothing because it's not a force, then how can you have weight in your model?
I thought I answered that question. So the scale is position on the Earth, for example, for the sake of argument, right? It's on the Earth, and everything that is under that scale is constantly accelerated because it wants to follow the geodesic of curved spacetime. But it cannot because the pathway is blocked by the other massive stuff that is under them, right? So there is something that resists the natural path of the scale to follow geodesic of curved spacetime, right? Same thing for the thing that you put on the scale. So this resistance is weight, okay?
No, that's not the definition of weight in physics today. The definition of weight is defined. It's mass times the acceleration due to gravity. My question is, if gravity is not a force, how do you have weight in your model?
The fact that weight is not zero is not contingent on the fact that g the acceleration of gravity is a force or not, right?
Yes, it is, because again, third time, the definition of weight in your model is mass times the acceleration due to gravity. If gravity is not a force and it cannot accelerate mass, then you are essentially multiplying by 0.
Yes, I answered that question. You just said if gravity is not a force, then it cannot accelerate mass. Yeah, that's an incorrect statement. You can accelerate a mass by curving the space-time on where it is, right?
Okay. No, that's not true.
I have a question.
If you curve space-time, the effect is we perceive an acceleration, but the geodesic path remains straight because gravity is not a force. So we're back to my question. Warrior. In your model, how do you have weight? Because if you multiply mass by an acceleration,
a straight geodesic can accelerate mass, right?
No, a straight geodesic does not accelerate mass. It bends space-time by virtue of its mass, and we perceive an acceleration. It's not an actual acceleration.
Yes.
Nothing's
so
changing.
The scale is measuring this perceived acceleration.
Doesn't he first have to present this bendy space-time nonsense?
Why I have so much trouble understanding what you're saying? Can you go again?
Is my connection bad? Can you?
No. I think it's my headset.
Yeah. So my question is twofold. It's partly to Sleeping Warrior. Why are we begging the question of this bendy space-time?
I just want to show people that they can't apply their own terms correctly and come up with an acceleration due to the gravitational force, even if we accept that there is one, because gravity is not a force, so you can't have weight.
Right, and he's not willing to concede on that one, and then we continue with what he's saying.
I don't know why he doesn't concede because if it's a straight path and it's not curving, but the curving is just perceived and not actual, then there is no acceleration. Then Sleeping Warrior's question is very simple.
Yeah, it has been simple. I acknowledge. I understand that, but for whatever reason, he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to play ball.
I know. All I'm doing is
he's under this. He's under this delusion of what did he call it? Geodesic space time or whatever. If the Frenchman could repeat himself, so that I'm not quoting him incorrectly.
Yeah, Sleeping Warrior maybe can pronounce it better because he understood what I was talking about. At
But
least it seems.
just say the term so that I can carry on my point. I don't want to misquote.
Geodesic? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that thing, right? The problem with that is when you then continue the conversation by using that term, we're begging the question. You have to first present what you just said as anything other than just a nonsense idea.
Sure. Of course. Yeah, that was
and the only reason I'm going there is because you're unwilling to concede 3-4 times now to what he has just explained to you, which is very simple.
Yes, because I pointed out an incorrect statement that he's making. Like he's doing some kind of he's equivocating.
But anyway, we're giving you the benefit of the doubt because you're being cordial, right?
Hang on, no. Let me address that because I'm being challenged here. On he's saying that I'm falsely equivocating. Do you want to make your point and then let me respond?
Yes, of course. So you seem to be giving too much importance to the proper definition of force, and you base your argument on the weight should be equal to 0 because it's not a force. That's like it's an equivocation, like, because you can have an explanation through general relativity of what weight is, which is the one I tried to give you. Like, there's a difference between an object that is trying to follow its geodesics and the obstacle in its path, right? Even if it's an apparent curved path. So all of this is explained in general relativity.
So just let me clarify. Are you saying that because I'm relying on the definitions within physics of the term weight, are you saying that because I'm relying on that and I'm pointing out an error in that when we are trying to apply it, you're saying that I'm doing a false equivocation? Is that right?
If I can be more specific, it feels to me that you are using the definition of weight and force within classical mechanics, and you're using these definitions to show that you shouldn't have weight in general relativity. That's an equivocation, because in general relativity, force is redefined. So you should use the definition of force in general relativity, right?
So what you're saying is there's two parallel systems when it comes to the term weight.
That's a concession. The implication of that is a concession. Does he understand that?
Yeah. So hang on.
Concession.
So what you're saying is when we're defining the term weight in physics and it is mass times the acceleration due to gravity, you're saying that doesn't apply. You're saying that doesn't apply in general relativity, correct?
Not in those terms. Like, you need to redefine the terms, because otherwise you find yourself in the trouble that you find yourself in.
So
no,
you've just
let's be clear.
Oh, sorry.
Let's be clear. We don't need to redefine the terms. You need to redefine the terms.
It's already done.
Okay, so what's the definition and the term that we should be using instead?
Like I said, following the geodesics of curved time, space-time. You don't. If you want to define this as a force, you are kind of going against the language usually used in college and in physics.
This is hilarious.
But
the implication of what he's just said is that he's removing general relativity from reality, thereby making it bunk.
You got it wrong.
Am I correct on that?
No, removing classical mechanics from reality.
When he says weight equals mass, when he says weight equals mass times the acceleration of gravity, this is classical mechanics usually. Like, it's the basic thing you learn when you're first year, second year. I mean, first semester of physics in college. That's classical mechanics. Like, if you there's a lot of subjects in physics where you don't really need to go outside of classical mechanics because the model works perfectly, right? So if you start to go into details on certain phenomenon that are observable, then you need to go on the higher model, which is general relativity or quantum mechanics, depending on which level your analysis.
Okay, but that doesn't answer my question. My question is very simple. How do we get weight if gravity is not a force? So in other words, redefine weight for me within general relativity so that we can measure stuff.
Right, so weight is pretty much what I explained, is the resistance to the geodesics, right? If you put an object on the surface of a very large, massive object like Earth, its natural path would be to follow the geodesics of space-time, so to accelerate towards the center of mass of this massive object. Right, so the massive object itself will resist the path. It would block the pathway of this object. This is weight, like the
Sleeping, you're roboting. Maybe try and fix your position or something.
Are terms usually like like when you look up a definition for a term, is it usually an explanation?
Is this question addressed to me?
It depends how twisted your worldview is, Elijah.
I'm trying to figure out. I'm just trying to figure it out. I mean, because you gave an explanation, I'm lost into how an explanation is something that's well defined.
Well, I mean, I want to hear what Sleeping has to say because he was cut off by technical difficulties.
Yeah, me too.
So what I was trying to say then was that you criticized me for overlapping Newtonian mechanics, Newtonian gravitation with Einsteinian gravitation.
Mm-hmm.
Yet in your rebuttal, you then start talking about how the resistance of an object's inertia is essentially the force, which is that is by definition the classical Newtonian position. I want to know how we have weight in Einsteinian gravitation.
Yes, because the inertia is not dismantled and thrown in the garbage with general relativity, right?
So how do we know which bits overlap and which bits don't? We do have defined terms, right?
Yes.
So how do we distinguish between what's overlapping between the two, which you criticize me of, and what's acceptable because you're applying it yourself?
Do you want me to give you examples?
No, I want you to tell me what weight is in general relativity.
That's exactly what I don't know if I can say it differently.
No, what you said was an overlapping in between Newtonian classical mechanics, mechanical gravitation.
Do you have knowledge about momentum transfer in collisions?
Yeah. So
Right.
momentum transfer in collisions is talking. That's classical mechanical, like Newtonian gravitation again.
Okay. So do you think that momentum transfer with collisions are thrown out of the window as soon as we go into the general relativity model?
I think that will be a non sequitur point because it's on a red herring because it's not directly connected to the question.
Yes,
I'm asking.
It is because it's a momentum transfer, right?
Okay,
the weight is a momentum transfer.
Okay, so let's put it in normal terms, right? I weigh 80, 90, 100 kilos, whatever number that you want to put to me, right? I weigh that number on Earth. How is that described in Einsteinian relativity, please?
You look at the acceleration, like the angle of your geodesic, how much your geodesic wants to accelerate you towards the center of mass of the Earth, and you compare it with the momentum transfer that the Earth is giving you in order for you not to follow the geodesic. That's weight.
So are you saying then that the geodesic path towards the center of Earth is attracting me towards the center of Earth? Is that what you're saying?
Attracting you? Oh, it's.
See, Einstein's position is that the geodesic path is of the Earth and it is traveling in the upwards direction, and that gives me the perception of weight. But I'm not getting that from you, so I'm just wondering what is weight, because you're kind of getting there, but you're still going back to Newtonian gravitation by saying the center of mass.
Again, it's in general relativity, there are a certain number of terms that didn't change their definition, right? With classical mechanics. some of the concepts and terminology were kept by going from classical mechanics to general relativity.
Okay, so is weight one of those terms that didn't change or not?
No, it changed because weight. But you have the intervention of the concept of gravity. If you have a collision, in the gravitational field. Then, if you're in Newtonian mechanics, you will have different calculations, and then if you are in general relativity, right? Of course.
How did it change?
Yeah, that's the bit we're trying to get to. How did it change?
Because the curvature of space-time.
I don't mean to be this rude, but when someone asks you a question of how, and you respond with because, you're not answering the question correctly. So please do me the honor, and the room the honor, of actually answering the question of how.
Yes, sorry, this was what I was trying to do. I'm trying to be 100% honest and genuine in this exchange. So when you want to calculate the acceleration of gravity in a gravitational field in general relativity, you need to have a metric tensor that determines the local curvature of your space-time. So this is absolutely not.
Stop. There is no acceleration of gravity in general relativity. The effect of gravitation in general relativity is the bending of space-time, which is an apparent acceleration. It's not an actual acceleration. So there isn't an acceleration due to gravity in general relativity.
Yes, it depends on your referential point, right? If the referential point of your coordinate system is the center of mass of Earth, then everything that is bent, every geodesic that goes towards the center will appear to be accelerated. It's an apparent acceleration, but it's still measured.
So it's not caused by gravity then, is it? It's caused by the perception.
The mass of Earth bends space-time.
It's caused by the perception, not by the gravity itself, because gravity, by definition, is the curvature of space-time. But you're describing the perception of the curvature of space-time, but you're ascribing a force to it.
You said gravity is the curvature of space-time? Okay.
By definition.
Right, but it's the interaction of mass with the boson field and everything. It's more complicated than that, right?
You're flipping back to Newtonian, right? It's defined. Gravity is defined in general relativity. It is the effect of the curvature of space-time. That is it. It's an apparent acceleration, not an actual acceleration.
The effect of the curvature of space-time, right? So that can be described as.
But even that's begging the question. Curvature of what? You have to present that first, and you still haven't answered the question of how. We asked you how, and you still haven't answered the question. If you don't know, perhaps just say that.
The thing is, this is not the question that Sleeping Warrior is asking me. Like this.
Yes, it was. I asked him how, and he said yes. How? Sleeping. You can speak for yourself if you'd like to repeat.
No, but that's fine. But that's a different topic. So, and of course, I understand that. As long as I don't demonstrate it, there's no reason for you to believe it. So this was done through different observations, but in particular, the gravitational lensing was predicted by Einstein.
Okay, I see the confusion. The how I was referring to was the how the definition changed. Or sleeping, how was it exactly? Yes, that's the how that I'm talking about. The other part I mentioned is just because you've said it so many times, it's annoying because you're begging the question. But if you could go back to the specifically how the definition changed of weight, because you haven't answered that yet.
Okay, so when you ask how the definition changed, I thought you were asking like when you actually try to apply and do predictions of the orbital mechanics of objects and everything, how it changed from Newtonian. I thought that was the question. If you want me to answer how they changed the definition, I think that it's the aftermath of the huge impact of the paper of Einstein in 1905. After that, they realized that there's a lot of calculations that are wrong and that doesn't work, and they need to correct them. So they changed the definitions of terms that they use to account for the Lorentz transform for many calculations, and then the tensor metric and everything. So this is how, like, just science people putting their mind to it, and they'd say, "Oh, this
So
doesn't
you're
work
just
anymore."
appealing to authority now.
Is that what you? Hold on, wait, time out. Is that what you were asking? Like how they did it, or what is the consequence? Like how is it different specifically, since it's not defined to be the other thing? Then what is it defined as now, and what's the difference? Is that what you meant when you said how?
Sleeping. That was directed at
I'm
you.
really, yeah, sleeping.
So what I'm trying to establish is the definition of weight in Newtonian classical mechanical physics, right? It's
Yes.
mass times the acceleration due to gravity.
Yes.
And I wanted to know what was the difference in Einsteinian, because a lot of people still apply Newtonian classical mechanical gravitation, even though it's not the position. And I wanted to know what the difference was. What is the change? And there doesn't appear to be one. It seems to be the same thing. But if you're saying it is different, just define it for me. Tell me the definition.
No, but of course it's different, because like how does black holes work in Newtonian mechanics? It doesn't work, because Newtonian mechanics doesn't account for the bending of
That doesn't
radiation.
answer the question. Could you?
Yes,
could you
it
try
is
and
an
be a
answer
bit
to the
more
question.
streamlined?
He just said it seems to me that it's the same thing. That's completely incorrect. Of course, it's not the same thing.
He's asking you. He's asking you to define it because you're saying it's not the same thing.
Well, I've tried. I've been trying to define.
That's hold on.
To be fair, you've tried to explain it, but I'm asking for the definition of weight as per general relativity. If you don't know, just say it's fine.
I don't remember that we had a specific definition of weight. It's just a reinterpretation through the new definition of gravitational field in general relativity. But that you don't suddenly lose an understanding of what happens when you put yourself on a scale as soon as you go from classical mechanics to general relativity, right? This is what you're claiming. That's incorrect.
There was a cause, right? If you're talking about Newton, there's a cause as to why the scale reads what it reads. There is no longer a cause, because
Yes,
now you're
there
dealing
is.
with an effect. So
It's
he's
a momentum. It's a momentum transfer in the gravitational field. That's general relativity, right? Is that a good enough
Now
definition?
the problem is we're not actually in a gravitational field. That's a hypothetical position. So all I'm asking is, what is the definition of weight in general relativity? If you don't know, just say it's fine.
I don't remember if we were giving a specific, but what about the definition that I just gave you? A momentum transfer in the gravitational field.
Yeah, that's begging the question of a gravitational field that you think that we
Okay,
will,
so
right?
let's go on gravitational field then.
Your gravitational field. What's
Yeah,
the
we're not in a
construct of
gravitational
your
field.
gravitational field?
We're not in a gravitational field.
To have
I
a
believe we are.
field, you need to have certain things to
You
construct.
believe we are?
You're gonna change the conversation just for the sake of not changing it.
Yeah. Go
And
ahead,
applying
guys, 'cause I don't
something
have
else
time
that you
also.
think means the same. Please.
Yeah. Continue.
Yes. So you want me to demonstrate that we're in a gravitational field?
Well, do you think we're in a gravitational field, right?
Yeah, I think we are. Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna have to have we're gonna have to define
definitions of fields first, right?
We need to know what a gravitational field is by definition. Do we know what that is in general relativity?
Yes, that's so.
Who proved the gravitational field?
We need to go into a definition of mass then.
Who proved gravitational field?
Or do we just assume it?
Who approved?
Who proved that? Who find it out that we have gravitational field?
Astronomers. Astronomers.
With what experiment?
Hold on. He kind of was already answering the question. And he said, well, it lies in the definition of mass. So we're on this wild goose chase. So now you have to define what mass is.
Yes.
To be honest, that even defining mass is not the way that they describe gravitational fields in general relativity. It's just application of the Christoffel symbols. That's all it is. So it's not even to do with mass. So I'm not sure we should be going down the mass route when that isn't even the answer.
Right, but without mass, without explaining how mass modifies the curvature of space-time, you don't have a definition of gravity or an explanation of what gravity is.
Yeah, but we're trying to define the gravitational force.
Field.
Yeah.
Sorry, the gravitational field. Sorry, not force. We're trying to define what a gravitational field is in general relativity. Doesn't really have anything to do with mass.
Right. So if you take the derivative of the Jacobian of your tensor in your local spacetime, you will see that it's curved or not curved. You can measure the curvature, right? Okay, the curvature is caused.
You can measure the curvature, or you can calculate the curvature.
Well, isn't that a bit the same?
No, measurements are not calculations.
Okay, where is the difference?
So if I measure 10 meters and I calculate 10 meters, one of them is doing, the other one is calculating. One is a verb, a doing word, that would be measuring. The other one is calculating. That is only a calculation, right? Doesn't mean it is 10 meters, you've just calculated it. So if we calculate something that we're saying doesn't exist, does that prove that it exists?
What? Yeah, because you're talking about the existence of gravity, right?
No, gravitational field. Gravitational field, not
gravitational field. Yeah. So I'm not sure I understand the distinction that you made. Like when you measure something that is 10 meters, how do you do it?
I'll solve it real quick for you. It's in live stream right now, the difference. At 49 minutes after the hour.
Is Quantum Eraser, why don't you explain to Quantum Eraser the problem that you had with him before for disagreeing with him?
I can't get into it too long because I got a numpty clip coming. So from Britannica, measurement always involves an interaction between the object and the observer. There is always an exchange of energy. Calculation is strictly computation. Determining something by calculator. That's the difference. Good. You guys can move on. Like I said, I only got a couple minutes, man. I can't stay.
We can put it the other way and just.
Or I would suggest for him to go ahead and write out Einstein's field equation, identify all the variables, and then after that, have him do some type of gravity between the Earth and the moon or an Earth and another object. I would have him do that. Get the popcorn out.
Yeah, I was just going to say we can just agree that calculating something is not measuring something, and if you're going to calculate how long it is, or how fast it is, or how tall it is, that doesn't mean it actually is that. So you're correlating at best. Otherwise, you're just obfuscating with maths.
He also said measures the curvature of space-time.
That's why I said measure or calculate, and it's clearly calculate, not measure. Because space-time doesn't exist by definition, right? It only exists in the maths, and maths by definition is abstract.
You can't measure concepts.
But where is existing gravitational field?
No, you can't measure concepts. Hold on, Sasha. Wait a second.
Okay, sorry.
You can't measure concepts. Measure freedom for me.
Measure hope. Measure love.
How about taxation without representation? Give me a measurement.
See, yeah, how do you measure taxation?
Yeah, stop it right there. You don't have to go any further. That's what I'm trying to say. Be concise. Stop it right there. I want you to give us a measurement of freedom. It's a concept, just like space and time. Both are concepts.
Love, hope, hate, all the emotions. Greed. Give me a measurement of greed.
Greed has 15 degrees per hour.
Show me the energy.
Now, QE, listen this. He said that astronomers proved a gravitational field. Let's see how.
Wait a second.
Astronomers proved
Can I get in on the joke? Can I get in on the joke before we move on?
3 at a time so I could completely understand it.
I just want one more joke in there. Can I get the measurement of a man? My bad. The measurement of a man's morality. Can I get that?
I thought you were going to get dirty.
Just My bad.
I want to show.
We can't really measure a man's morality, but if it's fight the flat earth relative to, say, Nathan Oakley, we know that Nathan is orders of magnitude more powerful than, or more stronger than, or greater than fight the flat earth. So it's relative, isn't it? But we can't really measure it. We can just like guess it.
Yeah, I want to ask Latania, what energy exchange are you doing with space or time? Please tell me.
I may be ignorant, but if astronomers prove the gravitational field, that means that gravity is proven even before that.
How did astronomy prove gravitational field?
Hold on a second. A question was asked to Latania Chinchier.
Come on, Frenchie.
Frenchie. A parlez-vous, a français, a humma.
What was the question? I've even forgot the question.
He said, Sonny asked, give us the measurement of either space or time or space-time. How do you do that? How do you exchange the energy? He's stonewalling us.
Can I try with the mind?
No, let Frenchie answer. If he says no, then you can.
He's
not going to do it, is he?
He's not going to do it because you know why? It can't be.
John, whilst he's stalling, do you know what is the definition of weight in general relativity?
Who are you asking?
Well, your name's John, isn't it?
Oh, I didn't hear you say John. Go ahead and ask the question. You better make it quick.
Does general relativity have a definition for weight?
No.
I didn't think it did. I've not been able to find one.
No, you won't find it. The only definition of weight is Newton's debunked laws. W equal mg. Mg love you long time.
Now, if John, would I be right in saying that because gravity is not a force, that essentially means in the definition of weight, mass times gravitation, acceleration due to gravity, that acceleration due to gravity would be a big fat zero, and then essentially you are multiplying mass by zero and getting a big fat zero, and therefore, according to their bullshit nonsense model, they think that everything's weightless by virtue of their own definitions.
You go after the G. My first question is, what's mass?
Yeah, I like the G bit though.
I know you do. You go to the second one, I go to the first one. Neither exists. So F equals fucking zero.
F equals fucking zero. So that's a big, massive whopper penis zero that you guys all think that everything's weightless on your model, applying your own terms.
All of Newton's horseshit was debunked 106 years ago. Why are these guys still parroting that shit?
I just think it's because they want to obfuscate the topic because they know that they're knackered.
You're going to define knackered to Americans, man. They don't know that shit.
Removing the testicles off a bull. That is the definition of knackered.
Shouldn't that be de-knackered?
No, if the bull's had his testicles removed, the bull is knackered because he's not able to reproduce anymore.
Knackered.
Knackered in vernacular is really, really tired.
Yeah. And it's colloquial, yeah. But yeah. I love reminding people that it actually means detesticulating the male bull.
That's good, Anthony. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And it makes sense.
The knacker man is all.
The globe is knackered.
Same as someone who's knackered.
It's a word we don't use very much anymore.
Yeah, I suppose everyone's kind of moved on with the slang, right?
Yeah, I guess they have, yeah.
Because they're lazy.
That was sure pleasant. Having gravity just get bashed to little pieces this morning. That was
You like that, don't you? Doesn't it feel good?
Yeah.
Who muted him?
Thoroughly enjoying it.
Say again?
Who muted him?
No one.
No one.
QE.
Oh.
Just blame QE.
Just blame that. Thanks, Anthony. I didn't mute him.
I don't know. It was like 1 hour of pseudoscience and now nothing.
No. Listen, it wasn't QE, but you can think that it was QE.
Hey guys, it was fun. I gotta go, man. Maybe he'll talk after I leave. Most people come in and talk, so maybe that's the case. But I got an empty clip coming out, so it's coming up in 3 minutes.
Oh shoot!
It's Larry Scott, the fantasy geodicist.
Aha.
Stick the link in chat, John.
Say again.
Stick the link in chat.
Yeah.
Didn't I just do that?
We'll be playing them in here now that we have another bot. So yes.
By the way, did you watch McToon and Austin Whitsitt, John?
Little bit. Little bit, yes. I don't see how McToon can even show his face, to be perfectly honest.
There's lots of numpty clips in that fucking hangout with McToon and Whitsitt. You need to watch it.
Nah, numpty clips are coming to an end, man. Sorry.
No.
Yeah. So here's the one for a couple minutes, and I'm headed out there, man. So I got to bolt.
Don't give up on numpty clips. They're brilliant.
There'll be plenty in there. There's about 80 of them or so in the end. So there's some great signature ones coming out. Stay tuned. Okay.
Say hi to your whole panel over there. Say hi. Yeah. Send our love. Yeah.
Hey, later, guys.
See you later, dude.
Yeah.
Later.
I think that's a generally good rule. If in doubt, blame John.
I think John's willing to hit that too. He's like, yeah, send them all over to me. I love it.
He loves the attention as well. Let's be honest, he does. Right, I'm going to go and watch the numpty clips. It's starting in the next 10 seconds. I'll be back shortly.
Yeah. That's always fun. Gravity destroyed in the morning. Yes, indeed. Ah.
A very educational day.
Yeah. Probably because I kept my mouth shut most of the time. That's why it was enjoyable.
Nah, that's not true. That's not true. Yeah, I think some people have a problem with my authority. Maybe they don't have a father figure. I don't know. But
I really enjoy it. I'm sorry.
If ever I do anything wrong, I'm here in front of my peers. You can point out how, or you can throw a fucking tantrum and look stupid if you want.
I'm the same way, and I think people maybe should confront me on some things because, let's face it, I do tend to be on the silly side sometimes, and I think people take that the wrong way, and I get misunderstood. And what the fuck? What is that noise, Latenier? What are you doing there? Can you mute your mic, Latenier?
Yeah, sorry, I was reading. Quantum Eraser's link.
Mic signal to the Discord.
By the way, you don't have any authority over me. Period.
Hit dog holler much?
Are you all? It's a pity. Sleeping warrior went away. He left. Do you all agree with the definition of Britannica for measurement?
What do you got there? Put it in the live stream, in the voice text.
You think there is a ball, bro?
Well, I'll tell
you. It's the link from Quantum Eraser.
Before we go there, all I did was type in measurement versus calculation, and it was exactly as Sleeping Warrior put it. As verbs, the difference between calculate and measure is that calculate is mathematics to determine the value of something or the solution to something by a mathematical process, while measure is to ascertain the quantity of a unit of material via calculated comparison with respect to a standard. So
okay, that's much more precise than the one he gave me, and in that case,
don't cry over spilled milk, bro. Don't cry over this. I mean, it is what it is. You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. So it's much more precise, and in that case, I guess the curvature of space-time can be measured, yeah, not calculated.
What? Please enlighten me, bro.
Well, you measure. You put a clock you send it to space, you put it in orbit, and you bring it back, and you see the difference in time measured.
When did they put a clock in space in orbit?
Many decades ago.
No, they never even claimed to do that.
What?
Nope, it's in a plane. Try again.
Right. So there are no clocks in satellites and space stations or whatever.
Are you saying that they have atomic clocks in space?
Yes.
That's crazy. Did you know the ISS isn't even outside of the Earth's orbit?
Outside the Earth orbit? That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it's not in outer space. So how do atomic clocks measure curvature of space-time? Enlighten me.
You measure different speed with which the time passes by, right?
Wrong. Try again.
Well, you think you done your piece? You just say wrong.
Okay, I'll correct you, bud. So it actually looks at the oscillation rate of cesium atoms and their degradation.
Which is an atomic clock, isn't it?
That's what I just defined the supposed use case of an atom clock that you didn't know, and you have the audacity to laugh like you have intellectual high ground.
Well, yeah, because you presume I didn't know what an atomic clock is.
Can you define intellectual evisceration?
Evisceration. Evisceration is when you open the belly to extract the bowel or something like this.
Yeah, intellectual evisceration. So here's the deal. Here's the deal, bud. So it looks at the oscillation rates. Do you know what that is?
Mm-hmm.
Define it.
Define oscillation.
Yeah, you better Google real fast. Keep killing time while you can Google.
No, I don't Google. Oscillation is periodic movements in that you measure or in your model.
What? It's what?
Before it was called oscillation, it was called harmonic oscillations. Yeah. So every time you have a harmonic,
it was called oscillation.
I mean, vibration, right? You know what vibration? Before it was called vibration, and then in physics they call it oscillation because it's more precise and it's a different meaning than because in vibration you always have a damping effect most of the time, and when you describe a pure harmonic oscillator, an oscillation, and you don't have to deal with this. It's the model, right? So the model of vibration is done through harmonic oscillation. It's
okay. So now that you've just droned on, yeah. So isolation of space-time was verified with the oscillation rate of atomic clocks. Is that correct?
The first part is incorrect, I think. You said the oscillation of space-time?
Nope, I didn't say that.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear correctly then.
What are they looking the oscillation rate of?
The right, sorry.
I've already told you.
It's the disintegration of the cesium atom.
There you go, the cesium atom. So we look at an oscillation rate of the cesium atom, and how does this help us verify and isolate space-time?
The theory of general relativity from Einstein predicts that there will be a difference depending on the distance to your massive object. So when you measure a difference in your atomic clocks, that corroborates the prediction from the theory, right?
No, actually, they're inconsistent. Rarely do they actually match perfectly, and they don't account for additional variables. But anyway, did we isolate space-time?
Isolate. Yeah, why would we isolate space-time? What does that even mean?
Okay, so whenever you're going to prove something as a causal agent, you must isolate it and manipulate and vary it, proving it is in fact the cause of the observed phenomena that is the effect. That's called science, right?
Science doesn't prove cause.
Okay, that's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. But
Yeah,
are you
because
not
you're ignorant.
aren't you attempting to prove the cause of gravity?
Science never speak about cause, only correlations. Basic
Science
philosophy of
never
science.
talks about cause, only correlation. Is that your
Yes,
final
David Hume.
answer?
You're familiar with David Hume?
Yeah, let me show you. Let me show you how dumb you look right now. So, if every time I see the sunrise, I hear a rooster crow, right? And so my correlation is that the rooster crows and the sun rises. So, can I then say, well, the sun rises because the rooster crows? And that's science.
Nope.
You're right. That's not science because that's just correlation, not causation. And science is the study of cause and effect relationships. Do I need to cite higher
No.
universities for you? So do you disagree with Harvard
Sure. Show
and
me
Stanford
Harvard. Show me Stanford.
and Yale? Okay, I'm just making sure. I want you to be on the record saying that you disagree with all these people when they say that science is the study of cause and effect relationships.
Don't worry. Everybody that has studied a little bit of philosophy of science knows that I'm right.
Philosophy of science is an oxymoron, bud.
What are you talking about?
Well. Science stems from philosophy. However, the scientific method is the only empirical method that we know of today, and it is used by people who want to establish cause and effect relationships. We've done that with many things. You can't say that that's not the case, or you'd just be lying.
You're literally
No,
claiming
just-
you're literally claiming the cause of gravity being space-time bending and warping, and then you say that science doesn't prove the cause. So I guess you've now refuted your own claim that you've proven the cause of gravity. Thank you for playing.
No, you're confusing epistemology with ontology apparently here. I can build a model.
Like a big boy, okay? You're claiming the cause of gravity is the bending and warping of space-time. You then turned around and said that you cannot prove the cause of things. So
When did I speak about cause?
What is space-time bending and warping? What's the point of that? Why are we talking about that?
Making predictions, which is the point of science. Making
Predictions of what? What's the cause of gravity?
Ask me about cause when I say you never talk about cause in science. Science is not in the business of explaining or cause and effect.
Science is not in the business of making presuppositions or begging the question fallacy.
I agree.
See, so why are you saying what you're saying then?
Because are you familiar with pseudoscience? Right, I already talked with you about not you specifically, but on the server. I already talked about this.
When I say why are you saying what you're saying is because
So,
you're implying that you can take a presupposition and use this.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry because I'm just trying to nail you on the last point, and you're trying to move past it.
I think you're misrepresenting my position here. That's why I was.
I think you're misrepresenting terms like you tried to do earlier.
Well, that's all right. That's just communication. As long as we are able to agree on terms, that's something we can do, right?
Okay, so let's agree on terms.
Yes.
Let's agree on terms, not have you explain something to me.
Yeah. So in the philosophy
So
of
you
science,
agree that if it's presuppositional, it's not science, because in order to attain knowledge, you must do something.
in order to attain knowledge, you must do something. That's an empiricist claim, right?
Well,
okay.
How about you tell me how can I gain knowledge by doing nothing?
Okay, so we go into philosophy. So in rationalism, right, in epistemology,
Are you going
you
to
wrote,
answer the question? Or, I mean, I
yes,
asked you like
I am
3
answering the
questions and
question.
you
Okay, if
haven't
you read
answered
Descartes,
either one.
you read Descartes. Okay, he's a rationalist. He claims that he gets knowledge just from sitting in this chair and thinking about his own consciousness. Right? He goes
Like
down to
what?
cogito.
Like what?
He goes
Like
down to.
what?
I think
Give an
therefore I am.
example of his. Give an example of his knowledge.
I think therefore I am. What is it you do to
What
gain
does that
knowledge of the
mean? What does that mean?
What do you mean? You don't understand the
What does
sentence?
that mean? What can I do with I think therefore I am? What does that have to do with acquiring a bit of information that you didn't previously have before?
You asked me for a piece of knowledge, right? It's a piece of knowledge that you can acquire without doing anything. I think that therefore I am. Or
What does that mean?
or you do the thinking, right?
What does that mean? I think therefore I am. I am what? What? I am what?
It's not specified at this level. Why do you? I don't need to specify
Right.
it.
Well. Then it's. I mean. Well, then, what are we talking about? Not science, not knowledge. I think, therefore, I am is not a complete statement. That's what you just said.
Yeah, the time just
Because we can't really.
Sorry.
But go ahead, Witsit. My bad. I mean,
No, you're
I didn't
fine.
mean
You're
to.
fine. I'm just saying, let's just behead this dude. This dude has not. You're trying to drown the conversation with all
No.
kinds of nonsense and non sequiturs and philosophy, and
No.
basically, you're just a sophist. Okay, so you've had your time to be a sophist. Here's the fact. Okay, you said you know what pseudoscience is? Yeah, that which falsely claims to be science, falsely masquerading as if it were in fact science, when science is the test of the cause and effect relationship. So you have the scientific method where you have a naturally occurring observable phenomena, and then you propose a cause and effect relationship test. That's a hypothesis. You then manipulate the proposed or presumed cause. By manipulating it, you then vary or verify that it is in fact the cause of the effect that you have observed, right? This is called the scientific method. This is how we verify cause and effect relationship tests. So when we're talking about space-time, the theory of relativity, which I've read twice, I'm assuming you've never read it, actually says that gravity is the effect of the bending and warping of space-time. Gravity is the effect of bending and warping of space-time. So that means that it's claiming the cause of gravity is the bending and warping of space-time. So you are in fact claiming that whenever you invoke atomic clocks and the degradation of cesium atoms and then looking at the oscillation rate, you're then conflating that into being a proof of the cause of space-time bending and warping. That's it. There's no other way around it. So that's what you're saying, right? And now what you've done is double down into this other angle of sophistry because you can't answer the question specifically. You have no... Dude, whoever that is getting muted. Oh, it's this guy. It's actually this guy we're talking to. Hey, dude.
I'm sorry.
I'm about to mute you. Yeah, okay. I get it. Boomers aren't very friendly with Discord. You need to address what we're saying specifically. We're not going to sit here and listen to you pretend you're teaching us with a bunch of nonsense and sophistry. Science is the study of cause and effect relationships tests. There are 3 constituent parts of a scientific experiment. That's the dependent, independent, and control variables. This is all objective, right? This is how we have obtained knowledge of cause and effect relationships throughout all of history. So if you are claiming that gravity is the effect of the bending and warping of space and time, you have to isolate, manipulate, and vary space-time, bending and warping to actually validate that it is the cause of the effect. So you running around saying science doesn't prove things and this isn't cause, it's just correlation. Correlation's nonsense, okay? My toddler screams every time that I walk in the house. What does that mean, that I'm in the house? The toddler screams? No, maybe the toddler screamed before that. That's stupid. That's not the causation of the toddler screaming. You sound like a mental midget. Please address specifically what I'm saying. A cause and effect relationship test is what you are invoking, but then you're hand wave dismissing the importance of verifying a cause relationship.
Yes. So I will try to address what you were saying. What I notice, I'm what you call sophistry is just trying to redefine the terms and make sure that we agree on the philosophy of science, because you seem to have a lot of misconceptions about what science is that is completely rejected by the consensus in the philosophy of science.
Do you want to get muted? Do you want to get muted? Okay, I'm gonna give you one more chance, or I'm gonna mute you.
He was already. He's been muted. He's been muted for months.
Oh yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. So here's your last chance with me, at least. All right, and I rarely mute people. You're gonna answer this question very specifically. I've already answered it for you. What are the 3 constituent parts of a scientific experiment?
I encourage any people in this server to look at the philosophy of science and learn about it instead of be gullible about
I tried to help him out. He's
misconceptions
done.
that you have in this
You sit in
server.
the corner for a second, and then whenever you
Look,
grow up,
can I answer that? Can I answer that real quick? So for the
Yeah.
people that think that he's a distinguished looking gentleman from his tab, okay? So what he's trying to tell you is that we don't agree on the philosophy of an if this then that statement, which also includes an if this not that, which is the empirical part of a hypothesis. He's trying to say we don't agree on this. It's very simple. People like him make it very hard because they don't want to have to do this. They don't want to have to prove anything.
I can do
They
it.
don't want to say that their career is full of shit. That's the problem. So when he says the consensus is all of the people who watch TV and think that everything on TV is real, the CIA arm of the government, and on top of that, these so-called NASA people who have given us, or this is the poster child for our entire worldview. So he's saying these people do not agree with us. When actually, when you look into the specifics of what they write on paper, you'll see that they contradict the perceived belief system. And that's all you need to know. Oh, well, they say this, but then let you write this. Who knows? You know, it's crazy. When I watch Jeranism's quotes that tell us we've all been lied to, time after time again, like probably 30 minutes worth of the video, you have all of these distinguished scientists, so-called, and they say, hey, you know, there's no evidence. There's no scientific evidence. It is my philosophy. So while I don't agree with their use of the term and the bastardization of the term, the way they use it draws this distinct difference between at least how they're using it, philosophy, and the science, the scientific method which you would apply. They draw the distinction between their belief and that.
Can
So when
anyone
he
link
says, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was saying, can anyone link that video? Because I can't find it.
Oh, the quotes? Hell yeah, I got you.
Thank you, bro.
Yo, send me that too, bro. I haven't seen that in a minute. What's good, by the way, y'all?
It's pretty much the only thing we need. Like whenever somebody's the body of science, the this, the that, the third, the this, that's all you need. What's up, Chocolate?
What up, homie?
What up, bro?
What's good in the hood?
Chillin', man. I haven't talked to you in forever, dog.
Yeah, what up, man? How you been?
Practically, he said on the end, if I don't understand the philosophy of the science, I cannot look into curvature. I cannot prove anything.
Philosophy.
Yeah, you missed that, Chocolate.
So we can't prove the Earth's
that,
a ball.
That's something.
Yeah, you cannot prove even that.
But he's here to waste time with his words, right? And Timothy 6 verse 20 says, beware of motherfuckers like that. Excuse my language. I'm trying. Okay? But beware of people who are coming along with false knowledge, aka pseudo science. Beware. So now he's going to sit here and tell us, well, because if I were to ask him, if your girl cheated on you and you knew it, well, do you know it or do you believe it? He'd say, well, I would believe it based on the preponderance of evidence. Okay, so what is evidence defined as exactly? And he would probably do a breakdance better than anyone in the movie Breaking that I've ever seen.
Yes,
Well,
because
no one will listen to him act
he
like
wants
he
to
knows.
find the preservative in the bag, and that's the proof.
No one in real life is going to listen to that guy pretend he's going to lecture people about philosophy. So this is like one of those few places he can pretend that he's got some juice, you know.
Does he have to go into philosophy because he has no measurement of any type of curvature of this ball Earth we're supposed to live on? Is that why we got to sit around and talk about nonsense?
He said
Him
also
is
the
one of
science.
those.
It's prediction. He said science is prediction.
Science is what?
Prediction.
Prediction?
Yeah.
Prediction of a cause to an effect? Yeah, I could agree with that. But other than that, what is he talking about?
Correlation.
Oh, you can explain prediction.
Opinion directed correlation.
You were there with the sandwich. You were
They
there
say
with the
they can
sandwich.
measure
Jack.
Billy Spice Time chocolate. That sums it up for you right there.
Yeah, that's why we had to get into the difference between calculation and measurement. And then when Quantum and Sleeping Warrior left, he tried to weasel his way back in here. Like me, Witsit, and the rest of us weren't just here listening to everything that just happened. And he tried to come in and say, well, the definition that he gave, I said, well, doesn't matter. Look at this here, the difference between calculate and measure. And he's like, yeah, that's more detailed. That's great.
And listen, this he was quiet for 10 minutes. He didn't say anything after that.
Until they learn.
Yeah.
But before that, like when because
you robot and
he
the robot thing.
He stopped talking.
Yeah, you totally
they
robot that.
asked him. They got him back down to the nitty gritty of defining weight, and what is? I'll be right back. BRB. BRB.
You could play that Simon and Garfunkel like for 4 times. Sound of Silence, for sure.
Silly Glober. Globes are for kids.
What globe?
Yeah, no. Yeah, that's a horrible thing to say.
And yeah, this one was good. In general relativity, weight is changing definition. Weight is not anymore weight in the geodetic space-time, something like that.
I still never got an answer to my question. What energy exchange are you doing with space or time?
I
still
answer
waiting.
you.
Okay.
I told you. With your mind, you can do it.
Your opinion. If you change your mind, it's okay. In philosophy, it's okay. Anything is okay. I mean, you could redefine terms tomorrow. And that's okay in philosophy. I mean, that's perfectly
learn
acceptable.
science. Learn science of philosophy, and then you will know also.
Just sit in your room like Einstein did and do a thought experiment. In quotations.
He said like he was sitting 1915 and he was sitting like Newton, and only Newton was upper was felt on head, and Einstein was like in meditation, and he said, it must be bending of space time, cannot be anything else.
But his argument was flawed because with the cat. The cat was just sitting there. There's no implication that the cat ever did anything other than exist where he was sitting at. So, and there's nothing to go with. But with Einstein, at least he went outside and looked at something, and then he had a dream, right? Like, so at least Einstein went outside and then looked at the sky and then said, at the very least, he's probably working off of what his predecessors have told him. And he's like, well, that doesn't make sense based on what I'm looking at. So let me come up with something else. Instead of saying, all of that's full of shit.
Yeah. And who were all these other people that were flat earthers that apparently mapped the skies? What's up with that?
That was an incredible feat. I still don't know how the fuck they did it.
Shoot.
I know they couldn't do it with this evolutionary tale about how humans couldn't really go down the block without without dying off.
Well,
They
you know,
had to have had some connected web of information, through various means.
Yeah, there must have been. You know about the cross staff, right? So that was used before the astrolabe. Yeah, it was probably pretty common. So look that up. The cross staff. That's how people were looking up at the skies a lot. They knew things we didn't know. We don't know the things that they knew. That's my take on it. I guarantee you they didn't look up at the sky and say, oh, I'm freaking flying around. Oh my God.
You are going to be. All right, here I go.
And I'm so tired. I stayed up last night trying to undo, a miscommunication.
It's not. Yeah.
Sasha, you hot, Mike.
I hope people don't know that. I hope people know.
Sorry.
I
Sorry,
hope
Elijah.
people know that I don't think that I'm better than anyone, that I don't think I know more than anyone, that I don't think I can tell people what to do. I hope people know that. I don't just come in here telling people what to do. I just judge a situation and I boldly make a statement and then I look around to see if anyone agrees or disagrees. When no one says anything, it's like, oh, maybe I'm right.
Why not?
But if you have a problem, speak up.
Because if I have a problem, I'll probably unmute and speak up. So, so I'm good with it.
That's all you gotta do. You don't gotta be all gay and shit.
Yeah, Chocolate, it's been a long time since I've heard you on here. Wow.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Not much. How's it going with you?
Just chilling.
Any new music?
Not as of yet, no.
Okay.
I haven't really been thinking about music. I have to get myself back into that.
Yeah,
I've just been busy working, doing other shit.
Yeah, I relate.
Yeah, man. Every once in a while, I check in though, just to hear, because I don't really take a lot of breaks. People disappear and shit, take breaks and shit. But I haven't really done that. So
Yeah,
it's like the first time I'm kind of just like, I'll give it a little bit, concentrate on other things, learn some other shit in the meantime,
Yeah. That was a good conversation today.
Learn some science of philosophy.
I thoroughly enjoyed that this morning. Wow.
Sorry, I missed it.
I had. Oh wait. Oh, I thought y'all. Were you not talking about Nathan's?
Even if you were, I wasn't on Nathan's today, so I don't know. I missed that too. I was
I missed
dead
like
asleep.
95%
I
of
was
it.
waking up at 9 in the morning. So. Sorry. Everybody enjoying their holiday weekend, quote unquote. Nobody
It's the
barbecuing and
revenge.
shit.
It's the revenge of the nerds, and they're all wearing masks. They all know science, and they've calculated just how many infectious particles they're going to be able to breathe in. So they've increased. I don't know. I don't know. I'm fucking sick of it,
That's all
man.
right. They don't know either. They don't even know why they're wearing the mask. Because somebody on a box in their house told them to. And they listened to the box. I told my boy that one time at my job. He came in with the 2 masks. I was just like, bro,
Oh God.
who told you to wear 2 masks? Where did you get that from? Did you get that from the box? Did somebody on the television tell you to do that? Now you're in here with 2 masks. Are you serious? You already got asthma as it is, bruh. That's so mad at me. It's like, because I was like, I just heard that last night. Nobody at the job said you had to come in with 2 masks, bro. That's not even a thing yet. But somebody said it last night, and now you were here strapped up. I was just like, oh man, what's
Who does he
wrong with
think he
y'all?
is? Who does he think he is? Bokeem Woodbine? I ain't going out like no punk.
I know. I had someone early on tell me, "Oh, I have to be really careful because I have diabetes." So I'm thinking to myself, so lack of oxygen is going to help your diabetes situation? I said, that person's mentally ill. So stay away from people like that. They're freaking absolute insanity.
Yeah. I'll be like, yo, just put the whole box on, bro. Like, go ahead.
Why not?
Why not?
When do you stop? When do you stop? If the
Why
television
not
said the
stop
guy on the
breathing
TV told
altogether?
you to put 2 masks and you came in strapped up with 2, right?
Look,
And I've only seen 3 one time. I've seen 3 masks, and I was just like, holy shit.
seen
What
designer ones.
chocolate? You know. There's a new I don't know which words I can say, but not. I'm just gonna say it real quick. There's a new variant. It's called the Moo variant, and they're saying that
Like cow,
Moo
moo.
because you're a cow. MU to be fair. Let's be in the and
I can't, man.
they say yo
Come on, man.
this one in LA County this one doesn't the V is not going to help you with this one. So it's like, well, fine, because the masks don't work either. So why don't you double up on the V's then? See if that helps.
Oh shoot!
Go back to CVS, get a second one,
Oh my god!
or a fourth, whatever you're doing.
Probably once a day. I'm sure they'll be able to handle that.
They're gonna be like vitamins. You just pop it in the morning.
Yo,
I don't want to laugh about it, but this is fucking pathetic.
It is
If
pathetic.
you know Greek, Greece alphabet, all that shit will be
Well,
Alpha,
those
Omega,
because
Gamma, Beta, Delta.
I'm actually crying inside. I realized I was crying inside when I went to the movies to see Shang-Chi. And I was like, I miss you guys, man. Why have you gone invalid? Like, yo.
so weird.
Yeah, man. When it comes to all those variants and stuff like that, like, I mean, they've already been open about this idea of boosters every 3 to 5 months, and expect that to, once that becomes regular, become more like every 2 or 3 months. And Biden was even, I think it was Biden, was quoted saying that even once a month shots has not been like, it's not off the table, is what he said.
Yeah, hold on.
And then and they're even saying that so now they're also working on, like you said, someone said like popping pills like vitamins or whatever. Yeah, they're talking about also having a treatment where you take like 2 pills a day to help fight it. And yeah, they're saying like in Australia, they're saying after 3 months of being, getting a second shot, after 3 months, you're no longer fully, or that might just be the CDC. They're saying you're no longer fully vaccinated. So it's all set up where everybody's going to have to be taking these on a cycle. And once the plan is to have you do it for the rest of your life. Like,
yep.
It clearly is. The variants though, like where you're saying, I mean, this isn't the first one that they've said was completely resistant to them. So it's hilarious. Like they got people, telling people that they have to get at least 2 shots, but then once they get the 2, they tell them they're going to have to get a third. But then at the same time, they're telling you that none of those 3 shots are going to do anything for the next variant. And so here we go again, just rinse and repeat every single time. They were talking about every time that they have a new variant, that it's going to take like 90 days for them to have a vax for the variant.
And like the card in your pocket, they used to have a magnetic strip and then eventually a chip, and now that chip's going somewhere else too.
Yeah, I think that well, I mean, the only thing that makes sense is, well, the reason you guys have to keep doing this is because motherfuckers like Eli isn't keeping you safe. What's going on, Eli? You feeling the pressure yet? You're the reason that your neighbors are dying. Are you gonna follow suit? And my thing is with the
No, I'm
logic of
good.
people that really believe that I can get them sick. If you really believe that, then why don't you just say you're fine with Hitler then? You didn't agree with him when we were going to school, but you're okay with him now. And I don't mean like what really happened. I mean just people's idea from American schooling. It's like, yeah, why don't you just throw us in some camps and shit and isolate us? Why not? That's how you feel. That's how you really feel.
It wasn't long ago they did it to the Japanese.
Well, the camps are built or being built like everywhere around the world. In a lot of countries, there's people in quarantine camps already. It's all just a matter of time before it comes here to the U.S. I mean, a lot of us, I find, especially in the United States, people are, I don't know, they don't think anything's happening unless it's on their doorstep. So, like, a lot of people here are watching what's going on, and they're like, they're still pretty sure it'll never come to their house. So this will never happen to me, and it's kind of fucked up.
I was wondering what those. Sorry,
my bad. Go ahead.
I was wondering what those closed down Walmarts were for, because nothing happened. It just like they closed down. They looked all creepy, right? And then it was like, oh well, it wasn't what Alex Jones said. Yeah, no shit. I never believed that. But they got to be for something, right? I mean, what are they for if you're not, marking them for demolition? Why do they look the way they look? They got to be for. I don't know, man. I feel it. If the mass hysteria or mass psychosis and examples of the history, if the trajectory continues the way that it is, then something is going to eventually, like people are going to come to the conclusion that they have to do something about people like me.
Yep. That's where it's all going. They're not going to force shit. They're not going to make anyone do anything. It's just going to keep making things more and more uncomfortable. Keep making the other side more and more scared. It's divide and conquer. That's all it is.
My homegirl got a call for a job the other day, and she was completely qualified until the point when they said they weren't hiring unless you were fully vaccinated. She was like, "Oh, okay, thanks for your time." I mean, that's where we're at now. You have to be
Crazy.
fully vaccinated to get a job. I mean, I don't know
Right.
what job that was, but serious? I
And
don't
see,
believe we're.
that's where it gets a little crazy because most people think fully vaccinated means just taking those 2 shots, right? That's not how they've defined it. Fully vaccinated means that they're going to have to stay fully vaccinated by definition to maintain their position at work. So any booster that gets recommended, you have to take that one too.
Bingo.
So I got the blistering news from my mom that she was singing a different tune before, but I guess when they were like, key to the city, you won't be able to go outside and into anyone else's establishment. She was like, fuck that. So I guess my sister decided to get the 2 shooteroonies, and it's like she said, but to my mom, but I'm not taking the booster. Well, it's too late. You're already locked in now. You may as I mean, yo, if you didn't listen to me before, I mean, were you gonna do what I said, or were you gonna do what I told you was in inevitably gonna happen? How you gonna be like, I'm not taking the? Well, you shouldn't have fucking. It's so frustrating because I just want to say, no, you made your bed. Now you're gonna have to keep making it. Make sure that shit is
Why
neat.
does she not want to take the booster now?
I don't know. I guess everyone thought, hey, that's it. But now I hear people saying, FYI, boosters are nothing new. Okay. All right. Go ahead. Get your little booster seat. That's fine. You want juicy juice too? Okay. I'm so glad that my
Yeah,
mom,
but you know what the whack part is? I'm sure a lot of people went and took the vaccine so that they didn't have to run around with a mask anymore. And then that kind of backfired because they said, well, it doesn't matter. You still got to wear a mask anyway. So it doesn't even matter if you get vaccinated or not.
see that that's why I'm thinking about what I'm thinking about, because if I was that kind of person, at some point I would go, well, if I wasn't me and said, wait a minute, you know what? I know they showed me a lot of things on TV, but where is the direct evidence? Like what exactly is going on here? So if I wasn't me and I was saying, I was 5 steps past the graveyard gate, and I was like, oh, why does this keep happening? Why is it still spreading? It must be my brother. Kill him now. His address is yada 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 yada. You don't think that's where people will go just so they could go
I'm sure there are
outside
people
and enjoy
already
their
there.
freedom?
I'm sure there are people that are already there. Sad to say, but
My
I
aunt
know there are
distanced
people like
herself
that.
away
There are
from
people
her
that look at
brother.
me cross-eyed at my job, bro, because they know damn well I'm like, ain't no fucking vaccination. Are you serious? The same
My
people that
aunt,
when I ask them, well, do you know what's in it? They just look at me like, nah. Oh, okay. Have fun with that. What the fuck is wrong with you? You went and injected some crap into your bloodstream and you don't even know what's in it. Because the guy on the box told you you had to go take it? Because you scared of some shit? Nah, I'm good. You keep that.
Bro, I asked somebody that question, do you know what's in it? And they immediately went straight to the response of, oh, what are you, a conspiracy theorist? Do you also
Yeah,
believe
yeah.
in lizard people? I'm like, lizard people? Bro, I just asked you what the ingredients were. Now you're talking about lizard people?
exactly. Because I'm kind of that. Oh, you're a
you know
conspiracy.
why?
Oh, you're that guy. I'm that guy. I'm just asking you what the hell is in it. You just had it injected into your bloodstream. So
You know
I'm the
why?
crazy one for asking you if you know what was just injected into your bloodstream. I'm the crazy one. Oh, okay, you go with that.
Let me tell you why that happened. So I'm always talking about the inundation of fallacious logic to the public through the CIA arm known as mainstream media.
And I'm gonna keep fucking saying that till somebody challenges. It doesn't matter. It's true. I'm gonna keep saying it. So it's very important because the reason someone would jump to that logical conclusion is because of people like Rachel Maddow. Remember the Russiagate and all that, blah blah blah. Well, some people still believe. I don't even fucking. But she'll say something like, "Yeah, these anti people, right? They also believe in conspiracy theories like lizard men. So now, when our loved ones think that they're getting informed because they previously weren't informed, so now they've grown up and their new form of entertainment is a movie, but it's the news. They think they're all woke and shit. So all they do is repeat what dumbass Rachel Maddow said, and they're like, "Oh, what are you thinking? They're just lizard people walking around instead of it," because they heard someone say that. That's the dumbest
Like,
shit I've ever heard.
did I say anything about lizard people? Like, are you fucking serious? I just asked you what the hell is in the vaccination or whatever the injection that you just had into your bloodstream. Why are you talking now? Why are you bringing up lizard people? Are you serious?
Right. They have they have their minds trained so well, right? And it's multiple layers. It's not just Rachel Maddow. You have somebody like Alex Jones, who is, in my opinion, controlled opposition, who will put out some truth, but so theatrically and so crazily thrown out there that something like when you go to atrazine, hey, atrazine is in all this stuff and it's changing the hormonal makeup of things. People immediately go to, they're turning the frogs gay, right? It's like they set up the layers so that the simple mind gets triggered to the frogs are gay or lizard people or whatever. There's many layers to the deception, and it all backs each other up and pushes the simple mind into an immediate knee-jerk response to information that's outside of their controlled paradigm.
It's literally a clown world.
I know that kid from earlier probably thinks these motherfuckers tricked me into thinking that what they were saying was logical. I was supposed to go in there and straw man them with the model that none of them claim. Because that's what he started off. He came in a little hot. He was like, I just want to understand why people think that the earth is flat. And I'm like, well, what does that mean? Because when I think of the earth, I don't think of an entire object because I've never seen it. So when people say, whoa, have you measured it from one side to the other? And I'm like, no. What exactly do I mean by it's flat? Well, there's supposed to be a certain amount of convexity based on the size of the thing that they have claimed. And then when we go to measure that, it's not there. That's what we mean by it's flat. Dude had no fucking response. You gotta stop them before they get there. You have to stop them at the door so that you're not answering for things that you didn't put out there.
Yeah, it's the same with this topic as what we were just talking about, you know, that the controlled opposition has put out the idiotic model for the normies to think that that's what we believe in. Same as they put out the idiotic theories that they associate with anybody that goes against the mainstream. And you're just constantly fighting straw mans when it comes to talking to a normie. Like, dude came in here with an impression of what he thought that we quote unquote believe in, and he was going to fight that straw man.
But once he got set straight, he was a very pleasant kid, was he not?
That one was, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the thing. if they're smart enough or have at least somewhat of an open mind, they can have the conversation, realize what they initially presumed was incorrect, and then have a takeaway from the conversation for sure. They have to have just that door cracked in their mind a little bit. The problem is people have that door closed, locked, 16 chains on it.
That was a pretty good moment in time there where he's like, you got me. I mean, for someone to come out and say, you know what? You guys are right. That's pretty great.
Excuse me, guys. Can I say something about that guy who was here before? Guys,
The
can you hear me?
kid or the guy?
Yeah, that kid, the Shmubaluba guy. You
Oh
remember
yeah,
him,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, you thought the conversation with that guy went so well that actually he left the voice chat. He came back to the lobby and now he's preaching the globe.
Well, hey,
Yeah, just check him out. See what's going on in the lobby.
Oh, now he's in the lobby? Is that what you're saying? Really?
Yeah.
so long as when his logic is confronted in the open, he doesn't make himself look foolish. So long as that's the case, I don't care what he does when he's not here. I know a lot of people are in the lobby a lot. I choose Facebook, so I'm not really even in there like that. But I assume it's probably the same. Billions of trolls, just one replacing the other one.
Well, what we don't know for sure is how many people could see that guy's concession and make them think, people that aren't even interacting, that might just be listening in, right? So you never know the seeds that get planted.
Right. What is he gonna do? Take my citation or screenshot, read it to someone and laugh with like what? Look, you see this nonsense this flat earther sent me is something about sextants and having a radius across the earth. Get a load of this guy. Like, what is he gonna do?
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Swan.
Hey, welcome to the Good Burger, home of the Good Burger. What do you want? That's a 90s reference. Yeah, hi. What do you want? More specifically, what do you want from us?
I think he jumped again.
See, that's a very good question. What do you want from us? It lets you assess what they want and what you can do for them. I can be a little bit of a therapist. I'm not a mystic though. I can't work miracles. Can't do anything like that. But if it's in my power to share information with you that you're looking for, I shall do it. And if I can't, I will say so.
Come on, Elijah. The way to say it is that miracles you can do. It's only the impossible that you find slightly challenging.
Slightly. Well, I don't know. Well, I mean, hey, you can't be grown up all day. If you guys want to troll, go ahead. Go ahead. We'll have some fun. I'll exit the conversation because I've had enough trolling for one consecutive 7 days. So
What battle mod's still on about the karaoke or something? Aha. I wanted to show Solar my this sweet potato plant. I have it's on its way to the ceiling. Oh, I guess you stepped away.
No, I'm here.
Me and okay, so
See the sweet potato plant?
Yam, that thing's tall.
It's on my kitchen table, so it's you see it's almost past the top of the window.
You potentially could make it any shape you like. Quite a
Yeah.
bendy trunk.
Mm-hmm.
So you could, at about
Frame the-
1/3 of the height, get it to make more of like a flat top.
Yeah.
Which means it'll then be using more of that available sunlight near the base of the windowsill.
That's true.
Even if
Yeah.
you just bent the stick in like a 90 degree, or put another frame, another stick on the other side.
Yeah, I could do that.
Basically a vine.
Mm-hmm. It's in a pretty small pot though, but I put some, like it needs water a lot. It drinks a lot. But it's almost a year old for a little tiny runt little potato that I planted. Made this huge plant.
But it's dependent on the soil mass, how much produce you're going to get from it.
Right.
So again, you want to put a lot of soil mass, a lot of tens of liters of gallons or tens of gallons.
Yeah,
at
that
least,
needs
you know.
it probably. Yeah, and I don't know if the potato plant, because it probably is going to have a limited lifespan anyway. I mean,
With that much top growth, it's growing potatoes.
that's crazy, man. Think about that.
But because of the amount of soil mass that it's in,
Right.
you might have like baby potatoes, like
Little tiny ones. Yeah.
little restricted ones. Yeah. You definitely
Yeah.
have a green thumb.
Yeah, I should get the big huge pots for the both of those. That I really like to see this mango tree, but it's kind of like I probably shocked it a little bit because I pulled it up and added more soil to bring the surface up higher. So that gave it more roots more room, but I might have damaged them with my hands. But so we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, with potatoes, you can get a decent amount of production, especially in like a 20-gallon container. And then when you harvest, just set aside one or two to replant, and then you can continue that over and over.
Yeah, actually, probably that window would probably be good enough. But I could get access to 2 windows. I just have to clear out this other side.
But like Solar said, the more soil you have, the more production you'll get, especially as far as size is concerned.
Absolutely. Same thing with the cannabis. Yeah, it's too small of a container. Not the right kind of light. So didn't do that great.
This is one of my personal favorites, the wisteria.
Yeah, that's really cool.
And that's the sort of flat topping that I'm talking about with your plant as well. If you create a little bit more surface area on the top, it's going to use that light more effectively than a single bean pole where each successive leaf above shades the one below.
Those are beautiful. I had one, but I killed it. The wisteria.
Yeah, and they come from almost nothing. Like the bud that starts to swell is about the size of your pinky nail. And then it explodes into this grape-like structure with what appear to be like orchid flowers. Like there's a whole trumpet and stamen and the whole background on every little leaf petiole. It is like the amount of complexity that comes out of this tiny bud is, to me, it's just phenomenal.
Astonishing. If you think about where it originally came from when the plant first started, how small was that?
Yeah, from seed. But I've
yeah.
got another one. I've got another one. I'll send you a photo of what just the bud looks like before it starts to swell.
There's another plant that has kind of a, gosh, I wish I had a picture of it. It has a big kind of waxy leaf, green leaf in a teardrop shape. Then it has these big purple, I don't even know how to describe them. They look like a reverse cone kind of going upward, and they're very purple. They're very similar color, but a different structure to the plant.
You know, so this whole discussion about you can't get something from nothing. When you see how small the little buds are at the base of the branch, and then how they start to stretch out over the next 7 days, and then eventually become this full complex grape-like structure. It's one of the most rewarding flowers to observe. Yeah, second to the one that is being posted now. Yeah, napalm, nice dragon fruit there, bud. What you want to try and do is fill up that soil mass so more of the green part is actually exposed to sunlight. Having it so deep in the pot is reducing the potential that it could have. Firstly, from that extra soil mass, but also from more direct sunlight.
Yeah, the soil started to drop. I'm at the point where I need to repot it. It was initially up at the top, and the soil mass has just started to drop over time, and I didn't really want to mess with it until they got a little more structure. So getting ready to repot it.
Yeah, so you place your hand spread palm on the soil mass on the surface, tilt the whole object upside down, slide the pot upward, put all the fresh soil at the bottom of the pot, and then slam that thing back in. So you disturb very little of the actual surface soil, but that you've added fresh soil to the bottom of the pot where the roots want to grow down.
I will do that. Yeah, I got that from seeds of a dragon fruit that I got at the store. Just saved some of the seeds and germinated them and stuck them in a little soil in a cup.
It all starts with a question. I wonder if this will germinate.
Just give it a little love and light and water.
and watch the explosion of something from almost nothing.
I hope I can get it to fruit. I think I'm right on kind of the borderline of the growing conditions for dragon fruit. So, fingers crossed.
Yeah, fruiting might take a bit of time because it's normally about establishment. So it might be 2 or 3 years before it actually bears fruit. It may just stay in the vegetative state, but it depends on each species. So like citrus is like 7 years, 11 years, depending on the type of citrus before it bears its first fruit.
Yeah, patience is a virtue and good things come to those who wait.
But no time like the present to start germinating.
I agree completely. That's like with my pineapples I grow. It takes them at least a year or two to fruit. Sometimes longer. One I just harvested almost 4 years before it fruited.
How did you propagate pineapple?
You just cut off the top and stick it in the soil.
No way.
Yeah. So the little spiky part that you have on the top, you just cut that off and put it in the ground, and it grows another pineapple from it.
What? By Deca. Yeah.
So the part that has the green, the leaves part. Can you get that thing to actually start to create another tree? Or does it only grow the fruit?
So pineapples are in the bromeliad family, if you're familiar with bromeliads. It's not a tree. The actual top of the pineapple is the structure, and then a pineapple grows from the middle of that eventually. I'll take a few pictures and load them. I might have to get out and get back in, but
so it's like in the rock plant family, or like ground growing.
Yeah, bromeliads, and some bromeliads. I mean, you can strap them onto trees, and they'll grow kind of epiphytically, like air plants. I'll snap some pics of my bromeliads around the house to give you an idea.
Really? Do you think I could plant one next to a tree and it would just like symbiose with the tree?
Yeah, I'll take some pictures of how they grow kind of upwards up the base of a tree. I've got them around the base of some of my palm trees. I'll take some pics and upload them.
Just always include some moss or some peat moss or
that's what I
some
need to
kind
do.
of.
For my mango, I think it needs to be more acidic, the soil, so it could be too alkaline at this point. Anyway, yeah.
Be very careful when changing the pH levels of soil, because sometimes a plant can take a few days to exhibit a response.
Right.
And people start to increase it, and then the next day they increase it again, and the next day they increase it. And then on day 7, all the leaves fall off because you burnt your plant.
Mm-hmm. But I did add a little maple to the water one day right after I transplanted, so we'll see how that works.
Yeah, my pH must have been off this year. I got a huge strawberry patch, and I didn't see one, maybe 2 or 3 produce. Talking like an 8x8 bed, just completely brimming to the top, full of strawberries and not one fruit.
Wow, I wonder if I could grow a pineapple too. That'd
Yeah,
be
you could.
awesome. A
It's
couple of
great.
them.
You can grow them. You can start them out on your windowsill.
Yeah, I think what I need to do is get like a shelf set up at that window and just put the plants on it. Have some that can be low, like with the huge, maybe a couple of big, large pots, and then some smaller ones.
Yeah, you can do some pretty interesting stuff in a. You're an apartment, right?
Yeah, but it's kind of in the way of my kitchen. Like it's right, the window's right next to my kitchen, so I need that side area next to the kitchen. So I don't know. Oh, I might be able to figure something else out though.
You should purchase like a year's worth of just to have on hand. Have especially being in an apartment is sprouting seeds. We always have a couple years worth on hand. Make sure you know for a fact you're gonna have food, and you know for a fact you're gonna have a way to grow it. So I mean, it's not steak,
To
but
smoke
keep you
and
alive.
yeah,
What kind of
smoke
sprouting
and all that.
seeds would you
Huh.
do you
They
recommend?
make the different companies that are doing it now. It's becoming so big. You can a lot of people are doing it now that you can buy blends, and the blends will be catered to specific nutrients,
Hmm.
and depending on what you might be lacking or whatever. But they do broccoli, radish, you name it.
So it's like
They just sprout.
microgreens,
Hmm.
green, yeah, microgreens stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good idea. I could probably get that from the local health food store.
What's interesting is when you actually taste them. When you actually you've had a piece of broccoli. You know what that tastes like, but you taste the broccoli sprout. It has so much more nutrients in it. It's just you can totally tell. It's just like a sharpness to it.
Yeah, that's true. I could probably use some of that actually.
It's as easy as just you can go to the 99-cent store and buy a bunch of those little styrofoam boats for serving food. Put a couple paper towels on there, wet them, sprinkle your seeds on, put them on a rack, then you just keep cycling them up as they get bigger and bigger.
I heard the Norwegians have good seeds in Norway.
Yeah, I try to stick I can't think of the name of the company that we go through, but they're organic, supposedly, and non-GMO.
Well, what is organic? Organic is everything, that is plant.
Meaning I guess from what they're trying to say is they didn't use chemicals on it.
Yeah, when I see this BS with bio and organic,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
You'll never know unless you grow it yourself.
Yeah. There is no synthetic plant like artificial. Plastic trees produce anything. They don't produce anything.
Isn't corn pretty close to an artificial plant?
No.
Yeah, it's the only plant on the plane that actually requires human beings for it to continue to grow.
In its current form, how it's been genetically modified.
Yeah.
They are not genetically modified, they are selected. But yeah, when you select a weak strand, yeah, you don't have the benefits of a good plant.
Oh, some of our pollen got on your farm. We own your farm now.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Thank you, Monsanto.
Invading pollen. Anybody know what kind of flower this is?
Gorgeous.
I'm just wondering because I've seen 1 year I saw this type of flower with What I thought was a bird flying around at like just at nighttime, like at dusk, like right just had gotten dark, but it was almost basically dark. And I thought they were hummingbirds, and I go, hummingbirds don't fly at nighttime. These were freaking hummingbird moths. And I've only seen them one time on this particular type of plant. Only
Yeah.
1 year,
Someone
about 3 years
roboting.
ago.
Someone is roboting.
Is that me roboting?
No, someone
Oh,
else.
okay.
But
I
I
didn't
heard
hear it.
sound only tick 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 like that. Yeah, that plant looks edible. The flowers.
So solar, I added some pictures there. The first picture is just the tops of 3 pineapples that I harvested that I'm getting ready to put into the ground. So that's just the plant on top of the pineapple that you stick in the ground. Second picture is various stages of some pineapples that I've just stuck the tops in the ground. If you look at that second picture down, that really small version at the bottom is the most recent one, and then the one directly behind it is older, so it gets those big long fronds or whatever that come out of it.
Do you get rid of on in the past when I've done the same thing, I get rid of the lower leaves, the dead leaves on the tops that you cut off, exposing like where the roots might or where the fruit might come from. Do you do that, or you just put them straight in the ground like that?
Yeah, so I've done it various ways. I've taken off all the fruit and then peeled back all the dead at the bottom, and then I've even put like moist paper towels around it and kind of kept the paper towel moist to get roots started before I put them in the ground.
Yeah.
And then I've just taken them just like that and stuck them in the ground. And where I live, it tends to work both ways regardless. So I pretty much stopped trying to put in the effort to get it pre-rooted when they root very well, just being stuck in the ground.
Yeah, I'm gonna start trying that. I've always I haven't had as much luck as I thought I would. Trying to propagate them giving them too much attention. I have a feeling just throwing them in the ground, like you said, is gonna do better.
Yeah, and the more sun they have, the better off they are, and the quicker they fruit. Less sun, the slower they grow, the longer it takes to fruit. And it's part of the bromeliad family, which I took. If you look at the fourth picture down, those are just bromeliads that recently bloomed, but you can see them kind of crawling up that base of that palm tree. And for the pineapple, if you see the red flower, well, some of them are still red. The red flower on those bromeliads is how the pineapple grows off of the pineapple plant.
So it actually makes a shrub and then grows multiple fruit from that shrub. It's not the root that you've got to dig up every time like a potato.
No, if you look at the picture, the fourth picture down that I sent, you see how they're kind of climbing up that palm tree?
Yeah.
You see the structure. That's a whole bunch of them that have clumped together, but if you see that red kind of inflorescence that's coming out of the one on the bottom left,
Yeah.
that's just coming directly out of the middle of the plant. And that's where a pineapple would appear if this was a pineapple plant. They're all in the same family, but yeah.
That's what I'm doing tomorrow.
Yeah, they definitely like a lot of sun, for sure. You can grow them inside. It just takes a really long time for them to fruit. They really like direct sunlight for as long as possible.
Looks like Battlemod's gonna have a little fish fry and some morel mushrooms and some beer tonight.
Is that crappie? Oh, I guess he's not in voice. Looks kind of like crappie.
Bluegill, sunfish. Remember all those?
Yeah, looks like a mixture. Bluegill and some crappie. Over here, we'd be doing a catfish. Oklahoma. Okie from Muskogee. Deep frying catfish on the porch.
That sounds good. I haven't seen anything like that around here. I think it's too dry.
What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature's missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up the bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending resistance? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position. Not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up the mathematician. Give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
Don Pettit here from NASA. I'm at home due to the COVID-19 virus. Due to the COVID-19 virus, working from home. Let's start off with the second most important activity that most human beings do after they get up in the morning. Get yourself a cup of coffee. A cup of coffee.
Chugga, chugga, chugga.
When you are an engineer designing a spacecraft, you need to be able to work a few pleasantries into it that are an ingrained part of our human culture. How do we make our proper cup of coffee? You start off with the toilet and you go through a plumbing mess, into a distillation outfit, into a bunch of filters, into the galley, and then to a proper cup of coffee. What can you do to transcend from drinking your coffee through a straw from a bag into something that's more fitting for a proper cup of coffee? Here we have Earth Cup, first version of a space cup. We do on orbit. The first thing when you get up is exactly the first thing people do here on Earth. The second thing we want to do on orbit is to make a cup of coffee. So we float around the corner to where the galley is, and you can hear all the machinery, the pumps are pumping, and it's going chugga, chugga, chug and whirring, and you can hear gurgles and things, and you make yourself your proper cup of coffee for getting started on that day. Now, the NASA engineers called this system a regenerative life support system.
Are they trolling the Globers or trolling us?
Coffee machine, because this ensemble of equipment has the uncanny ability to turn yesterday's coffee into today's coffee. So, with that, from my kitchen, I need to get back to teleworking on the lunar lander, and maybe we'll have a coffee machine available on our lunar base.
Oh.
How does an astronaut telework?
Oh, no, you didn't. Oh, my gosh.
Astronautical telework.
Aeronautical cyberspace. How about a message from the leader of the free world? Is that allowed anymore?
I guess it depends on what he says.
Okay, that does it. Here we go. Damn the torpedoes. Oh, motherfucking full speed ahead, bitches.
Like that
Poor
time
kids
when he
are
was
just
asked-
as bright and just as talented as white kids. Come on, man. All men and women created by go. You know the thing. Come on, man. We have to take care of the cure. That will make the problem worse no matter what. Come on, man. No man has a right to raise a hand to a woman in anger other than in self-defense, and that's rarely ever occurs. Come on, man. I got hairy legs.
Oh my God.
Come on, man. If you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black. Come on, man. I'm going to beat Joe Biden. Come on, man.
Oh my God. I like that when he was asked by a reporter something about the getting out of Afghanistan. He said, "Come on, man, that was 5 days ago." That was his answer.
Did anyone watch Witsit's video from a couple of months ago on Trump the hero?
I think so.
I think I did it. I need you to ring a bell.
Yeah, he pieced together some stuff I didn't think about, like the Antichrist being Assyrian, and Assyria is basically German.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Like Trump coming back. I feel like this month is going to be nuts. Things are just going to continue to escalate, and then all the people who got genetically modified are going to start dropping like flies. You know, the best way to bring about the Great Reset would be to, like, think about it. Like, if they're mandating and making it so like 50% of people lose their job if they refuse, like 50% of people can't go to a grocery store, they can't exist in society. Like, what the end result of that is going to be economic collapse. I mean, that's pretty obvious that's their intent, and then that's when the Great Reset comes in. So before that happens, maybe that's when Trump's going to show up again and try to do something or try to be the savior. I don't know.
Get ready for UBI coming in.
Yeah, that's definitely coming. Canada's doing it already. Like, they're piloting program. Did you guys see that memo, that leaked memo from Canada about the plan?
What now?
Look up leaked Canada memo lockdowns. It was like this full, it was like 8-point plan where it came out last year. I think it came out in January 2020, like before any of this shit popped off. And everything that they predicted in that memo is happening right now. And the end result is like, yeah, Canada going on a full UBI, doing like the debt elimination program where you basically don't own anything anymore. You just become property of the government, and everything you own becomes property of the government. Let me find it. I'll link it to you.
Hey, Dolan, are you new to the server?
Yeah, I just joined a couple of days ago.
Welcome.
Happy to be here. I was in Modern Day Debate. I don't know if you've heard, like, Witz has been on there a bunch doing debates on Flat Earth. And I watched his one where it was, I think him and his wife, I think it's his wife or his girlfriend, were debating McToon and Carissa. I've never seen someone eviscerated that hard. Oh my God, it was glorious. So yeah, once I saw that, I wanted to join and learn a bit more.
So did you hear about us from that debate? When,
yeah, he brought up 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. You guys talk about all this stuff, so yeah, I joined up.
Cool. Yeah, well, welcome. That's his girlfriend, by the way. She's on the server as well.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I saw Witsit was in here earlier, but I wasn't VC verified yet.
Has anyone taken you through the standard 3 questions?
What do you mean? No? Is that what they do in the VC chat? Like, what brought you here? Like, what's the most compelling thing that he said? That kind of thing? Or is it something else?
Yeah, similar to that. First of all, yeah, we kind of went over what brought you here, right? You heard about it in the debate on Modern Day Debate.
Mm-hmm.
And the first question would be, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, there should be a measurable curvature. Do you know of anybody who has measured this curvature? Do you have any proof or evidence of this?
Yeah, absolutely not. See, I was of the mind, like, I was open to Flat Earth like the past 2 or 3 years. Like, I didn't really have any like strong opinion on it. I felt like it was just a problem of human perception. But after listening to that debate with Witsit, like, there's so many points that are just irrefutable. Like, being able to see such distances, with being able to zoom in, like there being no measurable curve, and the explanation of it just being refraction is such a cop out. It just doesn't make rational sense. So and then Witsit brought up the electromagnetic aspect, and that's something I'm familiar with. Like, I was researching the electric universe stuff for a while, and Walt Thornhill did a lecture on the dipole model of gravity, and Witsit brought up that same type of model with electrostatics being like the primary driver of the effect of gravity per se. So yeah,
Which is kind of like a modern day Jesus, isn't he?
Dude, he's so fucking smart. It's just it freaks me. I listen.
I don't know if I deify him in that way, but Whitson is
Well,
definitely
he
very good.
converted this guy.
He's not Jesus.
That's
but
a miracle.
He's a very smart guy. Like, he clearly knows his shit.
Yeah, he's a smart kid.
Yeah, so we've established that you aren't able to measure curvature. The second question would be if we're on a spinning ball spinning 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, do you have any scientific or empirical evidence of the spin of the Earth?
Nope, doesn't exist. That's what I knew that a couple of years ago. I think the thing that kind of brought me closer to flat Earth is, one, the moon landing being absolute contrived horseshit psyop done by Nazis and Operation Paperclip. Like I don't know how people look past that NASA was started by a bunch of
You're trying too hard, bro. You're trying too hard.
Like, I don't understand how people look past that. Like Werner von Braun, the only time we went to the moon was with a Nazi as a director, and then once he left, we haven't gone back. So, and then they say we lost the
yes or
technology.
no answer would have sufficed.
Yeah, and then the other thing is, like, I've researched a lot on like human physiology and like how our heart, our brain waves, and like our genetic expression. It's all dictated by the frequency of the sun and the earth.
You know what? You know when someone lies, what they tend to do is they over talk the question that was asked.
Hey, Branch.
I'm lying?
Hey, Branch.
Look,
I'm just saying, bro.
We'll get to you here in a second, Branch. You're the one that's kind of over talking here. We're going through a couple questions.
My bad.
With somebody who's new to the server. So
you know what happens with that, though.
I'm hyper conspiratorial, so like I don't know. I'm a fast talker and I read a lot, so I guess I have a lot to say. I didn't mean to talk too much.
Don't listen to Branch.
Don't listen to Branch. Yeah. So we've established that there's no measurable curve and that there's no measurable spin or rotation of the Earth. The third question would be, if we live on Earth where we have pressure, gas pressure that we are breathing, how can you have gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, I'm in full agreement. We obviously cannot leave this planet for a lot of reasons. Like, that's why I was bringing up the like physiological arguments. There are a lot of papers on like the Schumann resonance of the Earth, making the alpha and like gamma brainwave states in your head. And there was a military experiment they did back, I think, in the 50s or 60s, where they stuck people in a bunker and filtered out the Schumann resonance. And as soon as they filtered it out, they started hallucinating and they became incredibly fatigued. They couldn't move. They got super sick. They basically went schizophrenic the second that frequency was filtered out. So how the fuck did we put people on the moon and they didn't instantaneously die or lose their mind? It doesn't make physiological sense at all. And obviously there has to be a container to hold the gas. It just doesn't permeate into a vacuum. It doesn't make any sense. So not only that, we have the physiological arguments too about how our brain and our heart is governed by the Earth, so we can't leave it.
Okay, so you agree that we can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum without physical containment?
Yeah, 100%. And every model of every ancient religion until recent history has that same concept of a firmament, some type of container at the top.
All right. Well, that's good. So those are the three questions. And welcome to the server, man. Feel free to participate and jump in.
Yeah, happy to be here with like-minded folks. If you guys are familiar with modern day debate, I've been in there debating normies, and it's really done a number on my morale. So wanted to join here to see if they're hang out with like-minded people instead of trying to convince sheep otherwise. You guys said that we can't talk about vaccines in here, right? Like, not in text, but you can in voice.
So we try to stick to the topic of the flat Earth, and we typically try to stick to things that can be proven or demonstrated. Obviously, at times things stray away from that, but our main goal is to stay on topic of the flat Earth.
I got you. I think it kind of all comes together. Like when you find out everything's inverted, like especially diet and health, telling everyone to eat a plant-based diet. Like, it seems like everything's inverted. So I kind of feel like vaccines kind of fall into the same problem or the same concept with flat Earth. Like they invert the truth. So they say like vaccines give you immunity.
Just abbreviate.
Yeah, so this gets live streamed into YouTube, so there are some restraints. Just be mindful
I
of.
did not know that. Okay, I will.
Yeah.
About that. My bad. I'm sorry.
Unfortunately, we live in a world where when that's taking place, we have to kind of beat around the bush a little bit when it comes to the topic. But
Yeah, I got you.
just be mindful and try to stay on the flat Earth topic. But I don't disagree that once you start to see the nature of reality, the whole shebang starts to fall apart, and you connect the dots.
There's a good Discord clone that you guys. Have you ever heard of Gilded.gg? It's almost exactly like Discord, but it doesn't have all the insane censorship with it.
Well, I think the main reason we try to shy away from certain topics is because this live stream itself gets simultaneously live streamed through YouTube as well, not just Discord itself.
When it comes to Gilded, actually, we do have a backup ready to go over there.
Okay.
In case this goes down.
Yeah, and like if you want to live stream elsewhere, Odyssey just started doing live streaming too, so you can live stream there as well. Like we got to get away from their platforms. That's the biggest thing.
Well,
Like, we got to take.
no, but that's catch-22 also. Like the farther we go from the mainstream platforms, the more it becomes an echo chamber where we're talking to people who just agree with us. We're trying to reach people who otherwise wouldn't find this information.
True, yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, and we also have other voice chat channels in here that you can go to and discuss some other things that aren't getting directly live streamed to YouTube. So there are other places where people hang out and have conversations that might deviate from the flat Earth.
Gotcha. Yeah, I didn't know these were being live streamed. I thought that was like someone streaming video in the chat. I didn't know that the chat was live streamed. It's a cool idea.
Yeah, so just be mindful. This is being live streamed to YouTube. So when you're in this voice chat, just be aware that that is the case.
Yep.
But otherwise, carry on, my man.
Yeah, like you said. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, good to have you, man.
Yeah, it's good to have you, man. I was going to say, like he said, sometimes the conversations stray. It's just going to happen. But like he said, if it does come down to something like that, using abbreviations and beating around the bush, it's the best way to go about it.
Yeah,
or just don't talk about it at all.
Yeah, you got to be coy and have coded language to get past them.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Odyssey does live streaming now too. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, so if you wanted, what's the other? I think it's DLive is the other live stream place that people use.
Mm-hmm.
I'm all for the decentralized, uncensorable crypto alternative platforms. Like Odyssey/Library has been growing pretty quickly.
See a lot of guys going to Rockfin lately.
Yeah, Rockfin's good too. Rumble is alright as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of other platforms out there. Unfortunately, it's a very small percentage of people that know about those, and typically the ones that do are already in the know to begin with. So it does kind of create an echo chamber, which is why we're trying to maintain a YouTube presence, because that's for the greater audience.
Yeah, for sure. One idea, you could do 2 separate chat rooms. You'd have a separate chat room that's free for all, no censorship, goes to Odyssey, and then one that goes to YouTube that has stricter rules for what you can say. It's a lot of
There's
extra.
there's rooms in here that aren't being live streamed, so
I'd get crossed over.
Yeah, we already have that. Does he want crossed over? You want to go?
Do you guys have any archives of like flat Earth videos, documents, and whatnot that you can send me? Someone linked one in the lobby earlier.
So you can scroll if you go to the server and you scroll all the way down, you'll see a bunch of archived information by topic that you can look through.
Yeah, I saw you guys had like a PDF folder. Let me find it. Oh yeah, so you guys got the introduction videos.
Yeah, the further you scroll, the more.
Damn, yeah, there is a ton down here. I didn't see all this. Holy hell, that's a lot. I dig it. I'm the same way, but with other topics, like everything on the dirty word. I don't want to say it, but I have a massive archive on causality and like what it can do, mechanisms. I got basically every book known to man on vaccines. So if you guys want anything on that, I'm happy to send you.
Appreciate that. Yeah, on that whole topic, I've gotten to the point where I've understood that there's nothing I can provide anybody that's going to necessarily make them believe me over their glowing box in their living room. So,
Yeah, that's the struggle. It's just people don't value history and precedent. That's the bigger issue. People are just so caught up in the 24/7 news cycle. Like they don't read their history books, the real history books about what these previous medical tools have done to people, how many people react to them, and what kind of disease they can manifest. Like you gotta look at history to understand the present.
well, that comes down to knowing takes effort. People don't like to put forth effort to know. They just like to think that they know because somebody told them.
Yeah, it's comfortability too. People want to remain blissfully ignorant. They don't want to hear about all the horrors. They just want to work their 9-to-5 job, come home, masturbate, watch some Netflix, go to sleep, do it again. They don't have any intellectual curiosity.
There are people out there that do. A lot of them here that do, but there certainly is a majority that don't.
Yep. You guys should see the modern day debate server. It's like a handful of these people that are insufferably stupid. Just like you could give them the best evidence in the world, explain it in detail, and they still ignore it. They still cope.
But been there, do it often. It's still lame. Modern day debate. That's lame place.
Yeah, and the mods are extremely biased too. Like one of the mods named Hannah. Oh God, she's a nurse, right? So like she's a nurse
Yeah.
in the healthcare field, and
I know who she
on
is.
my ass constantly. I linked a Reddit thread about like nurses treating the ungenetically modified differently, and she freaked out on me and said I can't talk about that stuff. Like I very clearly said it wasn't all nurses, but she got extremely triggered that some people are just evil and they don't give a shit and they're anti-human and they don't care for their people. They're ideologically possessed and will harm people as a result. But that's too much for her.
Well, that's the ends to all these means, man. That's where it's going. It's where they want it to go.
Inverted dehumanization, like Sabbatean Frankenstein version crap.
They want to tout the quote-unquote science, but don't want you to question the science when science is inherently nothing but questioning.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
I just don't get it. No one's asking questions, man. No one's asking any questions. It just baffles me.
And it's the consensus science too. Like they use they use like associative epidemiology to settle the science, and they don't understand how easy it is to lie with statistics. Like the CDC will put out a study about X being safe, and if you look at their methodology, like which group, like which studies they included, which ones they removed, like they're obviously manipulating the data to show that there is an association. But when you look at research from independent people who have no conflicts of interest or profit motive, like it's very, very clear that they're causing tremendous harm. So just, it's about who you trust, really. Like if you actually read the science yourself, it's very obvious it's harmful. But if you just trust the science, which is the authority, then you're not going to. So that's where history comes in. That's where, like, okay, look at the pattern and precedent of them lying repeatedly, inverting the truth, harming people for profit, et cetera, et cetera. That should inform you on what they're doing in the present and mean even more that you should trust them and what science they peddle.
People who trust the science, quote unquote, the ones that use that term, have a blind faith in science, meaning they have a religion called scientism.
Yep.
And that goes for the topic of flat earth as well. It comes about when you start to question the science and don't have a blind faith in the consensus.
I mean, if history's taught us anything, consensus is wrong. Like, let's be real. We were spraying DDT on babies like 60 years ago. I mean, doctors were prescribing cigarettes to people back in like the 60s and 70s. Like, consensus is repeatedly wrong. It's anti-science to value it.
Makes you wonder what harmless things that, quote, seemingly harmless things they're doing to us today.
Well, EMF's a big one. Like being showered in EMF electric fields and radio frequencies is
dirty electricity.
Have you read Rudolf Steiner's work?
A little bit.
Documented at the time, like there was one thing he wrote in his book about like when they first started installing power lines near him, and he started interviewing people about it. So many of them said like it disconnected them from God, like it destroyed their spirituality. And if you understand like what we are, like we're electromagnetic beings, we're made of light, whatever. It's obvious that in whatever those frequencies are in our environment, they're going to manipulate, influence our perception, our health, genetic expression, all kinds of shit. So I think the main purpose of all of it is to try and keep us stuck in the material, disconnect us from the spiritual.
Yeah, I'm in the hard process of basically. I mean, my family. I have 2 kids and my wife. They're all on board with everything I am, but they like their TV every once in a while. I don't let them watch very often, but the son likes the video games. But yeah, I think it's time to get rid of all that shit. I just want it out of my house. I don't want it anywhere near me anymore.
Yep, same. My phone's in airplane mode basically all day. I don't use the cellular connection. Like I got an Ethernet adapter that I hook into the bottom of it to use it when I need it, but I can feel the difference. I don't know if you guys have ever experimented with turning your cell phone off when you sleep, popping the breaker to your room so there's no dirty electricity or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It is insane how much better you sleep. And I can induce a nightmare in myself. If I fall asleep with my phone on within a couple feet of my head, I will have a nightmare consistently.
Dude, I'm going to do that stuff tonight just to show my wife.
It's insane. And then there's another thing with grounding and earthing too. So like we used to.
Oh yeah, I'm really into that.
Yeah, I've had a grounding mat for like 3 years. It made my sleep like 100% better.
Yeah, and it's science too. I mean, like when you're standing you're on some wet grass and you're standing on your boots, which are rubber, or if they're rubber soled, your body, take a multimeter to your body basically, and it reads one thing. You step off onto the ground, it reads something else. Something's going on.
Yeah, it's free electrons too. There are like There are like 50 studies on earthing, like lowering inflammation, improving brainwave function, all kinds of shit.
But you mention it to someone, and it's like, "Oh, what are you, a hippie? Don't want to hear your hippie bullshit."
It's literally
when doctors are actually prescribing it nowadays.
Yep, it's a huge deal. And like when you sleep, that's your recharge time. That's when you recover. That's when your body detoxifies your lymphatic system and dumps all that crap out. If you're surrounded by EMF, dirty electricity fields, not grounded to the earth, with a cell phone on next to you, like you are going to have way worse sleep, and that's going to manifest in your life after. Like it's going to make you behave differently. You're going to be less healthy. Like your next day after sleeping like shit is going to be worse. Like it has a huge impact on your life. I got a good documentary on if you guys want to watch it. It's called Resonance Beings of Frequency. It's one of my favorites.
Link it, if you don't mind.
I got a whole archive channel. I need to upload all my recent videos. I put it on Odyssey.
Can you put it in the text chat?
Yeah, that's my channel. I have a CNN video from 1985 talking about EMF as a weapon. And like all the stuff that's contained within 5G, they cover in that news report. That's the video. Yeah, there's the doc. It's so good. It's really well made, well researched.
So Dolan, how did you find us?
I was watching a modern day debate between Witsit and his girlfriend and the Nicktoon idiot.
Okay.
And he shouted out the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, so I wanted to join.
Cool. And what have you looked into it so far?
Flat Earth, yeah. I've watched like 4 of Witsit's debates, so I'm
Mm-hmm.
in like the past 3 days. So I'm getting red pilled a lot quicker. I was open to it before, but I don't know. I didn't find it appealing because it's so socially inconvenient nowadays. You talk about it or like try to prove it to people, they just dismiss you. So I kind of stayed away from it. I entertained like more of like the realm idea based on like ancient religions and whatnot. So I entertained the idea that like, okay, this is a realm, like perhaps our perception's limited, but I've always believed we couldn't leave this place. Like after researching EMF back like 4 or 5 years ago, ever since I understood how important the Earth's magnetic field and its frequencies and its resonance is for human health, your heartbeat, your circadian rhythm, your alpha brainwave state. Ever since I learned that stuff, I was 100% convinced we did not go to the moon, and we can definitely not leave this planet.
Because our planet?
Whatever. You leave this Earth realm. I'm sorry. Whatever you want to call it. This realm, this toroidal magnetic field that we exist in. Yeah.
So you went through the 3 questions, right? So have you done anything for yourself?
Yeah, I went through them in BC Verify.
Well, no, my question is, so you've watched a couple of Witsit videos now, so you've been exposed to the topic for maybe a few days?
No. Right? No, I watched Eric Dubé's 200 Proofs a couple of years ago.
Okay.
I've heard it on podcasts with like Eddie Bravo and like Tinfoil Hat and whatnot, and yeah, I've entertained it for a long time. I try to be careful of not having such hard set beliefs. Like I try to remain open to any possibility, any perception, stuff like that. But after listening to Witsit's debates the past few days, like I'm pretty well convinced at this point.
But have you done anything to validate it, right? To check out if the Earth is actually a ball? Is there something you've done?
No,
Or
I don't believe it's a ball. I haven't done any
Okay.
experiments myself. No.
You haven't seen too far?
No. I don't have a telescope or a fancy camera. I live in the Midwest. Like, I'm already in a fog.
You don't need one.
What do you mean?
You can do it with your eyes.
I don't get what you're saying. Like, because I can't see too far, or
No, like for instance, going across a big body of water or something, having someone on one side with a mirror or a laser.
oh no, I live in the Midwest. Like, I live out in a rural area with dirt roads, dude. So I'm surrounded by trees and nature. I don't have any large bodies of water near me.
Okay. So what's the most convincing proof the flat Earth has? What do you think?
I would say the electromagnetic aspect of it. Witsit talks about like the electrostatics and gravity. That's something I was already familiar with Wall Thornhill's like electric dipole model of gravity. So in that model, and it's also like a lot of ancient religions kind of discuss the same concept of like multi-dimensional, like electric toroidal fields, basically creating physical reality. But yeah, the obvious ones, like you can see way farther than you should, and the refraction explanation is a cop-out that doesn't make any sense. And then what's it describing, like the toroidal magnetic field, how it's flat in the middle. I can't remember what he called it. I can't remember what the name of it was, but that flat action in the middle is something I learned from Theoria Apophysis. Have you ever heard of his YouTube channel?
Yeah, Ken Wheeler.
Yeah, I love that guy. He is huge, big brain, awesome dude. But yeah, his sentiment on like the electromagnetic aspect of the universe, which gets heavily into metaphysics and all kinds of stuff. Yeah,
Ken Wheeler is a glower.
Austin refers to it as the dielectric plane of existence.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, dielectric plane.
Wheeler finally did that the moon test though, and he did verify that moonlight is colder than the shade.
Yeah, exactly. I've done that myself. I have a temperature gun that I use for cooking. I verified that myself.
Do you have any pictures of it?
Do I have what of it?
Any videos or pictures? Do you have a YouTube?
Oh no YouTube. I've been wanting to make a YouTube channel, but I feel like the world is about to go to shit here pretty soon, so I don't really feel much of a motivation to start spending.
You are correct, sir.
I don't want to spend all my time making content just to have it disappear when the sun erupts or the EMPS or whatever the fuck else.
The sun erupts? What?
Yeah, if like we have, because have you read into like the cyclical nature of cataclysms that have happened throughout history? Like the solar grand solar minimums and maximums correlating with crazy like volcanic events, like earthquakes happening, stuff like that.
Right. So you were there when that happens? Anybody?
Uh,
No, I wasn't there. I was just based on the ancient
You're so cynical. You're such a cynical critic.
I was saying like the Bible story, like that's describing the cataclysm, like the Great Flood in and of itself. That was a result of that cataclysm. So it's just hard to say like how cyclical it is, but there are. I don't know how much I can trust it because if the sun's energy changes, that also changes the way we value carbon dating as well. So like our timelines about how old the Earth is or how old our species is, like it's based on bad science.
That's why carbon dating it's shit. You can't base a half-life. We don't know what the atmosphere is, was, and will be again. I mean, we know the current rate, but there's no way in hell we can guess the past rates.
Exactly, yeah.
Not to measure time.
Yeah, so like with that in mind, I think we've had, just based on ancient mythologies and stories of cataclysm, like Greek and Roman mythology, like what they're doing is they're anthropomorphizing the planets as gods, and then when they describe them battling in the sky, they're describing what they saw above us. So those events could correlate with. I'll give you an example. Like the Grand Canyon, they say that the Grand Canyon was made by rushing water in a flood. But if you look at the design of it and compare it on a smaller
Electrical.
scale, yeah, it's electrical. Like you can find these patterns everywhere. And what's even crazier is if you look at the places with the most paranormal activity, like Skinwalker Ranch, for example, it's sitting in the middle of a massive electrically carved canyon, essentially. So, like, there's only one explanation for how that could happen, and it would be perhaps whatever you want to call planets up there. Like, perhaps they come closer at some point, or they radically change in an instant, and then we're being
Wait,
peppered
so
with lightning bolts.
there's only one explanation, and it could be perhaps. I mean, it's a lot of perhaps and could be's, and we like to deal with the what can we prove here, right, Dolan?
No, I understand.
So,
It depends on your standard of evidence.
Yeah, in
No,
debate.
no,
In debate, but not really when we're asking him what does he believe. We're just. I thought we were just trying to hear what he believed. So,
that's
I
true.
don't want to
I
debate.
mean, I got a lot of suppositional positions that I don't lay on people. I do lay them on with it, but he agrees with me. We believe we agree we live in a dielectric plane.
Yeah.
That has electronic flux, and basically, in my mind, right now, he's talking about the cycle nature of the flux, how it cycles over and over again. It fluctuates. You get surges in any electrical circuit. You'll get a surge eventually.
That's
all
where,
there is to it.
There's a book by David Talbot called The Saturn Myth that describes like how ancient civilizations worship Saturn as their sun instead of our current sun. Are you familiar with that theory?
Yeah. Are you familiar with Purple Dawn? You look at any of the Electric Universe stuff?
Yeah, I've been deep in that for a while. I've read all of Velikovsky's books and David Talbot stuff. I've watched all the documentaries.
Yeah, I heard you. That's why I was wondering. I heard you say Talbot.
Yeah. So that's one of the main reasons why. Like it paints a picture that the cosmos or whatever we see above us is not static. It has not been like that for millions of years. It changes often. And when it changes, that's usually when shit goes down on Earth.
I hear a lot of people that they say we live in the Creator's timepiece. Could that be a reality for you?
Yeah, definitely.
Indeed.
I have this graph on like previous cataclysms based on timelines. I know there's some correlations with like grand solar minimums and like volcanic eruptions and whatnot. Have you heard about that?
Yeah. That cut out there yet? Yeah, I'm hip to the grand solar minimum.
I have this graph this guy put together. If you look at, I don't even know how much we can trust history and timelines anymore either. Like with Tartaria and whatnot, it's so hard to trust any of it. But
I don't trust history. History is not 100% empirical.
yeah, exactly. So it's hard to trust. But I know in the 1600s we supposedly we had the Maunder minimum that precipitated like cataclysmic events like mass death, supposed plagues, and like the fall of empires and all that kind of shit. So it seems like a lot of these cataclysmic events and like mass death, they seem to happen every 400 years, which correlates with the grand solar minimum. And we're heading into one right now. Like we're about to go into another super minimum, I think. Oh, I can't link images. Damn it. How do I earn privileges to link images in the Livestream voice text?
Give me a sec. Let me finish what I'm doing. I'm talking to a group of people in a group DM trying to settle personality clashes.
No worries.
He knew I was fitting to That's funny.
Okay, yeah, I found the image. So yeah, we had, according to this, The last grand solar minimum, we had that little ice age. We had 90 major eruptions, 4 in 1660. And then, have you guys heard of Sabbatai Zevi and the Messiah of 1666? Like that degenerate Messiah? That happened in that same period. It seems like, and then the Dark Ages too. That supposedly happened between another grand solar minimum that had 55 eruptions.
Tepi?
So it seems like we get like some Messiah Antichrist every time we get into a grand solar minimum.
Oh, you better watch it there. Some people here will start attacking you like a heretic.
For what? I'm mostly Christian. Like I grew up Catholic. I'm not anti-religion in any respect. I'd probably classify myself more as like a syncretist, but heavily Christian influenced. Yeah.
Ixnay on the Catholic K.
Sorry.
Just kidding, man. I'm confirmed too.
Yeah, so that timeline, it lines up perfectly. So right at 1666 was when the grand solar minimum was at the very bottom peak. And then now we're heading into another one. If I get permissions to link images, I'll put it in chat. It's in my archive.
Night, Roger.
Dolan, whereabouts are you in the Midwest?
Nebraska.
Cool.
Dead center of the country. I'm lucky. Like, I'm really glad I live where I do. I'm not in a city with all the insanity. I'm not surrounded by radio towers and EMF. And I live in nature. Got my own house. Surrounded by trees. Best place to live.
That's nice. Yeah, I'm originally from the actual dead center of the country, the state of Missouri.
Oh, nice. I got family there. The whole side of my dad's family lives in Missouri, St. Joe.
Oh, St. Joe? Cool.
Yeah. That's my whole dad's side. So like my whole dad's side of the family is like strict. Well, I mean, some of them aren't anymore. Like as the kids got older, they're no longer Catholic, but most of them are Catholic.
I don't believe you live in Missouri. You go ahead and show me.
The show me state.
I don't live there anymore, Mike.
Pics or it ain't true. Show me or it ain't true. My cousins live in Missouri. He says that shit every time he comes up here. Michiganders will be like, if you don't stop what you're doing, I'm going to whoop your ass. And he's always like, show me. Show me, motherfucker.
Did you hear Nebraska's new motto?
No.
They changed it to, honestly, it's not for everyone. Like, what the fuck?
That should be Michigan. This isn't for everyone, really.
Nebraska's
we're like a pure Michigan.
Yeah, I don't know how people live in cities. I lived in
I don't either.
the city for like a year. The very first apartment I got, if you guys want to hear a horror story, this is when I was at my sickest. The very first apartment I got, I wanted to find the cheapest one they had. It was a little 1-bedroom, 560 square feet apartment. And the reason why it was the cheapest is because on the wall, 2 feet from my bed, like I put my bed up against the wall in the bedroom, on the other side of the wall, there were like 200 smart meters. I irradiated myself for a year straight, sleeping 2 feet away from a couple hundred smart meters. Yeah. And that's when my health was at its absolute worst.
Damn.
Ouch.
So don't buy the cheapest apartment, or don't pay for the cheapest apartment. Otherwise you're going to get surrounded by smart meters.
I've heard it's pretty tough thing to get them to actually even respond to requests to go back to analog.
It's impossible, and you have to pay extra. If you try to get an analog meter on your house, they charge you like an extra $30 a month. There's like a $200 removal and install fee, and then they every month.
I never let them put the new ones on the farmhouse. So I just told them, tack whatever it costs under the bill. Fuck you. Keep that Wi-Fi bullshit.
See, I get aluminum mesh and I cover mine, so I get no reading. I have a GQ EMF meter and I get no.
Yeah, you can aluminum mesh or stainless steel mesh or just stainless steel plating on the wall behind it, and yeah, you don't have to worry about it penetrating.
Yeah, well, the problem is too is like they all communicate with each other. So if you're in the line of sight of another smart meter, it can go through your house to it. So you got to block both ends of it.
Yeah,
you got to cover each side. And you're
my brother put a cage around his, and he said that he put a stainless steel mesh cage around it, and he put a stainless steel sheet behind it in his house. He said the company's always calling and bitching about it, and he's like, hey, it's your shit. If it fucks up, you come out here and look at it. And if it's fucking up, I want you to come look at it because I don't want a fucked up bill. And then they'll take the cage off on the day they're supposed to come out there, and they can't figure it out. He just fucks with them.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
When I first they came
he's
out.
a country boy, dude. Listen, all he does is build hot rods and trucks and cars and custom motorcycles for people. That's all he's ever done. So all he's got is time. He wakes up, makes coffee, and goes to his barns. You know?
Sounds like me.
He got all day to fuck with people. And he's like me. If I got a chance to take the piss on you, I'm pissing. I'm whipping it out. Sorry to cut you off.
Oh, no worries. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm doing great now. Like I got out of the city. I had a lot of health issues. Like I got a flu shot when I was 18, and I developed some pretty severe autoimmune issues after that. Made me really allergic to eggs, which I did not directly know until I did an elimination diet. But from like age 18, 19 until 26, I had ankylosing spondylitis, Crohn's, like shitting blood. I had depression, anxiety, eczema, like joint pain, back pain. Like I was literally dying. And I heard about that wacky carnivore diet, fixing autoimmune issues, and I was like, all right, well, fuck it. I have nothing to lose. Might as well try it. And within 1 week of eating only steak, 90% of those symptoms were gone. Like I could not believe how much better I felt. I still had some gut problems. Like the other 10% were like still some gut issues I was dealing with that I kind of struggled with for 6 months, and then I found a local farmer that was selling raw milk, bought some, made it into kefir, and last 10% of symptoms were fixed. So I went from near death to being the healthiest I had been in probably my whole life within a week. So when you go through something like that, especially trying to have having doctors give you tons of medications that don't work and just make you worse, giving you tons of antibiotics and all this other crap, like when you suffer through that for 7 years and then you fix it in a week by doing the diet that they tell you is going to give you cancer, heart disease, and kill you, it's just, you can't undo that cognitive dissonance. It's just, it proves to you unequivocally that they invert everything, like the diet, health stuff, anything related to the medical system and treating disease is a fucking inversion. It's eugenics. It's not for your health. It's for profit. It's just, it's not good. Don't get me started. Yeah, the medical system stuff is, I like. I don't know how much I can talk about it because it's. I know this is live stream, but the CDC, the pre-CDC organization, was started by eugenicists from Operation Paperclip. So just keep that in mind. Jonas Salk himself was a card-carrying eugenicist. In his book Survival of the Wisest, he talks about putting medical selection pressure on the population to weed out the people they deem unfit. It's just, they don't hide it. Like the Rockefellers, like all the people that built the medical system, they're all eugenicists. Just, they don't hide it. They tell you.
It's hidden behind the curvature.
Yeah, right. Yeah, well, dude, I have some Shungite stones. I have a pyramid on my desk of it. I got one of those orgone things too.
Oh, the orgone generator. Yeah, they're great. I've got a couple of little Shungites beside my where my Wi-Fi comes into the house, but I'd like to get some bigger ones. Yeah.
Yeah, they're expensive. It's not cheap. You got to be careful too. Some of the minerals, like the shungite and tourmaline, some, like depending upon where they get it, they can be highly radioactive. So you got to be careful and make sure you got like a dosimeter, I think is what it's called. Make sure you're not getting dosed. Like, have you guys seen those pendants on Amazon? Those like neck pendants. They call them negative ion generators. Almost every single one of those is radioactive. It has thorium in it. And they don't tell people that when they buy it. I learned that the hard way.
Anyone seen that video of the guy just eating all the radioactive stuff? Old dude went about preaching he was swimming in the radioactive pools within nuclear power plants, and
he's totally fine.
Goes around eating radioactive material.
I didn't know that. See, I've always questioned if radiation is actually as bad as they say it is. Like that type of radiation, like the nuclear radiation.
Can't remember the name of the guy. I'll have to look it up.
I do have a theory about like why. I mean, one of the explanations, like why genetics may change so quickly. Like if the sun erupts or whatever it does, if we start getting peppered with more radiation or our magnetic field is weaker, like we're going to be getting hit with a lot of energy that could change our genetics. So like it would be literally God dictating the progression of the species.
You ever listen to that song Electric Funeral? Electric Funeral?
Yeah, I heard that a while ago.
Yeah, bathed in radiation. The world bathed. I'm kind of with that.
I think that's why they're showering the planet in EMF in the first place. Like they're trying to be anti-God in every respect. So, yeah, what was the what's that song by Soundgarden? The Black Sun song. Have you guys heard that one?
Black hole sun,
Black Hole Sun.
won't you come?
Have you seen the video for
and
that?
wash away the rain?
You couldn't get away from that song in 1993 or what, 4, whenever it came out. Jeez.
If you watch the video, it looks like the Rapture. Like it looks like a black sun and rapturing people off.
Reflects in the sky. Warned you, you're gonna die. Storm coming, you better hide from the atomic tide.
Oh,
Didn't
I
it?
did not
Wasn't
know these
there?
were the lyrics. These are
Wasn't
highly
there
suggestive.
a group of Nazis that kind of worshipped the Black Sun? Wasn't Black Sun worship part of some of the occult stuff?
Yep. Yeah. It's a Braille Society.
Yeah.
They worship the Black Sun. They also talked about killing themselves and restarting their heart and coming back with blueprints to make technology from demons. They did all kinds of crazy shit. They would take tons of psychedelics and like come back with ways to build something. Or I wonder how much technology was just built through demons, to be honest with you. It's kind of scary. Think about it, honestly. Like, what if the internet is some like sentient demon directing humanity at this point?
I just linked the video. The guy's name's Galen Windsor. And it's just a video of him sitting there eating radioactive stuff.
Oh, base. Okay, I'll watch this.
It's kind of funny. Take it with a grain of salt.
How long did it take you to find his name? I was searching that whole time, man. I couldn't find. I was given all kinds of, I'm familiar with the video, and it just would not pop up.
Bro, less is more. Keyed in eating radioactive and then search.
That's what me too. Just eat radioactive, and it I don't know. It didn't give me anything.
I did it
A bunch
straight
of
to
Chernobyl
YouTube.
stuff came.
I did it straight to YouTube.
Oh, there you go.
An FYI pro tip, if you go to the filters and upload date, that usually goes around a lot of the algorithm when you're searching.
Oh, I got permission. All right, check this out. So yeah, this was the image I was talking about like cyclical periods of like grand solar minimums and whatnot, and volcanic eruptions. Like, I don't know how much we can trust the timelines. Or
Is it Galen Windsor?
Yeah, Galen Windsor.
Yeah, that's. I mean, it was just very intriguing watching him just down that stuff like it's nothing. He'd show with the Geiger counter and everything, and just eat it right off his hand.
yeah, people have done that with bacteria too. Like the H. pylori guy trying to prove that a bacteria causes ulcers, but he couldn't, so he just like downed a whole bottle of H. pylori pathogenic bacteria supposedly. And the guy who injected AIDS into himself to prove it didn't exist. There's a lot of these folks. It just prove clearly it's not the way things work.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, Windsor actually went around like around. I don't know if it was around the country or the world, but he would go around doing demonstrations and was very active in trying to inform people.
Yeah, that. Anyone here familiar with like the germ versus terrain theory debate?
Yes.
It's a rabbit hole I've been in since the beginning of 2020. I have a lot of books on it with like Bechamp versus Pasteur, and how what's crazy is like there is no evidence of causality of disease. Like it's all based on association. They find
correlation.
Yeah, it's like
correlation. Think of it this way.
Exactly.
You can walk in a room and yawn, and you will make somebody else yawn.
Yeah, exactly. And like when it comes to like bacteria causing disease, like fermented foods are full of pathogenic bacteria supposedly, and there are a bunch of papers on like E. coli, salmonella, strep, like all these pathogens that are supposedly dangerous. They find them making essential neurotransmitters in the gut, like GABA, dopamine, serotonin. So when you take an antibiotic or something that kills those off, you are killing a part of your brain in transit. Like you're killing bacteria in your gut that support your cognition and literally your reality. Like your perception of reality is very heavily influenced by what your gut is making for your brain that goes up the vagus nerve and the lymphatic system to your noggin. It's like this idea that bacteria and like viruses cause disease. It's so contrived.
Yeah, I make a lot of different fermented things. I do kombucha and sauerkraut and stuff, and it's amazing how when you look it up, if you look it up, you find so much information. Like most of the information telling you how bad kombucha is for you.
Yeah, it's stupid. Fermented food. We ferment. Like, what do you think? What do you think we did before refrigerators? Like, we had to ferment, preserve, and cure everything. Like, they even did it with meat. Like, they would put meat with a bunch of salt in a clay pot and just bury it underground and last forever. Like, you can eat it.
Yeah.
You can make
they would put like silver coins and milk, the colloidal silver type thing.
Yeah, like, I mean, I make kefir. Like, I make raw milk kefir. I ferment it for like 4 or 5 days.
Yeah, I
So
make
it's
coconut.
It's so good. It's one of my favorite foods. I also like batarga, which is salt cured fermented fish roe. It's like it has the same texture of like gummy bears almost. It's the tastiest food. I do red cabbage sauerkraut for vitamin C. I make sprouted fermented einkorn kefir sourdough bread. I also go a bit harder and make high meat, which is fermented liver.
Yeah, I love fermenting.
I know most people have a gross reaction to that, but it makes you feel amazing. If you eat fermented liver, it does something to your brain. It makes you feel high. It's very hard to describe.
If you guys have knowledge about the process of doing all this, start writing it down. Be good to share with people. I'd be interested.
I have so many documents. I have a paper on fermented meat that you can look at. Let me upload it.
And what's cool about fermentation is once you start it, you have it forever. Like, so for instance, if I'm making some kombucha, I just same thing you were saying about the pineapples. I just save a half a cup of it and make some more tea, put it in there, and then I'll always have it. Same thing with sauerkraut. You just take a little bit of your sauerkraut, add it to the new cabbage, and it's gonna pickle it.
Yeah. Fermentation's life. Like, we're fermentivores. We need fermented foods in our diet. I linked the fermented meat paper. It talks about like how they prepared their food and how common it was before refrigerators. And then the other book is by Weston A. Price called Nutrition and Physical Degeneration. He was this dentist that went traveling around the world to figure out how these like original cultures didn't have any cavities. Initially suspecting to find vegetarians, but what he found instead was hyper carnivory and specific types of preparations for plant foods that always involved sprouting, soaking, fermenting, cooking, drying, sun curing, that kind of thing. Very few cultures were eating raw nuts or raw veggies. They were always preparing them in a very specific way to make them healthy.
I'd be curious. I'm a vegetarian, but I'd be curious to try. I'll eat meat if I kill it myself. But I'd be curious to try that.
If you want to check that book out, read Nutrition and Physical Degeneration by Weston A. Price. It will change how you look at the world and how people are how they're fucked from the start. Like, if their mom was carrying them and ate a vegan diet and didn't get enough fat soluble vitamins and omega-3s, that kid comes out underdeveloped and genuinely more stupid. That is something that they observed in their cultures for however many years, where if the mother did not get, like in some of the cultures, like I think the Swiss and the Gaelics, they would get fish roe and liver and feed it to the mothers constantly while they were carrying the child. And their stories of pregnancy are way different than the modern day. Like, most women who get pregnant nowadays, they end up in the hospital and they're trying to give labor for, I don't know, 12, 24 hours. The people in the ancient cultures, the mother's water would break. She'd go behind a tree, plop the baby out in 5 seconds and walk back and be totally fine. It did not take them out. It did not hurt them. And it was all based on their nutrition, like how well they were properly developed, their bone development was correct, so their hips weren't too close together. It's so important. Like the full scale of it, like applied to the modern world, is incomprehensible, really. Really good book. Highly recommend.
Well, we live in a world of abundance that constantly provides for us, but we've been convinced that we live in a world of scarcity and lack.
Exactly. And the whole, like, I'm not for modern animal agriculture, like the CAFO farms where they put thousands of cows in a lot and they're all shitting on each other and unhealthy. Like, I don't support that in any respect. I'm for voting with my wallet and my attention. I want to try to give all my money for my food to a local farmer, a small business. I don't want to buy my food from Walmart or Target and support that evil. Like, I want to get all my food locally as much as I can, whenever I can.
Yeah, Dylan, you made some really good points. Thanks for sharing the PDFs. Have you come across Agenus Wonderplants by any chance?
Yep, I have all his books. I have like a 20 gigabyte archive of all of his audio lectures and books and everything.
Nice. Yeah, I poured through hours of his stuff, hours and hours.
Yeah,
it's really eye opening when you start to think about like how people have been deceived this deeply with foundational things about their own health.
Yep, most definitely. He's the one who got me to try raw meat and raw dairy. Raw dairy literally saved my butthole.
Yeah,
Literally saved my ass.
yeah, me too.
Changed my life. And people don't understand how impactful food is on their conscious reality and how they perceive things and how they feel. Like, it could be one food causing all of your symptoms. Like, if you have chronic fatigue or depression, it could be eggs, it could be kale, it could be some nuts you're eating, it could be some toxin in the food that you're getting, it could be some pesticide in the meat you're buying from Walmart. Like, you don't know how food affects you until you eliminate it down to one food and then experiment one by one. Without that, you have no idea.
I told my I have one of my cousins here. She's a little bit younger. She's maybe, I don't know, 25, 26. And, she recently has, discovered, vegetarianism. And I'm like pleading with her. I'm like, this little girl has no clue the countless hours I've done on this subject matter. And I'm telling her, I was like, hey, just do a test. I was like, just take like 30 days or 60 days and just do all vegetables, and then do 30 days or 60 days and do like all meat and cheese and butter and just see how you feel. And I could tell, like, like her logic was cracked open, but I could tell she still didn't try it. So it kind of breaks my heart, but I can't force her, right?
It's hard, man. I've tried that. Like, my mom is that type of person. She's very resistant to listening to other people. My dad had chronic health issues for a long time. Like, he destroyed his back. He had gut problems. Like, he was constipated constantly. And I finally convinced him to do a carnivore diet. And 2 years later, he's 59 years old, has 800 nanograms per milliliter testosterone levels, healthiest he's ever been, healthiest gut he's ever had. He's not overweight. Like, it changed his life just by switching a diet like that. So people don't understand how impactful it is.
Well, I'm happy to hear your success story, brother. Just want to say hi while you're in the room, man. Nice to meet you, bro.
Yeah, nice to meet you too, man. Yeah, if anyone wants to, if you want to be vegetarian, you can do it, but you have to get specific foods to replace the meat. If you want to get taurine, goat milk has a bunch of taurine in it that can substitute for the taurine that's only available in red meat. And then eating lots of eggs and dairy can get you all the fat-soluble vitamins and B vitamins and whatnot that you need to be healthy. So you can do a vegetarian diet healthfully, but your fixation can't be on like plants, grains, that kind of thing. It should be on the eggs and dairy, specifically goat dairy, and you can do well on it.
Yeah, so I'm in the same boat as Ryan was saying earlier. I'm a vegetarian for the most part. I eat some fish that I do not catch, but mainly fish that I catch, and then meat that has been harvested naturally by friends that are hunters, or if I do the hunting myself.
That's good, man. I do the same thing. I buy basically 1 cow a year from the local farmer that raises them right. They're grass fed. They're not abused. They're happy, healthy cows on the pasture, well taken care of. So I can't support the CAFO stuff, the centralized feeding operations where basically all the meat from Target, Walmart, fast food, that's where all that crap comes from. And I don't know if you're familiar with like the water memory stuff and how water can contain memory of, it basically can contain information. Thinking about an animal being
Yes.
abused and then consuming that, if it's inherently wrong. Like you're eating a traumatic animal, basically. So you always want to make sure your food is from a good source. Animals were properly taken care of, fed right, not showered in pesticides like they do in CAFOs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the reason I stopped doing it. Is I couldn't just basically what you just said. Just the fact that most of these animals just before they died are just in complete and utter horror situations, and and then you're just gonna go and eat that. I don't know that, and the fact that someone else is killing it because I don't have the balls to do it. If I'm gonna eat meat, I'm gonna kill it.
Yeah, exactly. I work on their farm too sometimes, so I try to help out where I can, try and contribute. And then like all the dairy I eat, like it's pretty much all made myself. I buy raw milk, I turn it into kefir, I make cheese out of it, yogurt, all with good intent.
I'm gonna try this carnivore diet. You said for like a month. You said.
Yeah. It took me a week to resolve like 7 year chronic health issues. 1 week into it, they just vanished. I was suffering so bad, like seriously on the brink of death, and in a week to go from near death to vibrant, feeling health and energy and cognition, it's just you can't unlearn that.
The only thing my little girl's never had meat before, so I don't know how that's gonna go over.
And everybody's body's different, right? So it's kind of taking
Yeah.
it.
My daughter can eat a bigger steak than me.
Yeah, there's a nuance to that argument though, like how everyone's different. I mean, physiologically, we all have the same stomach acid, we all have the same gut physiology. Like if you look at other plant-eating animals and mammals, like take a chimpanzee or a gorilla, for example, they're on a high-fat diet, but just through a different means. They ferment fiber in their rumen and their gut and turn it into saturated fat. Humans can't do that. We can only get it's like 0.01 to 0.48% of our total calories.
I know what he means.
Fiber.
Oh my God! You said the main point. The whole
Don't take a city.
I've been trying to pound that into people for years. The rumen.
Take a city person that's used to grocery store meat and bring them out here on the farm and let them eat game meat and see if they don't have the shits and a bad stomach ache for a week. It'll take you a minute to get used to game meat when you're used to produce, farm meat, livestock.
Yeah,
you start eating venison, duck, fish.
I mean, there's a toxin aspect of it too. Like if you're fat, like your body fat is a toxin bank essentially. So if you're eating meat from a cow eating pesticide-laden food, showered in mycotoxins and heavy metals, that goes into the fat, which you then eat and can make you sick. So like get the meat source it's so important. You got to buy it from local farmers that are doing it right.
I take mine out the forest and I run a dairy farm, but I'll eat some beef. But when you say farmers who are doing it right, the law only allows us to abide to exit out of certain vaccines. Your beef gets more vaccinations than you do, while they're producing milk or while they're producing meat.
Right. Yeah, and the meat I buy is not vaccinated. The milk I buy isn't vaccinated either. I don't know if my state, Nebraska, has more lax laws, but they don't vaccinate any of their animals.
Yeah, that's actually illegal at the federal level.
Is it? Well, I'm not telling anyone.
Yeah, they have to get mad cow and quite a few other things.
I mean, is that like if you're selling it at a supermarket? Like, is there a differentiation in rules if you're buying direct from the farmer?
No. No, you can have a herd of beef that you're not selling. It gets mad cow, and under that premise, it's going to pollute the entire population around you. So no, it doesn't matter what it's just like corn. Just because you're not growing GMO corn for produce, you still can't grow natural corn.
Gotcha.
You literally aren't supposed to grow natural corn right now.
Wow. Well, I know the mad cow disease thing, that was not caused by the cows eating themselves or getting prion disease as a result. It was because they were using this toxic pesticide that stops protein replication, and then that is what resulted in the cows having holes in their brain. You know, coincidentally, like that whole mad cow ordeal was started by a vegan named Dr. Greger. He was one of the first proponents of that narrative that it was because of animal agriculture and they need to be vaccinated for it, when it was just caused by a pesticide. Let me find. I have a PDF on it. Let me find it for you. There you go. Yeah, I found it. I put it in chat. It's by Mark Purdy.
Yeah, you can call your beef all organic, and it still has got the vaccines it's supposed to get by FDA standards.
Yeah, I don't know how my farmer gets around it then, because he's all grass fed, all organic. Like, he's obsessed with soil quality. I swear, he's like a biodynamic farming savant. He loves Rudolf Steiner's work on biodynamic farming, but he has milk cows and then Angus beef cows that are not vaccinated. So I'll ask him how he gets around it, or if he's just doing it illegally and no one knows.
Word of mouth and cash money does wonders.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, so so it's a pesticide linked to mad cow disease. What is pesticide? Because it was also linked to CJD, like Creutzfeldt-Jacobs disease, in humans, because humans were eating the same contaminated pesticide-laden food, and it appeared in humans. And we have mechanisms to explain why. Like, the pesticide interacts with an enzyme that shuts off a certain protein replication, so they fold improperly, and then when proteins misfold, that's what leads to the holes in the brain that they call mad cow. And what's worse is the government knew it did this, and they still approved it to be used. As they do. Kind of like how back in the early 1900s, when we brought over a bunch of Nazi scientists in Operation Paperclip, they had studied DDT extensively as a biological warfare weapon. And then they came over here, they started the malaria, the pre-CDC organization, that their first order of business was going all around the country spraying DDT everywhere. And then polio skyrocketed. They started spraying more DDT, so it skyrocketed even more. And then when they stopped spraying DDT, that's when the Salk jab came out, and they claimed victory that it was the jab that saved us from polio, and that it wasn't because they stopped using DDT. And they knew it was toxic. Like, the Nazis studied it as a biological warfare weapon, so they knew what they were doing.
Population control.
That's what it always is. It's just a bunch of insane eugenicists.
Population control, whoa.
I find it an interesting conversation I just popped into while I'm eating steak.
Good man. I got a steak thawing right now.
Oh, it's good. It's good eating. I got it with this hot sauce, extra hot sauce, chili habanero.
Oh, that sounds good. Yeah, I got a sirloin cut that's thawing at the moment. I'm gonna eat it with a bunch of cheese, some kefir, maybe a couple of oysters.
Yeah, I got a freezer full of elk and venison. I don't mess with the stuff that comes in a package.
Yeah, that's a good call. I can hunt out here. Like I have deer in my yard during the summer, like the spring, summer, and fall. I have packs of deer just show up in my yard. So if the world goes to shit, I can just go on my front lawn and just get myself some meat if I need to.
Yeah, great deer in the Midwest, man. Being from Missouri, yeah.
Yeah. We have a bunch of turkeys too that run around. It's so nice living out in nature. I can't go back to living in a city. That's where they want us to go.
Well, that's where I'm headed. I'm getting out of the city. I'm gonna sell my house and move to the country.
Do it. Midwest is where it's at. Aside from the atrazine, like the Midwest, the only thing bad with the Midwest is how much atrazine they use here, which is a horrible pesticide. So you can't really drink the well water. You got to get good filters to drink the water out here.
It's turning the frogs gay.
Literally made them asexual. It had like a mix, like the male
Hey,
frogs.
Dylan, would you mind?
Freaking water turning the freaking frogs gay.
Hey, Dylan, would you mind sharing some of the PDFs you got? I downloaded the other two that you posted. I'm trying to see if maybe you have any that I haven't come across yet. I don't know if you have them like somewhere that you can share them or stuff.
On which topic?
Kind of the fermented meat, the Western Price. I found this stuff on the site, but whatever you got like around that topic. I don't know how much you got, but I've seen quite a bit. Just want to see kind of like maybe because you're just when you describe what you eat with the oysters, I was like, oh, he does the same exact thing that I do. So that means like we agree on like that diet, especially like focusing on testosterone, making sure you get your nanograms per deciliter up to a certain amount. Like your thought process is just like mine. So I was like, let me make sure that I'm not missing anything.
I got a couple of books. Fat of the
You ever eat Rocky Mountain oysters?
Not
Testicles?
yet. I researched them.
Well, if you want testosterone, that's the best way to get it.
Yeah, that's what I heard. They're expensive,
Big balls,
man.
cow balls. Well, not if you're on a farm and you're getting rid of balls all the time.
Now we're talking, Mike. I'll give you my address. I'll wire you the cash. Done. We'll virtually shake on it.
My son, literally, his friend one day, he was like, "Hey, let me have some of that sandwich," and he gave him half of it. It had provolone. I get all kinds of cheeses, pepper jack cheeses and stuff. And he's like, "Man, this is good. What's that spice?" He said, "The cheese." He said, "What kind of meat is this?" He's like, "That's a pig ball sandwich." He's like, "What?"
Bon appetit.
Yeah,
It's honestly not bad. Like, it's really not as gross as people think it is. If you cook it right, it's pretty tasty.
Hell, you can make it into
Yeah,
pulled
it's like
pork, pulled beef if you want. You know,
Another thing that people underestimate, like brain, like veal brain, is it tastes like eggs. It tastes so good. It's hard to describe. It feels weird eating brain, but I mean, it's probably one of the most nutrient dense foods on earth. It has all the phospholipid omega-3s that your brain is made of itself. Same thing with bone marrow. Like, bone marrow is really, really tasty too.
that's why turkey bone soup is the hookup after holidays.
Yep. I try to eat as many organs as I can. I get these whole organ beef grinds, so they like liver, heart, all that stuff into a ground beef.
Yep. That used to go with mincemeat. Used to be ground organs. It's good for you. A lot of people don't know that. Liver is really good for you.
Yep, literally the most nutrient dense food on earth. Maybe Batarga, which is dry cured fish roe, might be a little bit higher, but liver is. There's a reason every carnivore in the wild goes right for the liver first thing.
Yep. Liver with steamed asparagus. Brussels sprouts.
Yeah, I started fermenting the calf's liver. I found like a pasture raised farm out in Riverhead, New York, and the guy would have like calf's liver. I started fermenting that for like 2-3 months, and like I could like when you like put your tongue on like one of those 9-volt batteries, and that little shock you get. I felt like I started feeling that from the liver. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, different.
It's electric. I'm telling when you
But
ferment
it
any
has that
food.
type of a charge to it, to my taste.
Yeah, dude. There's I have some papers on the electricity of bacteria. So like when you ferment a food, you are creating electric life in that, and then when you eat it, you're getting that electric life. That's why I think that's part of the reason why high liver makes people feel high. Is like you said, like
Exactly.
the electric aspect of it, but it's also the bacteria in there make your neurotransmitters, which makes your brain happy.
Yeah, firing off like crazy. Makes sense.
Every culture did it. I mean, the French back in like less than 100 years ago, the French were fermenting organ meats in jars and using it as a delicacy. Like it's not uncommon. It's just America is so brainwashed and everything's so inverted here.
Exactly.
We fear everything. We're afraid of everything.
Exactly.
Especially bacteria.
You almost have to learn how to like ignore everybody here. You know, it's crazy.
Yeah,
And people are looking at me like I'm the crazy one. And I'm like, hey, I'm doing my homework. I was like, I can't be wrong.
It's so simple. Whatever you hear in the mainstream about diet or health,
Do the
think the
opposite.
opposite, and that's the truth. Like it's seriously that simple. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, you're right
Trying
about
to
that.
ignore it here is like trying to ignore a stadium full of crazed fans.
I wonder about this NPC thing, man. Like I swear there are people out there with no internal monologue, and they're just empty vessels or something. Just you can never reach them.
Well, we go through such a system of indoctrination from such a young age. It's no wonder at the end you get people that are just easily programmed by input.
Yeah. And when we're taught to value authority above all else, consensus, trust the white lab coats, worship them.
Exactly. I was just grateful. Like my dad used to, he was like pretty healthy, like in '80s, like captain of the soccer team, like he did judo, karate. But like when we were kids, he used to make us take cod liver oil, like a spoonful every fucking day, and then like
I
we
still
always
do
make
that.
an egg, and we used to have to take like an iron supplement as well. And I was like, what is wrong? This guy's like a Nazi. Like we don't miss a day. And then I started to realize like I felt a bit smarter than my counterparts in school, and I was able to focus and sit there quietly, and I was like, maybe he knew something I didn't fucking know. And now that I'm starting to come
They
to
did.
all of this,
I grew up
to make
on
sense.
cod liver oil. Not one
Yeah.
person in my family's ever had ERD, erectile dysfunction, and that's because my grandmother taught us how to take care of our blood health with garlic
Exactly,
and
yeah.
vegetation, multiple different kinds of garlic, eat raw garlic every day, 2 or 3 different cloves of different breeds, strands.
Yeah. There's a old Egyptian recipe for fermented garlic. They ferment it in honey. They put garlic bulbs in honey for 5 different months.
Yep. The Amish still do that too. I live in a predominantly Amish area. You know, you can get a lot of that fermented garlic and fermented onions in their foods. Oh, it's fucking good.
I love the Amish. The Amish are doing it right. They
Yeah,
live that life.
Vagabond, you notice the difference between you and the peers around you when they're all unfocused. The solution coming from the medical authorities is a pill, something along the lines of Adderall.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, and I used to hate hospitals when I was a kid too. Like I never got sick. You know, one of my sisters had asthma, but yeah, it was just weird.
It was Ritalin when I was a kid. Ritalin, then Adderall.
Yep, Ritalin.
Yeah.
Then it
That-
shifted to
oh,
Adderall.
My dad would damn near threaten a school official if they said Ritalin. He would threaten their life.
So they tried to, at a very young age, I like I still do today, I questioned everything, right? And I never got sufficient answers from my teachers. So by about 4th grade, I almost like just checked out from the whole system. And they initially thought that I had a learning disability and I might need to go on Ritalin and all that. And then they started to do like IQ testing and things like that, and then found, oh, well, it's obviously not an issue there. It was just that I checked out early on, but they were going to try to, and luckily my mom said no, they're just going to try to put me on Ritalin to make me focus in class. And no matter how much I told them, I was like, well, they don't answer my questions. They don't answer my questions. That's all I kept repeating. I'm like, I have questions about this stuff, and the teacher doesn't answer them, so I don't find it sufficient. They didn't know how to deal with me.
Yeah, that's
My
what we got
mom
to
and
get kids
dad.
in Waldorf schools. The Rudolf Steiner Waldorf type education. That if I was going to send my kid to a school, it'd be one of those. I think.
My mom and dad taught reading, writing, and arithmetic at home. So my first 5 years in school, I was just bored. I already knew all that shit.
Yeah, mine too.
I'd just tell the teacher. My mom told me, tell her. I said, man, I already know everything you're teaching me, Mom. She said, well, don't just sit there and do nothing. If the teacher said, tell her you're bored. You bore me. I already know how to do this. My mom taught me. And then show her.
Yeah, when I
Like
started doing it, it was
kindergarten,
like I just realized it was all
kindergarten and
bullshit, and
first
I was like,
grade, they just left me alone.
again?
Kindergarten and first grade, they just left me alone because I showed them.
Nice. Yeah, I just tried to
Showed them.
like memorize shit after a while. I was like, just try to memorize this shit, and I could just sit here and mind my business. I don't want to have to stress too much, but yeah, that's what I did. Just tried to memorize as much as I could, like really listen intently, and then fucking kick my feet up and talk to my friends all day.
Yeah, I had a problem with accepting that's the way it is, and this is just the answer as an answer to my questions. I got super frustrated. So yeah, I just took it all in and just read and regurgitated, even though it was so unfulfilling.
Welcome to Flat Earth, bro.
Well, exactly.
Anybody else you got that so quick? Tell them Battlemod gave it to you, and if they take it back, I'll take some of their roles.
All right, I appreciate it.
Dolan, I'm a witness, Dolan. Welcome to Flat Earth, brother. I'll stand at Balmud's shoulder and that. You're welcome. Come home. It's good to see you, man.
Thanks for this. Thanks for the second, bro.
All day, every day, man.
Yeah, he's true, bro.
Yeah, and the longer you stick around, Dolan, the more you'll bolster your knowledge within the topic, because I know you're just kind of starting to get into it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was aware of some of the arguments. Like I said, I watched Eric Dubé's 200 Proofs like a couple of years ago. It's just, you guys know how it is socially. Like, a large proportion of my friends are vehemently anti-flat earth, so it's just, I believed it, and then it was really just cemented in the past 4 days listening to Witsit debate. Like, I've never heard anyone that concise, clear, direct, and specific to how garbage the science is for the globe. It's just that's why I came here. It's just I could not deny
I
it
like
any
listening to
longer.
Witsit as well.
He calls that specificity.
Yeah, he's very specific, and it's not. I don't know. People say it's like mumbo jumbo either. Like it's the most precise language for explaining why the Earth is I've ever.
I'll tell you what. A lot of people. We started this server 5-6 years ago, and we've been collecting data. Some of us at the top really like to do a lot of reading. I try to share it with a lot of people over the years, but a lot of people didn't do anything with it. And Austin is one of them people you can give something to and say, here, I'm really deep in this. This is one of my topics. And he'll come back 2 days later with shit you didn't know about that topic and specificity throughout the entirety of it. And the first time I gave something to him, he was talking about some shit. And I started dumping links in his thing, and the next 3 days later, he come back and he just changed his whole argument on it. And I was like, damn.
Yeah.
And I pointed it out. I pointed it out. I said, damn, what's it? You read all that shit? And he said, I did, Mike. I read every link you fucking gave me. Do you read them links? I'm like, yeah, I only gave you shit I read. But the thing about him that impresses me is he retains a lot from each thing. Now, you know how a lot of people will read something, they have to read it 4 or 5 times to take everything out of it. He took more out of it reading it once than I did reading a few different papers a couple times. I was kind of impressed.
Yeah, I kind of relate to him too. Cause I'm like this with diet. I have been studying health and diet and how to be healthy for like a decade trying to fix myself. So he's way more. I don't have anywhere near the intelligence on flat Earth arguments, but I definitely do when it comes to diet and health. That's my forte. That's my topic of choice, I'd say. And then all
Mine as well.
So I need to brush up. I'm gonna keep listening to his debates. And I know you guys got a big archive of info here. I think someone sent me a mega link with a bunch of like descriptions and designs and the experiments and whatnot. So I need to start burning through that and getting better at my arguments against it. Because like I said, a lot of my friends are very vehemently anti-flat Earth. So I'd like to have as definitive of an argument as Witsit does against it.
We'll keep it
Jimmy.
for
That
you.
makes
What's
sense.
the square root of 1?
Hey, Nick, what's up? You're new here. You don't have no roles. And I see Nick.
I'm also.
Hello.
Well, you're talking to me?
No, Nick. I was trying to get Nick to talk. He's new. Nick, you don't want to talk? Tag me when you do. I'll mute you.
So, Dolan, I think you would be interested in this topic. I have a theory or a running theory. Witsit's kind of on this as well. If you look at Coulomb's law and the universal law of gravitation, I look at those as
they're the same.
The difference between coherent and incoherent dielectric acceleration.
Yep.
Law of gravitation being the incoherent and Coulomb's law being the coherent. Same with incoherent and coherent magnetism. I don't know if you've looked into that, but if you did, I'd be curious to hear your opinions maybe in the future on that.
I have a bit.
It's like
Both are inversely squared too.
it's like the exact formula for both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
just
weird.
it's just
weird.
the difference between coherent and incoherent in the way of magnetism. It's just I guess you could say a different force, electrostatic force, as opposed to
I'm gonna
direct
be straight
magnetism.
with you. Math, my worst subject. To give you context, when I was in high school and we did the ACT, like the ACT, I got a 19 in math and a 34 in science. So math is my weakest subject by far. So I'll have to. You said it was Coulomb's law, right? Coulombs, Coulomb. Yeah, Coulomb's law.
Yeah, Coulomb.
Yeah, I'll check it out because
Coulombs. Coulomb's law.
I'm familiar with
I look at it as he takes the attraction, the inverse square equation, and the attraction and everything without the magnetism or the static attraction.
Yeah, this is what I'm familiar with, like Wall Thornhill's electric dipole gravity model. I don't know if this would relate with that.
Yeah, that's around the same ideal, yes.
There has to be some differentiation there, but just the idea that it's like electrostatics and just electromagnetism inherently, I much prefer that theory towards space-time, which is just pseudoscience nonsense. And you guys know about Einstein, right? Like how he stole half of his shit and Tesla hated him viscerally. Have you guys heard of Tesla's quotes on Einstein? They are savage. The Theoria Apophis guy has a bunch of videos on how much Tesla hated Einstein and how much of a fraud he was.
Got a link?
Yeah, let me link it.
Nice. Thanks. Yeah, it must have been the drama of the day. They had to do something back then, right?
I like that guy too. It's funny. He's always calling people knucking dragon morons.
I like how you go to Thunderbolts Project, bro.
Ooh, nice gift, Napalm.
That's Wall Thorn Hills. It's the Thunderbolts Project.
Yeah, he's big on like the electric model of the universe. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's I would not assume he's into flat Earth. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to know these days. Like, you can never tell who's actually into it because it's so socially divisive. Like, he could be a flat earther and just
No, they
behind
see
it.
the universe as spheres in a vacuum tube.
Yeah. And he did that star in the jar experiment too, the Sapphire Project. You heard about that one?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know, it's pretty obvious to me. Planets are not like physical bodies of gas. Like, they're clearly electromagnetic. And I know there's some footage where people look at a planet or a sphere in the sky, whichever you want to call it, a light in the sky, and they have to doctor the footage so much to make it look like a physical object, because without that, it looks like this big amorphous blob of energy. It doesn't look physical. They have to play with the photos and edit them to make them look like they're a physical object.
So messed up.
I linked the search. He's got a bunch of videos on. Like, he won like Nikola Tesla and Einstein hilarious quotes. Einstein fraud and
thanks.
exposed. He's got a ton of videos. I love this guy.
Yeah, I've been following Ken Wheeler for a long time. Very, very good.
He is the most intelligent person on magnetism I've ever come across.
If he could just get off of the ball.
Oh, I've was subscribed to this guy one time. He's like super intelligent.
He has a very good working knowledge of electricity, magnetism, all of that.
Yeah, I'm resubscribed to him because I need to go through his playlists and stuff.
He's a good guy.
Yeah, I love him. He did a podcast with Santos Bonacci on the Ether.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
It's really good.
You guys, is it? Well, he's not much for playlists. Well, shoot.
Here, I'll link the Ether conversation. Hang on.
Yeah, when it comes to Ken Wheeler, you almost have to go by his little emojis that he puts on the videos to know what he's talking about. Usually the little spiral one has to do with magnetism.
Is Ken a round earther? Like, has he ever said that explicitly? Because he usually stays away from that conversation from what I've seen.
He tries to stay away from it. Initially, he came out very against the flat Earth. But then once he did the moonlight test, he hasn't really mentioned much either way.
Yeah, I've noticed that. And then the fact he went on Santos Bonacci's like syncretism channel to talk about the Ether. So I mean that kind of implies like he's at least partially on board, or just maybe perceives it a bit differently. With
They were talking about syncretism.
yeah, they were talking about the Ether.
Dude, I gotta listen to this for sure.
Yeah, Ken does still reference things in kind of the heliocentric model, though, when he does talk about black holes and things like that. But he has good explanations for what he thinks black holes are, which doesn't necessarily need to comport to a heliocentric model. Could work perfectly well in a flat Earth, God's creation type
That
situation.
sounds fascinating. Okay, so what you just mentioned, is that in the video that just got posted?
No, but he within the past 3 weeks has put out some stuff regarding black holes.
I'll scan his stuff. Thanks, guys. So glad that got brought up.
Yeah,
It's just he's like really deep. Well, he does like other stuff, like reviews cameras. Is it?
Yeah, he's big on camera quality and.
Yeah, so I think I unsubscribed after seeing too many of those videos. So I'll just have to like look past it or something and wait for his other videos he comes out with.
Yeah, he's got a ton of videos on like the esoteric metaphysics stuff, magnetism.
No
His
kidding.
Videos are mind blowing.
Well-
Yeah, he makes a great case.
The topic I really am intrigued with is parapsychology. So
Kinda
that
like
would
paranormal, in a sense.
like remote viewing.
Oh yeah, I got docs on that. I have the CIA declassified docs on all their remote viewing projects.
It's so creepy. I don't know if I want to know. You know what I mean? It's like, oh god.
Well, you know that
Oh.
movie, The Men Who Stare at Goats? You heard of that?
Dude.
That's what it's based
Okay.
on.
Let me look up that right now on internetmoviedatabase.com and put it to my favorites because I think I've heard that mentioned a time or two, and
There's
just
another one. On Amazon Prime, it's called Third Eye Spies. There's another documentary.
right, slow down.
Nolan, do you have like a real basic remote viewing link you can share with us?
What link?
A real basic remote viewing link you
Oh,
can share
yeah.
with us.
Hang on.
Yeah, that would be good too, man. That'd be great.
I have a massive archive on all kinds of stuff, so I gotta dig through my folders and find it.
I'm subscribed to New Thinking Aloud with Jeffrey Mishlove.
Oh, I got some cool NASA documents too on the future of war that you guys might dig.
Oh no! Ooh, too much.
No, it's
Okay.
about NASA, like
So
talking about what's going to happen in the current time with like nanotechnology and all kinds of terrifying shit.
I got The Men Who Stare at Goats. What was the second movie?
Third Eye Spies.
Okay. Nice. This is probably gonna be really scary for me. 2019. Alrighty then. Thanks, man. I need some new movie. I'll share the second one. The last one you said.
Yeah, go through that. Go through that NASA Future of War document. It is the scariest. Oh my god.
So Ken Wheeler, Thoriopophosis, he gives some good book recommendations as well. Some that I've read that have been pretty good that he's recommended. One of them being The Theology of Arithmetic. It's a good book on numbers.
Oh yeah.
Iamblichus and the Theory of the Vehicle of the Soul. Metaphysics, Cyrannus on Aristotle's Metaphysics 3 through 4. Philosophy and Metaphysics.
Okay, I got one here. It's from the Rand Corporation on Soviet research and parapsychology and ARPA, the pre-DARPA corporation. I'll put this one in chat too. And I got another folder. I gotta find where it's at.
And Jenny, you can look at some of Ken's videos regarding gravity. I mean, he just completely obliterates the theory of relativity and Newton's matched attracting mass and puts forth a good explanation. Goes into detail about the reification fallacy within the current thought process of gravity when it comes to the theory of relativity.
Oh, I found the project name. So it's called Project Stargate. That was one of the projects the CIA did. What folder did I put this in?
Okay, great. I was talking to myself, y'all.
No worries.
Ah, found it. Yeah, that document, the evaluation of remote viewing research and applications is insane. They get metaphysical too about like the toroidal universe, and they draw pictures of what it looks like.
Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah, it goes deep. Yeah, just scroll down towards the bottom and you'll see some descriptions of it. Oh wait, no, this is another doc. Hang on. Is it in the second one? Stand by. Old dude, that experiment only works with a fresh leaf. That's the problem. If they do that Carillion photography with a leaf that's dead, it doesn't work.
Yep, it only works where there's life present, buddy. It proves that there's life energy, life electricity, and everything at one point.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
That's why it's good to eat leafy green vegetables. Or
yes,
I made my first kale smoothie today. It didn't turn out so great, but my blender worked great. So
Be careful. I ate spinach, kale, almond milk, blueberry shake every day for a year, and I got 2 kidney stones.
oh yeah, you're supposed to mix it up and stuff. They said like what you make for a smoothie.
Yeah, it's just you want to be careful. Like kale, you have to kind of remember too. Like prior to like 30 years ago, no one was eating kale, and they knew in livestock, like if you fed too much kale to a sheep, it died. So like, even farmers were
Probably
aware.
would get bloated.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just kale by itself. It's got a high goitrogen content, which is really bad for your thyroid. It's high in oxalates and other anti-nutrients and minerals. So you got to prepare it right. If you want to eat kale, like the general rule based on ancient cultures was to ferment it, like a sauerkraut kind of.
Really high in vitamin K,
wow.
which can cause clotting issues if you're susceptible.
Yep, got to get vitamin K2.
Yeah,
cheese.
I guess I'm good with spinach.
I think arugula is the only green veg that isn't super high in oxalate and anti-nutrients.
Oh, so spinach is too.
Spinach is one of the highest foods on earth in oxalate.
Oh well, good thing I bought my blender mostly for ice blended coffee drinks. So
Nice. You should do the bulletproof coffee, the MCT oil or butter in there. Good for your brain.
I've done that.
I
Yeah,
have
but
a
think
mocha
about it,
pot.
like Popeye when we were kids. Popeye and spinach. Think about what they did to kids. You want to get strong, eat spinach. I'm just like, oh, these fuckers. They've been lying to me since I was a little shit.
I know. It's everywhere, man. It's in the cartoons. It's what you hear from the government.
Yeah, it'll make you really mad if you thought about the extent of it.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you read into the history of the dietary guidelines and like the shift to plant-based dieting, it was started by Seventh-day Adventists that were in agreement that humans were a plague to this earth and that we should all die to save the animals. Like that was basically their ideology. Yeah, the Seventh-day Adventists.
That's concerning.
It was a cult that influenced nutrition science, and then Ansel Keys, who is the guy who started the diet heart hypothesis about how animal foods cause heart disease, he cherry-picked a bunch of countries to show a correlation, didn't do any mechanistic or experimental research, and everyone just took it as fact, and then we switched the butter and the lard and the tallow to vegetable and seed oils, which were inherently toxic to the human species. So
Yeah, I stopped that shit.
everything's inverted. It's all backwards.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I do put that. I do consider that when I.
Are you vegetarian or?
Me, no, but I really don't eat red meat anymore. I try my best not to eat pork. So mostly like chicken and turkey.
Ooh. You gotta be careful with chicken nowadays. Like if it's Tyson CAFO chicken, it's high in arsenic and high in omega-6.
I usually buy it's a Springer chicken brand, and it's supposed to be like all organic and more expensive and stuff. So
If you want some nutrient density, like find that there's a website called eatwild.com that will show you a map of local farmers. Pastured chicken eggs that like feed on bugs and whatnot are super nutrient dense.
Really?
Getting raw dairy from a local farmer, like real quality cheeses. Like the most important
what
thing.
did you say the name of the website was?
Eatwild.com. I'll put it in chat for you.
Eatwild.com. That's awesome.
Wait, the website, hang on. It says hosting timeout. Please tell me they didn't take this site down.
That would suck.
Let me see if they changed it. Nope, it's still good. Holy crap.
Yeah, still good. I just
Um,
tried it. I got the
There's
I
supposed
got the
to
whole
be
system.
an Amish store somewhat in my vicinity, so I have yet to go to them and see what they got.
And then another one is realmilk.com. They have a raw milk finder. I mean, the basis of any healthy diet is fat soluble vitamins, and those are only garnered from animal foods.
Okay, so with the real milk binder, would that include like half and half or heavy cream or whatever?
Oh yeah. You can find local Amish farms anywhere that sell cream.
Yep.
They sell butter. They sell all any dairy product you can imagine.
You ain't never had cream until you have real farm-made Amish cream.
It is so much better. I get a quart, at least one quart
Listen,
every week.
listen. My neighbors they're Jacob and Rebecca. Okay,
Nice.
I barter with them all the time. That they make. I get their peach cobbler, their Amish breads, all that shit, dude.
Oh, sounds like heaven.
Oh, it is.
It's the greatest.
But
Live near an Amish store, but not. I need to relocate with where I'm gonna go with to one.
yeah, well, they like raw milk too, so they don't have a dairy farm. So I do, and I barter with raw milk for Amish dishes. Rebecca came at me. She's like, "You're single, Michael." I'm like, "Yes, I am." She said, "You got a woman over there, your 16-year-old daughter, but she's not cooking for you. You should barter with us some milk for some food. I make stuff that'll make you fat." I said, "No, you'll never make me fat, Rebecca, but I smell the food coming from your kitchen when I'm over there on that corner of the property. I can smell it, dude." So I just ask how much milk you guys want. What do you want? Raw milk? How many gallons?
Yeah, and if you want to pick a good milk to start with, if you're not eating red meat, do goat milk. It's high in taurine. Taurine is only available in red meat and animal foods, and it's so important for your brain. Your brain needs lots of taurine, so if you're not getting enough of it by not eating meat, goat milk's a good alternative.
Goat milk is good, dude. I got goats.
Oh, I love goats. I wish I could have a pet goat. That would be the best.
They're dicks. Goats are not the nicest animals in my experience.
That's what I was gonna say. Listen, just don't ever play with him. Never play with him. Then he won't think you like to play and knock you down when you're not looking.
Yeah, and they eat every. Goat ate my shoe when I was 14 years old.
Fuck yeah!
I was in a
You
pool.
left. Hey, you left it laying around, motherfucker. That was his shoe.
Yeah, he walked up to the pool. I was swimming. I didn't notice him, and he ate my whole shoe.
My goats are why I got a fence around I got an underground pool outside the house, the left side of the house. I had to put a fence around it because the motherfucker kept eating our towels and shirts and shit.
Worse than a dog.
They'll eat a can. If you put an empty can in front of them, they'll try to eat it. They will eat anything you put in front of them. It's crazy how they survive.
Mine's a dick, but he's my boy. I raised him since he was born. He's my baby. He still pisses me off though.
I can't get over the screaming. Every time I went to a farm with goats, they scream constantly. I don't know what it is. They just love to yell.
I think goats are cool, the ones that climb in the trees.
He got his tongue out, yelling at you, licking his nose. Yeah.
What's those fainting goats? Once you scare them, they just plop over and pretend to be dead or something.
Oh, I'm not hip. Yeah. I can't remember the name of them, but I know what you're talking about.
I think they just call them fainting goats. Let me look it up. They are cute though. Like little baby goats are adorable.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, it's called a myotonic goat, Tennessee fainting goat.
They're the only thing that you should call kids, by the way.
Yeah.
True.
That's semantics. A kid is a goat's child. So your kid is still your child. It's just really semantical. No offense, but
I mean, a lot of our language comes from what we call animals. It's sometimes it's just interchangeable.
yeah, I got some Nigerian dwarfs, man. They're all right. Just a couple.
I really need to invest more in like my own food production. I feel like we're about to have. Have you seen what's happening in Australia with the truck?
Well,
like supply chains are going to collapse here pretty soon, and when that happens, it'll go quick.
Nubians are the most proper breed to go. Most people got floppy-eared Nubians.
I can buy 2 Nubian goats for like $250 out here.
Yeah, that's not bad.
I need to get some food production. I mean, I can't eat eggs. I'm permanently allergic to them, so I would get chickens, but it's hard to raise meat.
Yeah, when there's livestock, there's work every day, bro. I get up and maintain livestock before I go run an asphalt company every day.
Damn. I'd prefer that life. Like right now, my income is day trading cryptocurrency.
Well, that's why
work with my hands.
The work I do. That's why I'm 49 years old and I'm still ripped up like I'm 25. I work my fucking ass off.
Yeah, and you're getting good nutrition too. Getting a lot of those fat soluble vitamins, keeping you nice and young.
Yeah, I just eat the way I was lucky enough to grow up with 3 generations in the home, so I just eat the way I was taught to, you know. It's not like I'm a health specialist, but I really think that you know, traditionalists and boomers put more thought into their food than we do.
Yeah, they do, and they put love into it too, which has a measurable impact on the water content. So where you get your food and the people you get it from and how they treat their animals is so underestimated. It makes a huge difference, especially in how you feel after eating it.
Yeah, it does.
Place. My family, like I come from a long lineage of dairy and cattle farmers. Like I'm a white European, I'm like German. So my grandpa was a cattle farmer and dairy farmer. His dad was one too. His dad was one too. So it's built into my genes.
I'm half native, half white, Polish. But yeah, our biggest thing was the apple orchard, the cattle, the dairy farm. So pretty much same thing. Having an apple orchard and a cider mill, though, man, we get to sell our own food products. I let Rebecca and Jacob sell stuff out there too. They sell Amish food every summer. They're good people, though.
Yeah, I love the Amish farms. You can buy from a lot of Amish farms online now. They'll ship it to your house, but the shipping's insanely expensive. They have such great food. Like there's a farm, Clearview Valley Farms. I think it's in Pennsylvania. That I bought a lot of raw butter from that I really liked.
Yeah, that's where Jacob and Becky are from Pennsylvania. They moved here from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that whole part of the country is Amish town. There's so many farms there with good Amish folk.
Yeah, I like the way they move fucking barns, dude. You ever seen them move barns? They get like 80, 100 Amish motherfuckers out there. They'll pick a barn up and walk it over to where they want it.
Really? Okay, I gotta look that up. Hang on.
I'm serious, man. I've seen it. I've seen a barn when I first woke up, drinking coffee 6 in the morning, and there's just a barn walking down the road. I'm like, what the fuck,
Dude.
you know? And I get to looking at it, and I adjust my eyes. I was like, man, that's a bunch of fucking people carrying a barn. They just moved it from, you know, what it was is somebody's kid bought their own property. Yep. Somebody's kid bought their own property, and mom and dad were helping them set up, you know, their area. So they built them a house, and then they just moved a barn from dad's to son's.
This is
Just
badass.
picked it up and walked it. Dude, they walked this motherfucker 2 miles down the road. I was like, that is impressive.
Yeah, 300 Amish people picking up an entire barn and moving it. I respect the hell out of the Amish. They know how to live. Like that. That's hard work incarnate.
They're not scared to work. That's why me and Jacob get along well. You know, he knows I work just as hard as him.
Do the Amish have to take vaccines?
No, religious freedom.
Yeah, and every study comparing the Amish to like a standard American shows they are remarkably more healthy.
Yep.
They don't have allergies. They don't have autism. They don't have any of the neurodevelopment disorders. They're just healthy, real people that aren't destroyed by pharma.
Yes, this is true.
Yeah, didn't they link autism to all these vaccines they give these people from birth?
Yeah, I this is a touchy topic since this is live streamed to YouTube, but I have every standard
They say no.
required. If you want evidence that proves that to be true unequivocally, I have it.
Yeah, they try to flood the internet with studies that say that's a hoax, but yeah.
It is not. Mechanistically speaking, it's obvious. Like, if you look at, okay, so I'll give you an example. You can eat a milligram of aluminum and be totally fine. Your body's excellent at detoxifying it when you get it in orally or if you breathe it in. Very easily conjugated to glutathione and dumped out urine and poop. When you inject it, especially when it's a low molecular weight nanoparticle bound to a lipid, making it liposomal, in conjunction with surfactants like polysorbate 80, it is the perfect recipe, almost as if it's designed to put aluminum in your brain. And then if you look at like people with autism and Alzheimer's, you look at their autopsy results, what do you find? Their brains are full of aluminum. It's clear causality, clear mechanistic explanation. It blows my mind how people ignore that evidence.
Good job explaining that, dude. You did a good job.
I got hurt when I was 17. I've been studying this stuff for over a decade.
It sounds like it, man. Good job. Very educated presentation.
In terms of like, I'd say like when it comes to hoarding information on this, that's my jam. I try to save as much as I can. I try to archive as much evidence as I can. I have a couple of PDFs with like 2,200 studies in it going over the mechanisms and causality. I have a book which is like a 900-page review analyzing the causality in various ailments, especially autoimmune disease, which is what I had.
Dude, I can tell you a good book that you can actually download for free in a PDF.
What's it called? I probably have it.
Parasites Without Borders.
Yep, got it.
Get the fuck out of here. Nice. Good job. You haven't read that big ass thing, have you?
I have it. I don't think I've read all of it. I have it in my archive though.
That's a good one. Nice. Oh yeah.
If you guys want here, I can. If you want the docs, just DM me and I'll send it to you. I don't want to put them in chat and risk you guys getting in trouble for it.
That's fine.
I have a mega link. If you'd prefer that, let me put that in there.
Nice. Mega.
Send it on over, brother.
Don't be bragging about your mega links either, dude. Not about the size of the link, buddy.
It's seriously unreal how much evidence there is. It's not even like you can't contest it. Like it's like
no, literally, you can't contest it.
There is no arguing again. It just all the CDC does is they do a crappy epidemiological study that finds no association where they fuck with the methodology. They remove studies from the pool that's being analyzed. They change the criteria. They set these arbitrary dates for what. Like, it can only appear within 27 days of getting your jab, but if it appears within 6 months, it's not caused by the jab. So like, their logic is flawed. Their methodology is stupid. The people funding the studies have conflict of interest. And then if you look at the independent research and the independent epidemiology and all the mechanistic evidence and the autopsy results and the animal models, it very clearly paints the picture. Yes, it does cause it, among many other diseases.
when you go to the buyers, which is the adverse reaction reporting system, you could look from 1989, and you could see so many adverse reactions from people receiving the jabs from back then. Even children dying hours and days after receiving jabs.
I have news articles
And
from the 60s talking about it. I have old news articles back to Salk's first vaccine where, lots of people.
You know that Harvard grabbed that system. Harvard was paid $1 million to do a review of the buyer system, and Harvard said it's only 1%. Only 1% of the adverse reactions are reported.
Yeah, I have that, Doc. It's barely 1%. They even there was a section in there where they talked about like the association and doctor education. Doctors don't even read their own inserts. So if someone comes in with an adverse reaction, they don't, like, if it's on the insert, they're supposed to report it, but the doctors don't because they go, oh no, it's a coincidence. There's no way it was caused by that. But they have no education on it. It's just their subjective opinion that is morphed by their education, which is morphed by big pharma and the people who make it. So it just
something that I noticed in the adverse reports, like doctors and nurses put in reports that people say, adverse reactions, whatever. In many of the reports, the nurses or the doctors type that there was suspended solutions in the vial, right? That they couldn't. There was like particles in the vial that they couldn't. I don't know how to explain it, but they report suspended. What was the name? Sediment in the vials, right?
I linked the paper.
And
Check it out
in the insert of the shelf said, even in the new ones, it says if there's any sediment or any suspended particles, do not use this vial. But they inject people even with the bad ones.
Yeah, check out what I just linked in VC text. It's a quality control. Oh, I can't link it in there. It says it contains metallic. Every one they tested, all 44, contain metallic particles and nanoparticles consisting of tungsten, stainless steel, zirconium, hafnium, strontium, aluminum, nickel, iron, antimony, chromium, gold, zinc, platinum, silver, bismuth, iron. They're packed full of this stuff. Every single one they tested. There's no quality control because they have no legal liability to care. They have complete legal immunity. It's insane.
I actually think of myself as a very complicated rock. Things like iron and copper and manganese. When you sit down on a mountainside and you're there with a rock, you're too.
Uh-oh, I got put in detention. What does that mean?
Are you new in the server?
Hey, Dylan, I was having a debate with somebody. Oh, sorry.
I don't know. It put me in detention.
Just a bot.
It's a bot. It was triggered for something that you typed in the channels. It's we don't touch this we don't touch this topic too much because it's kind of like a, how do you say?
Yeah, I understand. I was not trying to say the word. I was avoiding the word as close as I could.
Oh yeah, apologies if I said it. I was having a debate with somebody on the topic. I downloaded the folder on Mega that you sent. Maybe if you could just private DM me which one you think is probably maybe the strongest couple of articles, so I could just start there, just forward them his way.
Hello? Some guy said there was like bismuth in something. I think he was talking about vaccines, was it right? But bismuth is like Pepto-Bismol for one. And I think that
we don't talk
that's
about
what we're not.
vaccines in the
That's
channel.
that's what we don't talk about.
That's what we're just.
Let's not. Yeah, I want to get you guys a poll. I could talk about this for hours. We'll avoid.
And it can't go in the text either.
Can you guys hear me, or am I muted in voice too?
No,
we can hear you.
We can hear you.
No, you're not muted. Just 5 people talking at once, even though I allowed this conversation to go down.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, so if you guys want links on it, just DM me and I'll send them to you.
I thought we were stirring far enough away from disinformation that we were fine, but I see others have a difference of opinion.
Yeah, I mean it's hard science. It's not disinformation. It's verified hard science that you can look at. But you know how they go. Like Discord mods, YouTube, they don't care. They just ban whatever they feel like. It's a dangerous game nowadays. I hope I don't get myself in trouble because I've been debating this topic like crazy in modern day debate. So hope I don't.
So far, you're all right.
I've been talking about it incessantly in there. I've been debating like 5 of the normies about it and why it's not good. So I don't know. Maybe I'll get banned at some point.
We're here.
No, just from Discord in general. Like I'm in a lot of servers that talk about it in depth. So, but because this server has like 27,000 people in it, right? They're at 26,000. They're probably looking for any reason to ban. So I don't want to give them any ammo to do so. So I'll stay away from the topic. It's sad what the world's come to.
It is. It's real sad.
Anyone else in here into degenerate cryptocurrency?
I am. I'm at DM you so we can share whatever you got about this topic just in the DMs.
Oh, sure.
It depends on the cookie. She's right there. It's not red.
So cute.
Oh, if you guys want a great book on the subject we were just discussing earlier, look up Dissolving Illusions. It's by Suzanne Humphreys. It is one of the best books on this topic you could ever read.
Oh yeah, she's pretty good.
She is.
She had to quit her career because of the conflict of interest.
Yeah. I have that book in my mega link, so if you want to download it, read it, it's in there.
She noticed a lot of her patients having liver damage after some of these procedures. She was like, "What's going on with this? My patients are fine. Why are they getting liver damage?" A lot of other stuff. You wanted to say something about the cryptos by any chance?
Yeah, I was curious. That's my income right now. I was a team manager for a tech support team back in December of last year, and I quit after making a bunch in crypto. So that's basically my job now, is just day trading and all that.
That's why you're doing day trading?
Yeah, I'm just trying to avoid having to be a corporate slave again.
Good for you. If you can make it that way, because I mean, there's people making decent money like that. No, it's not for everyone, right? It's not for everyone. Everyone, definitely.
What's unfortunate is I know a 14-year-old kid who has like $20 million from cryptocurrency. He's 14 years old, and he's just loaded beyond belief. Made a ton on Dogecoin. Like, he was like 12 years old and bought a bunch of it as a meme, like $100 worth, and it just now explodes to $20 million.
From a meme coin?
Yeah, from a coin that doesn't even do anything. Just a shitty based on a meme. There's no supply cap.
Have you noticed how many scams? There's so many scams right now in the field. I mean, there's scams in every field, but
Yeah,
there's a lot of scams in the crypto field.
There's tons. Like, there's pump and dump schemes. There's people who try to steal your wallet addresses and your seed. Anytime money's involved, people are going to try to steal it.
Hey, I just want to say I got that movie Third Eye Spies from Dolan, but I found it on YouTube, the full movie, so I put the link in the live stream. Everybody wants to look at it.
Oh, nice.
Pretty interesting.
It's a good one.
Yeah, thanks.
Hey, if you guys want to debate all kinds of topics, you should come join Modern Day Debate to show on some normies. You'll get frustrated very quickly, just forewarning. They are incredibly obtuse and dumb.
Oh, Modern Day Debates, that's in, they have a Discord? Isn't that like a YouTube channel? Modern Day Debates, wait.
Daddy.
Dolan. So me? Dolan guy.
Sorry, I'm back. I had to piss.
No need for the details. I just getting. You saying Modern Day Debate? You mean the YouTube channel, or do they have a Discord?
Yeah, they have a Discord server that people debate in. It's not very active. So.
I come up and up, and then I get it.
Send it to me. Can you DM it to me?
Modern Debate. Yeah, you can just post the link in the live stream if you want. We used to share their link all the time.
Like, there are 5 people. So Agnostic, Leona, Angry Chicken, and Elusive, and the mod Hannah. They are insufferable. So you got to be a little careful, I guess, in the way you approach, because they all gang up on you and act like sheep. So more base people we have in there, just to outnumber them, the better.
It'll be fun to bring Flat Earth to them.
Oh, they debate it all the time. Like, they debate Flat Earth in there continually.
I just joined it.
Hannah's a joke. I usually leave here when I'm done. I come and go. I got a never-ending link in my message box. Me and Jose share that.
Oh yeah, forewarned again. Like, most of them are atheists. they all debate against God constantly. Like agnostic tries to make arguments about how God doesn't exist constantly. They're like every normie consensus opinion they all hold. Like they're pro climate change, like pro reducing the human population. Like just every possible normie consensus point from science worship, they all believe it. So it's very hard to debate them or have any rational conversation when they're so ideologically possessed.
Do you have any long-term backs on the crypto?
Yeah, I got a lot of stakes.
Okay.
I got some. I use Celsius for my staking. So my strategy at the moment is day trading with basically I try to keep my capital separate. So whenever I day trade, if I make $100 in profit off of a trade, I take 25 to 50% of it and I stash it away in my staking pools, and then add the other profit to my trading capital for swing trading. So I'm trying to continually grow my staking capital while growing my trading capital in conjunction.
Wow, yeah. That sounds really good. Yeah.
Yeah, I tried getting into NFTs, but Ethereum fees are insane. I bought an NFT for like $500 and it cost me like $400 to move it. So I lost some money on that.
Yeah.
Ethereum is just, it's awful.
What do you have any comments about the XRP ledger? What's coming up with that?
Yeah, you're gonna make a lot of profit off
Oh
of
my
it, but it's a
god.
banker coin. Like I don't like the project and the people behind it. It's run by a bunch of bankers.
Yeah. It looks like,
You
this
guys need it.
whole thing of what they've been doing about, all the changes in the politics and everything. They're moving everything into this kind of economic system that they want to upgrade.
Well,
It's
that's what
going.
they want to do. And it appears you guys are helping them. They don't want physical money that you can maintain yourself.
Oh yeah.
They want digital. We need a crypto lobby.
Yeah, we do. Well, that's happening. FTX, the guy who runs that, is obscenely rich now. He got like billions of dollars, and he's lobbying quite a bit. Stellar, like XLM.
Yeah, because a lot of people here aren't really big on crypto, and they really don't care about any.
I mean, some of the cryptos are not good. Like they're not going to be a net positive on humanity. But the privacy coins, the like completely decentralized, be your own bank coins, like those are objectively good. Anything that segments you from the bankers is a good thing in my opinion. But I do think they can use it nefariously. I think they're definitely tracking Bitcoin transactions already.
Oh yeah, that whole thing is gonna be tracked. The whole thing is tracked.
Yeah, that's why I love the privacy coins. Like I know Litecoin just added like the Mimblewimble to where you can send stuff anonymously. You got Monero, which is totally anonymous and encrypted. Not all crypto is the same. Some cryptos are a psyop and a banker ploy. Some others are not.
So the physical stuff, that's what they're trying to move away from, because you could do private transactions with, physical things. They want to move away from that, so everything can be kind of like scanned and search into the blockchain and the system. They want to see everything people do.
Yeah.
Is it actually feasible? Can they actually pull that off? Like the whole world into one economic system, and I don't know. It's kind of Kind of like a dream thing that they've been trying to sell on that.
Yeah,
crypto side of
that's the
things.
bad part. This is the thing with crypto is that they're gonna take this technology and use it to make a global digital currency. That's their plan.
I don't
mean,
know
the
if it's
Federal-
feasible. Like they can actually do that. Like the whole world's gonna follow one economic system. I don't know.
Well, here you have to think of what would bring us to that point. So think of the current situation with the genetic modification. When you have 50% of employees who can't work, who can't go to their school, who can't participate in society anymore, that's inherently going to collapse everything economically. Now you have truckers in Australia, like kind of supplanting the supply chains and clogging up the roads. Like this is going to be a domino effect that's going to affect every single country, and every single country is dependent upon the U.S. dollar, the petrodollar. So if that tanks, everything else tanks, and all the banks in the world, the IMF and all that, they're going to have to come together to give a new reserve currency, and it's going to be digital. Like the Federal Reserve is already writing papers on digital currencies. XRP and XLM are already in bed with a bunch of countries and their digital currencies and settlements. So the framework is already there. Not to mention, the Rockefellers are heavily invested into XRP. They're one of the main. They were the
Put
first
all
to
my silver and gold. Where did I put all my silver and gold?
bury it, put it underground. Don't tell anyone.
I digitize my lead and my copper, my titanium. I buy catalytic converters for the titanium. I got tons of titanium out here, dude. I run a salvage yard too, though. But your average catalytic converter is worth $75. If you crack it open and get the titanium out, it's worth more, $150.
Damn.
You buy a car for $75 out of a field and it's got $150 worth of titanium in the bottom of it. Why not? Crack it open. If it's beads, you throw it in a 50-gallon drum. 50-gallon drum full of fucking titanium beads would be about 2,300 pounds. That's a lot of fucking money.
Yeah, definitely. Can I ask you guys what you think about there being a hole at the North Pole? Do you guys believe that? That there's like you can go into the North Pole hole?
We can't verify that. I mean, I haven't been there, so what do I know about that?
Because I don't know if you remember the Edmund Halley guy. He was like some old scientist talked about like the Earth being hollow and like multiple concentric rings or something. And then then you have Admiral Byrd talking about going into the North Pole and finding other civilizations. Like I don't know how much of that is a psyop or how legitimate it is. I was entertaining it for a while, but now I'm not sure, given Witsit has fully convinced me of Flat Earth. I don't know what to make of it. I don't know what to make of because if you look at what the Hindus, what they call it, like Shambhala, something like that, like some inner Earth civilization. Yeah, it's like all these ancient civilizations, like the Hopi Indians, the Mayans, the Incas. They all talked about inner Earth civilizations, and they also said don't go near cave systems because monsters will get you.
Well, actually, the Hopi called it the underworld.
Yeah. So fuck. I love the idea.
The Hopi were Anishinaabe too.
Yeah, I love the idea of there being a hole at the North Pole that you can go into to see the other world. It's very enticing. Obviously, we can't go there though because of the fucking ice.
My people are Ojibwe, Anishinaabe, Algonquin. They say there's a gateway there to other worlds, where brothers from other worlds used to come from through the gateways.
Yeah, I don't know.
There's old Ojibwe, Chippewa, Cherokee stories about that.
Yeah, there's a ton of mythology, and just the Admiral Byrd story. I don't know how much I can.
What they say is the Aurora Borealis leads you to the place of the coming, where our ancestors came from the fourth world to the fifth, through the gateway.
Oh, okay. It's what? So would that mean that species start in the old world and then they come here, or is it backwards? Like we start here and then go there?
I don't believe in species. It's just a categorization system that men created. Life.
Yeah, like
We're
life.
all we're all lit. We're all living beings of a kind.
Yeah, what I meant is like how like do we come from that, or do we start here and go there? Like, is it? I've been trying to wrap my head around like the Hindu Vedic stuff involving it, and it's very complicated.
Well, in our creation story, the creator, Yawana Atanka, creates worlds, and all life is allowed to go from world to world to world. You stay where you choose to stay. Or maybe the Great Spirit, if there's a problem in one world, will ask advanced life forms from another world to come and try to help teach the life in this world how to live in harmony with nature.
Right. Yeah.
I'm still reading on that. I like to read on it and then hear the stories from the elders too.
Yeah, that's what I love. I just love reading about ancient mythology. Just such.
For us, it's not a myth. It's a history of our people.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I hate how they call it mythology, and they dismiss it as like, oh, these are just stories that people make up because they're crazy. Like they're clearly real stories about real events.
That's white man's version of our history. Our history is mythological and their history is tainted, so what's the difference?
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
This is
That's
why I
why
like the Electric Universe stuff so much. Like the Electric Universe documentaries, like merging mythology with real history. I loved it so much. Just now I'm curious, like how it fits into a flat Earth model, and like just what the lights in the sky are. Period. Like, are they entities? Are they conscious life forms of sorts? Like, what the hell are they then? You know, like all these ancient civilizations, like the Mayans and the Incas, they all worship the sun. So like, it's so complicated. I really like the idea too of like the Grand Canyon and many parts of the United States being carved by lightning from Mars or something. Those stories are mind blowing. Have you seen those docs, the Thunderbolts ones? I would love to pick Austin's brain on this. I'm curious what he thinks about it and what his thoughts are on like the ancient mythological stories in conjunction with these. He's got a way better understanding of like the electromagnetic aspects of all of this.
It's another scripture that says the arm of God scarred the earth or something like that. When you're talking about lightning creating the scarring the earth.
Yeah, like Zeus, like raining lightning down, or like Mars being the god of war and raining down lightning. They look like patterns of. They look like a light bulb, like carved into the earth. Like that's what the Grand Canyon looks like if you look up from high enough. Same thing like Skinwalker Ranch. If you look at the places on Earth where they say the most paranormal activity happens, like there's a place up in Alaska where people get abducted all the time, I guess. And if you look at where that spot is, it's in the dead center of a massive like electric lightning bolt carving pattern all around it. Same thing with Skinwalker Ranch. It's surrounded by lightning markings. So like it's kind of supporting the idea that the paranormal is inherently electromagnetic, and it might be from some sort of cataclysmic event or some entity raining down lightning on us. If any of you guys are in modern day debate now, just go look at the meme channel. Look at the memes these people post.
Where?
In modern day debate, they have a Discord server where you can debate any topic. Like they even let you debate the dirty, unsayable thing that's going on right now with injections. So you can debate pretty much any topic in there if you want to.
Like, if there's no such thing as the speed of light?
Yeah. Yeah, they have a flat earth channel, religion, philosophy, climate, science, current events. They had to make a jab and conspiracy channel for me specifically because that's all I was debating.
How many people are in that Discord server?
About 1,000, but it's not very active due to all the sheepish people in here that turn people away. Like, there's a handful and one mod, like Hannah and Sideshow Nav. They are horrible moderators. Hannah is an unpleasant person and extremely biased.
Toward what?
Just everything consensus. Like, she's a nurse, so you can assume from there. Yeah. Just like there's a group of 5 people in there that will follow me around everywhere and just like memed on me and just dismissed evidence I provided, didn't listen to arguments or anything, being rude, calling me names. And then I say, okay, you guys are ideologically possessed and there's no getting through to you no matter what evidence I provide. And she shows up and goes, rule 1, don't be rude, when they were all fucking rude to me immediately. So it's like a gang of 5 of them. It's one mod and then a gang of 5 sheeple that gang up on everyone.
Are they actually affiliated with the YouTube channel, or are they just like wannabes?
Yeah, they're affiliated. The James is in here. He started the server and then he picked all the admins, and they also admin his YouTube channel or YouTube chat.
How many subs do they have on YouTube?
I think 10,000 now. Or no, hang on.
So they're that small too. I thought they were larger than that.
No, I think it's 50, 45 or 50. Yeah, 52K. Wow, he's gone up like 4K in like a week. Yeah, he's up to 52K subs. God, that debate yesterday with Wizit and Kai versus Chris and McToon, the super chats people were bringing in were so funny. Just McToon just got eviscerated 1,000 times over. God, I hate that guy. You know that meme, the soy boy debunker meme? That is McToon incarnate. That is his entire being.
What incarnated what? Like, did they make the meme and then he just came into existence, or like?
Yeah, it's based on him. The meme is based on him, no doubt. He's insufferable. I hate how he approaches everything. Wait, is Nephilim free in here? Does he hang out with you guys?
I have no idea who that is.
I don't know if he's into flat Earth. He argues about the Bible and like mythology and the history of giants. So I would assume he'd be in here. Yeah, it doesn't look like it.
No, the image I just posted.
Yeah, I looked through the meme. A lot of lame memes. I don't get most of them.
Always love a good debunker.
Oh god, yeah. McToon's debates on EMF and radiation too are so dumb. You know how people who say EMF, like electromagnetic fields and whatnot, are unsafe because it's not, or they're safe because it's non-ionizing? You know that cope? How they ignore the other physiological mechanisms like calcium gating channels and genetic expression and your water fluidity around your DNA and all that. Like, they have such surface level understanding, and they don't read any of the evidence that says to the contrary. If you guys want a big archive of evidence on EMF and like radio frequencies and whatnot and human health, look up the Bio Initiative report. It's a massive document that reviews all the evidence.
Pretty sure there was a UN report that came out in 1970s, mid 70s, about these are actual clinical trials. Non-ionizing radiation does cause damage to biological systems.
Yeah, like we've known this since 1930 something. Like the Soviets did studies on controlling people's behavior with it, like specific radio frequencies that makes them more docile and more easy to manipulate and make them more suggestible. Like this.
Well, they use a straw man. They use a straw man. They say they'll say, well, non-ionizing radiation doesn't cause cancer. Well, that's not the argument. We're saying it's a health hazard. Not that it's to cause specifically cancer, though it probably does.
Definitely does. Most
so
definitely
it causes
does.
through other mechanisms, right? So it causes, other screw ups in your biology that then cause cancer, right?
Yeah,
but
exactly.
not cancer from free radicals, right? They act like only free radicals are the reason, the only cause of cancer. Not true.
Yeah, exactly. And there's also a microbiome aspect to it too. The electromagnetic fields change, like they make your bacteria in your gut pleomorphic. It changes its state to become, it basically turns into a negative state, which dysregulates your immune system. And we know definitively that your immune system is what prevents you from getting cancer. So if you're having exposure to something that causes pleomorphic changes in your gut bacteria that results in your immune system being detrimentally affected, it's going to increase and therefore be causal in the development of cancers. And I have there are some docs from like the USSR, the Soviet Union, Project Bazaar, where they could control people's behavior and perceptions with great success. Like there was even a CNN news thing about it back in 1985 talking about how it can be used as a weapon and the voice to skull technology. They can beam a voice into your head from a distance. Like this shit has been around forever.
There's actually recording for that, I don't like. Listen, on the old server, we went over this. A few of us. We probably didn't have very many people on the server back then, but I remember we posted some of this stuff. Someone actually posted a YouTube video of an old, like one of those old newsreels. So this is like an old Air Force or Navy newsreel, and they were demonstrating counting 1 to 10 by beaming radio waves at someone's head. And those people had an audible 1 through 10. They would hear it. And it was radio waves, not sound waves.
Yeah, they make it bounce off the inside of your skull. They can find the resonance of your skull and bounce off radio waves within your head. Check out this video. I'll put it in chat. It's from CNN back in 1985.
We did a lot of research into this back then. I mean, we just kind of try to focus on flat Earth. Like we go off and the side topic. That was just one topic we got into for like one night. And like, there was a lot of stuff. I mean, people were posting patents and like you name it, man. This isn't conspiracy theory. It's a fact.
Yeah, it's hard science.
It's hard science. The ability to cause auditory perception through electromagnetic radiation is a fact. It happens. Can happen.
Have you
What
seen
we were talking about? I now
Project
remember
Bizarre?
what we were talking about. The what do you call it? Targeted individuals.
Oh yeah, I have a
Never
whole
heard of it.
document with like 120 patents in there on how like directed energy weapons work.
Yeah, and microwave weapons and all that stuff.
Yeah, check this out. This is Project Bizarre. This is like our psychiatric diagnosis and microwave exposure standards preemptive. It's about weapon implications where they test it on monkeys and they can control their behavior. They can change the perception of time. They can do voice to skull transmission. And this was all back in what, like 1960, 1970? Yeah. That was like 50, 60 years ago. What we have now is so far beyond this. Deep rabbit hole.
Does that go with some research that I saw some time ago that they're saying that they could apply frequencies into, I guess, bacteria or how do you say parasites? They could make it more aggressive.
Yeah, that's
inside the
pleomorphism.
host.
Yeah, that's pleomorphism. That is a verified fact. There are animal studies where they were able to replicate that. There's a guy named EO Nutrition that has a lot of good videos and lectures on the impact of EMF on your gut microbiome. And yep, it can make bacteria mutate and pleomorphize into something they should not be.
Have you ever heard of Royal Rife?
Yeah, curing cancer with frequency.
With microwave frequencies and stuff. Yeah, cure cancers, cure sicknesses, diseases, stuff like that. Crazy
Everything
stuff.
has a resonance.
Yeah, exactly.
The cancer topic's interesting because there's a guy named Thomas Seyfried who studied like the metabolic theory of cancer and how it's the way it metabolizes energy changes. So the difference between a cancerous cell and a non-cancerous cell is when the cell flips from burning glucose for ATP and energy to instead fermenting it into lactic acid. That's why when they do tests trying to find if people have cancer, they often check the lactic acid markers. If they're high, that means more likely that they have a cancer. And coincidentally, the easiest way to stop that cancer growth is to quit feeding it glucose, which is a ketogenic diet. And then you can look at Paleomedicina in Hungary, and they're curing people of cancer with a carnivorous ketogenic diet. People with brain tumors and all kinds of awful stuff within 6 months. My grandma had stage 4 colon cancer, and she was vegetarian beforehand, and she didn't eat a lot of meat, eggs, or dairy. Like, she was mostly plant-based. And I went down to Missouri to see her to like kind of give her a bunch of information, explain what's going on and whatnot. She didn't want to do chemo or radiation. She wanted to stay far away from that because she knows it's toxic. So I got her to do a carnivorous ketogenic diet with kefir and raw eggs and fasting and whatnot. And in 6 months, stage 4 colon cancer completely vanished, gut totally healthy, no sign of cancer. So it can happen very quick just on a simple diet change. If you want those papers from Paleomedicine, I'll put them in chat. They're really interesting. They even cured a person with type 1 diabetes. Most doctors say type 1 diabetes can't be cured, but they're successfully doing it.
Hey, I want that. I'm a type 1 since I'm like 8 years old.
Are you? Okay, hang on. Let me link it to you.
Every time someone says diabetes, I'm like, yeah, let me hear that. Type 1 specifically.
Here's an archive of all their research. They have one child with type 1 diabetes mellitus successfully treated with a Paleolithic ketogenic diet, 19-month insulin freedom. He got totally off insulin. Just stopped eating sugar, stopped eating carbs, ate nothing but meat and fat, no more insulin needed. It's crazy. There's another one too.
It does have something to do with, I mean, when I eat, like, I can eat like eggs, even raw eggs, high fat meat, and I don't feel the sugar rush and anything. I feel kind of like better, more balanced. But for some reason, since I've been taking insulin, I've been taking needle shots since I'm 8 years old. If I don't take it after a while, I feel like freaking dying.
Yeah.
But there's something to
There's
there's,
there's another explanation that's interesting about it being an autoimmune problem, where like your pancreatic beta cells, they're supposed to make insulin, but for some reason when you're a child, I know why. It involves injections. I can't say anymore, but it turns on the beta cell autoimmunity where your body is like attacking its own insulin production cells. So you have to get it
well,
exogenously.
that's funny because the shot that I got when I was a child, it was the MMR, and that one has as an adverse reaction for the endocrine system mellitus.
Yep, 100%.
And that's what I got. Me and my brother, we got that shot, and the next days for about a week, we were throwing like mucus with blood from our noses and spewing blood with mucus. And then I developed migraines, headaches all the time. Then I lost like a bunch of I was like 9 years old, and I lost like 20 pounds, and then they took me to the hospital, and they said, oh, you got type 1 diabetes. But it was definitely a combination from, I guess, these diets that we get these days, plus the trigger, which was the MMR shot.
Yeah, it's implicated in so many autoimmune diseases. It's incomprehensible, the scale.
Yeah. So they say, hey, you're not gonna get measles, rubella, or the other one, but we're gonna give you type 1 diabetes. So you're welcome.
So are you saying meat is like good for you? It's necessary?
Yeah, it's the most important food in any diet. Animal foods in general, like you can get by without meat, but it's not ideal.
Yeah.
As long as you eat eggs and dairy and you're getting fat soluble vitamins, you're good. But yeah, you should eat meat just because like meat contains taurine. I don't know if you're familiar with Red Bull. They put taurine in Red Bull because it just makes your brain feel and work better, and that's only available in red meat and some types of animal milks like goat milk.
Well, me at the extreme of type 1 diabetes is kind of extreme. Even the insulin itself says that it depletes my my minerals in the body, magnesium, and all this stuff. So me being at the extreme of kind of like a bad sickness, the best I feel is when I eat like good meats and kind of high fat, high kind of protein, high fat stuff like that. Meat, eggs, I feel fine. But once I introduce like sugars and that other stuff like grains and flour, if I eat that stuff, then I feel like shit. So
Yep. Pretty standard. I don't know. I mean, my definition of what humans are, we're facultative carnivores, cyclical omnivores, and obligate lipivores. We need fat in our diet. And the only way we could garner enough fat without fridges and all the modernity and modern agriculture was by consuming animals. Like, there's really no other way we could do without it. And if you look at our gut physiology, like we have stomach acid lower than other carnivores and even scavengers that eat rotten corpses. We have no rumen to ferment fiber into saturated fat. Like if you were to compare us to monkeys or primates or chimpanzees, like they get all their fat from fermenting fiber. So they don't eat any dietary fat. They just eat a ton of fiber, which their gut ferments into butyrate, which is a saturated fat, and that makes 60 to 70% of their total calories. Humans can only make 0.01% to like 4.5% total calories from fermenting fiber. So we're not designed to be on a high plant-based diet. We're intended to get our fat and our proteins dietarily from animal food consumption. I know this is a contested topic. I know like a lot of spirituality stuff ties into it.
It is. It's a triggering topic, but when I consume like high fats, like let's say directly like lamb fat or that cutting that people cut the fat from the meat, I can consume that, and my digestive system feels more smooth. I can digest everything better if I consume like a
Yeah.
decent amount of fat before the meal.
Yeah, I mean, your gut is made of fat. Like your nervous system, your brain, your lymphatic system, like you're full of fat. And if you don't get enough dietary fat, like your gut's going to get angry, you're going to have nervous system sheath sloughing off, and your brain is going to atrophy. You need dietary fat. If you want a good paper on what the ancients thought about it, I have one from Mickey Bendor on fat as a symbol of like health and fertility. That's really, really interesting.
Is that why they put it in the, like they've been demonizing fat for a long time? Like fat is bad for you.
Yeah, it's an inversion. They're trying to make you sick by telling you that animal foods are bad for you and fat causes heart disease when it doesn't. Like fat prevents heart disease. Like they try to imply causality. This is a good analogy. So you know how they say LDL and cholesterol causes heart disease, right? They make the LDL and the cholesterol the causal mechanism in that, and they ignore why it's there in the first place. If you read like some of the mechanistic explanations of how it develops, you have this thing called a glycocalyx in your arteries. It's like a little film, like a microvilli film that protects your artery from damage. High blood glucose makes that villi drop 80%, which exposes your arterial wall and your intima. So if your arterial wall gets injured by something you eat, like high blood glucose or high omega-6 or inflammation, LDL and cholesterol zoom to that spot to try and repair it. So it's like your house is burning down, the firemen show up to put it out, and the scientists stand there and go, oh, look, every time a house burns down, the fireman's there. That means the fireman is causing it. That is their logic, simply, as simple as I can put it. They blame the thing trying to fix it as the cause. And ironically, if you want to lower your cholesterol and LDL, if you do a ketogenic diet and you eat fats in excess above your basal metabolic rate, your LDL and your cholesterol go down dramatically, which means it's just an energy system that's transporting cholesterol and lipids and energy to your cells. It's not a causal mechanism in any way. It's just another backwards ass inversion to harm you, just like everything else in healthcare. It's fucking crazy.
So this whole vegan thing is like a psyop.
Yeah, it is 100%.
That's a great way to put it the way you said it about the firefighter and stuff.
Yeah, I learned more about heart disease and the causality of it from two software engineers than I ever did reading cardiology papers. They're ideologically possessed and still stuck in the 1950s, thanks to Ansel Keys, who got all of his funding for those studies from the sugar lobby and from the Seventh-day Adventists, who are plant-based vegans. It's just severe conflicts of interest all around, suspect funding, and the science is just bad. There's no evidence for causality, just association. Basically, everything the government tells you to do in terms of health and diet, do the opposite, and you'll have the truth.
Everything is inverted in this world.
Yeah, dude. Seriously, everything. If you guys would prefer to watch something, I have a lot of good lectures and documentaries if you want to learn about the optimal human diet and our physiology and all that. Yeah, I know. I'm sure there's a lot of. If there's a vegan in here, I'm sorry if I'm offending you. I was a vegan for a year and a half, and then a vegetarian for another year and a half after that, and it did not help my health at all. It made it far worse. So if you're on a vegan diet and you're supplementing and you're feeling okay, just try to look at it with an open mind.
Don't vegans have trouble getting like vitamin B or something like that?
They have trouble getting a lot of things. They have trouble getting enough zinc due to anti-nutrients and phytates binding it. They don't get enough cholesterol to make vitamin D. They don't get enough proper form of vitamin A and retinol because they can't convert beta carotene to vitamin A. They don't get phospholipid omega-3s. They don't get enough magnesium because all plant foods are devoid of it because our soil is devoid of it. They have to supplement or they fall
Can't
apart.
they eat?
They what?
Can't they eat peanuts to get magnesium?
No, if you look at, there's a graph from early 1900s till now, the magnesium content of food has dropped 90% across the board in all foods. We have completely farmed it out of our soil and they don't add it back. So the plant foods that you're consuming will have far less magnesium than claimed.
I'm doing that with a lot, yeah.
Yeah, all the numbers on magnesium content in plant foods is based on research from the early 1900s. It's not tested in the modern day. It's just they don't care to test it. If you look at German nutrient databases too, they will tell you they test their food every year for the nutrition content, and you can see the trajectory of magnesium and other minerals dropping dramatically since the early 1900s.
Magnesium chloride has very high absorption. That's probably the one that yeah.
Yeah, they're the only two sources of magnesium, or actually three. Glycinate's okay, but magnesium chloride, magnesium sulfate, and then magnesium glycinate. Those are the three types of magnesium.
Oh, what's the sulfate do?
That's Epsom salt. Sulfate is a detoxifier. It's like a sulfur. It's got sulfur in it. If you ever go to the store and get Epsom salts to bathe in, that's magnesium sulfate. Yeah, if you want a good water with magnesium, Geralstoner is the highest, and it tastes the best too. It's the best water you can get. Another thing to keep in mind too with veganism, whenever any diet is being pushed on Netflix and by corporations and Monsanto and mainstream media, you should be wary of it. And they're pushing veganism like crazy now.
Seems like they never want you to use your discernment, with the dieting included.
They just want you to trust their authority.
To be suspicious of any information that comes through mainstream sources. Hypercritical. Basically assume it's false. Work from there.
So you don't think vitamins work?
What do you mean? Like supplementing vitamins?
Supplement, yeah.
It depends. Like some of them are in the proper forms. Most B12 that you get nowadays is a cyanide combination. It's cyanocobalamin. It's got a cyanide attached to it. So like you want to get methyl versions, like in animal foods, like methylfolate, methyl B12. Those are the absorbable proper forms that you should get. For magnesium, like magnesium oxide isn't absorbed at all, and it's hard on your gut. You want to try to get the type of magnesium found in nature, which is magnesium chloride and magnesium sulfate. So it's about emulating what your ancestors were doing, essentially.
I thought B12 was water soluble.
Yeah, it is. Hey, cut that shit. I can tell you the story about why pasteurization started. So the idea that germs cause disease, that was Louis Pasteur's doing. He's the one that tried to prove causality that, oh, dangerous bacteria is going to make you sick. So if you look back to the history of why they made pasteurization mandatory, the cows at the time were being fed distillery runoff from alcohol production plants. So they were feeding these cows a toxic amalgam of all kinds of chemicals and all kinds of pesticides. And then when people drank the milk from those cows, they got sick and they died. So what they found is if they boiled the milk, it would break down the toxin so it wouldn't make people sick. So they assumed it was bacteria that was doing it, when in reality it was just the toxins from distillery runoff. Second, the dairy industry wanted pasteurization because that gave them control over the entire industry. You couldn't sell milk without first sending it to a dairy processor to pasteurize it. So farmers ended up getting less money in the end in doing that. So if you're buying raw milk from a local farm, it's not full of piss or shit or pus or any of that. It's food as nature intended, food as we've been eating for God knows how many years at this point. It's not pus. It's sheer unbridled nutrition. And if you want to look up the benefits of raw milk, I linked a presentation from the Real Milk Foundation. It's full of so many important compounds for your gut, so many immunological factors, probiotic bacteria.
Oregano oil capsules have helped my gut quite a bit, substantially.
Yeah, it's a natural antibiotic. I'll link you some of the points from the presentation. Stand by.
Cool.
Do you see all these compounds? Medium chain fatty acids, fibronectins, lactoferrin, lactoperoxidase. All these things are what make milk healthy. When you pasteurize milk, you're not getting any of the immunological compounds. You're getting less vitamin B12. It's harder on your gut. There's no lactoperoxidase or lactoferrin to let you digest calcium. So pasteurized milk can make you constipated, while raw milk will actually let you absorb the calcium. There are so many important things in milk that get destroyed at pasteurization. If I drink pasteurized milk from the store, I get the shits. If I drink raw milk from my local farmer, I feel great. So can't really compare.
Do you think that's why lactose intolerance is kind of like on the rise?
Yeah, it's pasteurization intolerance. And lactose isn't like lactose without the gut bacteria to digest it. It can give you the shits, like it can make your gut upset. But that's the thing with raw milk. Raw milk already has bacteria in it, like lactobacillus, that consume that lactose for you and turn it into glucose. So if you pasteurize milk, you're getting lactose with none of the bacteria, so you can't digest it. If you're getting raw milk, you're getting the lactose with the bacteria, which digests it for you.
So then what is Fairlife milk if it's lactose-free milk?
Yeah, they put an enzyme in it. They put a lactase enzyme in it that eats all of it. That's high ultra heat treated pasteurization. They bring it up to 280 degrees, and then they put the lactase enzyme in there to get rid of all the lactose. That shit is toxic. Ultra high pasteurized milk is completely oxidized. It's devoid of most of the important nutrients. You're not getting any of the calcium out of it.
But they claim there's protein in it.
Yeah, it's oxidized though. Yes, I have, Travis. I love Paul Stamets.
Every time I've smelled Fairlife milk, it smells like ass.
Yeah, I used to make my cereal when I was in college. I used to get the Fairlife milk and eat cereal.
And it always stunk.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was a degenerate carb addict back then. Like, I put chocolate syrup all over my cereal for breakfast. I did a lot of dumb shit. So I'm not a good example.
And then you added 3 spoons of sugar into your cereal.
Dude, the shit I made, I used to make apples out of Gushers and fruit roll-ups. I'd take 2 packs of fruit roll-ups and a whole box of Gushers, and I would wrap the fruit roll-up around the Gushers and like eat it like an apple. It's remarkable I didn't get diabetes, to be honest with you.
I love Gushers.
I ate like such crap. I used to drink like 2 liters of Dr. Pepper a day. I'd eat a whole bag of Swedish fish in one sitting and sunflower seeds and just... I ate.
Do you think some things, such as like diabetes too, is like from, or can be from, or is partly from, or mostly from, like microorganisms and other stuff?
Like, what do you mean? Like, the bacteria is causing it?
I don't know, but when I researched that chlorine dioxide, the MMS, they were mentioning that a lot of the stuff we suffer from is mostly from microorganisms.
See, that's the thing. Like, this is the central tenets of bacteria cause disease. There's no good causality evidence. Like, you can feed someone a vial of E. coli, and more than likely they're not going to get sick. Like, whenever you eat a fermented food like sauerkraut or cheese or yogurt, those fermented foods are full of supposed pathogens, but they don't make people sick. So you have to think, is it the bacteria causing the disease, or is it the terrain of the person, the content of their gut, how healthy their stomach acid is, what their immune system is like? Is that why they respond negatively to it, or is it the bacteria causing it? Because we're already full of bacteria. You got strep all over your body. It's in your skin. It's in your nose. Your gut is full of pathogens right now, making neurotransmitters and immunological components. We know that these bacteria are essential, so it seems a bit myopic and silly to say, oh, okay, all this bacteria is important, but this one little microbe is going to cause all this disease. It doesn't make logical sense if you get to like the root of that ideology.
Okay.
So you're not a believer in germ theory?
I think germs exist. I think viruses, exosomes, and extracellular vesicles exist, but there's no evidence for causality is a problem. Like, if you look at any, I would love to talk about this more in depth, but I don't want to get the YouTube channel in trouble. But the evidence for viruses causing disease is extremely bad science. It's like the way Jonas Salk did it, the way they isolate these bacteria, first they put cells in a petri dish, right? So they have a bunch of live cells that they've collected from someone, if it's from sputum, from an animal, whatever, and then they put a bunch of antibiotics, formaldehyde, and toxins in there, and those toxins kill the cells, and when the cells die, they release viruses. They release exosomes and what are called extracellular vesicles. They are basically a communication system that your body has to send information back and forth. So it's like your cells are dying, you're suffering from disease. When those cells die, they release extracellular vesicles that go to the rest of your body to say, hey, these cells just died from this. This is how you need to respond to it. This is how your immune system should respond. The way that they determine causality in viruses is they use a centrifuge to isolate it, right? So they have these exosomes, these viruses all separated. They mix it with all those toxins like aluminum and formaldehyde, thimerosal, mercury, all that stuff. And then they inject it into an animal. And when that animal develops symptoms, they go, oh, it's the exosomes and viruses causing that. But they pay no attention towards the toxin that they attached with it. There's no study in existence in all of virology where they compare adjuvants alone and adjuvants plus virus to determine causality of disease. They just don't do it. They refuse to study it. So every study on viral causality of disease is predicated on the use of adjuvants in conjunction. Otherwise, they can't do it. Like, you can't keep the viruses replicating inside the petri dish or inside the injection without including the preservatives and the adjuvants with it. Is based on horrible science. Like, the bedrock of virology is horrible science.
It almost sounds like, yeah, we'll add this and add this and add this, and then it will have reaction. Then we'll go back over here or something.
Yeah, it's like it's a dupe. Like, it's duplicitous. It's literally duplicitous. It's, again, an inversion. And if you look at what Jonas Salk was talking about, like, he was a eugenicist. I wanted to exterminate minorities and everyone else. So, like, yeah, virology is built on horrible science. So is the conversation of, do germs cause disease or do viruses cause disease? It's all based on flawed ideology and lots of assumptions. I think what matters most is the terrain, like your own health, your own nutrition, your own microbiome, your immune system. That stuff's supported with good diet and health. So by this logic, if bacteria cause disease, why can I eat 6-month-old rotten liver and feel amazing? Like, if they're supposed to make me sick, why can't I do that? It doesn't make logical sense.
So we just don't know the truth. You could probably eat a variety of rotten candied meats and stuff, and what you're saying.
Yeah, it's always toxins. Like, I think virology's intent was just to gaslight us against toxins. You can take the DDT thing, for example. Like, they sprayed DDT all over the country for a decade, and that's when polio came about. And if you look at what DDT does to insects and animals, it's a nervous system paralysant. Like, it'll paralyze your nervous system with exposure. And we were literally spraying it in babies' faces as soon as they came out of the womb, because we didn't want to let them get malaria, which didn't even exist, like, really at all at the time. So, like, it's always an inversion. It's always a gaslight. There's some toxin in the environment, be it heavy metals, a pesticide, something. And then when the disease starts becoming prevalent, they create a jab for it. And then say, oh, the jab is.
Sometimes you're just gonna have to believe in it. Like, he put up an example, like, you can prove that if you crank up the heat with water inside a pot, the water would boil. But let's say something like, if you were to believe the stars were different kind of galaxies, you guess you're just gonna have to believe in that, because there's no way that you could prove that it's real.
Yeah, and this is where Koch's postulates come in. Like, he's the guy who put the criteria together to determine causality. Like, they can't even isolate these things. Like, you cannot isolate a specific extracellular vesicle and get the entire genetic code from it. So what they have to do, like, if you want to look at the study where they isolated the current cooties, they put it in a petri dish, they showered it in antibiotics, they got a partial genetic code from a high cycle RT-PCR test. Then they had to go to a gene bank from GIS or GIS-IAD and GenBank from the NCBI, and they had to put them together. So the current strain, the current genetic code that these tests are testing for is based on a speculation. It's based on them going, okay, we got partial code here. We're going to go look at a gene bank of previous types of viruses, merge them together, and go, oh, this is what it is. And then they put that in the test, and then they run enough cycles, and you can find it in anyone. Part of the genetic code in this current strain already exists in human chromosome 8. So if you run enough cycles, you can find it in anyone. Literally anyone you can test and find that specific genetic code. So it's all just bad science. It's all contrived.
The best thing about this is that when people get sick, they blame the animals. Oh, it's the bird flu. It's the birds. Or oh, swine flu. It's the pigs.
Yep. It has never been proven. The transmission from one species to another causing disease has never been proven. They have tried from like 1920 up until 1960 something, like right after or right before Jonas Salk did his thing and put out his methodologies and whatnot that basically consist of all jabs in the current day. They tried to prove causality and transmission. They would take horses, ferrets, dogs, all kinds of animals. They would suck out the mucus from a sick animal, inject it into a healthy animal, and they never got sick. They would put bags on a sick horse's head, transfer it to a healthy horse, never got sick. They could never prove causality in transmission. So what they did instead was contrived isolation studies, mixing it with toxic adjuvants, injecting it into the brains of monkeys or whichever other animal or whichever other like intravenous exposure. And when they got sick, they would go, "Oh, it's the virus that made you sick." They ignored the adjuvants entirely. They never cared to compare adjuvants alone to adjuvants plus extracellular vesicles and viruses. So there's no causality. Like there's literally no evidence for causality. That doesn't mean I don't think stuff can be transmitted. Like it's obvious when children get smallpox, right? Like or not small, chicken pox, and they come near each other. Like there's something happening there, but how do we determine it's a virus? Could it be psychological? Could it be a nocebo effect? Like you see someone sick, they make you sick. You see someone yawn, you yawn. Like could it be as simple as that? It's complicated. It's not as simple as, oh, single virus out of infinite numbers of them is causing disease while the rest of them don't do anything. It's just myopic and dumb and reductionist and very simple-minded to imply causality.
Yeah.
I have a good documentary on how they did this with AIDS. It's called House of Numbers.
Okay.
I see you're very ogenous pilled.
Yeah, well, partially. I was on this. I was on this train before I found Ogenus.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he taught me a lot though. Like he's got a lot of good insights.
Do you know who the Frank Hill is on here?
Frank Hill?
Yeah, he's like one of the members.
No, I just joined the server a few days ago, so I'm still fresh.
Well, he was like the best person on that group that was on yesterday.
There's a good book by Dr. Thomas Cowan too that goes through all the evidence of like viral causality and disease.
Yeah.
I'll put it in chat. I just want to say it's really nice to be able to talk about this stuff without
You
being
probably mean
immediately met.
Hank Hill because you spoke yesterday to him in the VC second, the young guy.
You guys there?
Yeah.
So to go back to the thing you were talking about, that somebody couldn't somebody would think something was, but couldn't prove that it actually was. Like for them, like the flu, the bird flu or whatever, that came from the bird, but people never proved it because they tried so many ways, but none of them actually proved if the animals were the reason why you're getting sick.
Yeah, it's a question of causality. Like, it's the same thing. Like how Whitsitt Austin talks about like the lack. It's what's the word? It's like a reaffirmation bias or something like that, or reaffirmation fallacy, where they assume something and then experiment based on that. Yeah, reification
bias.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's the same concept. Like it's a reification fallacy where they base it on early research in virology that was first funded by the Rockefeller Foundation. Like Rockefellers are who created all of virology. The entire education system for it was created by them. And they assume causality even though there was no evidence for it. And all the evidence that they use to say this is causality involves the injection of toxic adjuvants like formaldehyde, aluminum, polysorbates, mercury, and all kinds of other stuff. So they never segregated it. They never did a study where they go, okay, let's see if just the adjuvants make this monkey sick, and then if the adjuvants plus the viral component makes them sick. They never did those studies, so there's no evidence of causality. It's all speculation, fundamentally.
I'm really sorry, but I gotta go. I gotta go to sleep for school tomorrow.
Good.
Oh, no worries. Good night.
All right, good night.
Yeah, the terrain theory, germ theory stuff, it's a deep rabbit hole.
No, Doobie. You little fucker. I'm gonna catch little boxes. Have you read any books on terrain theory?
Yeah, I've watched a lot of lectures too. Like Dr. Andrew Kaufman's stuff is good. Thomas Cowan has some lectures on it as well on I can't say the word, on autoimmunity as a result and the evidence for causality. I read his book on the contagion myth that outlines the same concept of terrain theory being more important. Like your terrain is what dictates illness, not some external pathogen or virus. I have another doc. I can't remember where I put it.
I know about it, but I don't know enough to I don't know.
I mean, it's complicated. I'll tell you that. It's just, if you read, if you go to Google Scholar or any research site and look up Salk's early research on how they were proving causality, it's such bad science. It's also barbaric and fucked up what they did to kids. So many humans have been experimented on in the name of this field of research and killed.
Really?
Yeah, it's all based on flawed logic from the get-go. A second thing, just basic biology, if we're exposed to pathogens, right, it's always via an orifice. It's via your mouth, your nose, your eyes, ears. It's never via injections. I don't the logic of injecting it in the first place doesn't make sense based on that way of exposure in the first place. But when we tried oral immunity, I'm gonna be careful with my language. When we tried oral immunizations, they never went well. If you look at what happened in India when Bill Gates was doing the polio, he gave 500,000 children polio doing that, which is just toxicity, nervous system paralysis toxicity.
See, I thought polio, I thought this was a terrain theory that polio was an outbreak because this is when coal was our number one source for fuel. And when everyone was smutted around in coal, everyone started getting polio, but they never put the two together.
Yeah, coal was related. It was heavy metals in the environment, so that is multifactorial. The biggest contributing cause, if I can send you a graph of the correlation and then the evidence on causation, the biggest contributing cause to polio was them spraying a DDT pesticide everywhere. After Operation Paperclip happened, a bunch of Nazis came over to the U.S. and joined the pre-CDC organization to combat malaria, and they went everywhere in the country where it was populated, even on airplanes, spraying DDT from the sky, spraying it on food, spraying it on livestock, spraying it on babies day one when they come out. As soon as they started doing that, polio skyrocketed. And then when polio started to skyrocket, they doubled down and said, oh, we got to eradicate polio now. And they sprayed even more. They would go to swimming pools and spray children with DDT everywhere, constantly. It was an everyday thing. Cars driving down the road, spraying DDT out the back of it, airplanes above you, just showering us in pesticides. And then the other coincidental factor is that the suspension that they used of DDT was a glycol DDT, and then the preservative they used to keep it intact was arsenic. So not only were they spraying with a pesticide, they're spraying you with a heavy metal that is also implicated in paralysis with toxicity. So yeah, coal definitely contributed because coal was pumping out mercury and aluminum and all kinds of other heavy metals into the atmosphere, but the principal cause was a pesticide called DDT. This is a crazy graph. This will blow your mind. Hang on. Look at that graph. Look how perfect it correlates.
It's not loading in for me right now. Oh shit! Yeah, I see it.
I have another one too that's a lot more clear. If you go on Google Images and search polio DDT, there are so many images of like nurses spraying it in a child's face, them going to a pool and spraying it everywhere, like driving down the road, spraying out the back of the car. Is just unfucking real what they did to people.
Yeah, I remember in Puerto Rico, they used to pass by with trucks and spraying this gas all around the neighborhoods. They will pass. They will pass by, I think, like once or twice a week, and they will just pass by and be spraying this cloud of smoke. They used to say it was for mosquitoes.
Yeah, I mean, it paralyzes mosquitoes. It paralyzes lab animals and mosquitoes, and the Nazis knew this. Before they came over in Operation Paperclip, they had studied and created DDT as a biological warfare weapon. So they knew what it would do, and yet they came here to the USA and sprayed it everywhere. And then they pretended like, oh no, there's no evidence it causes disease, even though there was mountains of it. Like, look at this crap. Just a kid standing in a fog of it.
Jesus.
They even put it in wallpaper. There are ads from the 40s where there was a company making wallpaper with DDT in it. Yeah, check this ad out. This is a DDT is good for me ad.
But my question is, why will they lie?
What do you mean? Why would they lie?
That this was good. You know, it was to help people against mosquitoes, and they wouldn't say it was actually bad for. I mean, I remember they passing with the trucks and people outside walking next to that stuff, and it was just a cloud of. It looked like a white cloud of gas.
Yeah, it was aerosolized. Like they mixed it with a glycol and water and arsenic and sprayed it everywhere. Honestly, like, you know what's crazy is there's more hard evidence for polio being caused by DDT than a virus itself. Like, it's that bad. Like multiple orders of magnitude better evidence for it being DDT.
This same talk is reminding me a lot of like chemtrails.
Yeah, it's eugenics, it's depopulation, it's making people sick for profit in the healthcare system. It's the same old shit. Been doing it for decades. And if you dig hard enough, you can find this with every pandemic. Like smallpox was due to bed bugs and people getting infected because they were vitamin A deficient, vitamin A and D deficient. That every single cause that they tell us, it's some toxin or something environmental instead. Do you see the other ad too? For a better start in life, start Coca-Cola early. How soon is too soon? Not soon enough. Laboratory tests over the last few years have proven babies who start drinking soda during their early formative period have a much higher chance of gaining acceptance and fitting in during those awkward pre-teen and teen years. This is just disgustingly manipulative and just evil.
I don't know if they're trying to be like haha funny, or like that's like they're being serious in this ad.
I mean advertising in and of itself is psychological warfare.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how it started. Well, what's that guy, Edward Bernays? He was like the first big advertising guy, big PR guy. He talked about this stuff. He talked about manipulating people willfully. And I mean, the CIA director back in 1950 said, "We'll know our disinformation campaign is complete when everything the American public believes is false." It's pretty much where we're at right now.
But why will they lie?
Yeah. Why would they lie?
Well, why would my TV didn't say that they were liars? I don't believe you. I don't know. It's inversion. Like, it's just a religion. They're Saturnian, Sabbatean, Frankist inverters of all that is good and holy.
I've came to the conclusion that the majority of reason why they do any of these things and lie about it is just like, this is a simple enough answer just to sum it all up. It's just control. That's all you have to say. Control
and suppression.
If your people are weak and can't do things by themselves, rely on you for whatever else, and you're causing them their sickness, but they run for you for help. It's what is it? It's a control mechanism at that point. It's not rocket science.
Yeah, as Austin says, it's textbook Hegelian dialectic. They create the problem, and then they already have the solution ready, and it makes the problem worse. Like, it's just they fuck you from everywhere. Every single
Run me the big words over again. What does he call it?
The Hegelian dialectic.
Yeah.
Have you never heard that? It's problem, reaction, solution. Like, they create the problem by putting toxins in the environment. The reaction of the public means they demand injection, and they give it to them, and they profit on both ends. They profit from making the chemical in the first place.
Yeah. I know that. I was just like, oh, big words.
Yeah. I don't know if you were trolling me or not. I have a hard time picking up on when people are joking or trolling. So I apologize.
Nah, you're good.
We're at the point now. It's just everything they tell you, think the opposite, and you'll be good. That's usually the truth.
Oh, you don't have to tell me, man. I'm pretty much trying to eat like all my food. I mean, it's weird, of course, to any normal person, but I'm, autogenous build. All my food's raw.
Nice.
I don't believe in cooking anything. If you gotta cook it, you're obviously maybe shouldn't be eating it as much. Or
yeah, for the most part, I'm with you. I mean, I eat raw meat. Sometimes I sear my steaks from frozen, so I get a nice crust on it, but it's like 90% raw in the middle. I try to keep the internal temp at 110 or lower, so all the enzymes and whatnot are still intact. I eat raw dairy. I make my own raw milk kefir, fermented for like 4 or 5 days. Make my own cheese. The only thing is my einkorn kefir sourdough bread. I sprout einkorn berries, and you know what sprouting is, right? Like where you get it to kind of pop out, like it makes like a little seed on the end of it. So I soak einkorn berries, I sprout them, I dry them in a dehydrator at 100 degrees so I don't lose any of the enzymes. I grind it into a flour. I mix the flour with kefir as a starter. I ferment it for 2 or 3 days, and then I bake it. And it's like the most nutrient dense, pre-digested bread that you could ever eat that doesn't cause gut problems.
Yeah. You can get some unheated honey too.
Yeah, I have a 5-pound jar of raw honey, and then I also got a 60-pound pail of raw honey in my closet for prepping.
Oh wow!
I'm ready to go. If the world goes to shit, I could survive and thrive dietarily for a year plus, easy. I got 100 and something pounds of pemmican. I got like 100 pounds of rice. I got a bunch of fat in the freezer that I can preserve. I got like 60 pounds of salt for preservation, 60-pound pail of honey. I got 40 pounds of einkorn wheat berries. Yeah, I'm packed to the brim. I'm ready for the world to go to shit.
Nice, man. I wish I had my own dairy source. That would be just great.
There's a way you can find it. Go to realmilk.com. They have a raw milk finder. What state are you in?
I took the ballsy route. So I'm in Montana, and they just now are like legally passing. I don't know why or how, but just out of nowhere, like they dropped a lot of regulations surrounding raw milk. But before, I was just like, fuck it. If anyone really makes this big of a fuss out of it, like I really doubted it. But I straight up just went to Facebook community page and I was like, hey, I'm wanting to buy some raw milk. And of course I had the dinglings that were like, oh, you know, that's illegal. And I just ignored them. And I actually had messages messaging me in the DMs going, yeah, I'll sell to you if you know, just keep it on the down low. And I was like, absolutely. So I've been drinking off raw goat milk for the last year or so.
Dude, that's awesome. I think goat milk's the best raw milk because it's got taurine in it. If I had access to goat milk, I'd drink it instead of cow's milk.
It's so good. I love it.
It's amazing for your health. Like it's the perfect food. One of the most nutrient dense. It's so good for your gut. Yeah, I'm looking at Montana. You got like a handful of places around Bosman and Harding and
I live by the city. I'm like 45 minutes outside of Billings.
Oh yeah, you got some places then. You got a lot of farms where you can buy that from. Check out the map I just sent you. You can find a few here.
Okay. Yeah.
Isn't it weird like that they make raw milk illegal in the first place? Like if you look at the statistics for foodborne illness, you're more likely to get sick according to the government from raw lettuce by like 10,000% than you are from raw milk. Yet they don't make it mandatory that you can't eat raw lettuce or that you can't eat unpasteurized lettuce. Like it doesn't, the logic doesn't make sense. And if you look at the history of pasteurization, it's because the dairy industry wanted to take it over and force every farmer to send them their milk to pasteurize it, which they get a cut from, and farmers get less money. You can just buy your milk from the farmer. They lose all their money. So it's obvious. It was profit motive and anti-health.
Yep.
It's legal in some states. In California, you can go to Whole Foods and buy it.
Augenus made it legal in California.
Yeah, dude, he had so many good lawsuits. He made a lot of great change in the world, or at least in the United States.
Dude, no one can change my mind. He was definitely assassinated.
Oh,
he
no doubt.
Off his 2-story balcony. Yeah, okay.
No fucking doubt. And then the story about him being attacked in his hotel and forcefully injected, and yeah, they did not want him alive. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
He was a huge pain in their ass. And he had the resources with the Weston Price Foundation. He had the resources to really go after him, too. Like a lot of people were donating and supporting. He was trying to get the food laws changed across the United States so we could all have access to the same raw foods.
Are you in any of the Primal servers or the Sovedia server by chance?
Yeah, I was. I hang out with some of them. Like I'm in another server with like Bart K, like he's a carnivore. I'm in all the carnivore servers, but A lot of them are a lot of the Augenus stuff. I like Augenus and I like what he taught a lot, but a lot of the Augenus people that fixate and like believe every single word, they don't allow for much nuance. They're very religious about it. I love his work. I've listened to all of his audio lectures. I've watched all of his lectures. I've read all of his books. He's got great insights, but I don't like how people worship him.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, man. Like I think about like 80% of what Augenus says is, if not fact, close to fact. You know, like he was definitely on to something 100%.
Yeah.
But the other like 20% was just like, okay, this dude's maybe going a little overboard. Well, there's some stuff I don't agree with for sure.
Yeah, same. Like I don't agree with the vegetable juicing. I think that's you're getting anti-nutrient bombs, which isn't really valuable for people who are struggling.
And I think he understood that to a degree because that's why he juiced them. You know, he said he even said it himself. The whole reason behind juicing is you can't digest the pulp and whatever else from these vegetables, so you had to juice them. But yeah, even the juice themselves, I mean, I don't know if you can really digest them even then.
I think if you fermented it, you can. I think if he was advocating for fermenting the vegetable juices, it could be good. But just like juicing a bunch of like tomatoes and spinach and oxalate-rich
He
food,
kind of wanted to replicate what grass was doing inside a cow's stomach, per se.
Yep. And then he also saw this in cultures too. Like some of the original cultures he had visited, they would chew on the plant and then spit out the fiber. So they only wanted the juice. So he's trying to emulate that. I mean, plants are medicine. That's what they are. Like plant foods are medicine. They shouldn't be your primary calorie source. They shouldn't be where you're getting a majority of your nutrients, but they're excellent medicine. Like we know oregano oil is good for your gut if you're having gut problems. Like clay and charcoal too. Like if you ever have food poisoning or feel like you're about to get sick, take clay and charcoal and like right before bed, and you will wake up the next day feeling completely fine.
Really?
It's magic. There's a paper on Zanzibar monkeys. The Zanzibar monkeys got forced to move to a new area with different plant foods, and the plant foods there were toxic to them. So what they figured out is if they eat charcoal from a fire, like a human fire, they would grab the charcoal from the fire and eat it with the plants. They wouldn't get sick because charcoal binds the toxins in the plant foods. That allows them to eat it. Very interesting.
Right now, like I guess this is a little off topic, but I'm kind of at the crossroads with raw chicken because I see a lot of it like raw foodists like actually advocate for raw chicken, and then half of them do say that like they just completely avoid them, and I understand why. Is because you know they are fed an unnatural diet when they're at these big plants where they're just cooped up and whatnot and just fed grains. I could understand why they could be somewhat toxic because they're not meant to be eating grains their entire life. They're supposed to be in the wild, eating insects and whatever else kind of plants, not just grains and sludge.
They love worms.
Yeah, of course.
Have you ever seen what a chicken does to a mouse? My mom has chickens, so I've seen chickens are like a raptor, like a velociraptor when it comes to trying to eat a mouse. They are violent.
Yeah, they are. They all just swarm. But what was I about to say? So I know I do have the realization that, you know, they could be slapped on, free range chickens if they're like even just cooped up in a pen and have like a little room to run around, and then they can just slap down, these are free range chickens. I understand that. But I did go to some organic health food store, and I was like, I'm going to try some raw chicken. I've seen a lot of raw foodists eat it, and I'm going to try to get some free range. Who knows how free range it actually is, but I just tried eating it anyway. I bought 2 pieces of this chicken, and I put them in the fridge. And so the first day that I bought them, I ate the one, and it tasted amazing. Amazing. I was like, wow, this is completely different from the beef I've been eating raw. And I was fine the whole week. Now, so this other piece of chicken was in my refrigerator for about a week. And it's not like my refrigerator is warm by any means, but I mean, it was a week. And I ate that piece of chicken. It was all right, still good. I was probably on the shitter for a fucking straight week. A week. Like every 45 minutes went by, I had to go to the bathroom ASAP. It was not good. Like,
it was old chicken that you left in your fridge, but was it from the same source or from a different?
Yeah, it was the same brand and everything. I bought it with the first chicken, and I just left that one in the fridge for I don't know how long exactly, but definitely maybe no longer than a week. It's definitely a week, 7 days, 6 days, and worst experience ever.
It's interesting. So there are a lot of variables in what causes that and why some people react in such a way. Like you said that, so you same source. It was just in the fridge for longer. I know when you're exposed to new bacteria, your gut can go through a bit of an adaptive problem. So when you get introduced to new gut bacteria that populates your gut, it kills off all the old bacteria. When all that old bacteria dies off, it releases lipopolysaccharide, which is literally the most inflammable, it's the most inflammatory gut substance that your gut can possibly make. And when that's being churned out, you're going to have some severe digestive upset. I've seen that happen with people in raw milk. Like when they first they shit their brains out for a few days, and then as soon as they start drinking more, everything settles down and they're totally fine. So it could just be like an adaptive reaction, or it could have been what you ate it with. If you ate the raw chicken with a bunch of water or something, or high pH vegetable juices.
I think I had it with raw milk.
Oh, see, yeah, there's a lot of religious stuff about combining meat and milk. So I don't know if that's related.
I mean, I always eat my raw beef with raw milk, but
yeah,
I've never eaten raw chicken with it before.
Yeah,
digesting animal protein versus digesting lactose, it's like two different types of processes that can be antagonistic in the stomach. So you should really drink probably one or the other. Otherwise, it's a bad combination that kind of works against the working of your stomach. You need strong acid to dissolve something like protein, and for milk, you need like lactic acid, which is something else. It doesn't quite work. Combining stuff like lactose and meat is a bad combo.
Yeah, it's a common thing in like Ayurvedic medicine. They are adamant not to combine meat and dairy products. I know Judaism is the same thing. Like you shouldn't combine meat and dairy. So I don't know. I don't have issues with it. Like I eat cheese with my meat, no problem. I drink kefir with my meat, no problem. I don't have any issues with it. But I can imagine people who are not well adapted to it, trying it for the first time, their gut can go through a very unpleasant shift.
The digestive acids going on down there. Sometimes you gotta, get good gut flora and all that stuff to really get a digestive machine, like a furnace down there that can digest anything. But if you don't have the right enzymes and stuff, digestion can be a bit of a pickle too.
Yeah, Felix, that's another thing. Salt, that's one thing I completely disagree with Augemus on. His evidence on salt and like seeing people with headaches get more headaches when they eat salt. I don't agree with that at all. For one, like every culture throughout all of history sought salt for a lot of different reasons, for food preservation, for keeping up their mineral content. If they sweat a lot, they need salt to help replace that sodium. So that's one thing I don't agree with Augemus on, is the complete elimination from salt from your diet, because
I feel like you're getting the sodium and the potassium just from the blood.
Yeah. Oh, if you're drinking blood, that's perfect too. It's just your stomach acid is hydrochloric acid. The chloric part of that is made from chloride. So if you're not getting enough dietary chloride, your stomach acid isn't going to be a low enough pH to properly digest food. So salt's quite important for your stomach acid.
So you don't think just eating raw meat is enough?
No, it should be. It's just you gotta, like, if we're trying to emulate what our ancestors were doing, they were eating the whole animal. They were eating all the organs. They were drinking all the blood. They were eating the whole thing and getting plenty of sodium from that, but they were also getting it from salt rocks. Like, I mean, salt used to be everywhere. Like, the animals travel thousands of miles to go to a salt lick. Like, we observe this with cows and ruminants and wolves. Like, they seek out salt for a very specific reason. And I mean, the word salary comes from salt. We used to pay people in salt because it was so valuable. It's like it's not. I don't think it's rational to avoid it. I think it's good to try and emulate like the ancestral diets, but I don't think eliminating salt is emulating that. I think it's the opposite, personally.
Yeah, I definitely need to do some research on that because I don't know a whole lot about that. And so,
yeah, it's worth trying. Like, if you want to try your raw chicken experiment again, try it with some salt. You probably won't have the same reaction. It's good for your gut too. Like, if you don't have enough sodium in your gut, your tight junctions open up, and it makes your gut permeable. You need some salt. We got to remember too that the water that they were drinking was way more rich in sodium and magnesium and all kinds of other minerals. So they were getting it from the spring sources too. So it's not like they were putting rocks on their food, as they were getting it from their water. They're getting it from eating nose to tail. They're getting it from salt mines and salt rocks that were everywhere. So we've always had a good amount of salt.
I'm just having a hard time with the concept that other animals actually like I don't understand where do they get their salt from? Like, do they get them from the same places as well, just like from the river and stuff? Like, I mean, of course they do, but like just finding rock salts or salt rock. Like,
Yeah,
I don't know where you'd even go to do that, especially where I live.
The ocean. So it depends upon, like, this is why most civilizations were near the ocean, because that was an immediate access to salt. I mean, Hippocrates, back in like Hippocrates, the supposed like man of medicine, he used to prescribe people salt water. If they had gut problems, he'd tell them to go drink a cup of seawater and it would go away. So it's interesting. You look at like the old way we used to treat stuff and like where we set up our civilizations. It was always near sodium, which is where that's what the ocean's made of. It's all salt, pretty much. So we always had access. Animals would go to the sea and drink a little bit of it and get their salt that way. They would find salt rocks all over the United States, all over Europe, Russia. I mean, they're everywhere. Salt access is pretty much everywhere.
Makes sense.
I'll find an article. There's one on wolves traveling to salt lakes.
Another thing I noticed too, like I do understand the whole salt thing. I know it's important because when I was on cooked carnivore, I got really sick, and I think that's because I wasn't getting any salt. But when I transferred over to raw, I really don't have a problem with my salt just because I'm eating the animal raw. Because I think when you cook it, you just eliminate a lot of that stuff. It just dumps it down. But one thing I have noticed is raw eggs, like especially like if you really taste the yolk, there's a saltiness to the yolk itself. Like you can taste the sodium in it.
Yeah, definitely.
I think that's a good way.
Yeah, see the cooking thing. It's when you cook meat. If you overcook it, you're cooking out all the minerals, all the potassium, all the taurine, all the glutathione. Like you're left with like 50% of the nutrients, and it's all just basically protein left over. Like you lose so much overcooking stuff. It really it dumps a lot of the mineral content. Most importantly, so yeah, it makes sense. If you're eating raw meat compared to cooked meat, you're gonna get way more minerals. I wish I could eat eggs. I want to eat eggs so bad.
Wait, why can't you eat eggs?
I'm allergic. I got a flu jab when I was in my teens, and it made me permanently allergic to eggs.
But have you tried them raw?
Yep. I've tried every preparation, every type of egg. I've eaten a century egg. I have fermented an egg for 6 months, tried that. I did salt-cured egg yolks. I did raw
What about a fresh egg straight from like a farm?
Yep, tried that too. Same issue.
Wow. What are the issues? What are the symptoms?
Severe chronic fatigue, brain fog, depression. I get eczema on my body pretty much everywhere.
Wow.
Coincidentally, there were egg proteins in the jab I got when I was a teenager, so it's probably because of that. I've tried fasting too. I've done 4-day fast to try and fix it. I've tried everything, literally everything, because they're so nutrient dense. They taste so good. I know they're amazing for you. It's just my body, my immune system refuses to let me tolerate them.
And you don't have any symptoms with raw milk?
No, not at all.
Wow.
I feel great drinking.
Usually a lot of raw foodists have symptoms with raw milk even.
No, it fixed me. Like I did the carnivore diet for 6 months. That fixed about 90% of my symptoms, and I still had some gut problems because I had Crohn's prior. So I went and found a local raw farm, got some raw milk, and as soon as I drank it, I felt amazing. Like first day. The only issue I had in the beginning is I was really gassy. I would just fart a lot for like a couple of weeks. There was a day where I drank raw milk in the morning and then drank kefir a couple hours after, and I shit you not, I farted like 4 to 6 second farts every 5 or 10 minutes the entire day. I feel like the most farts I've ever had in my life. I turned myself into a fermentation factory, basically. But outside of that, once I started drinking kefir, my gut has been rock solid ever since. Not a single problem with dairy.
I've never, honestly, with all this milk I've been drinking, I've never tried kefir or like experimented with it.
Yeah, D, try eliminating them. I had chronic fatigue. Like I didn't even know. I went vegan in my 20s. Like I think I was 20 when I went vegan, and then when I went vegetarian, I added eggs back, and that's when my chronic fatigue got really bad. I didn't know it was the eggs doing it, and then as I went past vegetarianism into like plant-based keto, I was still eating eggs. Chronic fatigue was not as bad, but still sucked. And then when I was at my wit's end, I was basically dying. Like I was literally near death. I tried the carnivore diet for 6 months. No more chronic fatigue at all. I got raw milk. And then a month or so after the raw milk, I was like, hey, let's add eggs back to my diet. And within a day of eating eggs, severe chronic fatigue, brain fog, depression, like all that. So definitely.
And I mean, I do kind of have some weird symptoms with raw eggs too. I think the raw milk for me might have kind of helped. But I know if I took a break from raw eggs and I'd eat one just spontaneously after a break, doesn't matter if I eat one or three, it's like my blood sugar would drop and I'd get really, really lethargic and I didn't want to do anything. But yeah, I don't know if that's similar to what you're experiencing.
No one ever experiments. Like elimination diets, especially the carnivore diet, is so powerful because it gives you a baseline that you can experiment from. If you don't know, like no one knows how much food impacts them. Like if you have allergies, it could be because of the kale you ate. If you have chronic fatigue, it could be the eggs. If you have brain fog, it could be the spinach. If you have joint pain, it could be the almonds. Like one single food can fuck your day up, fuck your life up if you don't figure out that it's a cause. Like that's such a tremendous impact.
Exactly. It's like when you're on the diet and then you try something that you used to eat when you weren't on the diet, and it screws you up so much more than as if you weren't on the diet. And you realize, wow, I really shouldn't be eating that, and I can't believe I was eating that.
Yeah.
It's like your symptoms are heightened when you're in this the state of the diet.
Yeah, it's the clarity. Like because you get there's a homeostasis. You get adapted to the inflammation and the reaction, and it just becomes your baseline. So you don't think anything of it. You're just like, oh, I'm always a little tired. I always have a little bit of brain fog, but you push through it and get past it. But once you remove the cause of that brain fog and then you reintroduce it again, it feels way stronger. It's just perception. You just perceive it because you felt what life was like without it. So the comparison makes it feel like it's stronger.
That makes
sense.
Food
is everything. Food is everything, man.
Do you follow Ogenus memes on Instagram?
No, but I'd like to see them. Give a link.
Yeah, just type in Ogenus.memes. I'm pretty sure his name is on Instagram, and he does make a lot of great memes, and he shits on influencers on Instagram who try to say that they're primalists. Like, oh, I follow the raw primal diet, but buy my supplements. He'll totally like shit on him because he's like, yeah, cool. He's just trying to make you buy supplements. That's what all these raw primalists do on stuff like Instagram. But there's just a couple things because he's one of those dudes who just follows Ogenus and Wander Planets to the T and just praises him. And he'll be like, well, Ogenus says that if you're fat, that means that you're really good at getting rid of toxins. The more fat you have, the healthier you are. And so he promotes pretty much like anything Augenis says, even though it's like a lot of it doesn't make really absolute sense.
Yeah.
You know, he's just one of those dudes.
I agree with that in part. I think being too lean is unhealthy because it is a dumping ground. Like your body fat is a dumping ground for toxins. So we live in a very toxic environment, so it makes sense that you would want a little bit of extra body fat on you. But I don't know about being obese and fat. Like there are plenty of studies on having too much belly fat reduces your cognition. I don't know if it's causal; it's just associative. But I think having a bit of body fat is healthy. I don't think being super lean is good for you, especially when your fat cells make stem cells and all kinds of, they store fat soluble vitamins. It's important to have at least a little bit.
Yeah, of course. Every animal has, you know, some sort of fat on them.
I mean, that's what carbs were for. I mean, when we're trying to survive the winter, I mean, we only got access to carbs in excess during summer and fall. So eating carbs with fats and protein helps you put on body fat, which is stored energy to survive the winter when you're basically a carnivore and eating nothing but meat. So it's an important system. It's just something that you don't want to be fat year round, essentially. You want to have a little bit of body fat for the winter, keep you warm, and then kind of burn it off into the spring and then try to build it back up again in the summer. I found this meme. Augenis Stop Memes. He's got like 1,400 followers.
Yeah, I think that's him.
I dig a lot of them. And it's another example of inversion. Like in the modern day, we value people who are super lean and super skinny and shredded, while anyone with a bit of body fat or thickness gets kind of shamed. I prefer a little bit of body fat. Like some super skinny, twiggy girl is not attractive to me. I prefer some thickness. What do they call it? A donk?
The official Augenis meme server has 1,100 followers. Close to 1,100.
Oh shit, that's a lot.
Is that the one you were talking about?
Yeah, this one. This is accurate. Open a jar of high meat. Every living organism with a 10-kilometer radius. That is accurate. If you open it, I don't know about you, like if you do high meat stuff, do not open it in your house. It will stink for several days. Open it outside.
Yeah, I know. I do it, yeah. I like he's got a meme where it's like it's that Wojak that's all shriveled up and it's like starving and it's like cooked carnivores and they don't get any live bacteria at all. And then it's like just the raw meat eater. And I think it's like the mega Chad or something. It's pretty true.
I dig it. There are a lot of good memes on here. I'm going to keep. Oh man, if you got pets, if you got cats, you got to feed them a raw meat diet too.
Oh,
if you have any
gosh.
animals or dogs, you have to feed them raw meat. Like my cats became a completely different animal when I switched them to raw meat.
That's actually how I got into it myself.
You've heard of the Pottinger cat study, right?
Yeah, that was like one of the first videos I watched that opened my eyes to it.
Yeah, me too, man. It's so important. Like when they compared the cooked meat cats and how they were docile and quiet and meek and not energetic, like when you apply that logic and the implications of it to society, it's just it's hard to comprehend how fucked people are.
Right. Exactly. That and I don't really want to take it to this point on this server. But I mean the lack of masculinity.
Yep. I'll tell you my story. When I was vegan and vegetarian, my testosterone was under 300 nanograms per milliliter. I was chronically fatigued, super low T, just had very little motivation. All I wanted to do was like study and read to try and fix myself, and then did the carnivore diet. I think I tested my testosterone like a year after eating a bunch of meat and raw dairy, and I was up in the 700s. My dad, he's like almost 60 years old, and he has higher testosterone than I do. He was at 800 nanograms per milliliter as a 60-year-old man, levels of a 20-year-old man. So that's evidence enough.
Dude, I wish I could live stream on this Discord server, or I'd show you me with this rock salt in my hand trying to give it to my rabbits, and I'm trying to give it to my rabbits and they're just running away from me. Come on, lick my rock salt.
Is it Himalayan? Is it one of those pink salt ones?
Yeah, it's just a big cube.
Yeah, you know the thing.
Lick it.
I read this thing about there being quite a bit of toxins in the Himalayan pink salt. It's high in lead, supposedly, so maybe it's that. I wonder if they.
I know from my salt, the salt I used to use when I was on cooked carnivore or tried using was red salt, red sea salt, or red salt. I forgot what it's called. It's in my kitchen somewhere.
Yeah, that's Redmond's real salt. That's from the salt mine.
Yeah. That's good salt, right?
Yeah, it's good. It's high in iron, not the type of iron. I do Celtic sea salt. That's what I like to use.
Really?
I don't know. It kind of sketches me out too.
Think about our salt, man.
Our oceans are toxic as fuck, so I don't know if getting sea salt as my source is a good idea. I don't know. Everything in this world is toxic nowadays, so it's hard to avoid.
Our air is toxic.
Yeah, they're geoengineering the environment. I have a bunch of old declassified docs on that too, about how they could stop a hurricane in its tracks, create tornadoes, make it flood anywhere they wanted. There's a NASA document called The Future of War that talks about it. That's fucking terrifying.
Yeah, weather warfare.
NASA is so obviously a criminal organization. I don't know how people trust them.
It's called The Future of War.
Yeah, I can link it again. I put it in chat earlier.
Is it on YouTube? It's like 30 minutes long.
Well, yeah, I think there's a video of it, but like the actual document that it's on archive.org. Let me see if I can link the PDF. Hang on.
Oh.
There you go. I put it in chat for you.
So, are you a believer that tsunamis are created by the elite?
Yeah, I mean, if they can control the weather and like I don't even know how you describe it. Like if they can control the weather with such certainty, they can most definitely create a tsunami. They can create earthquake. You know Tesla's technology where you could like vibrate something and create an earthquake anywhere. That's like what 80 years old, 90 years old. So they could obviously do it now. They could make any place flood if they wanted to with a tsunami.
I couldn't find her. Yeah, I mean, I do think there's natural tsunamis. I mean, anyone who's been outside during a windy day has seen like little mini tornadoes, dust tornadoes, you know. So why couldn't that happen on a larger scale?
I mean, it's just the question is how much of our weather is natural at this point.
Yeah.
Like, it's really hard to measure that when you got all these electromagnetic frequencies being pumped into the environment, plus stratospheric aerosol injections, and who knows what they're doing. All we know now is they have the capability to do it. I mean, all those declassified documents. I mean, Bill Gates wants to block the sun, like right now. It's insane.
I'm pretty sure global warming's definitely like giving them the excuse to do that too. Hey, we had to do this in the air, global warming and all.
Well, they blame humans for all of it when it's obviously a solar cycle.
Yes.
To say that this is all done by humans is anti-human. It's eugenicist inherently.
I have a theory though. I'm sure this is like this theory is an actual thing. I just don't know what to call it. But these things that are happening with our climate or whatever that's being sprayed in the air, or just anything, our like system has its own cleansing system that just balances everything out. It's like its own pH. If this were to happen, then this is going to happen to balance it out. Like I feel like we just have our own, like the earth has its own immune system and its own way of balancing things out. And to think that like, oh, this crazy thing's gonna happen because of the humans. Just no way. I mean, I'm sure there is small, of course, atrocities that happen, of course, but on a larger scale, like Mother Nature obviously has a way out.
Yeah, Mother Earth will self-correct. And have you read about the Sabbatean Frankish stuff from the 1600s?
No, I've never heard of anything.
Okay, it's a terrifyingly deep rabbit hole. Basically, a quick summary. He was a messiah, a Jewish messiah of 1666, and he taught that the only way you're going to bring about God's return and redemption was through sin, was by doing everything in spite of God, essentially. So it kind of fits into that logic where if you're geoengineering the environment, making everything toxic, intentionally harming people, and everything else combined within it, at some point, like you said, Earth is going to correct and it's going to cleanse. It's going to turn on its own immune system to cleanse us of it, just like it has before. So,
like if anything, I could see there being an end of humanity, but not an end of the Earth. You know?
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
if that's what people mean by the end, then I guess they're correct. But
what's that? There's a bunch of. They found all these like underground civilizations recently. If you look up like ancient underground civilizations, these people built massive homes and like civilizations into mountains and underground. I would assume if we're gonna have another cataclysmic event, those are the people that are gonna survive. People that can go underground or see. The thing though is like it depends upon where you're at. Like, what if we get mud floods? What if you're covered in like 100 feet of ice? Like you can't get out. There's a lot of nuance and like where the fuck do you go? There's a cool YouTuber called the Diehold Foundation that has a bunch of lectures on what to do when the poles flip or when the magnetic excursion happens or whatever you want to call it. It's really, really cool. He tells you like
what?
Diehold Foundation.
Oh, okay.
He has a bunch of videos on like the previous cataclysmic events based on like he does some calculations too about when it's going to happen based on the Bible and like some ancient Hebrew texts. And his estimated date was 2048. That's when like
when the Ice Age is going to happen?
Just cataclysm in general, volcanic eruptions.
I mean, it did say somewhere in the Bible that God promised not to flood the earth anymore, hence the rainbow.
Yeah, I mean, it might not be a flood, but it could most definitely be volcanoes, it could be earthquakes.
Yeah, it does mention somewhere in the Bible that I'm sure anyone can quote this better than me, but he'll like bring a wall of fire or something. The fire will come.
Yeah, that's even scarier.
Yeah, and I actually know people who actually take that to heart and have made their house out of brick. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, here's his channel. I mean, a lot of his theories are obviously based on like a globe model, just like assuming the poles flip will cause a change in rotation or whatever you call it, and then that leads to a great flood. So it is a lot of speculation, but in terms of the like location, where to go, the sequence of events, like the historical accounts, the solar cycles, it's all really, really cool stuff. So we're speculating about.
Of course.
The idea about Earth's rotation flipping, I'm curious how that would work in a flat Earth context. Because if it's north south like dipolar magnetic field, if the spin is predicated on the magnetic field and it flips, would spin go the other direction. So on a flat, would it be the same concept? Like if that polar configuration flips?
So you're saying that like it's as if south was north, but I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I don't
that's what
know.
I'm saying. Like, in a flat Earth model. I'm trying to wrap my head around it. That's why I wanted to talk to Witcher. I was curious what he thought about excursions and magnetic excursions in this context.
If you're thinking about the Earth, the ground we're standing on flipping, obviously that will be catastrophic. But when you talk about north toroidal field, south toroidal field, which is so-called north celestial pole or south celestial pole, maybe the heavens can flip, but because the heavens move. What if the creator decided to flip?
Yeah. Oh, that's okay. That's interesting. I gotta think about that now. That's a good idea. Huh. I love all the electromagnetic theories and the work of Ken Wheeler. I know Santos Bonacci has some good stuff on it too, about the redshift, blue shift, the dipolar, dielectric magnetic field, and how we live on a plane in between. And they do, like, I don't know how much this is trustworthy, but for the past, like, 50 or 60 years, since, like, 1950, the North Pole is moving, right? Like, the magnetic North Pole is supposedly moving, and our magnetic field is, like, 50% weaker. So I don't know if that's just signs of times to come, and we're about to get another cataclysmic event, maybe the rapture.
I just know I don't trust any of the modern science anymore. If I don't see it with my eyes, I'm just like, okay.
Yeah, for sure. It's hard to. This guy is not like, he's not a consensus dude either. He's not like a science worshiper, but he looks at a lot of the ancient stuff and tries to correlate their mythological stories with what might happen in the modern day. And he makes some very, very interesting connections. And like he does some calculations with the Bible that I don't understand, but somehow he discerns the time of the next pole flip, the next cataclysm, which is 2048, which is like 20 years from now, 25 years, 28 years.
Yeah.
I'll be what, like 58, 60 when that happens, if it does.
Possibly.
Oh yeah, he's got a cool lecture on language too, on the creation of the Hebrew alphabet. Yeah, the Hebrew alphabet.
I don't know, man. The Talmud scares me. I don't know if I'd ever look into that.
Terrifying. I agree. The Torah is the good one, right? And then the Talmud is like all the rabbis' influence, and it's like all full of like degenerate hate goyim, like you're okay to diddle a 3-year-old type stuff. Like, is that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the Talmud's fucking evil.
I'm pretty sure it says somewhere that if a goyim speaks badly of a Jew or talks back or whatever it may be, it is punishable by death.
Yeah,
Like,
and they're allowed to lie to you they're allowed to lie to you. If they can manipulate you, steal from you, rape your kid. If you're non-Jew, it's okay, but if you're a Jew, then it's bad. Like, it's fucked up. It's elitism. And I think a lot of that comes honestly from the Sabbatean thing. I got a good book by Robert Seffer that goes into that whole ordeal, the Messiah 1666. It is pretty fucked up. They were into some dark stuff that is pretty prevalent in the modern day, and Epstein was probably a part of that same group of believers. A lot of the stuff that he talked about is very, very in line with Sabbateanism.
It's a book by him, by Robert Seffer.
Yeah, I have it here. Let me link it.
Because I thought he was just popular for his YouTube channel.
Yeah, he is. But he
not that I don't watch it. Not that I watch it, but I know a lot of people push it.
That's where I heard it from, like the Sabbatean idea. And then I read Barry Camish's book on it. He's more of a scholar that goes into the history and association. So a lot of what Sefer wrote about, he got from Camish.
That's interesting.
There you go. Put it in chat. It's pretty cool. It's very scary how pervasive it was, because like he sabotaged Zevi and the Frankists. Like he talked about intentionally claiming to be Muslim or Christian or Jewish or whatever. They intentionally tried to subvert religion. So they were all on the same page, like, yes, bring about God's return, do everything he told you not to, sin, rape, kill, murder, like all the degenerate stuff that God clearly said not to do. He said, by doing that, you're going to bring about his return. So the way that they thought about doing that globally was to have people that were Sabbateans convert to Islam, Catholicism, Christianity, Judaism, and subvert them from within. And they also got into Freemasonry, too, back in the 1600s. So a lot of the cult groups that we know have a great influence in the modern day and definitely have an impact on spirituality. Like they got their hands into all of it, so it's hard to perceive how pervasive it is. And I know, like, what when did Freemasonry turn into like kind of an occult thing? Because I know before they were basically just like building shit, right? Like they weren't really occulted. They had some like spiritual teachings, but they weren't really flipped into this evil organization up until the 1600s, if I remember right. So I wonder how much of that was from Sabbateanism converting into them.
I feel like they just kind of started out already pretty occultic. But
yeah, here's one of the docs. You got the Sabbatean Frankist Freemason cosmology or chronology. Yeah, so it gets into how, because Sabbateanism is like an inverted Kabbalah, like Kabbalistic type teaching. So they kind of like they flipped the tree of life and then taught from that. And like, so if you had a religious tradition that said you should fast, you instead feast. If they said not to kill, you should kill. If they said not to rape, you should rape. Like they wanted to do the exact opposite of what traditional Christian or Jewish teachings told you to do. So with that inversion, then the Talmud comes after, and then they get their hands into Freemasonry, which becomes highly Judaic and Kabbalistic. So it's a deep rabbit hole, man. I don't know how much I believe just based on the history and the timelines, because I know how fucked our history is, but it's interesting nonetheless.
yeah. Sure, many of the cults were a lot more prevalent back in the day, in those times. Like, like what kind of sacrifices, blood sacrifices, and what. I'm sure that shit still goes on today with our elite.
Definitely does. Like Epstein, I have a court doc where these people are suing like Kanye and Beyonce and Epstein and Black Cube Ltd, like corporations, for being involved in this stuff. Like some of the Epstein victims have been trying to sue for decades. You can find some of the court docs where they make claims against them, and it's just reprehensible, disgusting shit, like kidnapping, drugging, raping, torturing, all kinds of evil stuff. So I wonder how much of that, because we know a lot of the stuff goes back a lot longer to like some of the like Moloch cults and Baal and all those evil groups, but it didn't really become pervasive, and especially a part of like Freemasonry, Rothschilds, some parts of Judaism, until 1600s with Sabbatai Zevi. He's who popularized it. And even back then, based on the numbers that they provide, I don't know how legitimate they are, but Sabbateanism had half of the Jewish population following it at that time. It had over 1 million people. In modern day numbers, it would be like hundreds of billions of people joining this new inverted religion that taught reprehensible anti-moralism, basically. It was a huge portion of the population. People underestimate like how big it was back then. It's barely talked about in our history books now.
Yeah. That's interesting why they don't include that in our history books.
Yeah, and coincidentally too, that Hitler was against these people. I mean, that was part of the reason why, was because of Sabbateanism.
Yeah, because the sacrifices and everything.
Yeah.
the Vatican. Oh, I'm sure some of that stuff probably went on.
It goes so deep. And like I said, it's so hard to trust history and where it came from and if the timelines are right. Like the whole Tartaria stuff, like completely fucked up my perception of history.
Exactly.
I don't know what the timelines are anymore and how much of it's suppressed and rewritten and what's true and what's not.
Yeah, absolutely. What is reality?
Right.
They say the Native Americans who were here before the Americans, before the colonists and everybody, they were actually Tartarian. And they had colonies here before we came. That's the theory, at least.
Yeah, I've heard that.
It's crazy. That's why they don't teach it in school. You know, they don't want us knowing about Tartaria.
I mean, that World Fair footage about them having these massive cities that they built in, 2 years, that had electricity everywhere, and they use all this advanced tech like that. What happened to them? Like, how did they vanish? Who defeated them? Like, what the fuck happened to that entire civilization in such a quick amount of time? And then no one remembers it or knows about it. Very few do.
So yeah, that's kind of like the first time I've ever heard of the Native Americans actually being a part of the Tartaria theory. So like I understand that they were already established here in North America, but like what do you mean? Like they had buildings as well?
No, they were just pretty much like colonists that moved from Tartaria to America, that they were kind of established here and stuff. Yeah. Before the Europeans came and, you know, wiped them out and everything like that. Because I guess they were at war with Tartaria, the Europeans and everybody like that. So they were trying to like take the land and stuff.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. And who knows if it's true or not, but I mean, it makes you wonder why they don't teach us about Tartaria in school. Like, they don't mention it at all.
Well, I mean, it would mean that there were advanced civilizations with technology probably beyond what we have now that existed. I mean, it kind of ruins the narrative of human progression in the current day.
Yeah, exactly.
It destroys all the typical stupid scientific tropes that they all worship now.
Yeah, apparently the Tartarian buildings had like some kind of free energy receivers or something like that. Like how they were built.
The great thing about flat Earth is once you realize, like, hey, they're suppressing the fact that the Earth is flat. This makes you like believe any of this, like that any of this be definitely a possibility. You know,
yeah.
It's like you don't really question it at that point. Like, wow, that could definitely be a possibility.
It opens up a lot of doors to other things.
Yeah,
it's like they can lie. If they can lie about the shape of the Earth, like what else are they lying about? You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
It opens up everything. It opens up. This is what I appreciated the most about the flat Earth interest was just the fundamental questioning of history. Just that basic default mindset is so important nowadays. I don't understand the hostility. Like, why are people so hostile to people questioning history and consensus when you have evidence and precedent of them continually lying about it, inverting it, clear agendas that way? Just open-mindedness is non-existent anymore. It's frustrating to try and break people from it. They end up getting stuck in a religion. They end up getting stuck in this like perceived consensus that they don't even understand themselves. Like Whitsitt says it. Like Whitsitt knows more about their model than Globers do. Like, he knows more about their own model. They don't even.
Yeah, most Globers are like that. They don't know their own model, and then when you teach them it, they're like they just pull shit out of their ass, like gravity and all this stuff that makes no sense. It's like, how can you debate flat Earth? You don't know your own model.
I listened to the Vegan Gains one, and oh my god, it was so bad. Vegan Gains is so dumb. He's also an evil bastard. You guys know who Vegan Gains is?
Yeah.
You've seen compilations of him. He is an evil anti-human bastard. I cannot stand that guy. So it was good to see Woods at his place.
I just don't understand, like, who follows this dude?
Nihilistic, atheist, vegan idiots, mostly. His whole group is atheists. Like, they're all anti-life. They all hate humans. They love animals more than humans.
Atheists are some of the most like brainwashed, arrogant people. You know, they're like I don't know. They're so sure of themselves about everything.
Yeah, and they have no meaning. There's no meaning in their life at all. They just think we're meaningless animals here for no reason, and we die. We don't go anywhere. It must be miserable to live in that type of worldview.
I have crippling depression.
Not the dude who came in, but the sound of this man, the YouTuber. Bro, your mic is still on. Geomancy. Yeah. Thanks, man. Not that I'm not loud, but rabbits, man. You gotta take the rabbit pill. The rabbit red pill. They could literally give birth every month to 6 kits. So you have a litter of 6. And they can give birth about every month because they pop in 30 days. And just think, if you have 1 buck and 3 does, and they're able to do that every month, that's an ongoing food supply right there. Have your own food, your own meat.
Rabbits are a delicacy in some countries.
They're very handy, but you can't really live off of. You get they don't have enough fat or something like that.
Apply for a small holding license. Get rabbits and Angora goats.
Goats, huh?
Angora goats.
Goats are pretty good.
Big money in Angora skins and furs.
Yeah, we're looking to get a goat right now.
I just feel like, man, they're like, if you have a really nice field and you're in the middle of nowhere, well, not necessarily nowhere, but you have a lot of land, I wouldn't see anything wrong with letting loose some goats, but I hear they're like a real pain in the ass to keep in, like almost impossible to keep in because they just destroy shit, and you'll find them on top of the roof of your house.
Yes, they'll destroy everything. They'll eat the fence. They'll eat the ground. They'll eat the trees. They'll eat your car. They'll just terrorize you. But yeah, if you can ranch them in, yeah, they're good to keep.
Yeah, the thing with goats, like, it kind of makes you wonder why Baphomet is resembling a goat, right? Like, there's just something about them. They're dicks. Like, they destroy stuff. They eat everything.
I think it's because of the devil horns. They have devil horns.
Yeah, like, there's just something about goats. I would love to have some just for milk, but they're a pain in the ass.
Do you have a cow for milk, or you just buy milk from another source?
No, I buy from a local farmer. He's about 20 minutes away.
Okay.
I asked him if he would get goats, and he said, "Fuck no." He had goats. he had goats for a year, and they just caused nothing but trouble and chaos for him on his farm. And a group of Asians that came by were traveling, asked if they could buy the goats for meat, and he immediately sold them. Like, the first chance he got, he's like, "Okay, get the fuck out. I'm done with you. Like, no more goats." They ate his chicken. Like, the goats would eat the baby chickens constantly. They would get they will eat anything. They will eat a living baby chick. They'll try to eat a chicken. They'll try to eat you. If you were on the ground, if you laid on the ground and they thought you were dead, they would eat you.
Yep, that's what I mean. They will. Goats and pigs will eat everything apart from teeth.
They are great at utilizing compost and waste, though. Like anything left over that you don't want to eat or can't feed your other animals, goats will love it.
What's all the globe earthers going?
Some globehead in famous YouTube video link. Oh fuck. I forgot if it was if it was an Augenus interview I watched where he said this, or just some video I found online. But I guess like mosquitoes, they don't like actually, they're not intended to bite you and drink your blood. They're actually looking for pollen or nectar and whatever such. And if they can't find a degree of that, then they become desperate and actually go for your blood. But if there's enough pollen or nectar, then they don't go for blood. It's only like the desperate ones.
I read that theory. I read that there's no writings about mosquitoes up until like the recent couple of centuries. That they didn't like. There were no writings about them. No writing about like a blood-sucking insect such as that. I wonder if they're like a genetically modified species intended to suck your blood. I don't know. It's really hard to find the history of mosquitoes.
I feel like they're everywhere, though. I mean, they're in Africa, they're in South America, they're in North America, of course. Europe. I think they're in every country, to be honest.
Yeah, the earliest history we have of them was from the mid 1600s, which is the last grain solar minimum, the Maunder minimum, which is where all the cataclysm happened and all the volcanic eruptions. Like, could they have been some new birthed insect, like fixated on sucking the blood out of everything? Or I know you said like they're mostly focused on pollen. Like, what caused that shift? Maybe it was food. Like maybe they were previously adapted to be just like a bee and search for pollen or nectar or whichever. And then when they had their food source decimated, they had to switch to getting their energy and their nutrition from sucking blood from living species. That's an interesting idea.
I seen a video on it. It was they had two control groups. One was mosquitoes deprived of pollen. One was with pollen. And so the participants would go in the room with the mosquitoes that didn't have any pollen, and they'd instantly get attacked and bit. And then they went into the room with the mosquitoes that had an abundance of pollen, and they didn't even land on any of the participants. But it was just a video. Who knows?
See, I have a ton of mosquitoes where I live. I have a standing lake in my area, so mosquitoes birth and propagate there. When I walk outside in the middle of summer, if I'm sweating, mosquitoes swarm me. Thousands of them. You can't get away from them. And there's plenty of pollen. Like, I'm surrounded by trees and flowers and all kinds of other potential food sources, but they just go right for people. They want to suck every last bit of blood out of you.
Yeah.
And none of the repellents work. Like the plant-based repellents don't do shit. Citronella candles don't do shit. And I'm not going to spray DEET all over my body or any of the chemical crap.
Of course, yeah.
There was one guy who
I
invented.
will be right back. I'll be right back.
There's one guy who invented a frequency machine to combat mosquitoes, like some ultrasonic frequency you can't hear. Supposedly it helps. I don't know how legit those are.
The mosquito rings or mosquito bracelets or something like that.
Yeah, I've tried all those. They don't work for the mosquitoes out
Yeah.
here. I've tried citronella candles. I've tried all the natural sprays with like peppermint oil and all that crap. Doesn't do anything. I wonder if there's a specific frequency that you could emit that will keep them at a distance.
Is that mosquitoes? Yeah. I used to swear by citron. My mum used to get a certain type of citronella oil that you could put directly on the skin, and it worked perfectly. But we also used to use it in burners in the garden, in oil burners, and scent the garden. And also, there is one of the sonic devices that almost works, but only in closed environments. It's better, like greenhouses. It works more in there.
How about good old DEET?
Yeah, DEET works. It tastes terrible though.
I hate those mosquito bites on my tongue, though.
Stop licking the windows.
I got some pictures from downtown Pensacola I took earlier today in the live stream voice text. If anybody wants to check them
Oh shit! So Modern Day Debate is now doing voice debates in their server that are moderated. I think they're gonna post them on YouTube as well.
I don't see anyone in the voice channel.
Yeah, the server isn't very active because of some of the moderators and a few people in there. That's what I was hoping. If you guys joined up, we can get some good debates going. I'm not educated on all the specific points yet to debate for flat Earth or debate against the globe model more specifically, like Witsit does it because they're making the positive claim. But I will debate the shit out of jabs and health and anything else. I need to listen to more. If you guys got, I think he posted some links in the Flat Earth channel. If you guys have some like solid favorite YouTube channels or archives or whatnot that are not listed in the server, send them my way. I still got to go through all the channels at the bottom and download everything. Oh my god, the magnet channel. The magnetic field channel is a gold mine. Oh, there's so many cool designs in here. And then like the dielectric plane in the middle. The balanced complete magnetic torus field with the redshift blue shift. Oh, holy shit, this is just what I wanted.
If I could get a role in the server, I'd definitely be a lot more active, but never been able to seem to get one. So
A role? What kind of role?
I don't know, flat Earth role or like a valued one, or I don't know, something cool.
Oh shit. I just joined a few days ago.
Something cool. How about space herpes? Is that cool? Would you like that role?
The what role?
Space herpes.
I don't know what that means, but sure.
That's a Glober's role. We give them
Hell
that.
yeah, dude.
One
Dude, if I even got a Glober's role at this point, I would be okay. I'd be okay with it.
Yeah, when there's a mod around or one of the admins, just ask me if you want an Earth-shaped role. Basically, you need to know your model that you're defending. If you want a flat Earth role, you better know a little bit more. But yeah, just anytime there's a mod or an admin around, ask for a conversation to get roles, and there's always another room can be used for it. And if you ask for the tags, well, you're liable to get rather a few, to say the least.
Get some Globers in here. I'll debate them.
Good man.
Oh. Master Chief is a flat earther? Wow.
Yeah. What's up, man?
Like, someone go throw down the link to the server in some social server. Get some Glovers in here.
You can try to get some from Modern Day Debate. There are many Glovers in there.
How long you been in here, Felix?
I've been in here for over a year, but my account has been deleted like multiple times. So every time I come back, I start out with no tags at all. And I'm just like, oh, and I'm just like, does anyone remember me? And everyone's like, who the fuck are you? And I'm just like, okay.
Wait, why was your account deleted? What got your account deleted?
Politics.
Like what? Because I talk about some of the most. I talk a lot about a certain topic we can't mention in here. It involves genetic engineering and manipulation. I talk about that constantly in other servers, and I'm kind of worried about getting banned.
Yeah, well, I was in the Sovedia server, and that one was like, a very controversial server.
Yeah. There's quite a bit of racism in there too. So
You weren't supposed to do that.
Like, morals don't exist,
Are you debating for or against that?
I have my own view on the subject.
Okay, that's good. As free range kind of freaks me out sometimes with that moralism argument about how murder is great and like consuming humans is fine. Like,
Hanamana.
That's a bit much for me.
Sorry. What?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird.
He strikes me as a sociopath. Did you hear about what happened with his girlfriend and his baby? Are you up to date with that?
He left him because Luna was a psycho.
Yeah, and then Luna came out and said, like, they're both calling each other psychos. And then, like, Goda said something about her abusing his child, but he didn't say anything and then only wanted to report it after she broke up with him. Like, just. They're both insane. Like, they're both nuts. Luna was clearly nuts.
Yeah. One second. My mom's barging through my room.
Mom, get the Bengay. I'm sorry, that was a stupid South Park joke.
Hey Dolan, have you?
I knew exactly where you were going with that one.
What's up? I didn't that.
Have you seen the Vibes of Cosmos channel?
Ooh, we talking gravy now.
You said something about the Cosmos channel. Someone talked when you were mentioning something, so I didn't catch it again.
Vibes of Cosmos channel. It basically just showcases the moon a bunch of times, how it's the projection map of the Earth.
Oh yeah, I like that theory. What's that guy? He's on YouTube. He's got an accent.
The channel's called Vibes of Cosmos. Used to be Sturgio Studios 10.
Yeah.
There's another guy with the same theory. Let me find what his channel name is. Yeah, Goj Vlamaste. Godge. I can't even pronounce it.
Can you link it in the chat?
Yeah, I'll put it in the chat. He has the same theory about the moon being a reflection of the Earth.
Smoke weed every day.
Does he map it all out?
Yeah, I watched it. I watched this like 6 months ago, so it's not fresh in my mind. But yeah, it's like crater Earth. We live in a crater or something like that.
No. That's not it.
Yeah,
Let me
not
find
ex-
the video.
That's totally different.
Yeah, here's a video. Moon is a reflection of a gigantic Earth. That's what he's saying.
Let me link a video for you.
It's got a ton of views. It's got 300,000 views.
It's
I do
a
find
little
that
different on this channel. Check the last link I posted. You'll see what I mean.
yeah, I find that highly fascinating. Bootman,
Yeah.
what made you bring that
So,
up?
Same
does
here.
this
It's mind blowing.
have anything to do with the curvature of the Earth?
It made me bring it up because Dolan has been talking for a long time, and I just wanted to know if I know something that he doesn't.
Nice. No, it's super fascinating. I'm glad you brought that up because I find it super
Yeah,
fascinating.
I bought the map and everything.
Yeah, I have a picture of it saved of what the supposed map looks like. Let me post.
Oh, you do have it. Okay,
That's cool. So, do you know the curvature of the Earth though? Do you have any proof?
No.
Also, I know you dropped the subject, but about diet, I wanted to ask something since you've researched it so thoroughly.
Nah, this is Flat Earth Discord.
I don't even know what's going on. I don't know who's talking to who.
I know we keep getting interrupted.
Nah, it's
I
all
just
good,
wanna-
man. It's called the Flat Earth Discord. Supposed to be
Yeah.
talking about the curvature.
And who are you talking to about the curvature, sir?
What's that, Bootman?
Who are you talking to about the curvature?
Anybody who wants to talk about the curvature, if they have any proof about the Earth's curvature.
Are you pro flat Earth or pro globe? I don't know what you're arguing for.
Oh no, I'm a flat earther.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. I observe and witness, and the Earth is stationary. I just want to keep it to flat Earth. Talking about the flat Earth.
And what shape do you think the
and
Earth is?
showing proof of the Earth being,
Okay, never mind.
if you have any proof of the Earth being having any curve, then provide that proof, please.
I don't know if Bootman wants to debate. He put his mic on mute.
Wait, is Bootman pro globe?
I don't know.
I didn't get that sense talking about like Vibes of Cosmos channel.
Yeah, I didn't
Probably
either. That's what I was wondering.
yeah. But there's a chance, I guess.
Come on, Bootman, don't be shy. It's only a globe paradigm.
So you got any proof or curvature? Bootman?
I don't think he's a glober, just being honest.
Do I
But
have
Bootman, you can speak for yourself.
Is that what you're asking me, Mr. Master Chef?
Chief. Master Chief. You know what I mean? It's all good. You know what I mean? I'm dyslexic.
I mean, you just give me the vibes like from that South Park, guy, Master Chef. Hey, children.
Yes. I don't think he has proof of the curvature of the Earth. Hello, bud.
Oh my god, this moon map theory is mind blowing. Holy fuck!
Yeah,
Mind blowing. Which is he blowing? Which part of his mind? Which part of your mind is he blowing?
It's
Oh my
it's
goodness,
crazy
bro.
how the patterns fit. See, so this would kind of support the Admiral Byrd stuff, right? About there being civilizations and lands beyond what we are told.
Yeah, potentially.
Oh, I dig this so much.
It explains mud floods as well. Like if it travels in a cycle in 26,000 years or whatever to come back to the starting point, everything else is frozen under a sheet of ice and basically just floods everything, and all the buildings are washed away or buried underground.
And it's got the part about the Kronos Sea, like the Saturn being a son of the other, like the farther away land masses. Okay, all right, this makes a lot of sense. So would it be possible, like that, like previous human civilizations had a Saturnian sun? That would kind of fit into it, right? Like, so you're saying, like, would it say that the sun that presides over, I guess, the landmass that we're a part of, would that change? Is that what's kind of arguing, that it can change over time, like every 6,000 years?
Are we still talking about the Vibes of Cosmos map? Because I don't think we're on the same page.
No, there's a part on, there's a picture that says Kronos Sea. Kronos is Saturn.
Yeah, on the
Yeah, that's an
channel.
interesting tie that you make there, because I have heard that Saturn being like ruling, I don't know too much about it, but I've heard, that making that tie. I've heard that tie before.
It's mythological. So like the Romans, Saturnalia, which used to be Christmas, like that was the worship of Saturn, and then like all the mythology and like Sumerian depictions of the sun was all Saturn. All the mythology kind of says the same thing. Greek and Roman mythology.
What did they tell you that what the Earth was?
I don't think they said specifically. I know most ancient civilizations had the same, relatively the same model of a flat plane with a dome. So, I mean, this would imply that if the Kronos Sea is out there, like then perhaps like the suns move out. So, like the sun over us currently will eventually move out into the outer part of the land masses, and then a new sun will appear in our current landmass. So, like it would kind of mean that we have a changing sun relatively consistently, or at least on the clock, like you said, every 6,000 years or every 12,000 years. That is a cool idea to speculate about. I'm gonna think more on this and watch more about this moon map.
The video creator claims that the movement of the sun is around the North Pole, which itself moves in a circle around the map. And everything that the sun doesn't touch, as in its cycle around the North Pole, is frozen. That's where Antarctica is. It's everywhere around us. And since the sun moves, so does the Antarctic Circle move with it.
Oh, okay. I have a book called The Saturn Myth that will help you connect the Kronos Sea part to this. Oh, I did not think of it like that. This opens up a whole new area of research I might get into.
Does this have anything to do about the curvature of the Earth?
No.
Enoch, stop trying to test these dudes. They're all flat earthers in here, right? Enoch, though, a question for you. Have you seen this before?
What we're looking at on the live stream voice text?
Mm-hmm.
This
No.
is
think about it, dude.
I'm gonna be honest, straight up honest with you. No.
You got to think about it a little bit, because like what they're trying to say is, when you look up at the moon, what this channel is trying to say is that what you see on the moon is actually a map of this reality, this world. So if you look at the picture posted at 54 minutes after the hour, there's a couple red circles. If you orient it the right way, you should be able to see, the countries.
How the sun rotates around the Earth?
Well, the land masses themselves are supposed to be our map. This map, Africa, the 7 continents, and all that stuff is inside those circles. So, if this map is true, right? If what this channel is saying is true, then this implies that there's more land, more oceans, all this stuff, man. That's what this map is all about. It's
Right.
crazy fascinating that the moon would be projecting a map of this realm. Super fascinating if you just think about it a little bit.
No, I think I'm right with you. Um, let me share with you. I went and ordered my own in the Bahamana. Sorry. In the Bahana. Sorry, I'm looking for my app. Bahamani. Sorry.
This makes me think though, while you're looking for that, it's like if the moon is revealing this type of potentially this type of truth, then what about the sun? I wonder what else.
Yeah.
The sun, like I know it
Right.
gives off light and all that's beautiful and all that stuff, but like, is there
So
anything else that we need to know about the sun?
This is the epitome of as above, so below. Like, oh my
I
God,
posted.
this is blowing my mind.
If you look 3 minutes after the hour, like I posted this map and it's supposed to show also like how it's supposed to give the rotation where the sun rotates around the earth. Gives the June celestial and the December celestial. Like with the celestials, it's supposed to give you the rotation of where the sun and the moon rotate, and how the sun will rotate inward and then outward. And some seasons the sun will rotate, and this has to deal with all 4 seasons of that's what I mean, how we have all 4 seasons, right? And how the sun will rotate around us inward and outward. Does that make sense? Am I making sense?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Okay.
Opposite to this. Prior.
All right.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Oh, by the way, that Gleason's map, there's in the past 200 and so years, there's documents of where the North Pole has moved since then till now. And you can point it on the Gleason's map and you can point it on the Google map, and it has a sort of a curve to it. And if
I
you
think I know
complete
what
the
you're talking
circle
about.
and put it
Yeah.
on the moon map, it fits the same way it is on that channel.
Right. Right. I know. I think I know what you're talking about.
And what's even more crazy is that it's like the landmass that's outside of the our map or whatever is even bigger than than our current map. So that's the implication.
I hope I didn't make you guys feel like I was making fun of you guys or something, like, when we guys were talking about it. So I apologize, man.
No, you're good, Enoch, because I usually take that attitude as well. I was like, let's get down to it, man. Let's debate. Let's go.
Right. Like, let's go right back to the curve. Okay. You can't prove it? Okay. Fuck off. I'm sorry.
But as soon as Bootman started talking
about it,
about this
Jeff.
vibes of Cosmos, I knew he wasn't a Glober. So sorry, Bootman, go ahead.
I just said don't worry about it. It's okay.
Shaka.
It's this kind of server, it's to be expected.
Wait, what's that supposed to mean? Always give attitude to people?
No, just like people come in hungry. I'm like that too. I come in looking for a debate. Let's go. I'm like that at times as well.
Alright.
The point of the server.
Do I sound hungry?
You did. Yeah, you were like,
Oh, man.
go with your now.
Fuck, man. My bad. My bad, guys.
It's the point of the server and it's the point of the live stream. You were quite right, Enoch. I'll back you every day, mate. Find that curvature and rip them apart all you want.
Gracias. I didn't mean to chew your guys' ears off, though. My bad.
Oh, all good.
Hey, Bootman, so you live in Canada? Sorry.
Sorry, what?
Oh man, never mind.
It was a joke. You know, people in Canada say like, "Are you oot in a boot?" He asked if you're Canadian because you're a boot man.
My bad.
No, I have my own Discord server, and I like to boot people off it. Boot man.
Ah, nice.
Oh,
Nice.
because you're racist, huh? No, just kidding. I'm kidding. It's because we're human, isn't it?
We're all a little bit racist.
You're racist against humans. You're. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Stop racist!
What the heck was that?
Yes. Yes.
Uh-oh, Ina Mahama.
I'll be back.
Uh-oh, in Chicago. Do I sound like Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Screw your freedoms.
Y'all. I was but I go into Chicago. You know, it's pretty cool. A lot of people think I look like I'm or I sound 17. Do I sound 17, guys?
Yeah, you sound young.
Ah, shit, dude. Damn it.
Wait, so are you about to tell us you're like 35?
No, I'm not even. Damn. Do I? Oh no, I'm 33. I'm 33.
Hold on, let me get the spooky music.
Shut up! I'm gonna hit you with my zapatos. No, I'm just kidding.
That's the spooky 33 music.
What the heck?
So you're really 33 or 13?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am.
We need verifiable proof, Enoch.
No, I'm not gonna do that, man.
Are you gonna reverse the burden of proof like
Just take my word for it. I look like Gohan.
How dare you?
Young, handsome, pretty, and can't possibly be beat. I'm fast. I'm so fast. I hit the light switch in my bedroom. I was in bed before the room went dark.
Listen, now I'm super curious, Enoch. Are you under 20 or over 20?
No, I'm really 33, bro.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me get the spooky music again.
Shut up, bro. In the Bahana. do, 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 do.
How good is your Glober, Enoch? You got a good Glober?
I got a good. What do you mean?
So there's a. I'm not sure if you're familiar with like Nathan Oakley's show.
No.
No?
I
Oh,
don't
okay.
know.
Wow, you should check it out, man. He runs a good show. I'm on Eastern time, so 9 a.m. every day. He does a show called Flat Earth Debate, but look up the channel. Nathan Oakley 1980 is the YouTube channel. Sub to that and check out a show or two. But yeah, he does a show every day, and he's got some cool panel members. But there was a panel member who came on, and you already know Enoch, that like they hardly even come in to debate us anymore. So it's like one day there was a panel member who like pretended to be a Glober. He did it in like a French accent. It was so funny, man, because he kept up the act the whole show. I mean, we knew who it was, but like everyone played along, and very entertaining. So I also find it difficult. It's not easy to be a Glober. So it's like when we have downtime moments like this, it could be a good time to practice your Glober. You know what I mean? Like,
practice being a Glober.
yeah, it's hard. I mean, it's hard because you have to lie. You know what I mean? And I find it difficult to lie, even if it's like something basic, like telling little white lies and stuff. Like, I'm an honest guy, so I personally find it difficult to play Glober, but it is a good skill. I'd say it's like kind of an entertaining skill.
So you're saying the troll the Glovers is what you're saying.
Well, it's like it's not even trolling them really. It's just like trying to be one. It's like we need someone to beat up on when no one's here. You know what I mean? So why don't you give us the curvature, Enoch? Where's the curvature, man?
Okay. Wow. This is so hard, dude. Oh my goodness. So I was watching Jurassic Park. I can't, man.
Well, doesn't it start off like, well, if we assume the ground's curving, then it's curved.
Right.
I don't know, something like that.
Oh man, this is so hard. This is so hard to do this reversal. Okay.
So, do you know who
Here we
proved
go.
curvature, Master Chief? You know how
My
that was
mama told me. Fuck. Damn it, man. Like, okay. I was watching Ninja Turtles. No. I remember watching Ninja Turtles. Shit. Okay. The cartoons told me because I remember Bugs Bunny said he should have taken a left in Albuquerque, and I was like, bro, you should have because the Earth is round, man. This is horrible, guys. Oh,
Hey,
dude, you're probably laughing your butt off, bro. He's probably like,
has anyone seen lunar wave footage from Crow?
Oh, dude. More
I love that movie. I love
Crow
the
Triple
Crow.
Seven.
Dude,
Shout out to Crow Triple
Shoot the
Seven.
Moon. Crow is awesome. I'm subscribed to his podcast. It was $7 a month. How does that work with this moon reflection model? That's very, very interesting.
Good question.
I could totally look like the Crow.
Wait, so hold on, Dolan. Do you know that Crow came out and said that if he could rename it, he would, and he said he wouldn't call it the lunar wave. He said, I think, gosh, you'll have to forgive me because I don't quite know I think he was gonna call it. I don't know why I want to say firmament wave.
Oh, that's how I know the Earth is round. It's because of Santa Claus. Santa Claus couldn't get to everybody in time unless there was a spin of the fuck, man.
Yeah, what did he call it initially? He didn't call it the lunar wave initially.
No, he did keep the first thing he called it was the lunar wave, but then he came out and was like, "Well, I would have." He's like, "I think I would if I could go back. I would have called it the firmament wave. I think it's what would have redubbed it."
Yeah, whichever you call it, it looks like a television refreshing. It's wild.
Yeah, super weird.
Fucking crazy. So yeah, it's obvious. Like, there's no way we land on the moon. Just no fucking way.
No way, dude. I mean, they knew that back then, though. Usually, when we get into that type of discussion, I love that clip of there's like an old German scientist back then. It was like, yeah, they're not going to land on anything.
Yeah, and there's that one guy that came out back in like the 40s or 50s talking about the moon being plasma.
Yep, that's him. I think. I think that's the same guy. Yeah, he's like, yeah, they're not gonna do that.
It's just I don't know how people believe it. Like run by Nazis. The only time we ever went was when it was run by Werner von Braun, who was a psychological warfare specialist in Nazi Germany. And then on his tombstone, he put the Bible verse for a firmament on there. It's like they're just making fun of you. Like, the only way you can perceive that is just they're making fun of you overtly. And then where's that footage of them, the astronauts on the moon, called Nixon in his office? Like, seriously? It's so stupid.
I can't even get cell reception in the boonies, but
They called Nixon, and there was like in the original footage, they've doctored it. The footage you see on YouTube now shows like a 5-second delay, but the people at the time who watched that live said there was no delay in the conversation. It was just like a normal phone conversation back and forth. Not possible. Second,
excuse me, we just lost that technology, and it's hard to bring it back up again.
we lost it. It's, aliens took us there, right? That's what they're going to pull on us. And according to the lady that hung out with Braun, she said like that was the last card they'll play is an alien invasion. That's just them and their technology.
bring it on. I see we're joined by Causas Felizardas. Forgive me for botching that name, but if you're there, I see you just joined us. What do you think about the phone call to the moon? Do you think that's real? No pressure if you can't talk right there or anything.
And there's weightier roof. Did I say that? Did I say that right? He came in here too. He knew.
Oh, waiter of zero. How are you, buddy? You guys both have VC verified role. If you just want to pipe in at any time, feel free to open your mic and say hi. I'm not going to bite.
Too many people would have to be on it. Why would they lie?
Why would they lie?
My grandfather's uncle made a bolt for the rocket. Why would he lie?
Why would they lie?
My third cousin had a friend who had an uncle whose niece was part of the crew that stitched together the parachutes for re-entry. Why would she lie?
Why would they lie?
You know another theory that Santos Bonacci guy thinks is that when you go to the firmament where the stars are, they're portals. Have you guys heard that? He did a podcast on Tinfoil Hat where he described the lights in the sky as a portal, like to another dimension or something.
I think I've heard someone say that about the sun, so I guess that sort of lines up. Interesting, fascinating, that's for sure.
Cool
Got
story.
some questions how to answer Globus. I've got some questions on how to answer some Globus on some things.
Let's do it.
Oh yeah, the first one was like they showed this this boat or like a raft on Seattle. It was like it seemed to like be low and then it seemed to be high. I was wondering why was it like below the water? Because I didn't quite understand that. And then it came up, and then it was like 12 miles away or something, and then it came close, and then it was like up close, but I wasn't quite sure what was causing it to be low in the first place.
Do you have a picture or something we can reference?
It was like a movie. I could probably find it, but it would probably take a long time. It was it was on a Globus server. They banned me there, but so I couldn't go back. And I just wanted to know what the answer was to there, because obviously something fishy going on there. Obviously, it's not real, but I was just wondering what did they do how did they fake this, or what did they got wrong? Because I don't quite understand the science behind it. It's like a barge, whatever, or a riverboat or something on Seattle or something on the lake there. And yeah, I'll try to find it. Hold on.
Okay. I was trying
Is
to
it like
follow
a
along.
yeah? Is it like a time lapse video where it changes over
Yeah,
time?
it shows the top of the radar at first, and then they're looking on a high camera telescope, and then they see the top, and then it comes up and up and up, and eventually. But I don't know if it could be fake. I don't know what it is. It's just a video, but I was just wondering what was the story behind that video. They're always using that. That's their holy grail, because that's. I said, "Oh, have you got any proof of the globe?" And they showed me this video, but I'm not sure why it was. Maybe it's a fake video or something. I don't know what it is.
So is it just a boat coming back over the quote unquote horizon?
It's well, you got this telescope thing, whatever that's binoculars, whatever that's going in, and you see the mask at first, just a bit of the mask sticking out, and then it comes closer, about 12 miles, 13 miles out. It starts out, and then as it comes closer, it seems to be moving sideways, and then it comes towards the camera, and apparently at 6 feet, whatever, but I don't know if it's it's true. And then apparently then you can see the whole ship. Eventually you can see more and more of the ship, of this boat, and then eventually you see the whole thing. So I'm just wondering what's causing it to be not seen, or what's the story behind that. I just don't quite understand.
Well, we have many things at play there, but things do disappear from the bottom up as they go further away, just due to the way that you resolve images, right?
Okay.
I mean, are you aware of how that phenomenon takes place, even on a completely flat surface that you know?
I can't say that I don't know too much about it. No, I just know about, like, obviously the black swan and stuff, but I don't know about, like, how that works really too well.
Yeah, well, many things can come into play when stuff disappears from the bottom up. But even if it's 100% clear atmosphere and you have a known flat surface, if you have a camera at a low angle or your eye is at a very low angle, things will appear to disappear from the bottom up. Because the smallest angle that you're resolving is at the bottom of the object. So as that goes further away, not only do you get condensing, you also have an angle of incidence. Actually, I don't think they call it an angle of incidence here, but your angle, your eye can only resolve things at a certain angle. I think it's 0.02 degrees. So the human eye has a limitation on what it can resolve, and when you use optics, you can optics will obviously bring things back into view. But
So
there's
basically
also
you're
a
saying
limitation to the optics as well. So once things reach the limit of the optics, things will appear to disappear from the bottom up.
So basically, you're saying the water is blocking the view of the boat at a certain distance because of the eye,
No.
and the angle of the eye and the perspective of the eye.
So when it's over water, you're dealing with atmospheric conditions as well. But just on a long flat table or a long flat floor, you can test for yourself how objects appear to disappear from the bottom up, because the angle to the bottom of the object becomes so small that it's no longer resolvable. Does that make sense? Have you done any of these tests, or have you looked into the optics of the eye and how it resolves images?
Like you're talking about perspective, right, and stuff.
Yeah, your eye sees in perspective.
Yeah, so that perspective angle, yeah. So you basically, at a certain point, that's going to actually, you're not going to see things directly because it's not going to fit into your eye. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, you can't see forever, and the smallest angle is going to disappear first. meaning your eye can no longer resolve things at the smallest angle, and that smallest angle is going to be from the bottom. That bottom angle, your angle to the bottom of the object, is going to be the smallest angle that will disappear first.
And on a magnifying glass or binoculars, on a binoculars, same thing's gonna happen, but just at a further rate. Yeah, I see. Yep.
Correct. So if you're standing at the beach and you see a boat and it appears to go over the horizon, you can pull out binoculars and look, and you will see that full object. And as it goes further and further away, it will begin to disappear from the bottom up again.
Oh, yeah, second time. Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, that makes sense.
So I'm not familiar.
Better, if anybody's got that penny on the table thing, you should let him look at that. Have you seen that?
Oh yeah, I think I've seen that. I think I forgot about it. It's been a long time ago. Yeah.
The coin being dragged back on a long table, you'll see what he's talking
Yeah, I
about.
saw that. Yeah, I saw that a long time ago. Yeah.
And you can.
I think I forgot about that.
You can do this for yourself if you go to like a large box store. I don't know what you have around you, but here in the States we have like a Lowe's or a Home Depot or a Walmart or something like that, where that concrete is poured to be level, and it's a long surface. You can take your phone and you can put your iPhone or whatever down at the floor level, and you can take an object and you can move it further and further down an aisle, and as you can see, it'll start to disappear from the bottom up on a flat surface.
Right. And this is what's causing the Globers to have such confidence, because of this perspective. It's giving them such a. They think that they're actually seeing the curve of the Earth, giving them a false confidence. I mean.
Correct. And there's also, especially when you're looking over water. I live near the ocean and large bodies of water, and there's fluctuations from day to day depending on atmospheric conditions on what you can see and how things look in the distance.
All right.
There's some days where I can go out and I can see from the bottom pillars of a bridge all the way up to the top pylons, and then I can go out other days and it'll look like, I can barely see half the pillars on the bridge. So it fluctuates.
Have you ever seen the one with the windmills on the water? Just there's like a whole lot of windmills there, and it's a really good video. I think it's about 20-30 minutes. It's basically like Black Swan, but it's very good. You got to see it. It's basically all the windmills and the distances and everything. If you have to watch it to understand it, but it's really good. It explains everything and it shows flat Earth really well. It's one of the best videos I've seen on in detail on that. I'll try and find it if you like. Windmills video.
Yeah, I've seen a couple windmill videos, and I've seen some that people try to prove the globe with, and it is tough to do observations over water, but the thing is, the amount of refraction needed for some observations just would not be possible on a globe Earth if they claim that there's a physical horizon that should be at a specific distance.
Right, and for refraction, you need change of the materials in the atmosphere for that refraction to take place. Yep. Without the change of the materials, it won't take place, because there can't be a bending unless there's a change of the matter that the light's going through.
Yeah, and that could be taking place over water. It can also deal with pressure differentials as well. So refraction can take place. There's just no definitive proof on an equation for getting exact refraction. So it's the rate of refraction over specified distances being empirically measured to be used as a specific argument, I don't think has fully been sustained. And they like to invoke terrestrial refraction, which also implies an R value, which would mean that they've already measured the radius of the Earth to have a specific measurement, which hasn't taken place, but that's factored into their equation 7/6R. And the problem with that they're having is they've moved away from even claiming that there is a geometric horizon that things are occluded by, because they know that that horizon is apparent. So they've even moved away from claiming that the horizon is a geometric spot. So they don't even have a claim of a geometric horizon, which is basically needed for their model.
Oh, so they're trying to play safe, defensive, super defensive, so we can't pin them down. Yep. They do that a lot. I noticed they do that a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, they keep
Changing stuff.
shifting. Kind of, it happens a lot with gravity as well. They'll flop from Newtonian gravity to Einsteinian gravity when it suits their argument. So
You explained that well, Napalm. If I could just add to it a little bit, I mean, like the globe model itself, they hijacked our limits of our vision to create the globe model to make us think we were seeing boats go over the curve back in the day. You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
And what he said there is all correct. I mean, once the globe invokes terrestrial refraction, you say, "Welcome to flat Earth," because they're giving up their geometric horizon at that point. If they're invoking terrestrial refraction. So y'all go ahead.
So, yeah, and then they always want to. Yeah, that's good. That's some good points there. And the other thing, on the other thing that they were talking about as well is something to do with Boyle's law, pressure and temperature, and the talking about when you come to a container and the second law of thermodynamics. They keep on going on about pressure and pressure gradients and temperature gradients, and I mean, I don't know what they're talking about really. They don't make sense. They use these one
The end of
words
that conversation is you're asking for you need pressure in the first place to have a pressure gradient. So we're asking, how do you have just the pressure by itself? That's what's the first thing you need. So you don't have to talk about their gradient. We can show them gradients all day long in a container. We know how you have pressure without a container. Am I right?
Yeah, you got it. As long as you got pressure, you got a container. Yep, that makes sense. And then they talk about temperatures, that somehow temperatures and pressures they affect each other somehow, and that they it gets so small by the time it gets to space that it's obviously nonsense because
whatever's going on with the temperature is part of the dynamic system that, I don't know the full answers to that, but it gets colder as you go up, but we need to have containment to have pressure in the first place is all I'm saying. I'll shut up.
And the space guys are claiming that, because they claim that space is minus 450 degrees Fahrenheit, which is it's quite unbelievable, because I don't know how anyone could survive or even in a spacesuit. That's extreme temperatures. So everything should be that should be pretty cold.
Yeah, they try to dance out of that argument for hot or cold, claiming that there's, such a lack of particles that it wouldn't be felt in the way that you would feel it in an atmosphere. But I don't think that's a sufficient claim.
Because those guys on the moon should have been all turned to ice then. They should have been ice blocks, basically. At minus 450 degrees Fahrenheit, everything's totally frozen. There's nothing works. No spaceship will work. Nothing will work at that temperature.
Yeah, and then when you think when the sun is out, it should also fluctuate in temperature, and a large fluctuation between hot and cold, but I don't know. It's talking about basically Narnia. You have to be able.
How can space be minus 450 and the sun's shining into space as well, because rays are going into space too. So the rays should be heating up the space as well. The minus 150. I mean, the minus 450 can't be that temperature because you got sun going in there as well. So it's impossible.
Yeah. So it looks like we got some new people in here.
Yeah. I was told I gotta interview somebody here by Truth Prevails.
No, you guys are trying to interview each other, and I suggested you come down here and interview flat earthers instead. You said you wanted to learn about flat earth. Here's a room full of flat earthers.
All right.
Shoot.
Ryan Eartherton. Yo, Napalm.
Yep.
All right. Why are you a flat earther?
He
Well,
thinks it's actually how it
Enoch.
works.
Why am I a flat earther? Well, you know, I looked into the globe model and I decided to do a little bit of research and digging on my own. And I realized that they can't substantiate most of their claims. First of which is the radius
Mommy's
value
calling.
that they
Give me 1
claim.
second.
What's that?
He said his mom was coming.
It sounds like a school project. I'm just wild guess speculation.
On what's currently taking place with these guys?
He just asked Ryan why he's a flat earther. Right in the middle, he's trying to tell him he bounced or he went on mute. I don't know.
To them, is space really cold, or is it really hot, or is it both? Or
Oh, sorry. While my friends are gone, I would like to do the interview myself because obviously T3 is very uneducated in what he's doing. So, can I talk to I want to interview someone else. Yo, Kai 44, bro.
How are them chips?
I thought you were gonna put those away.
I was listening. I put them.
Oh my god, my friend, you are eating buffalo chips. I can smell them.
Is that Michael Smith? Bro, Michael Smith, sucker ass.
I do not know Michael Smith. I do not know him.
Oh, my fault.
The good chips. The ones with olive oil. With the seed oil crap.
Olive oil doesn't make chips good.
What kind of chips? What kind of chips are you eating?
There's a
I
good
don't know.
brand.
I think I
it's
told
called-
one of y'all.
There's a good brand called Boulder Canyon potato chips that are fried in olive oil.
sounds like a hipster chip.
Oh,
That
they're
sounds
so
very
good.
unhealthy.
Yeah, we know he's eating baked testicle chips, so
Yeah, wasn't it Cheetos or something you said?
Rocky Mountain oyster potato chips.
I'm eating Cheez-Its, bro.
Oh, Cheez-Its. Sorry,
Yes.
Cheez-Its.
Spicy.
What? You eat spicy Cheez-Its?
You eating them spicy buffalo chips, don't lie.
Who? Me?
Yeah,
no.
you.
Spicy buffalo chips is very... I don't like spice. I'm not about the hot life. You know what I'm saying?
When your boy said you was flaming.
I was farting?
Flaming.
Bro, who said I was flaming? Flaming what? My Cheez-Its are not spicy.
It's either T.O. or T3. One of them said you was flaming like Pharrell cereal flaming.
Oh. I don't know what they said. Don't listen to them. They're just dumb.
They said
Especially
you was flaming how? Mm-hmm.
Well, they're lying to you. Don't listen to them. Don't listen to anything they say.
So how'd you become flaming?
How did I become flaming?
Sure.
Michael B. Smith. How do I become flaming? I don't understand the question, dog.
Michael B.
Michael J. Smith. My fault. Michael
J.
I'm beyond confused. Yes, it says MJS. Michael J. Smith.
Yeah, that's a middle initial, son. That's not a name.
What?
It's a middle
initial.
That is my middle initial. Those are my initials.
I know what it stands for, Ledoux.
You think J's a name?
Hey, I just asked you what it stands for, Justin.
No. Back to the question. Do you think J is a name?
Don't quit playing with me, bro. Quit playing with me. It's better get serious here, Michael J. Smith.
It's Jonathan. The J is for Jonathan.
Of course it's Jonathan.
Of course.
That weak ass name, nigga. No ass name, bro.
You just better stay the fuck out this, boy.
Alright.
Oh, snap. Look at him.
We're sorry, Jonathan. Don't get aggressive. Sorry.
Jonathan.
Oh, look at DMs.
Jonathan.
No, why's my mic
Jonathan.
on right now? Alright, guys, this is my face.
Jonathan.
You gotta keep it on the appropriate side here, man. Anyways, Michael.
Chips off, man.
Bro, no.
Jonathan, I'm sorry.
Jonathan,
I'm
why are you so aggressive about chips? Why are you so aggressive about chips? Like, what's wrong with you?
You can't share them, motherfuckers. I don't want to hear them.
You don't like chips?
I can't hear who's talking.
No, you're probably eating buffalo chips too, you little flamer.
I'm eating your mama pussy right now. Alright, Jonathan, I want to apologize. I am a changed man. I'm a changed man.
Gotta take her to dinner first.
You ain't seen vagina since vagina seen you. Last time you seen you came out of it. What are you talking about?
Look up. Look to the left.
Little virgin's talking about nanny. That's funny.
Look at this profile picture.
Wait. Yo, Michael. My friend's last name is Smith. Do you know who Joe is?
Joe Mama?
No, his name is Joe Smith.
Man, I don't know every Smith in the damn nation. Come on, dude. There's a thought.
Michael, bro. I'm just gonna call you Michael J. Smith. Don't get it twisted, Ledoux.
Wait, Michael, you know Joe.
I know Joe Mama.
My name is
No, Joe Smith.
You know someone named Joe Mama in real life?
Yeah, they've been trying to get a hold of you for years, did they?
What?
Bro.
What'd you say to me?
I said,
Hey, watch out, Ledoux. Hey, watch out, Ledoux. We get serious here, real quick.
Keep that pressure down.
I gotta hear that real quick. You don't know who I am. I'm not one of them. I promise to God, I'm not one of them.
I'm not one of them, bro. Don't try that bullshit, bro.
My soul.
I think your friend needs behind like.
You just call me Ferdinand? Ferdinand?
Truth, are you a female Delson? Or
Am I a what? A female
I'm
what?
sorry, you just remind me like a girl version of Delson, bro.
Yeah,
I don't even know what the fuck you just said.
He's a male Karen. That's basically what he's saying.
Jonathan, lower your tone.
Yes, Karen.
Lower your tone.
Rebecca.
That we get motherfucking mic.
Hey, bro. Let's cut this bullshit off. Where the bitches at, bro?
We're talking to him, bro. We're talking to him. They brought chips.
Yeah. Truth prevails. Truth prevails. Are you there? Truth prevails. Are you there? The girl. Hello. Bro, I know she here, bro.
Bro,
I know
WKD.
What's good with you?
Do you think the globe's real?
Duh.
No, what the fuck is a
How the
globe?
fuck we here?
No, it is not real.
You didn't answer my question.
I just did say no, it's not real.
Why?
Do I need to read Jerusalem chapter 3 verse 12? No, I'm being so
Do we
serious
need
with
to
you, bro.
describe the circumference of the sun to you, bro?
Oh my god, Dylan, are
What?
you religious?
How far away is the sun from the earth?
I think 73
million
million miles. There's no way it shines that bright.
Bro,
If you
how are
don't
you gonna
believe in
like
the globe,
memorize
you
that?
should know this.
The sun isn't. Okay, hold on. So
Yeah,
you
you're
do
gonna-
know that the planets aren't real, right?
No, they're
Yes, they
real.
are.
Space isn't real.
Okay,
can
space.
you-
okay,
can you
space
justify
isn't
that?
real. I can. Let me get my. Hold on. Let me get the proof.
They're balls of light.
Michael, why are you waving at me in the
Who said that? Who said that? Who said that? Was that Dolan?
I didn't wave at you.
Joking.
Who said they're balls of light? Because they're not lying.
Well, how many times you gonna say
Hey,
balls?
WKD, you said that the globe's
You
not real
did with them.
because
Michael J. Smith, do not DM me again, bro. Do not DM me.
You got him.
According to Santos, they're portals in the firmament.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Santos, who is that? Is that in the Bible?
Santos Bonacci's
Thanos?
yeah, he did this pod. He did a
Oh,
podcast
Santos.
on
Sorry,
Tinfoil
I got
Hat.
confused, bro.
Yeah, go look up. He has a podcast on Tinfoil Hat about syncretism. He talks about them being portals.
Wait,
I don't
so
believe them as portals. That just sounds a little
I
bit
think they're
crazy.
just planets, bro.
Did
Hey,
this
WKD.
motherfucker just go Pac-Man?
WKD,
Okay, so
Shut
what,
up,
our
Jonathan.
planets like holograms or some shit? 'Cause, like, how come
WKD.
we can see them?
His mom walked in.
WKD.
His mom walked in, Giab.
WKD's nuts.
All right, you guys need to go to bed then.
No,
Nigga,
we're trying to
it's not.
debate.
No,
Okay,
you're not.
let's
You're playing
Are you
games.
voting?
You're playing
let's do
games.
this. Let's
We're not playing
isolate them. Let's isolate them and do them one at a time. There you go, guys. Talk to T3.
All right, let's talk.
All right.
Anybody got any questions? What's going on here?
Do you believe the globe's real?
No.
I got a question.
Oh my god, Michael.
What does that T stand for tit? You got tit 0 and tit 3?
Oh, bruh, it stands for these. Do you know what that is?
And then WKD, I'm scared to say what that means.
Oh, these nuts, Michael.
Y'all
Alright.
cobble these? Y'all cobble these?
I don't like your cars.
Yeah, that's cool. You don't have to.
I dust in a race, just letting you know. Anywho, let's get back
I
on
doubt
track.
it.
Alright, let's get back on track, guys.
Your Nikes ain't got the horsepower, bro.
Oh my god, bro. I
I
don't
got a
wear
question
Nikes, I
for
wear
T3.
Adidas running shoes. You
I
would
got a
get
question
dusted.
for you, T3. Can you hear me?
Who is that?
This is Dave Hinkle in Kentucky. How you doing?
Hey, Dave Hinkle of Kentucky. I'm doing pretty good.
Whose idea of the three y'all to troll the Flat Earth server was it, and why?
Bro, we're not trolling. We're just trying to learn. Michael J. Smith is trolling.
What are you
me.
trying to learn? What do you want to know?
Yeah,
I just want to learn about flat Earth, bro. Come on.
What do you want to know about it? Give me a specific question. There's plenty of people here who can answer anything you're
I just
gonna
want to
ask.
know how, like,
And don't say where's the edge, and don't say cats would have knocked everything off or anything stupid.
all right, I'm
I'll
not gonna
shut
say
up.
nothing stupid. All right, like, why do you guys think that,
Jesus.
bro? Shut up, Dolan. Damn.
Do you want to see a piece of our evidence? Maybe you got 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Can somebody post a black swan?
The Black Swan.
Yeah, I got you, bro.
You know that the claim of the globe is we live on a spherical object. So they call it oblate spheroid or whatever. But they claim the radius is 3959 miles. You agree with that?
The radius of what? Earth?
The Earth, the ball that you supposedly live on.
3.9 miles radius is right.
33,959 miles radius. You know what a
Yeah.
radius is of
Yeah,
a
I know what
ball?
radius is.
Okay. Well, using that radius number, we can calculate the distance to the horizon. Feel free to look up the equation, do your own math, whatever. It comes down to 1.22 miles from a 1.1 foot observer height. Now, you see that picture in the chat? You see the chat? Livestream voice text?
I don't see the picture.
You don't?
Nah.
Has he got perms? Anybody?
Yeah, he's he's got perms. He's got what he needs.
Live stream voice text.
He can see it.
No, I can't. What the fuck? It's in
Go to
lobby,
the
right?
live stream voice text channel.
Livestream voice
Oh,
text
yeah.
is right above where you're talking at. You
Alright,
see
I
it?
see it.
See the picture with the oil rigs?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's taken from a still of a video. We can supply the video for you if you want to see it. But anyway, it's off a beach in California. Those are oil rigs out there. We know the distance of those oil rigs. And those orbs are only there to mark the distance. You see, one of them is 6 miles, 6.2, and the other one's 9.4. Correct? Okay. Well, that camera shot that you're looking at was taken from a 1-foot observer height. The horizon should be 1.2 miles away from him. Can you tell me where that horizon appears in that picture?
What? Where the horizon appears?
Is the horizon before the oil rigs, between them, or after it?
After.
Okay. So that's further than 10 miles away. Would you agree?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's a problem because it should be 1.2 miles away. You understand why?
How do you know it's not zoomed? It's zoomed in.
He is zoomed in. What's the difference?
Well, I don't know, little guy.
The globe, the opposite physical edge of the Earth, should be blocking his view at 1.2 miles, but we're seeing it 10 times further. Don't you see how that's a problem?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you've seen a piece of our evidence. Somebody else go ahead. That's just one observation of many thousands that have been done in the last 4 or 5 years.
That's
So
a false equation.
if you actually engage this subject with seriousness, you'll see that the globe model is actually a joke. Now, somebody else talk. Yes, it is. It's a complete idiot. You got to be an idiot to believe the globe if you investigate it. You think we're on a ball zipping around through space with the atmosphere attached, going 4 different directions up to millions of miles an hour.
Wait,
Does
I
that
got a
make
question.
sense?
Is other planets globes too, or are they just flat?
Somebody else take it. I gotta go.
Well, what other planets do you speak of?
Like Jupiter, Saturn, Mars.
And you know that they're what? What do you know? What do you know about them?
Globes, planets.
How do you know this?
Science.
Hey, buddy, science is a methodology. It's not a person. It's not a thing.
It's a religion for them.
Yeah. So when you just invoke science, do you even know what science means?
No, I need backup now.
Hey, can I ask you something? Are you a spiritual, religious person at all?
Yeah.
Do you know what the speed of the Earth is revolving around the sun? Do you know what they tell you it is?
No.
It's 66,600 miles per hour. You see the insult in that, like the willful insult in that.
What does insult mean? Insult.
It's like they're rubbing it in your face. They say it's moving 66,600 miles per hour. That's 666. Do you understand where your model came from and from which people?
Yeah. Albert Einstein.
No, it came from Jesuits, not Albert Einstein. He was also a fraud. If you want to read into Einstein himself, I can send you some resources on him.
Einstein is a globe earther.
Sure.
And he was pretty smart.
You think so? Is that from your own investigation and interpretation, or is that just what you hear?
Nah, I read up on it. I read his journals.
So you read how he stole a lot of his research too?
Nah.
Okay.
He made all of his research.
See that? I just want to give you a heads up. Like, if you actually approach this stuff with like an open mind and like genuine curiosity, people generally respond better. If you're just being like cute and coy and trying to troll and asking dumb questions, like you're not gonna get much out of it.
You're not gonna last long here.
Yeah, like you have to be genuine, man. I can guarantee you, every person in here did not just magically switch their opinion to flat Earth in a day. Like, they started with an open mind and curiosity, trying to prove their points, and then they eventually made it here. So you kind of got to have that same approach if you're really, like, if you want the truth, like, if you want the truth of what this world is and what we're living in and
what are we living in?
Oh, that's the question, isn't it? That's where you can look towards ancient civilizations and what they taught. They all had a pretty similar model across the board, and then that all changed when the Jesuits decided to invert everything, as they do.
Bro, what? So old ass people who had like no.
No, they were not old ass people. They were clearly far more advanced, like in so many ways. Like there's so much stuff that they built that we cannot build today. They had knowledge of cycles, and you underestimate the intelligence of the people that came before us. I think we're devolving, honestly. I think we're getting dumber.
Yeah, definitely.
Straight up.
Yep, definitely dumber. So, T3, do you have any questions about the Black Swan that Dave went through you with? Or you were talking about planets, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
why is a planet? Yeah.
okay, so you observe. What do you observe in the sky when you look at a planet?
I don't know. I don't look at fucking planets, bro.
Okay, well, it's a luminary in the sky. Do you know what the word planet actually means? The etymology of the word?
No, bro.
It's wandering star.
It's a what?
It's wandering star. That's what it means. It's just a wandering star. It's a luminary in the sky. We can't go to the planets to see what shape they are, right? We just observe them. I don't know if anybody has any pictures they can post in the live stream.
Yeah, that's an interesting, like what they look like without all the image editing and filtering. Like they look like amorphous blobs of light. They don't look like a physical solid object.
Yeah, thanks. Truth, she posted one for you 59 minutes past the hour in the live stream if you want to look at that.
I'm just saying, is it a flat or a globe? Like,
Well, see, I observe it to look like that, and I observe it to be a luminary in the sky. So that's all the only thing I can tell you. I'm not going to make stuff up. I can't go there and physically tell you what it is, right? I can't get there. So I'm not going to make up some lie like they did.
But look at Saturn. That looks like a globe.
It looks like an eye. It looks like the all-seeing eye that's all over Egypt.
But see the problem, right? You're talking about planets and what shape they are. But we need to talk about the shape of the Earth. Why are you looking to the sky to determine the shape of the Earth that you're standing on?
Because I'm saying, if all the other planets are globes, or if they were.
But I
Why
ask
is the
you
Earth a globe?
again, why are you looking to the sky to determine the ground that you're standing on? What
I
it
just
is?
told you. The fuck?
Yeah, but okay, so if I'm gonna measure my hallway to see how it measures, I'm gonna look up at the light and determine that my floor is a light. Like that's ridiculous.
Oh my gosh. I'm saying. So if I look up at Saturn, right? Why would we be flat if Saturn's a globe? Like that makes no sense.
You're still thinking of the planet as a
Yeah.
rock in outer space.
That's what Mars is, isn't it?
I just
How
told
did
you
know?
that we
How
can't.
do you know that it's a rock in outer space? Where did you hear this?
Bro, what?
Where did you
but
hear
did you? Yeah, did you hear what I said? Like we can't go there, right? Have you physically gone there to verify that it is in fact a rock?
Yes.
Okay, then please provide evidence that you did that.
I didn't bring a camera with me. The cameras weren't on.
Well, then I guess it didn't happen.
Guess it did.
So I'm assuming you believe we went to the moon too?
Hell yeah.
I put a video in chat that you should check out called the Lunar Wave.
Well, before I even look at it, it's fake. Just letting you know. So cry.
It's not. It's been recorded all over the world by hundreds of people at this point. It looks like a TV refreshing.
So that's what they tell us Mars looks like. What I just posted. That's what they tell you it looks like. When you and this is what it really looks like.
But Jupiter first, and then
All is electric. All is magnetic.
Is this too much for you, T3?
What, bro? What are you guys talking about? I'm so confused.
That's why I'm asking if it's too much for you. Where are you lost?
No, nowhere, man.
Are you lost out on space on your spinning ball?
Why are you talking like that? Yeah.
I'm trying to help you. Okay. Your friend is talking to you in the chat.
Yo, Redford Bear.
What's up?
Are you a MILF?
Jesus.
What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Nah,
Wants to know how hard he should simp.
Shut up, Dolan.
Hang with the shirt, walk with.
Oh my God, Michael! Michael, stop ruining it, Jonathan.
Listen, a real motherfucker could pick up on that.
Oh my God,
Real. A real one don't have to ask.
Shut up.
A real one would thank her for being a MILF.
Shut up.
And talking to your lame ass.
Bro, you selling so hard, Johnny. All right. Yo, wrecked ankle bear.
Yes,
No.
T3.
What that mouth do?
Again, what
Be
does that have
nice.
to do with the shape of the Earth?
No, because if you look at the circumference of Saturn, right, and then
Do you
put it
really
to
want to
the-
finish that sentence?
Yeah.
Yes.
Be nice, T3. Come on now.
Yeah, come on. Bro, hold on. I gotta screenshot this, bro. I'm sorry.
It's okay, bro. Settle down.
Oh my God. Bro, look at the group chat. Oh my God.
Man, you are so easily entertained. I wish I was that.
Like, he's just so happy in his little world. Must be nice.
It's that blissful ignorance. Don't you guys wish you can go back to that sometimes? The blissful ignorance, the unknowing,
Yeah.
Sometimes, maybe.
the whimsical.
Do you want
nothing
to
matters.
try? Do you want to try T0 for a minute? We can switch. We can use.
Yeah, go to
Never
TV.
mind.
Don't mute me though. I just go on mute.
We'll see how that works out.
Oh shit, I'm muted. Oh, hi, I'm T0.
All right, who wants him? Any one of you?
I'm new to flat Earth, by the way. I don't know much. All I know is flat. So,
Do you want to know?
yeah.
What do you want to know? Do you want to know how? Like how?
All right. So
they know?
how does the planet look like that on the thingies? Picture
On the
cameras.
thing?
What? Use words, please. Proper words.
On the cameras, bro.
Oh.
Don't fucking lie.
Okay, now try again. Start from the beginning.
Shut up. Anyways, how does Mars and Mercury look like that? And Saturn too, bro. Like, there's videos out there of people zooming in, bro. Like, normal planets.
What does that mouth do?
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, try it with a telescope that doesn't have imaging software. Try it with a manual telescope and see what you get.
Nah, because there's different cameras out there. Like, one is like making it look like electrical and watery, and like the other one's making it look like a real planet.
No, the only ones that ever make it look like a real planet are the ones with imaging software or the ones that NASA gives you. That's it.
How's that possible?
Because they edit the photos to look like physical objects.
But there's live streams of it, like people zooming into that shit.
Oh my god.
You know what a computer generated image is, T0?
Generated image.
A computer generated image.
Generated image.
Do you know what that is?
A generated image.
Okay, and?
It's a computer.
From what? Yeah.
A computer.
So is that an actual picture from an actual object, or is it just a simulation?
What?
Like, for example, there was someone here the other week. I forget exactly what her name was, but she has like 800,000 subscribers on YouTube. And so when you go to her YouTube page when she's live, she's not actually, as she looks in real life, she's actually an avatar that moves and that looks like a cartoon in real time. That doesn't mean that she's actually a cartoon, right? It's just some generated image of her.
Why talking about anime
So,
girls? I'm talking about Mars.
well, I mean, guys,
Wait a second.
we can't
How do
scrape
you
the
know about
bottom
that
of the
too? So
barrel.
you study a
We can't
girl
scrape the
that live
bottom
streams
of the
as an
barrel
anime
here.
girl,
You know what I mean?
pretty much. So you just watch videos
So
of
what
a
do you
girl.
want to
Just,
do with this here?
I
I
want to
don't want to.
learn.
I don't want to ruin you guys' fun, but this is too
Nah,
low.
ruin it. Come on.
When y'all get done with them, we can just
They're clowns,
do
man.
whatever. Yeah, they're
If all they're gonna do is clown, might as well just bounce them. I don't
Yeah,
care.
just-
Y'all do whatever you want.
Alrighty.
Hello?
You are
Yo,
now
someone
in goodbye.
let WKD talk.
Nah, bruh. We're not playing in here. I'm not
Hello?
playing.
Am I coming through?
Yeah, you're
BT,
coming
what?
through.
Yeah.
Why you ever tell me, man? Meet me and admin mods. We gotta argue.
I
Mikey,
got
you're
a
a little
question
muffled,
for
brother.
flat Earth experts.
I'm about to go monkey all over you right now.
Yeah, Bootman. When you were checked in, were you told that we aren't reification fallacy earthers?
I'm not sure what you're implying.
Do you know what a reification fallacy is?
No.
All right, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Just to let you know, whatever the earth is, you know, like an orange or a pear or a hanger or a chair, didn't mean to make that rhyme. These are objects that I can picture in my mind and I can describe it to you, right? When it comes to the earth, none of us can describe it to you because it's not an object that we have visualized. But we do know for 100% certainty that there's a claim out there that it is a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles. Based on geometry, we should be able to measure this drop over distance. And no, you can't measure any curvature at all. In fact, it's as flat as far as we are capable of measuring.
So is the answer no?
I made tons of statements. I don't think I was answering your question. I was just preparing you for the conversation.
I just have a simple question.
Well, when you say, is anyone a flat earth expert? Like I said, when you say flat earth, it kind of sounds like you mean a reification fallacy, which none of us, it sounds like you went to Google and you were like, haha, that. No, this isn't that.
Well, that's your assumption, but
Okay, shoot.
I get what you mean. I
Let's
get
see.
what you mean.
Let's see. Shoot. Go ahead. Ask your question. Now you're gonna be hit with an extra layer of scrutiny just because you said you get what I mean. So I'm expecting you to consider
Yeah, I
that
get
as
what you
you
mean.
answer
I
your
get
question.
that the name Flat Earth for the Discord is mostly to just attract people to come here and talk about how the globe Earth to talk about the globe Earth fallacy that everyone's been indoctrinated ever since they were kindergarten attendees, right? But
before that, but
I
yeah.
want to actually like ask a real question about like flat Earth, and there's like these flat Earth maps, like the Gleason map. I've
There's no
seen the
such
moon
thing as a
map and
flat
so
Earth
on and
map.
so forth.
There's no such
But I
thing as
can't.
a flat Earth map. It's just coordinate systems that are imposed onto shapes. It could have been imposed onto a banana. They just haven't done it. Okay. But they take known distance, known values, and they put them on either a 2D model or a 3D model, or I don't know what other That's it. We don't have a separate map from everyone else. We're all going off of the same known values. All of us, everyone on this earth. There is no separation.
So, how do you visualize, like in your head, for example, the sun's travel path on whatever realm we're living in here now, so that it makes light in
don't.
Australia have a
I
longer
don't.
day rather than night? You don't?
No. I just live in New York City and I see the sun do an arc around me. That I don't have to visualize anything. That's what I see. That's it.
Do you try to?
I have. And when I did try, what I did visualize the path of the sun to be was more like an oval shape because I was speaking to multiple people across this realm, if you will. And that was across the span of 5 different countries. And we were attempting to share what the heading of the sun was as we were talking to each other. So we knew what direction another person was. And that's as best we got. But one thing I do know is it doesn't make sense that you light up like 5 different countries on a ball. Not on Google, it doesn't work. But I mean, whatever.
Uh what was the center point that you were measuring to? Was it like
I
the
didn't say I
north?
measured it. I didn't say I measured anything.
No, I mean, sorry, English isn't my first language. I mean like you say, you were in different countries and you looked at the sun, right, and try to
Mm-hmm.
see where it's going. Like,
Mm-hmm.
what was the reference point? Yeah, what was the reference point?
Myself and others. So myself was my reference point, and someone else was someone else's reference point. I can't be at 2 places at once, so I only have my reference, right?
Yeah, but can't you and the other people who are far away from you in another country have the same reference point, other than the sun?
No.
Really?
Well, how do you mean?
Okay.
Maybe I'm
I
ignorant.
mean,
How do you mean?
we have north, right?
Okay.
We have a compass.
Well, okay,
That could
fine.
be a reference point.
Okay.
No, I'm not trying to make a point or anything. I'm just,
Well, yeah,
asking.
I mean, all I said was I gave the heading of the sun from my frame of reference. That's all I can do, and it's obviously utilizing the compass, which knows which direction from north I'm pointing, right?
Right.
Right. I said that.
Do you
So,
think
Bootman,
anyone
I
else would
remember.
be able to answer my question?
But Bootman, I'm just curious because I know you've been in here before. You've been in this community for years, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't remember though what it is. Like, were you a concave earther? Is that what it is? There was something.
No, I just don't know what this is. That's why
Oh.
I go through other discords and ask them to explain their reasoning if they're willing to, so I could just get some ideas.
I mean, am I chopped liver, or did you want me to read you a bedtime story? Because it is 11:17 where I am, p.m.
Well, that's up to you. No one's forcing you to.
All right. Well, there's this magical earth that spans as far as the eye can see. And the distance you can see seems to line up with the Rayleigh criterion, which has been hijacked by the globe earthers to mean that the farthest you can see with your eyeballs is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. However, when you change the optical equipment, that is obviously not true. And those wondrous lights in the sky that spin around us, and I don't know what it is.
Did I offend you in some way?
Oh, you hear my sarcasm? I'm trying to tell you the story based on things that I know. You want me to make things up too?
No, I was just wondering if you have any idea why Australia can have longer days than nights.
I mean, if I could call God up on the phone and say, "Yo, what's up with that light? What's the angle? What exactly is it? And why the hell does it shine the way it does over there where I don't live?" I don't know.
Hey,
Maybe you should.
if you don't know, if you don't have any
Maybe
ideas,
there's an
that's cool.
Australian in here that might have an idea. But if no one's in Australia to answer your question, then maybe you have to wait till someone from Australia gets in here. I don't know.
Well, I wasn't sure I had to wait. Maybe there's some people who can answer right now. Except not you,
Well,
obviously, because you just
if
said you
they're
can.
not in Australia, they can't give you their direct experience, so they'd be giving you someone else's, if anything, right? Wouldn't you want someone who experienced this to talk? I mean, which one is better, secondhand or first
I
hand?
mean, I don't really care if the person has experienced it or not, if he has ideas about it.
That's silly.
Whether or not they experienced it.
That's silly. May as well just believe in the
Their
globe
ideas
then,
can
because you
still
don't
be
have to
right.
experience it. You can just have an idea. Nobody has to verify it. It can sound cool, and it's like, whatever. All right, well, go be a globe earther. Nobody's stopping you.
Can
Don't
you
you
be
already have
right
an
about
idea?
something without
Don't
having
you
to
already?
experience it?
Don't you already have an idea? I mean, you didn't come here for or maybe you did, but if you came here for ideas, you can just leave with the ones you have.
True.
But if you came here for things that we can know empirically, that's a different story. That's what we're here for. We're not here to play games and tell stories.
We?
Well, anybody else here to play games or tell stories?
I'm not. I agree with you 100%.
Oh,
the reason we're all here is because all the bullshit we got taught. We're trying to cut through it. So people just come here and talk about.
Nope, we don't do that.
Okay.
Sorry.
there's a politics server. They discuss ideas all the time. Sure, there's a mathematics forum somewhere. Maybe those are the places you need to go for ideas. Philosophy server. You'd probably enjoy that much more, right?
I've been here and there, but nobody could answer this question, sadly.
Okay. Well, sorry we couldn't help you.
I'll
Hey,
answer
no
it for
problem.
you.
I'll be back a couple of months
Well,
later anyway.
there's
I'll answer
someone
it.
that wants to answer. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll answer it. But can I clarify? What exactly was it again?
So, uh, what kind of travel path should the sun have on a flat Earth model, any model, where Australia would have longer days than nights?
At what time of year?
Right, because that happens everywhere at certain times of year.
Well,
That's
take
why I
Gleason's
didn't
map, for
touch it,
example,
because
right?
it's nonsensical.
Well, take Gleason's map, for example. Australia is on the side, right? And during Australia's summer, their summer days are longer than nights, right? How would that translate to the sun's path in order for that to happen on the Gleason's map or any other map or any other model? Like, I don't care. I just want an idea to see how it looks.
It happens in Michigan too. How would it have to travel to happen in Michigan? During the winter, we get longer nights and shorter days.
summertime. It's like that everywhere in summertime. Longer days. That's the way it works. That's why it's summertime.
Yes, but don't you see the problem? Let's take Gleason's map for example. You all know it, right?
We don't
If
claim that map. We don't claim that to be accurate.
That's a globe's projection map. You know that. It's a globe projection map, not a flat Earth map.
Okay, sure.
Well, it is. It's a globe map. So what don't work on there, I guess don't work on a globe.
The other major factor that you're forgetting in all of this is none of us know where the sun is. You might know where you think it is. It might look like it's up there, but can you go there? Can you measure it? Can you guarantee that that's where it is? It might look like it's somewhere in the sky to you, but totally different to me and someone else. And it's all there at the same time. Physically not possible. It's apparent to the observer.
So is that all your questions, Boatman? Was that it?
Yeah, that was it.
Okay.
Nobody knows
We can't.
the answer.
We can't give you an answer to something we can't investigate properly, like old Dave just told you.
Can I ask
I
you a
get it.
question?
Yeah, sure.
What's beyond the observable universe?
When you say universe, what do you mean?
The heliocentric universe. What's beyond the observable heliocentric
I don't know,
universe?
man. I didn't write the fairy tale, so I can't tell you.
Damn.
You gotta ask the
Nobody
author.
knows. That sucks. No, they said they didn't know. It sucks. Nobody knows. All right. Well, have a good night.
Even the author doesn't know his own story. That's great.
It's too bad you
What?
don't join the server
The
boot,
author
man.
did what? Say it again. Did you leave?
Say what?
Did you leave?
Boot man.
Yeah. Hello?
What? What's going on?
What did you
Hey,
just
if
say
you
at the
just
end there?
yeah, what'd you say?
You were talking about the what's beyond the observable universe. Well, I didn't write the story, and the author apparently doesn't
I
know
was.
its own story.
I
So
was talking about that.
what can I tell you? You know, that's what I said.
Author doesn't have a story. Too bad you
Yeah, I
don't
heard
just
something
join
about
the
the author.
server. Why don't you join the server, boot man? 'Cause then, if you have some information you're looking for, I just put a video in the live stream voice text that you can check out that explains time zones in a figure eight formation. It's a possibility. There's no way to send you a message either, so
It's on the live
So
chat. Yeah.
when you're trolling, that's what you
live
do. You
stream
hide
voice
your
text. Yeah.
text yourself.
Yeah, live stream voice text. If you were to join the server, you could get some. You could actually research some of the stuff people post here.
Don't get it, huh?
It's a video by Jazzla111. It's called Figure Eight Time Zones. Look it up.
You don't let them play a game. They're not very talkative.
Yeah.
It's not.
So,
I
maybe
usually
So boring
use
day.
Discord on the phone.
if he
I'll check the video out. I have saved it now.
if he likes the speculation talk or whatever, like maybe he needs the sun and moon roll or
He's
whatever.
not. He's not a member. He's not a part of the server. He's not even a member of the servers.
Well, to be in here and to have VC verified, I mean, you're a member of the server. You're in the server. Yeah.
I tried to send him a message that said I had to share a server, and I guess that's the reason I thought maybe.
That's
That's
user
just the video, the
preferences.
block.
You can block people who aren't your friend.
I got you.
Yeah. It's
That way-
it's
that
not
way
to
you
be
can be
rude, but
assured that
there's
you
a
won't
lot
lose
of
any
bots
friends.
and
That's-
servers, and
Yeah,
they just
yeah, of course.
spam messages. So just send me a friend request. I'll add you.
Well, you got the video, right? That's all I was trying to send you. Jazzle 111. Unless you're really interested in this topic and you want to learn. I don't know if you're just trolling or I can't tell. You've been around for a long time, huh?
Yeah, I have the video saved now. Yeah, I've been here since 3 years ago, I believe.
And you've looked into all of the information on the flat Earth side. Doesn't satisfy you?
I have looked into it, though all of it doesn't satisfy me, no.
But you're satisfied that you're spinning without any sense of it whatsoever.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
You're satisfied with the idea that you're spinning without sensing it in any way whatsoever.
Spending it. What do you mean?
Spinning. You're spinning. You're on a spinning ball, but you have no sense of that whatsoever, right?
Oh, when did I say that?
That seems reasonable. Are you a ball earther? Are you a globe earther?
I
he
can't
doesn't
say.
know.
I don't trust that
feel like
we're
you're
living
spinning
on
right
a
now?
ball now.
What? You don't trust that we're living on a ball. Okay, so you're halfway
No.
there. Okay. That's all we're saying, pretty much. You're in agreement with us then. We don't trust that we're living on a ball, that's for sure. But you're expecting it all to be figured out for you to be like giving up the ball completely, huh? You have to have all the right answers for the time zones and everything before you can give up on the belief of possibly being on a
I
ball.
mean, like I don't have to subscribe to anything and say I believe in this or that. You know, if
No,
you
I
don't
agree.
have
I agree. I'm fine
complete
with that.
proof of
I agree with that.
one or other model, I don't have to subscribe
Sure.
to anything. I'm just looking for info.
Right. It just sounded
I
like
mean,
you were trying to say that we were kind of silly for thinking it might not be, that it's definitely not a spinning ball. And then we have to go from there because our base reality is a stationary plane. And that's all we're saying. It's not a belief. It's just, this is what we have until we know the outskirts of it or all these other factors that need to be explained. But we're no longer believing that we live on a ball, which kind of puts you back at ground zero, which is we all experience a stationary plane. So it's not a belief.
I understand where you're coming from. Sorry,
I agree
mean,
with the
comprehend.
labels though. I'm not saying you should label yourself a flat earther. I don't even do it. A lot of people here don't.
I don't know. It's just like since a year ago, I just really dislike these putting people into camps. You know, these guys are normies. These guys are base. These guys are red pill. These guys are globers and blah blah blah.
Yeah, it's all subjective. It's just subjective interpretation.
Yeah.
Still, though, like if you go into the modern day debate server, you will know who the normies are.
That's good.
Well, if it would be funny, you know, this condition of normies, I'd be laughing. But as of what's happening today, it's I don't know. I can't laugh anymore.
It's definitely not funny. It's more terrifying.
That's scary. I feel bad for anybody that doesn't have discernment about this. And I feel worse actually for the people that do sometimes.
You want to
It's so meaningless. Like when you get stuck in this science worship, it revokes all the meaning from your life, and you feel like you're just an animal on a spinning ball that's gonna die and go nowhere. Like it sucks all the meaning out of everything. That's why it's so important to talk about and give you meaning back in your life, give you the truth back.
When you realize the power that can be attained by people not even thinking that they can assess the very nature of the reality in any way. They have to depend on a scientist to tell them that even though they don't sense anything about spinning or curvature, that it's totally a fact. So that just makes you have to surrender everything from that point on.
Breathe.
It is brutal sometimes, you know. Even like in a lot of these areas, like for example, science or especially like the medical industry, like people just blindly believing things and believing in authority.
Don't get me
God,
started
man,
on the
people
medical
doing their
industry.
job without even knowing what the hell they're doing. That's
No,
everyday
yeah.
stuff.
Like, don't even get me started on the medical industry. That is the biggest evidence of overt inversion out of anything.
Yep, it's all tied together.
Yep. It's one big cult of elitists that want to invert every truth possible and make everything the world believes the exact opposite of what is true.
Yeah. Weaponizing information.
Yep. CIA quote. I can't remember his name, but he said, I know our disinformation campaign will be complete when everything the American public believes is false.
Yeah.
Was our first CIA director.
Casey.
William Casey.
Yeah, William Casey. Yeah.
There's another quote that I can't remember who said it, but it was, make the lie big enough that any common man would be paralyzed at the sight of it.
Yeah, and there's that old it's an old tactic, but if you repeat a lie long enough and then you build a framework on top of a singular lie, you just have to believe it. Like, you just have to give up and go, okay, whatever, I'll believe it.
I think one of the main things you need to realize is who benefits from this.
Yeah. Honestly, like, who are the people you're trusting too? Like, if you really investigate the belief systems that the people you're trusting follow, you will not trust them. Most of them are occultists. Most of them are deep in the dark arts.
Have you guys been following the Q drops?
They're new ones recently?
Another psyop?
Something new with the Q drops? You want to fill us in on that?
The My Pillow guy just came
Q
out.
still exists. They're still got Q going for real. Go ahead.
Yeah.
People still believe the Q.
People are waiting on pins and needles to hear what Q says. Yes.
Did you guys see what the My Pillow guy did recently? He just came out and said Trump's going to be back in office by September 20th.
Well, how recent was that?
I think yesterday or today.
Oh yeah, by September 20th. Okay. He did make a timeline recently that didn't.
Yeah, I followed it the whole time. So the first time Trump was going to be back in office was February, and then it was June, and then it was August, and now it's September, and it'll keep going for however long, and people will still think it's going to happen.
Well, they may use it really to start some havoc. You know, they may put Trump back in, get the other side completely in shambles over that even being the reality. That could happen. Just he could, start pushing the jab. Because it's a weapon from China that we need to protect ourselves from.
It reminds me of.
Is China perpetuating?
It reminds me of the cover of The Economist magazine, where he was portrayed to be as the Pied Piper.
Yeah.
Austin's theory on it about Trump coming back in to be the Antichrist savior, and he'll make things far, far worse for us. Because if we have full economic collapse and societal collapse and medical collapse, I won't say, and he swoops in and as a savior, everyone's just going to buy and do what he says. And then if he makes something mandatory, you're going to go, oh, he's a good guy. I trust him. He says there's a bioweapon, so I'm going to get like it. it's going to devolve into like deity type worship, like dictator deity type worship. I think
It would work. It seems like their best
plan.
friend. They're all on the same team anyway, right? So it's not like really we're talking about one versus one. Who was the guy that said, "Have you heard the Q drops?" What was the recent Q drop though? I wanted to hear that. Anybody? Who was it? I don't know who it was. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm looking. There is no Q posts.
Do you have the official Q post site or something?
Yeah, Q post out online. Last one was December 8th. It was just a YouTube video.
Q post
still doing those drops?
online.
Yeah, Q post out online.
You say from December, like over 9 months ago, then?
Yeah, December 8th, 2020 was the last post.
So it's
Well,
not
there's a lot of
still
pseudo Q claims, you know. So
Yeah.
you can,
Yeah. I mean, just
Gotta
how
go with it.
anticlimactic is it? Like, people believed in this for years. Like, towards the end there, when a lot of this stuff, like a lot of the predictions Q made were actually playing out, I was like, oh shit, are we actually going to have something like that happen? And nothing came, ended
Trump-
anticlimactically.
Yeah, it fooled me for a little bit too.
Pompeo was totally playing into it too. Like there was, you know, claims that he was going to make a tweet every 5. Yeah, he was going to tweet every 5 minutes, every 2 minutes, every, you know, down to 30 seconds, and he did exactly what Q said supposedly he was going to do.
Yep. So I think Trump knew, because Trump played it off like he didn't know who Q was, but he obviously was talking with him.
Yeah, of course.
The rabbit
Totally
thing.
doing things. Yeah, the rabbit thing. All
Yeah,
that.
that's what convinced so many people. It's like when someone asks you, is like, "Hey, can you make Trump reference like a white rabbit or something?" And then he goes on television with a white rabbit. Like, he had to have been involved. He had to have been a part of the psyop. Like, there's no other explanation.
And Q is the white rabbit. Follow the white rabbit, and
Yeah.
you know, it's great. You know, it's like they can just, and they can have pseudo Qs and people that, you know, argue about who Q really is. It's just that it's such a great formula for a psyop.
Yeah, it's probably one of the most impactful psyops ever done.
So what if Trump comes back next Saturday on the 20th anniversary of 9/11? That'd be cool.
It'd be crazy. Or like, you know,
Yeah.
Biden's about to
I don't know.
declass all the 9/11 stuff. Like, what if they find out that it was actually an inside job and our own government facilitated the death of however many people? That's a pretty good way to motivate the population.
Yeah. And then Trump being somehow they still consider him anti-government. That's like the only way to clean up the mess, then, right?
Yeah. Meanwhile, he's the one who started Operation Warp Speed. He's the one who's been printing trillions of dollars. Like, he is pure military. He's the military industrial complex.
Total Jesuit connections.
Yeah, and he's Assyrian.
Yeah,
which ties back into the Antichrist theories.
Yeah.
Anybody ever notice how the people on the opposing side that basically said they would never take the juice because it was created by the Orange Man, and now they're the ones that are on the pushing of the juice and the opposite side? It just flip flops. Like the changing of the guard completely changed everybody's mentality on it.
That was by design.
Total by design.
Yep.
Yeah, just
Back in.
keep it confusing as much as possible. That's what they're doing. Just keep everybody confused about what's going on.
Order out of chaos.
They're creating scurvy, so then orange juice will be the only cure.
If you haven't ever read the Ultimate Banksters quote, you should. It lays it all out. Anyone who reads that from 1924 and believes politics are real are in serious cognitis.
Yeah. So the guy that came in and dropped the Q thing of your latest Q drop, you think he was just trying to associate Flat Earth with Q?
Probably. I mean, Q is anti-Flat Earth.
I wasn't trolling.
Wasn't
I
it?
was just going in and saying, "Hey, have you guys seen the latest Q drop?" And just seeing.
Oh, what is the latest one?
The latest one you guys would know better than I do. I don't keep up with them.
Oh, okay. So you weren't trying to reference something. You were just
Neither do we.
Nobody here keeps up with them. Who was the one that said that?
Me.
Who's me?
Johnny Boy.
Oh.
Sorry,
Are
new
you-
perspective. I didn't
are-
mean to overspeak you. It's good
Are
to hear you.
you new to the server, Johnny Boy?
Yeah.
So you came in here and just started talking about Q as if you think people in the server follow Q. Is that what you're saying?
I asked one question, but trying to get the topic on it. I was more listening.
You were listening, and then out of the blue, drop Q.
That was actually my first question to interject into the conversation. Yeah.
What's unfortunate though is that Q did expose a lot of people to some genuine truth, but the problem is it co-opted it. So now if you talk about any conspiracy, you're a QAnon follower.
Yeah.
It co-opted the whole culture.
It's controlled opposition, same thing.
Imagine though, like let's speculate that some big event did happen. There's like an EMP or some shit, and then Trump really does swoop in with the military and saves everything. Like it's going to be hard to imagine how many people are just going to bow to him and worship him.
They won't have a choice. They won't have a choice. They'll have a
Yeah.
choice. They'll be between a rock and a hard place. So,
and then that's where all the totalitarian stuff can come in with mandatory injections and injunctions and digital currencies and
But hey guys, we got a new guy in here, Johnny Boy. Johnny Boy, what brings you to the server? How'd you find out about us?
I saw you guys getting trolled from another Discord, and I wanted to come and see what the Discord was about. You guys
see if we're Q-tards.
What's up?
See if we're Q-tards to start with.
No, not really. I'm trying to get a gauge for what everybody's belief is. Most of you guys haven't even when I was like listening, most people didn't say like, hey, like claim total flat earth or anything like that. And I watched a couple of videos that got sent yesterday when I was in the voice check-in. So I was just like kind of listening. I wasn't like trying to insult or nothing like that.
Don't sweat it, dude. Just because some of us get pissed off because they hear Q shit, don't mean the rest of us do.
I mean, the Q stuff has like some credibility to it, and then sometimes
I agree. I agree.
I mean, you know, there's an asshole in every group, you know.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's just about listening, you know. So I'm not really too upset.
When I say Q-tards, I don't mean that in any derogatory way. To be honest, it's just that the way that you know, there's a certain extreme anything could be taken to, you know. I think there is a lot of good information that came out through that, and it's mixed with disinformation a lot of times, just like anything else.
Yep. I mean, it's crazy how many people are aware of the pedo, like sex trafficking stuff now. Like even my grandma, who's like 90 years old, is aware of Epstein and that whole ordeal. So it did expose people to real conspiracies that have validity, but it co-opted it and made it now inadmissible to talk about. And if you want to bring up any relevant conspiracy, you're a Q-tard, you're a Trump supporter, you're an X, you're a Y, you're a conspiracy.
Exactly. Yeah, it works so perfectly.
It's
slow hand clap on that one, people. Slow hand clap.
Masterful. PSYOP.
Yeah, very, very much so.
So can I ask Johnny Boy a question?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Do you think the Earth is a globe spinning in space?
Am I gonna get kicked out if I say yeah?
Oh
no. My honest answer.
Yeah.
You think you do? Do you believe it or do you know it?
I think I believe it based on science experiments and the use of a pendulum experiment, and then also from what I've seen with my own eyes.
Well, would you mind answering 3 questions real quick, and then I'll let you talk to everybody else?
Yeah, sure.
Do you know of any time in history that someone did a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth and how they did it?
No idea.
Good answer. What about the motion of the Earth?
No idea.
Okay, another good answer. Could be the fastest ever 3 points. How about the vacuum of space? We exist in a gas pressure system. Would you agree we're all breathing?
Yeah, we are all breathing, aren't we?
Okay, to have gas pressure, as far as we know, with scientific demonstrations, especially the second law of thermodynamics, if you don't know what that is, it's okay, but to have gas pressure, you must have containment. So do you know how we can have gas pressure here on Earth without a container?
No idea, honestly. Maybe the spin.
Well, you answered those all questions. So right now, you came in here, you believe you live on a ball, but you have no proof for it. It's just a belief, right?
Yeah.
You think somebody smarter than you figured it out at some point, right? Okay,
Yeah.
well, thanks for answering the questions. Honestly, you guys go ahead with it.
Yeah, I'm chilling, man. Thanks for having me.
Welcome.
You have any questions
No,
about
nothing. I
any?
was listening.
Okay.
Yeah, for me, I just figured you guys like from a social perspective. I'm a pretty social person. I figured you guys probably get insulted a lot by people that come in here.
You know
On
what's
some
funny
level.
about it is that we can't really be insulted, and that's the funny thing. It's like it's not insulting after you realize that you're not on a spinning ball, and you realize that the reason that people are trying to insult you is because they have a belief they're trying to defend. Then
What what's
nothing can really affect you after that, because you're like, you believe that you're on a spinning ball, but you have no sense of it, no scientific proof of it. Everything totally works the same on a flat Earth, and you don't even realize it. You're just talking from ignorance, so it couldn't be insulting. You know what I'm saying?
what's the significance if you're on a flat Earth or not? Does it matter?
Well, think about it.
Well,
Think about it.
I wanted to chime in. When you came in, you did say, I want to know what you guys believe. And in here, we're not necessarily so much about belief, we're more about evidence. And so that's one misconception people have when they come in. They think that flat Earth is a belief. And if you actually look at what a belief is, it's something that it's something that doesn't have evidence. So what we're trying to do here is get evidence as to how the globe is true, as evidence as to those things more than anything. So just wanted to throw that in there.
Yeah, it's
Think about it. If you're dependent on the authorities or quote unquote scientists to explain that you are spinning even though you don't feel it, there's curvature even though you don't see it, people are walking upside down compared to you because of a force that they can't call a force, but somehow it's strong enough to keep everything wrapped around this ball. Like, all these things are just assumptions, and when you realize that none of it's at all the case, then it puts a totally different perspective on a lot of things that you really can't understand until maybe you get there.
You're no longer a speck of dust and made of, existing in this vast, infinite galaxy of mini galaxies, or however they say it exists. Like, you're not that. You were created with a purpose, and you are the center of all creation. Everything in the heavens are above you. Everything beneath the earth is below you, and you're in the center. You're at the center of creation, and then you're important to the creator, and there is a creator, because it's all by intelligent design. That's the number one utmost importance of it. And there's a lot of little things in between, but the most prominent thing to me right now is the propaganda that they're pushing about this alien agenda. Aliens coming from some far off distant galaxy, and, the Pope saying he's going to baptize them. And if they want to convince people that they were created by the aliens, I mean, how hard would that be today? I mean, look at what people are doing and how they're behaving. So if you know that we live in an enclosed system and that you are the center of creation, you're not going to fall for that.
That's interesting. Do you? So I'm guessing that most people in here do not trust the government at all.
Well, that's beside the point. Do you still believe we landed on the moon? You believe that at all? So,
I think don't we have like radio waves that confirm sort of from third parties, with no ties to U.S. government, that confirm sort of the radio waves bouncing off and using that?
I just wondered if you looked into that at all. If you looked into the idea that we didn't actually land on the moon.
That doesn't prove it's a physical object. I mean, it could be a ball of plasma too, and radio waves would bounce off that just the same.
I gotcha.
They were bouncing lasers off the moon before they ever put their little reflective disc up there.
Yes, they were.
And also, just to go back 1 second, one reason I think it's important why they want you to believe in the globe Earth is just the fact that once they get you to ignore all your senses, what you see, what you feel, then you're pretty much malleable at that point to whatever they want to tell you. You always like, yeah, I don't know anything. My senses are always wrong. Science says this, well, they're always right, and you just go along with it,
Yeah, there's a lot of good points in between, and that leads to another one. Like, if they tell you that they have all the answers and they hand them to you, then you don't have anything to look into. You don't have anything to discover. They know everything. They've got all the answers to everything, so you don't have to look. Right? So once you realize that everything that they've handed you are nothing but a bunch of lies, then there's tons to discover. Like, the whole world is at your fingertips.
That's interesting.
It's also like hyper materialism and atomism. Like everything in the current scientific consensus is all fixed on these like very specific materialistic models. And that's kind of where they want you at. Like, they don't want you thinking about or evaluating the possibility of something else, something beyond perception, something that's immeasurable, like an ether. And then if you look at what ancient civilizations said and what ancient religions said, they clearly state on a consistent basis that there are waters above and waters below. If you look at any of the orbs of light that you see when you look up, like if you look at it with just a clear camera, not the edited photos, they look like amorphous balls of like electromagnetic energy. They don't look physical. The physicality of them is the result of editing and CGI and just lies.
I gotcha. Who do you think benefits from that? Like saying like the Earth is a globe when it's actually not. Who's like the specific person that takes benefit from that?
I wouldn't say it's a benefit. I'd say the most important thing to try and understand why this is an inversion is to understand what they believe and where they came from. I know it's a complex topic, and there's a lot you have to unpack and understand. There's a lot you have to suspend disbelief on too, but
it's just a tool.
Yeah, it's just their beliefs are basically an inversion. If you look into the Messiah of 1666, Sabbatai Zevi, it's really where a lot of it started, and that's where Galileo supposedly proved that the Earth was round, and everything built upon that. It all comes from Jesuits, and those Jesuits were heavily influenced by a guy named Sabbatai Zevi, and he was Jacob Frank, I think is the other name. But they had this idea where they can be redeemed through sin. So they believe that by doing everything that God had taught in terms of morals, beliefs, etc., everything that he had taught should be inverted. So if it says not to rape, you should rape. If it says not to lie, you should lie. They want to invert everything. And flat Earth is just a part of that. Like, you can look at diet and health and how inverted that is. You can look at any topic, and if you investigate it deep enough, you find that it's an inversion of the actual truth. So flat Earth falls into that. Like, they want to invert your reality and your perception of it, keep you stuck in this like materialistic, atomistic, meaningless world where you're sitting on a ball doing nothing, or sitting on a ball flying through space, and your life has no meaning. There's no life after death. There's no meaning to anything. It's just, they want to disconnect you from, I guess, the spiritual world. They want to disconnect you from the life and the beliefs of your ancestors and bring you into a new religion where you instead worship white lab coats instead of a creator or some sort of divine, whichever you want to pick. It's materialism, essentially.
Gotcha. I'm having a hard time quantifying who the they is, though.
Oh, it's a lot of people.
It's just the world leaders, just the controllers, the world leaders.
It's Jesuits, it's Rockefellers, Rothschilds, DuPonts. I can give you a big list of foundations and names if you really want to investigate them.
You'll never see the true controllers.
Exactly. So, like, you have to keep in mind too, like
the Vatican family, the Albornorini family, Rothschild family.
I have a slightly different answer.
But you have to understand, like,
I would say that all of those people are people. I say that to say, for instance, the teacher that understands geometry and has been to a beach and realizes the truth of the matter, but chooses to go along with their profession anyway. That kind of person, which is, they are the people perpetuating the lie. I don't know. But everyone's involved, except for me, the people in here. Does that make sense?
I do.
And also, I don't know if you guys mentioned
Do you not feel
the
like a
family.
controller of some sort in your own life? Like, do you not feel powerful enough to like change the course of history, given one life and one chance?
That's what we're trying to do. One person at a time.
Can I ask some like presupposed questions about like, do you believe conspiracies exist? Do you believe like people in power come together to try and influence perceptions for whatever benefit? Like it can be monetary, it could be spiritual. Like, do you think people come together and do that?
Not really. No, not at all. Actually.
Not at all. Like you haven't looked up any of the declassified documents, like
Let's ask the Indians when they talked them into a treaty and screwed them out of the land, or the First Nations, all the nations that existed who got screwed out of the land by Vatican and royal families and bloodlines. Let's ask them. Did anyone conspire against them?
Was the founding of America a conspiracy against the crown?
No, that's not what I said. The crown conspired against the fucking First Nations to steal their land. This wasn't a new world. It was an occupied world. Christ.
Yeah. Can I like? Do you have any like spiritual or religious beliefs, or are you atheistic or agnostic?
No, those are spiritualistic religious beliefs of atheists.
Right.
Atheist agnostics.
and heliocentrism. That's religion. Why don't you get off the motives and people's intents and conspiracies? Because conspiracies, you define it, is two or more people with a nefarious plan. I think that's been going on ever since the fucking beginning.
Yeah, it's obvious.
I think you conspire in your family, you conspire with your work. There's conspiracies everywhere.
Yeah, it's just human behavior. People come together, try to assert power, maintain dominance.
Yeah, it's just subjective.
What
You
is
can
that?
go on and speculate all day long.
It's
Let's
hard
get
to prove,
the empirical. I'm sorry. Let's get to the empirical evidence for the spinning ball space monkey religion. Could we do that?
I hope so.
And not how we feel about conspiracies and such.
Yeah, I agree. I do. One thing that is important though is trying to understand their belief systems. It helps inform on their motivations and why they do what they do.
Yeah, we know.
Discussing the beliefs. For me,
We've
like,
been doing this for years.
yeah, I don't really like what I was saying before. I don't like. This might probably be the end of the conversation, but like, I don't really think it matters if the Earth is round or if the Earth is flat. It's my world. Everybody else just lives in it.
You know what's wrong with that?
That's profound. So let's get to
Sorry.
empirical evidence for spinning ball space monkey religion.
Yeah, I think you could argue both at a level that probably I wouldn't understand. You could do either both sides.
Really? That's
Yeah.
Yeah, that's weak.
Like, really? Like, I think
No, I said
that
it's
no matter
deep.
how good of an argument you are, like, people still argue
I said it's
creationism
deep.
against
It's
the
not
evolution.
how
and
good
stuff.
of an argument or debater I am. It's what does the evidence show?
That is
So-
argument.
So what does the evidence? Yeah, you have to speak, right? Yeah. So an argument's not like an argument with your
All right.
wife or your spouse.
I'm gonna
right?
bounce.
An argument
Peace,
is
buddy.
something that you stand for, a claim, right? So back to the empirical evidence for the spinning ball space monkey religion. Let's start off. Let's just go outside and look at the big picture. How do you have gas pressure without a container?
He split, QE.
Yeah, he left. He said peace and
The
peace.
empirical evidence was too much for him.
Couldn't take it.
Okay, sorry about that. I didn't see him leave.
It would have required too much thought for him anyway.
Damn, bro, you did it better than you did last time. Last time it was 2 lines. This time it was only 1. You scared him off.
You speak with too much authority, man. Scare him.
Just want to get to the point instead of
Yeah.
skirting.
I know. I get sick of that. Too.
I agree.
I don't see how you could blow it off, as it just doesn't matter either way.
Yeah, just the one thing I noticed. The one thing I constantly notice is like people don't understand the motivations. They don't understand the why behind the lie. They can't get past that. They can't comprehend it. They don't care to understand what they believe, so they get stuck there, and they can't get past it.
Yeah.
I mean, I read something today It was like an Instagram post that I was actually kind of surprised. It was like, I guess, a motive that I hadn't really considered, which was that if it's flat and there's I guess a boundary around it, I guess a lot of people have said, I don't know what you guys necessarily believe, but that there's like an ice wall, whatnot. So if there's a boundary and there's obviously much more of the world or land outside of it, right, than what we know of, then obviously what is outside of that? Are there other people outside of that? And is the artificial scarcity of resources, operating as a large part of whatever control mechanism is in place?
Yeah. See, the thing is, like, by proving flat Earth, you disprove so many other consensus points, like especially climate change being human caused, and it leads to so many different directions that people they can't go, oh well, this is a lie too. Oh, this is a lie too. Like, oh, this is bullshit, and they just dismiss it and stop caring.
Yeah.
It's about your approach. Like, you gotta it's a mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain a thought without believing it. You gotta entertain it first.
A lot of people can't do that. Yeah.
Yeah, they can't get past the why. They can't get past the why would they lie and why does it matter?
Yep.
They have to find that for themselves, why it matters.
Exactly.
Well, it takes a lot to get to that point, though. I feel like a lot of people don't even care enough.
It's so much time too. Like when you try,
it takes a long time for that. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, the when you try to understand their belief systems, you have to read and investigate so much, and like you have to really understand these complex metaphysical concepts. It's not an easy thing to go try and figure out. Okay, why are they doing this? All right, let's figure out what they believe. What do their beliefs entail?
It's also like what he was saying before. I don't remember who was saying it, but like like the teacher or like random people who are just kind of living their life and kind of maybe benefiting off of the way things seem to be. Like it's just a lot easier to keep going along with a life that kind of benefits you and not knowing or not caring about what it really is, because I guess in a way you benefit from it and you're satisfied with that.
Yeah, it's comfortability.
Yeah.
People just want to remain comfortable above all else.
And like Ken Wheeler always says, people don't go searching for the answers to questions they think they already have the answer to.
Yeah. He says another thing, you are not your
he's not the one
beliefs.
that says that, by the way. He's just parroting. Be careful about what Ken Wheeler says.
There's another quote too about like how you are not your beliefs. A lot of people get tied up and it becomes a part of their identity, and they don't remain objective and curious and open-minded.
That's true.
Yeah, I heard it from Ken Wheeler. Not sure the original.
Yeah, the original was well before the tattooed Jabba the Hutt decided to parrot it.
Yeah, I don't know who the original is.
Yeah, it's way before him, hundreds of years. It's almost self-evident.
I don't know if he claimed that he came up with it though.
Well, I don't think so.
He's big. Doesn't he know? Like he reads like ancient Sanskrit texts or something like that. He gets a lot of his like quotes and interpretations and like metaphysical ideas.
He should read an actual science book. That would probably help him out.
He reads ancient Pali, I think, is the language.
Yeah, Pali. No, I mean, I don't know. He's never really addressed his beliefs on what he thinks we live on or in. He's kind of he skirts around it, but he has posted videos of him like measuring moonlight being a colder temperature. He also went on a podcast with a flat Earth. He went on a podcast with Santos.
He definitely wasn't the first one to do that.
Yeah. Surprisingly, though, like just in the past month, he went on a podcast with Santos Bonacci talking about the ether.
Ether, what's that?
Yeah. It's a good question.
I guess that's the end of that topic.
Yeah.
Something we can't prove.
Yeah. Oh, maybe he'll come around eventually.
Doubtful.
Well, what is the medium that light waves in?
Light waves. Light's not a wave.
Oh, it's a particle?
Yep.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Like an electron?
It's not like an electron. Light is energy.
I was going to say, I think it's a lie.
Yeah.
Light
This was
is
known
Light, I
about
believe. I think light is a lie.
106, probably more, 110 years ago. Just 110 years behind your continuing education credits.
Have
Yeah,
you guys
light's
ever heard of the rope hypothesis?
The what?
The rope hypothesis?
Rope
Yeah.
hypothesis? You know what a hypothesis is?
It's a guess, right?
No, it's not. It's a predictional supposition in the natural cause and effect relationship. You have an independent and dependent variable. So put the independent variable and dependent variable in text chat right here. I'm in the wrong text chat, by the way. I'm there now. So it's not a hypothesis unless you can post the independent and dependent variable. I'll be waiting.
What chat are you in?
Man, live stream voice text now. I wasn't there before.
so
Okay,
Kiwi.
yeah. It's just something I've seen, and it was kind of interesting. I'm not saying it is anything, so I can't really fight for it.
I just heard hypothesis. I listened for keywords. That's one of the key ones.
Yeah, I could have even used the wrong word. Let me look up what he actually
Okay,
says.
fair enough.
I'm interested in the photon QE. It's a particle.
Yeah, it's a packet. I don't want to say packet. Because that's what they say it is. It's not a packet. It's just it's a distinguishable boundary, a discrete amount of energy and momentum. How about that? Will that work?
Hey, John, man, your mic, I don't know what happened to your microphone when you went on vacation. You came back. It is super low.
Really?
Yeah.
What you got me on?
Dude, everybody else, I got you in the studio. It's just really low. It's lower than it's normally been for the last few years. So I'm just
I got
telling
him on 100%. It's not that bad. I get him pretty good.
Well,
It's pretty loud for me
level?
too.
What level do you got me on?
Just right click his name.
I don't have control of your mic.
No, if you right
If
click
you right click,
if you right click his name,
user volume knob.
Right click your name.
Yeah, right click on my icon. There's a user volume knob right there. It has level.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, you can turn it up or turn it down, whether somebody's too loud or.
Gotcha. Cool.
How about that? Is anyone else having a problem?
No.
Okay, that's probably it.
So is a photon similar to what they say an electron is? A charge carrying particle?
No, it has no charge.
Does it have a mass?
And what's mass?
Like an atomic mass, the way
No.
that we have been taught.
You have to define mass first. Then I'll tell you whether it is or it isn't.
Damn.
The amount of
Think about that.
protons and neutrons.
No, it doesn't.
No?
Light doesn't have protons and neutrons.
So what makes up the particle of light?
Particle. It's energy.
Well, what's your understanding of mass then? I'm just curious. That sounds interesting. I'm
I
curious.
don't know. I've been
Okay.
waiting for somebody to define it for me for about 5 years.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I
I
don't
thought maybe
necessarily
you had an
disagree
answer.
with that. Yeah.
No, if somebody asks
I
me
was
something
like,
about
oh
mass,
shit.
well, they're gonna have to define that damn.
Well,
thing
yeah,
for
because
me.
I realized, I guess, without gravity, I don't really know how to define it. So
Because the way I understand mass is just really a charge potential difference.
No, that's not it.
yeah.
So you believe that quantum mechanics is real?
Believe, I don't believe anything. I know things for absolute certainty, or I don't know them at all.
So you know, like quantum tunneling and superposition and all that kind of stuff. You think those are
I'm
real
familiar
phenomena?
with it.
I had a weird feeling like a couple years ago that quantum mechanics was kind of bullshit, but I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
quantum
that's what I
mechanics
was
is the
thinking
most
too.
scientifically validated field in the history of science.
Scientifically validated, you said?
Yeah, experiment after experiment after
So,
experiment.
So
But
it is
you're a little bit
familiar
flip flop.
with the double slit experiment and all that.
Yeah, that's an experiment. Yep.
So it has been validated, you think?
Yep. The most.
Okay.
What
I'm
about
going to say
quantum
this one more
computers?
time. It's the most validated field in the history of actual science.
Wow.
What
I did not
about
know that.
quantum computers? Are quantum computers real?
I'm not into quantum computers. Go up to MIT and ask them about it.
Gotcha.
Probably not yet.
POC is what the heck's his name? From MIT. Seth. That's his first name. Seth. What the heck is his name?
What are your thoughts on the electric universe folks like Walt Thornhill and the gravity dipole model?
Yeah, they have a lot of great ideas. However, they're all baltards, so you have to take it with a grain of salt. I'm getting a lot of feedback from somebody. Whoever that may be, I don't know who it is, but I'm getting it.
It might be me. Hang on. I have the noise reduction echo cancellation on. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, I don't think I'm
Me
the only
too.
one that's been echoing through your mic. I think Truth was.
Yeah, what is that bumping sound? It keeps going boom. Every once in a while when you move or something, it goes boom.
Sounds like a notification or something.
I'm trying to find the Seth guy's name. Hold on a second. With the quantum computers up there. Where is it? This knucklehead. I'm gonna be here all night. Let's just type Seth and let's see if that does it. Seth. Oh boy. Seth Lloyd, professor of mechanical engineering, MIT. He's the leading researcher in that area.
Can you guys tell me if it's happening now? The beep noise is when I hit my push to talk. So I turned off the voice cancellation. So one of you guys could say something just to see if it echoes.
Go ahead, leave it open. Hello, 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 hello.
Cool. All right, so it's not echoing. All right, my bad. Sorry.
That's all right. It happens.
Well, I have a question. Isn't like the bending or the supposed bending of light around, I guess, really large masses, via gravity, I guess, wouldn't that, I don't know how that would be explainable then without gravity.
Holy shit! What's mass and what's gravity first?
I know, that's what I'm saying. Well, that's what I'm getting at, is that I thought you said that it's, I guess, a bit experimentally shown. So I'm like, now I'm just confused.
What's experimentally shown? I didn't mention anything about mass or gravity.
Oh no, I know that. I mean the quantum mechanics.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with mass or gravity.
Really?
Yep.
What does it have to do with? I'm not like, I actually don't know.
Quantum mechanics has nothing whatsoever to do with anything mass or gravity. Gravity isn't even in the realm of possibility in quantum mechanics. And what's mass?
Yeah, okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Do you think mass is electromagnetic in nature or like electrostatics?
I think at best mass is just mere concept.
That's something we're trying to describe, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. According to secular, I don't even want to say science. Secular sycophants. It's the resistance to acceleration. That's a big fucking problem because that's the same definition as inertia.
Yeah, I've heard that before too.
Yeah, you got a big problem. And then if you go the other route and say, well, it's just the amount of matter. No, it's not. Not from the Royal Society of Chemistry. They say that's not it. In fact, they say that's not it. So I don't know. I'm not the one claiming mass. People that bring up mass, I ask them.
Well, I guess what
Right.
I was getting at is then, I mean, I guess if you're talking about light particles, right?
Light particles. Yep.
If you're talking about light particles, I guess the idea was that they were bending right around an object.
Particles don't bend.
I guess that's fair. But then what is that concept really about then? Or is
I
that
don't
just
know. I
not
think
true?
you're talking about Arthur Eddington in 1919, where he conjured some, gravitational.
I don't know why. I thought that was like theory of relativity. To an
Yeah,
extent.
that's yeah. Well, no, actually, it's not, because the general theory of relativity was published in 1915, and Arthur Eddington's so-called experiment, which wasn't an experiment, is in 1919. So I don't know what they're
I'm
talking
gonna have to do some reading then.
Yeah, and didn't Einstein take his research too, or Einstein stole research from one of them, or copied it per se, like plagiarized?
Yeah, there's a lot of stories about that.
Just
stuff.
remember, like,
It doesn't matter anyway. Special and general theory of relativity are not actual scientific theories. They're not.
Okay, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so it doesn't really matter.
So those are not solid.
No, they're not scientific theories. To be a scientific theory, you have to be validated by experiment, and it has to be within that paper. I challenge you to go find me a single scientific hypothesis in any of his papers regarding special or general relativity.
Well, maybe
All
that's
Einstein was a
I might have
philosopher
conflated
with a calculator.
quantum mechanics with the theory of
Oh
relativity.
shit, man! You keep on under talking me.
I'm sorry.
So I'll say it one more time. All Einstein was in those two quote unquote theories, philosopher with a calculator.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tesla had a lot to say about Einstein.
That
He had a lot to say.
Math magician.
Yeah.
I got you.
Good luck. So they're not scientifically validated. It's just pseudoscience. It's masquerading as science, but it's not. So pseudoscience by definition.
Okay. That I agree with.
Yep. Anybody look up? Did anyone look up Seth Lloyd, or did I just search for that for no reason?
Check it out.
He had a lot to say about Einstein. Well, not a lot to say. He kind of killed him quick. But he was already dead, so it was just dancing on his grave. Let me see if I can find what he...
Doesn't the last name Einstein mean something like stonehead, like idiot? Something like that? I don't know where I heard that from. It supposedly means something not positive.
Yeah, I think I've heard something like that before. Yeah.
Ein is one in German. Stein is stone. So it's one stone.
Ein Bier, bitte.
Stone brain.
Ja, wo kann ich ein Bier kaufen?
Yeah. You got me. I don't know anything more or less that, and I lived there for 5 years.
Oh, dude, you know more than that.
No, I don't, man. I had other things on my mind. All right,
Well,
let's see what Seth Lloyd has to say here. So, Seth Lloyd, mechanical engineering, MIT. Who deserves to trust their intuition more than Einstein? And Einstein's intuition told him, like everyone's intuition tells them, that things are really there when you're not looking at them. Well, he was wrong. That intuition is fucking correct. That's what he has to say about Einstein.
All my homies hate Einstein.
And the ballers don't even understand him, so they're screwed.
Ballers wear Einstein shirts like socialists wear Che Guevara t-shirts.
Too funny.
Yeah, I heard, wasn't Einstein a Jesuit too? I went to school at one.
Oh, well, he did one good thing, and that gets back to our photon as a particle. He did. It's not an experiment. The photoelectric effect is more or less a demonstration. So that's what he received the Nobel Prize. He received it for that, not special or general theory of relativity. So he has that. I'll give that to him. Of course, that's what's reported. And I think you could take it home because there's so much documented about it. So you have to give him one thing.
Or take it home, but you might want to toss it in the toilet.
Oh yeah, it's like with anything, man.
Right?
It's like with anything, though, right? You chew the meat and spit the bones out.
That's it.
Yeah, that's what Tesla said. Yeah, I remember reading that. That's yeah, and he wasn't only talking about Einstein here. He was talking about the general direction of physics.
Yep.
I don't even want to call it physics. It wasn't physics.
Philosophy.
It's mathematical magicians with philosophies and a calculator.
There you go.
Yeah, that's why I brought up the rope hypothesis earlier. This physician, this guy, he says the same thing. He rags on it's just math, it's bullshit, and he has a model for how like gravity and magnetism works, and it's kind of interesting. He is a Glober though, so.
Not that everything Globers say is incorrect. So, like I always say, you have to evaluate each claim independent of the other things, right?
Yeah.
So, just because I didn't mean to say just because the electric universe, those guys are Globers, is to dismiss everything. I did not say that. I've, studied some of their concepts, and they're right on point, I think.
Have you read David Talbot's The Saturn Myth? That's what got me so involved in the electric universe, is just the mythological associations.
I know the name. I don't know if I can't regurgitate it.
Oh, I'll give it to you. Hang on. I'll put it in chat for you.
I don't know what it is.
I think we're skirting around an issue here, and I used to talk about this all the time. Remember, don't conflate the pseudosciences with the actual sciences. It's very important. I might bring this up more and more. So, the pseudosciences, the demonstrated pseudosciences are paleontology, archaeology, geology, evolutionary biology, whatever that is, and yes, I'm still laughing, theoretical physics, cosmology, astronomy, astrophysics. They're all demonstrated pseudosciences. So just be careful. Don't lump what you think science is with them and throw the baby out with the bathwater. Because
Don't
you
forget
have
anthropology.
actual sciences that deal with experiment. See, to be natural science, you have to validate each claim by experiment. It's that simple. Now, those actual sciences, like what I discussed before, quantum mechanics, which is physics, by the way, today. Chemistry, parts of chemistry, you have to be careful because a lot of chemistry is synthetic. So be careful with that one. Biochemistry, that's more or less actual science, but still, and biology, most of biology is actually like glorified secretaries. They make conventions and put things in conventions. Well, that's not science. So each claim by the actual sciences have to be supported by experiment. That's it. You don't get a free pass just because of your name or like quantum mechanics. No. Or the credentials behind your name. No. You make a claim, provide experimental evidence for it. If you can't, then now you don't throw everything out. You just throw that shit out. You following me? I hope. It's a very important point. Flat earthers have a difficult time. I've been saying this for the past 5 years. A lot of people aren't getting it. Because if you start lumping actual experiments, validated experiments with the pseudosciences I mentioned, you're going to get your ass handed to you. If it's not by me, it's going to be by somebody else. Follow? Hope so. Perfect example, quantum. Every time somebody puts quantum in front of something, that doesn't mean it's quantum mechanics, right? Quantum field theory, that's horse shit. That's a shotgun marriage between quantum mechanics and special relativity, which quantum mechanics debunked, by the way. Electrodynamics, Maxwell's theories, they were debunked 106 years ago. Probably longer than that. As soon as they fired, I'm going to tell you how it's debunked. It's really fucking easy. Take a light source, just a incandescent light bulb. Take it fucking far back. It doesn't even have to be a double slit, just a single slit. And just wait, right? As soon as you get a ding on the photoelectric, or not the photoelectric plate, the emulsion plate, or any photosensitive detector, right? As soon as you get one ding, just one, this discrete chunk, right? Maxwell's fucking done. It's over. It's that easy. So just because people place that name in front of it, don't
They
let
wrote
that
a song about
think
it.
it's masquerading, dude. Be
It's
careful.
called, John, they wrote a song about it called Maxwell's Hammer. The Beatles wrote it. Maxwell's Silver.
He's got another stupid thing. I haven't really gone into it all that much because there's just so much overwhelming talk about it. It's called Maxwell's Demon. Anyone heard of that?
No, I haven't heard.
I've heard
Maxwell's
Eric
Demon?
Dolling talk about it. I think Eric Dolling's mentioned it before.
Yeah.
Eric Dollar? Yeah.
Yeah, I've talked to Eric Dollar many years ago, but that's besides the point.
Yeah, I was curious what you thought about him.
I thought he was brilliant, actually. Now,
I love his lectures.
Now, you got to be careful, though. Remember what I said. With anyone, you have to evaluate each. I don't give a shit who they are, right? Each claim has to be evaluated on its own merits, right? I just destroyed Feynman a couple weeks ago, right? He's worshipped by the ballers. So each claim has to be evaluated on its own merits, whoever it comes from. Now, where was I headed with this? I forgot.
Maxwell's demons.
Before I said dollar.
Maxwell's demons.
Maxwell's demon. Thank you very much. Yeah. Now, what they attempted to do, Maxwell attempted to do, purportedly, was to disprove the second law of thermodynamics, and it's called Maxwell's demon. Right? But it's so clumsy. I was shocked when I first read it because the second law of thermodynamics is a natural law, right? It's what nature does. But Maxwell's demon, the demon has intelligence. Right there, it nullifies any conclusions right off the bat. Right? It's bunk. So what you have is this demon. He's got intelligence, and he has gas particles. Some have more kinetic energy than others. The ones with the more kinetic energy, he opens up a little hatch and lets those more kinetic energy or energetic particles enter through the hatch and then closes it up. Right? I was sitting there, what the fuck, dude? I said, does this little demon you conjured have intelligence? Well, yeah, he's controlling it. He's manipulating it. Well, that's the end. It doesn't have anything to do with the second law now. So this is pretty stupid. Does everyone follow what I'm saying?
So he releases the particles into what? Like another container?
No,
Yes, because laws
of course,
can't be
gas must be in
manipulated.
a container. He lets
Yeah.
the more energetic particles in because not all the same particles have, let's say you have a gas.
Right.
Some particles have less kinetic energy than others, right? So the more energetic particles that bounce towards his gate, he leaves open the gate and they enter another container, right?
Oh, that's a magician trick right there, man.
Well, it's got intelligence involved in it. So the second law is off the table.
Gotcha.
Because
I'm
it's a
trying.
natural law, nature.
Yeah. That doesn't.
Yeah, you follow it. Yeah, that's why I was shocked when that first round. I was like, no, I'm James Clerk Maxwell was much smarter than That's why I question the published material on this. I don't.
Well, you've been through 1,000 papers, easy, maybe 2,000, and you've dissected them, man. Thank you.
Yeah, well, it's not only Maxwell. Einstein and Newton just get clobbered to death by quantum mechanics. They have no hope. They're finished. I don't know why this is so shocking to people. This has been demonstrated for about 110 years now. But I guess we'll keep going. Secularly, it's known.
Let's keep going.
Secularly, it's known. See, what you got, this is the problem. So you got baltards, right? See, there are like a left-wing faction of numpty dipshits. They don't parrot the correct science or pseudoscience that are told to them. See, that's what's Jedi mind tricking people. they're their own faction.
It's a complete Jedi mind trick, man. And it's top to bottom, and it's just, as deep as you've looked into it, you know how ridiculous it is. And it's just, at this point, man, I'm more of a comedian. I have to laugh about it more than anything, man. And I think that's healthy. I don't know. That's just me.
Well, no, you get pretender clowns out here parroting what they don't know, and then it's real easy just to. It's like shooting hippos in a fishbowl.
It is really unfair. I've said that many times. It's just unfair. But unfair as it may be, we continue.
Well, just bring him in. You got one in here, G Platypus. He's a baller.
Platypus, where you at, man? But he's been in here for fucking decades.
Decades.
He was here before all of us, I think. Come on, Platypus.
I'm trying to remember the stupid shit you said the last time you were here. It was pretty stupid. Had something to do with, what was it? Angular velocity? Am I right?
Pick one. It could be that.
I can't remember. You're lucky.
What was the, yeah? One of the girls had him pinned down a little bit. Shines had him pinned down somehow. There was a couple times. It was hot. That was hot. I appreciate that. What was it, man? You remember?
Why? What's funny?
Why was the sun moving? That's what he was going on about that.
Why does the sun move? Can he demonstrate that?
Yeah, well, that we were trying to pin him down on that one, but you know how weasel he is, man. Weasel. He'll weasel it out. So anyway.
Well, let him speak.
He's in there. His mic's open. He's in there. Yeah, come on, man. He's not coming in. You're here, John. Sorry, man. It's not coming in.
I'm getting myself some liquor. I'll be right back.
King of the Flat Earth Society. What the hell?
Got to kill the pain. Grab the bottle of vodka, Platypus. You're gonna need it.
No, there's a guy in the YouTube chat named Quantum Anger Issues who's just saying like,
my wife says that too.
You guys are misconstruing the whole entire energy thing from John, man. He's not. It's not like that. You're just people misread you sometimes. You're strong, and that most people don't like that. So.
You're saying I'm an acquired taste.
Yeah, exactly. You're a fine wine.
Yeah, like chunky milk.
You're fine age. French Bordeaux, man, my friend.
Who? Did you say Bridget Bordeaux?
You don't see what?
Damn, I haven't heard that name in fucking ages. Somebody post a pic. I bet she's hot. She sounds hot.
There you go. What's with the screwdriver on the spoon, man? I'm not sure what's up.
That was a good one, Batamod. That was pretty funny.
Is that what your kitchen drawer looks like there? It's a bunch of Sears.
No. Hell no.
Bunch of Craftsman.
Hey, that's about all Craftsman's good for, though.
Hey, that looks like it's laying on a nice piece of wood or something, man. What is that?
It is. It's a log cut. It was a big tree out back. Yeah, my brother did that actually. He seen this. He seen these other posts up here. He seen this dumb wrench one I posted. So he took one of my crescent wrenches and made a knife out of it, and then he took a damn broken screwdriver and made a spoon. I was like, dude, get the hell on. Go play pool.
Damn, Mike, your mic is like a train wreck, man. It was great the other day. What the hell happened?
So hot. His mic is so hot. I had to turn him down big time.
Is it too high?
Yeah, you're not only high, but you're what they call you're peaking with your modulation.
About now.
Hey, Quantum, have you debated McToon?
MC?
Yeah, MC Toontard, whatever you want to call him. Have you debated him?
Why would I need to debate? Did you watch my Numpty clip on McBooger Eater?
No, I haven't yet. I was listening to the modern day debate ones with Witsit. So I was just curious if you've talked to him too. I was looking, I didn't see any.
Nick?
No, no, that's like King Kong versus Baby Hugh.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I wanted to see you just rip into him because I find him insufferable. Like he's the soy boy debunker meme incarnate.
Yeah, he's a
I hate
numpty
him.
dipshit, man.
He's an idiot.
What? Go ahead, say it. Go ahead.
McToons, he's an idiot.
Yeah. Well, that's the least of his problems. MC, check this one out, man. When you get a chance, he's through. I don't even know why he still has a channel. What did I call him? There he is.
He got embarrassed. The Witsit debate, Witsit and Kai versus Carissa and him, he got seriously embarrassed. And all the super chats were just memeing on him the whole time.
Really?
Yeah, I'll link it. It's fucking funny.
Well, I listened to a little bit of it. It was train wreck. So.
Yeah, it was a shit show for sure. But the super chats towards the end were hilarious.
Check that one out.
Oh,
what kind of super chats was he pulling in at the end there? What was going on?
I'll send you some.
Oh, okay.
Jim Bob was holding his feet to the fire regarding the reification fallacy of bending and warping space-time.
Oh, brother.
Bendy time. Bendy time. That's different.
I'd like to see that.
Yeah, I'd like to see that too, man. That would be...
Oh, I can't see it. There's no live chat replay for it. No.
You sure? You got to hit the button for live chat replay. There's a button on top that says play the chat.
Yeah, it says it's not available for this video.
Really? That's surprising.
I'll find the part where they go to Q&A. That's the funniest part.
I didn't see the debate. I heard it like 10 minutes here or there. Sounded good. Sounded fun. Hopefully it was fun. I definitely I heard it's a really good one. So I'll check it out this week. Can't catch everything, man. That's impossible.
No, it's impossible. Well, it was more impossible back in the day because there were like 50 hangouts a day.
Yes, there was, my friend.
Yeah.
It was great. It was the glory days, bro.
That was the I
It's
wouldn't
like
call
the
it that.
1950s of flat Earth. It was amazing.
1950s. That's too funny. Yeah.
It's like, everybody had a half an acre and a house and a car. It's like dream.
Oh, by the way, Compton scattering, if you ever heard of that before, that destroys Maxwell also, by the way. So photoelectric effect and Compton scattering. Not experiments, demonstrations. Yeah, he's finished.
I live near a city called Compton. and
Oh, right. Yeah, I know that one.
There's a lot of gangs and stuff over there. It's
Yeah,
scary.
good-
So
good luck
scary.
with that.
No, it's not that bad. You guys, it's been made out. Do not believe the hype. It's not that bad. I've been in Compton, man. It's a fucking paradise compared to a lot of parts of the flat plain, man. It's not bad, man.
It's also a train wreck, the wave thing. Listen, with Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. But listen, a wave is not what something is. It's what a medium does.
That's what my guitar string does.
Right? Yeah.
It makes a wave, right?
Yes. Sound
Yeah.
wave. It's
sound wave.
Right.
Yeah. A particle is something completely different.
Exactly. Well, and then when people say particle, they think of something solid. That's probably what throws them a little bit.
Well, now we're talking neutrons. Let's get small. Let's get small. You ever heard that back in remember Steve Martin?
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
Let's get small. So, how do we verify those little things we can't see, man? That's the double slit experiment. Really is the ultimate in proving shit we can't see, right?
Nope.
No, it's not the ultimate.
Well, it depends on what type of double slit experiment you're talking about. They've gotten pretty elaborate.
I bet they have. They've probably taken it to outer space.
No, there is no outer space.
Have they ever done the double split up there?
Double split.
Double split.
What are you, friggin'? What is this? A
Wait,
banana?
double split. Fuck off.
It's not
We're
double
talking, language here, man. You know what I'm talking about.
Double split.
Double slit.
I've heard people say that before, and I've laughed, and then I've said it because they've said it.
Well, that's semantics at that point.
No, that's not semantics. That's train wreck.
It's
friggin'
fucking
grammar.
All right, you can train wreck me, brother. Anytime. I will enjoy it and honor the train wreck. I honor the train wreck. But no, shit we can't see, man. How do we verify what we can't see? Air, oxygen? I think we can do that.
Be careful about what you can't see or not.
Well, that's why we're whispering. Be careful. Can consciousness change the pattern?
Yes.
The observation?
Yep.
Yes, it can, right?
Yeah.
I believe it can too. I think if I experienced it in my life.
depends.
The
Consciousness.
observer changes the outcome.
The what?
The observer changes the outcome.
No.
Changes the outcome.
Need an observer.
You don't need an observer.
You're one step removed. It's go one step back. Information. It's information based. But you can't have information without a knower. That observer effect is just bullshit.
Well, shit.
You
You
don't
and
need an observer.
you and fucking Bassano went over this shit 5 years ago. You guys had a whole afternoon on that one, bro. I remember. I was there.
Yeah, he had some trouble with it.
Yeah, he did. We all did. You
I
know,
tightened the shot group a little bit. Didn't seem to
but
help.
yeah, exactly. But it was fun, man. I mean,
Yeah, it was fun.
good laughs, super entertaining. I think the channel's still up and running, man. You could go back and listen.
You can. His channel's still up. His videos are still, most of them anyway.
Most of them are still there, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good stuff. Thank you. Changed my life, brother. I'm just saying, changed my life. Thank you.
You're welcome.
No, you did. It was amazing, and it's still amazing. Thank you for. I was gonna really get to talk to you much, but
yeah.
Well,
You're welcome. Glad I could help.
Yeah, it's been a fun ride. We keep it going, as you said earlier.
You
Just keep it
should
going.
be a cheerleader for the QE fan club, man.
No.
We got members all around the world.
Well, we're just particles, man. Traveling through the fuzz, traveling through the fuzz, and trying to find something that we can get in focus. That's all. Yeah, whether it's
Just focus on the globe Earth killers, man. They're already out there for everyone. So go to my website, or you can hear them. The new one it's not actually new. It's with the sextant. So that came out. It didn't come out. I spoke of it in private right when the Black Swan came out, because when the Black Swan came, I thought about it. In fact, it was the same day.
That's about almost a year ago, man. Right?
18, 19 months. Almost. It'll be 2
19,
years.
19. I mean, all right, it was 2 years. Yeah, okay. Damn, fun. Time flies when you're doing experiments.
Yeah. Well, the sextant just kills it. Well, the
Sextant.
Black Swan killed it, but they can't get around the sextant. This is going to be very interesting over the next few months.
The sextant using
It's so interesting.
navigation.
I haven't heard not an argument, not even an addressal of it yet, other than there's no 90. That's all I've heard.
Yeah, it's all about the 90s, man. I seen when I first came out with the Black Swan, I said, in a private discussion with people over, we had a Skype group, and when I first come out with it, I said, this is going to cause some problems with the sextant. Now, I'm not a squid, so I wasn't an expert. I'm still not an expert in the sextant, but I understand the concept. It's a very easy concept to understand. But I figured it was going to be problematic. So somebody in that Skype group took advantage of that and started researching it for the past 18, 19 months. And look out. Look out, ballers.
Take a piss, ballers.
Yeah. You're finished.
Yep. Miles, the restrooms are in the back and right near the exit door. Thank you. Take a piss on your way out.
Mm-hmm.
Don't piss in the alley. Thank you.
Just simple triangulation with the sextant. You're finished. They're finished. It's over.
But I think the sextant would be focused on the stars above your head. And there's a specific one, man. It never moves, really. Doesn't move. That one. It's a good one to navigate from.
Well, 90 degrees. All you got to remember, 90 degrees.
Straight
and
up.
Triangulation. That's it. It's over.
Yeah.
It's all
Guess what?
over for him. I'd like to hear an argument against that without laughing.
It'll triangulate level, I believe, is the term.
Well, to triangulate, you need a flat level surface, or you're
That's
not
right.
triangulating.
You can't triangulate on a ball, man.
Yeah, can't
that
do it.
doesn't work out. That's a bad idea, boys and girls.
Yes,
Don't
it
try
is.
that at home. Don't try it at home. I hope you don't mind me taking a piss with you, John.
They tried to Jedi mind trick everyone with 2-minute YouTube searches. These guys are morons, man.
Yeah. Yeah, a 2-minute Google search. Hold on, I got the answer. I
Yeah.
swear.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. What? You 2 minutes? You figured it out? Oh yeah. I Googled it, dude. That's our nephews. That's our. You know, I don't know. I don't know if you have nieces and nephews. I don't know. But yeah, I've seen some of these kids, man. They think, oh, I can figure it out in 2 minutes here, standing in line to get my hamburger. You know, right?
Oh, look, what you were talking about is on factcheck.org. Looks like you were wrong.
You're wrong. It's on factcheck.org. You're wrong. It says the earth is a ball. It does. Fun times, boys and girls. Fun times. I hope you enjoy them. You know, you guys can mute me anytime if I'm being obnoxious or something. I promise you, I'll mute myself, man. I can do that. I can do that.
That's a good idea.
It's the technology. All right. Cheers, Mongos. All right, carry on.
I'm appreciative of that interview you did with Kai and Crypto. I just keep going back to that Robert Pisano interview with the that manager. It's just like, yo, whenever there's this just annoying dude that keeps on messaging me, and I just send him that video, and I'm like, yo, this is you in 15 years. Have at it.
You talking about Robert Pisano's interview with the what was that guy? He was the head
Head of Hubble. Was the head of Hubble? He was 25 years ahead of Hubble.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yep. So dude is just sending me, look at these satellites. This is what I work on. I'm like, yeah, yo. You have no regard for natural law. You don't know what science is, and if you really think that all of this stuff you sent me about your satellite information, well, here's a video. That's you. Enjoy your job. Stop talking to us because it's going to cause cognitive pain. So I'm a lot less stressed these days. I used to have to fight my way through, figure out information. Now it's like, no. Is it science? No. Oh, okay. Good luck. Is it a measurement? No? Okay. Good luck.
What I always thought was interesting when Bassano was interviewing the guy for Hubble, he's like, hey, have you ever seen it live, camera on the Hubble? Like, you know, you can look and see if the solar panels are good or whatever. And they're like, no, we don't have a camera. We don't have a camera on Hubble. It's like, what? I could hear Bassano like giggling and shit in the background. I mean, he was trying to be so, you know, pro, obviously, and he just giggled. I could hear him just like, oh. But yeah, that was one thing that stuck out in my head, and I was like, there's not a camera on Hubble looking at the fucking at the telescope saying, man, you know, the solar panels are good or whatever, you know. They put cameras on like little drone robots, you know, on everything, man. They don't put a fucking camera like on the outside looking at the telescope. They don't do that. Really. That's kind of a dead giveaway for Hubble being a complete hoax, obviously.
But they were able to transmit from the moon.
Dude, they made phone calls on the moon. Are you kidding me?
but don't have the camera on. Oh, I never thought of that. That's hysterical.
President Nixon, thank you guys for going to the moon. Yeah, that was good. I've seen that telephone.
Didn't they remotely control a camera on the moon too?
Apollo 17, yeah. Takeoff, descent stage from, or not the descent stage. Was they were leaving the moon. Apollo 17, the camera panned up. Yep. How about that? That's beautiful. I love that. They had remote control cameras back then, back in 72.
Did they leave that camera there, or did they were come back?
Yeah,
and
they
get it?
left it there. It's still there, man. You check it out. You can find pictures of it.
I wonder how much that camera's worth now.
I'm kidding. It's on the moon, man. It's on the moon. All right. You guys got QE here, man. Ask him some questions. Figure out this paradigm we're in, man. Figure it out.
Better make it quick, man, because I'm
Make it
about
quick,
to
man.
head
My
out.
boy's heading out here. It's late. Yeah, it's getting late. Bendy space time, man. That's my favorite term of all time. As far as like, wow, bendy space time. Let me put those three words together. Oh,
I want to take a group on a boat, sextant an astrolabe, and just joyride the ocean.
yeah. When you're out there on the ocean, man. I've been out there. I'm a sailor. I know what's up. You can see 360 degrees, nothing but water. It's flat.
Hey, Q, I got a request.
You're a bit mumbled. Whoever said that, I didn't hear you. I thought I
It
heard
was,
my
it
name.
was elbow called tuna. Can you hear me? I'm gonna speak real quick.
No, your mic's a train wreck, man.
And Bluetooth.
Sounds like the microphone is at the bottom of a box.
Yeah, I'm just saying I can't hear you all that well.
You got to pull the phone out of your
What about now?
pocket. Pull it out of your pocket there, man. That'd be good.
It's beats, man. It's the beats.
Well, they're beat up.
Oh, let me get it. Come back out. Come back here.
Yeah, they're probably those Bluetooth ones. Better.
All right. Hey, I had a request, Kiwi.
I'll do my best in trying to hear what you say, man, but it's difficult.
I wonder if you could do a presentation on all gas laws.
On all the gas laws.
Yeah.
That's a bit boring.
Didn't you already do that?
Not specifically on it. It was involved in other presentations.
Yeah, exactly. It's been thoroughly presented.
It's been mentioned.
Over the years. It's been presented.
It's been
Gas law.
mentioned.
Napalm. I just looked at chat. I'm still trying to figure out the light participle. Did you mean particle? The past participle of light? I digress. Light particle, that's not a particle, but it is a particle. No. That's not a particle. No, there's never. No. Never. You don't understand it because it's friggin' hogwash.
Yeah, it's confusing to me. That light's a particle.
It's not confusing. The confusion lies at the beginning because they always knew it was a particle. They seen the damn thing hit the damn detector.
Right. Exactly.
So, the problem is that, see, Heisenberg came out with matrix mechanics first, but no one understood very well matrix mechanics. A couple people did. I think Max Born was the one, but everyone understood wave mechanics. So when Schrodinger introduced the wave equation, everyone knew how to manipulate the equation. So it kind of took hold, but it wasn't the first one. See, matrix mechanics, there's no difference. The results are the same with the wave equation. So, see, it's just this wave thing that's got everyone fucking confused on, well, is a particle, is it a wave? No, it's the problem with the wave equation. The wave, a physical wave, for crying out loud.
Star string.
It's abstract. It's a wave function. You can't measure the energy or frequency of a wave function, for goodness sakes. It's in the name, wave function. Mathematical, right? So it could all been nipped. It should have been nipped in the bud in the beginning, but it wasn't. It just turned out to be that way. So
it's completely different than like sound waves.
oh yeah, there's no comparison.
So it's energy. So is the translation of light into waves, like when we look at an EM spectrum, the way that it's
photons
broken
are
down
neither-
based
yeah.
on.
Yep, they Jedi mind tricked you with that one too. Light is neither electric nor magnetic, so how can it be a fucking electromagnetic wave?
Oh shit! Damn! Those
It's like
bitches.
calling French toast a fucking tumbleweed.
Just call them bitches. Oh, come on! Don't mess with me.
So you would say light shouldn't be on the EM spectrum?
No, it's not. It's not electromagnetic at all.
Oh, yeah.
So light is pure energy. What is it like?
Yep. It's
Well,
energy.
you're
Discrete
burnt.
chunk of energy and momenta. That's what it is.
What is fire? Exactly.
What is fire? Kind of deep right there. What is fire?
Come on,
result of
Come on,
combustion.
Johnny. Give me
Can light-
give me your best explanation of fire, man. Give me just for fun. Just for fun.
Fucking hot.
It's
Can,
fucking
can light
hot.
be broken down?
You're out there camping last week, man. You were out there camping. You guys had a fire going, toasting some fucking marshmallows or something, right?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely stared at it for
Toasting
most of the
trout too, you know, toasting whatever.
Holy shit.
What the hell is fire, man? Come on, just have fun with me, man. What is fire?
Result of combustion?
Hmm?
Possibly.
Yeah, the visible effect of combustion.
Visible combustion. I like it. That's a good. I'm down. Yeah.
You know what's really
It's-
cool about it,
It's
man?
not combustion, it's the effect of combustion.
Effective combustion, correct.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
flipped out the party because this is pretty funny. We were looking at the fire. We were all sitting there. We were having a discussion, and the fire was popping right inside the
Yeah.
fireplace. So I said, fire doesn't cast a shadow,
It doesn't.
and it stopped everyone in their tracks. Right, they're like thinking about it. I said, I can't explain it, but I just said, I told him I couldn't explain it. I'm just saying that if you light a fire, you'd expect to see the shadow of the fire. No, there's no fucking shadow.
It's such a cool phenomenon, bro.
It is. It's really
great
cool.
one to show people. Like if you're out camping or you got a lighter or whatever, check it out, man. Doesn't cast a shadow. What?
Funny, NASA pics showing rockets with fire out their butt.
With shadows. I've
with
seen.
shadows.
Yeah.
I'd
I've
have
seen-
to find that thing. I got it saved somewhere. I don't know where it is, but that's pretty funny.
Yeah, that's a good laugher, man. I love
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Little things, man. It's the little things. They all add up. We
Yeah.
can we just keep moving forward. Thank you,
Now
guys.
that you said that, I gotta try and find it because it's gonna
Now you
fucking
gotta
shit on me all night.
All right.
Where did I put that? That's a good darn question. No, it won't be in there. No.
Would people expect the fire to cast a shadow?
You would expect that. I would, but it doesn't.
Because it's light, right?
I don't see it. Yeah, listen. It gives off light, but it's not light. It's not in there. I'm gonna have a good time trying to find that. I should have put it in there, but I didn't. Hold on. Not in there either. That's gonna be troublesome. Nope. Nope. That's not it. Bummer.
We're doing some research. This is the sound of research. If you guys ever hear the silence, we are researching. Okay? That's what it's called. That's how it works around here. You can hear little clicks. You can hear clicks, and sometimes you can hear people going, "Oh," but we're researching. Okay? That's why it's quiet, a little bit quiet right now. I'll do some shout outs. Shout out to Brian, Alex in the YouTube live stream. Old Haas, what's going on? Just a quick couple shout outs, man. Seems like they were going at it. Tom's still out there. Tom. Okay. Cheers, everybody. I hope everybody had a good holiday weekend, they call it. 3-day weekend. Today was Labor Day, man. I don't know how many people have you out there labor, but guess what? I'm a laborer, and I own it, and I love it. I'm good at it. So there's that. And I chose a profession that was. I chose a profession. It was different. It still has to do with physics, the physics of sound. It's musical related, and there's definitely something to music and sound. You can test it. And
all right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gone. Gotta go. Check you on the flip side.
Cheers, man.
Yep. Later.
All right. But sound is a thing, man, that it's always intrigued me. And it intrigues everyone because everybody loves music, man. Everybody. There's not a single person out there, man, that doesn't love music or some sort of music, whether they into whatever kind of music you're into.
Well, what if they're that?
Love it when you hear it. When you hear a certain song, you're at a restaurant or, dude, you talk about a mood changing.
What if they're deaf? Would they be able to enjoy music?
What was that again? Say that again. What?
What if they're deaf?
You sound like you're in a fishbowl.
I said what?
You sound low, bro.
I know, man. I don't know what's going on with these beats today. I said, what if they're deaf?
Dude, even I've heard if you're deaf that you can feel the bass.
Feel the vibration. Come on, make the noise.
Look up that girl that was on.
Vibrations. Dun, dun, dun.
So
There was a girl that was on X Factor or something that's deaf. Go and listen to her sing and play, and she's deaf.
Exactly. Yes, but yeah, they tell us she's deaf. But I've actually met deaf people. Man, they're like, I love the vibration of music. I'm like, damn, that's awesome.
Was Beethoven?
The question is,
Was it Beethoven deaf?
yeah. The question is how deaf, too. I mean, some.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not deaf, so I can't answer that. That's impossible, obviously. You'd have to ask a deaf person, man.
I mean, there is some music that was made for deaf people that we all love. And it was made for them.
I'm listening. Go ahead. Carry on. What was the name of the music, man?
I don't know. I don't know everything about this particular subject, but I do know that one thing.
I love that. It's fascinating.
Mr. Holland's opus. Go that direction.
Can you open? That's a can of fucking what?
I mean, I have not a friend, but a friend of a friend that he's deaf. I mean, he has. I mean, I know they understand, feel the vibration. Now, that's for damn sure. Because I mean, that's at least what he tells me. Because he had like subwoofers in his car. So, I mean, it just they feel the vibration. They man, I understand that, but do they enjoy the music? That's the other question.
Well, for as much as they can, yeah. I mean
why so many ballers deaf to the music of Flat Earth?
I've got tinnitus bad enough. I might be joining them, so.
Because you're dumb, man.
Don't you join them, man.
Where's the D to the B with his mix board?
All right. You got a hot mic.
Oh, hot mic?
I'm going to bring it up. Right?
I'm not hot micing.
Hold on. I'll bring it up. Just get close.
Talking to you.
Does it sound better?
Yeah, a little bit. I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Hello?
I can hear you.
All right, we're good. I don't know if you guys know, man. I got a friend, great friend, staying with me. His name is New Perspective. You might have seen him around.
Yeah, you ought to call me Dave. You know that.
Or you can call him Dave. I call him Dave. What's up, bro?
Dave's not here. Dave went to get the stuff.
Dave's not here, man. Where's Dave? Anyway, he's hanging out.
You did the stuff, man.
So if you hear two people on my microphone, you got it. There's two of us here. I'm one.
What up, y'all?
What's one on charge and one not? One's charging his phone, isn't he?
So
we're in the same room, so we don't want to echo.
I do have a little studio kind of set up here, man. I try to keep it tight, good mics, whatever.
Flame is not plasma, napalm. Oh my god. Flame
It's like
is not
a plasma.
It's
Similar,
not,
right?
No.
What would you consider?
Plasma is electrified particles. Come on.
Now we're back.
Right.
What is
I was gonna type plasma
what is
like.
fire?
I was going to type plasma like because I didn't think it was a plasma, but it's similar, right?
No, not really. When I use my plasma cutter, I see no flame because there's no combustion.
True. What would we call it? I understand it's combustion.
You
But
see
the
a
light that
freaking
it's
sword?
Plasma is
Little
not
light sword.
combustion. Yeah, a flame is a chemical reaction, effective combustion that you see with your eyes. Really, that's about as far as we can break it down.
Yeah, no, I get that. And what's produced would be a light source, right?
Right. So combustion can be chemical, you know.
Right. Whereas plasma would be electrical in nature.
Right.
Gotcha.
Combustion can happen from building up pressure too, though. There's a few different forms of combustion. Where plasma is just one form.
Plasma. What about electricity, man? Doesn't electric light, isn't that fire?
No.
No.
That's. Oh, wait, whoa. I can light my cigarette off of a filament of.
I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying.
Tungsten. You guys have all seen those electric lighters. That's what's happening, right?
The electric lighter ignites the fuel, so yeah, and we also use electricity as an ignition system in a combustion reaction. So the electricity starts the combustion reaction, and then the flame lights it. So most electric lighters, the electric coil lighters, it's not a flame; it's heating the coil up through the movement of atoms. It's the movement of atoms heats up the coil.
So it's not fire.
No, it's not fire.
Well, we all know what fire is, man.
It's heat, though.
We've all put a log on the fire, right? Come on.
We've all put a flame to the bowl.
That's
My
another.
only question
I'll second that.
is:
That's the only thing I'm written there.
Is fire, would it be considered low voltage because of the chemicals that are used, the air, the fuel from the wood, the carbon? I mean, because there's still electricity present in the chemical reaction.
Yeah. Great
Even
question.
though we can't, necessarily quantify it per se, it's still pretty steep.
Yeah, not all forms of fire have electricity in the process, so that's just the most productive way, efficient way we found to use ignition systems in cars, lighters, furnaces, things like that. All you need is a
Plasma
spark.
torches.
Yeah, electric coil. An electric coil, the flow of protons ionizes the motherfucking coil and creates heat. That heat combusts your cigarette. It's called a current arc. Arc of current.
It's not a photon flow though, right?
Arc welder. Have you ever heard the arc welder?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've used one.
yeah.
Dude, that thing always freaked me out, man. I thought I was gonna electrocute myself.
I own a couple. Hey, you can make one with you can use 6 old ass batteries and a bunch of jumper cables and a coat hanger. You can arc weld just like that.
Don't do that at home, kids.
Yeah,
No,
just
you can do that. I fixed
You tell people, normal people.
Do not do this at
Or
home.
the people that have
You
cars.
can, but
I give you a video on it, dude. It's all in the way you hook up your battery.
I've seen the videos on that, man. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Oh, yeah,
all
I
in the
know.
way.
I realize that.
It's
What I
all in
was
the
saying
way.
though is that it can be dangerous telling certain people that.
Yeah. You won't be doing that. But
Make sure
yeah,
you
watch
use
the
fat
video.
cable.
Sure. If they come up with a coat hanger on the ground and a coat hanger on the power and decide to weld your ass, hell yeah.
Make
You're
sure
real
you use
dangerous.
fat hangers or not hangers, wires.
Wires or hangers. thin metal. When you're arcing, man, if you go positive to negative, negative, positive in series on 3 different batteries, dude, you're going to be sending some fucking voltage.
Yep.
On thinner metals, you just want to go positive to positive to positive, negative, 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 and then hook up jumper cables and ground out whatever you're going to weld. You know, put whatever you're going to use for a welding rod on the other positive and drag it across it. Clean it up with a grinder. I've done this to fix the truck, put it back in the garage, and when I got in the garage, I didn't remove the entire weld I put there. I cleaned it up and finished it off with a Miller welder. You can put a
Yeah, I got a Miller 225. Is what I got.
I got a Miller
big blue one, big blue monster.
Dude, I seen my dad lay professional welds with this shit when he ran out of coils and argon and
Right.
you know.
Yeah, I know what you're saying is possible. Yeah, it's just you got to be real careful.
Yeah, you just got to be that motherfucking guy.
Yeah, you gotta know what you're doing, and
don't be that guy, man.
You can kill yourself. You can turn your arm into a cooked ham. Trust me, bro. It's not no joke.
Oh yeah, shit! I can teach you how to make a taser out of old set of fucking TV tubes.
I can teach you how to cook a turkey in like 10 seconds.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Not really, but maybe
No,
it'll
not
cook it.
really,
Not even me.
I wouldn't advise it, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't advise it at all.
I wouldn't
would probably
advise it.
pretty bad.
You can fucking do it though, but I wouldn't advise
You want
it.
to find out what happens to flesh whenever it gets under high voltage? Yeah.
Listen, prison. Listen, my brother's a prison guard. They take them 12-volt converters for the radios or headsets and shit.
Yeah.
And they'll unhook the wires and they'll take leads from pencils. And they'll wrap the wires around the leads in the pencil and they'll put water in a cup on their table and drop the 2 in there, plug it in for 3 seconds, unplug it, and the water's already boiled. They hook it up.
Okay, I got you.
Hey, they've caught these guys. They hook it up to their desk, their metal desk, and they make fucking grills, skillets, electric skillets. They'll be in there cooking grilled cheese in their bedroom on their metal desk, heating it up with a bunch of plug-ins. My brother's.
That's like how you light a cigarette in jail. You kind of pull the
Right,
plug
the
out of the
background.
wall, not all the
Water in my
way
yard.
in.
Sorry.
Pull the plug out of the wall, not all the way in. Take lead from a pencil, put some tissue paper around it, drop that lead from the pencil onto the plug that's halfway out. It arcs. lights the paper on fire.
Yeah.
Well,
you put
what I
toilet
have is
paper on there.
I've got this capacitor that I took out of a 1,000-watt microwave. You just charge that up with a 9-volt battery, and you just kick that on there, and it'll spot weld anything pretty much.
Yeah.
Spot weld your arm, you'll spot weld pretty much anything, man. You want to watch out.
It'll also stop
No
your
joke.
heart.
Yeah, it can. Yeah, it very much can. If it goes across you, it can.
Yeah, you can fuck around and stop your heart with that thing too.
Yeah, very dangerous. You're right.
Maybe even start it back up all in the same jolt.
Yeah, you might. Yeah, if you could let it go long enough, and you cut off just right.
Clear.
It's crazy. Yeah. You could also those capacitors can also take out some radios too, can't they?
Yeah,
like because the spark generated. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They create a field. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can
That's what I
fry
was gonna say.
electronics.
You could,
Has
like,
anyone
point,
else-
point and click? Yeah.
Has
Anyway,
anyone else heard about the new plasma guns?
I know about coil guns.
You're the capacitor.
There
Okay,
was an article that was coming out
we'll charge you up too, Truth.
that just came out talking about police were supposed to be getting plasma guns to detain people more civilly and passive.
Why do we have
It's
45 ACP?
Oh, you're talking about the microwave guns. That they shoot at
dude,
you and
it
burns
was-
your skin. Is that what you're talking about? It's
advertised as plasma. We're not talking passive suppression with noise.
Yeah. No, this isn't noise. This is microwaves that affects your skin. But it's in flashes. Yeah.
I know, but still, no. It says plasma.
Listen. We use this in the military, man. They're on top of the Humvees and shit. You could only give them so much, but it'd set them on fire, man. And the whole crowd of people will turn and run right now.
Yes, I know. Satellite dish on the back of the truck.
Yeah, if you use it too long, you'll cook them inside out.
I know. I've heard the stories. They used to back them up to tents.
Yep.
Back them up to tents and turn it on and just juice it.
Heat the rock up around the cave, man, and motherfuckers will come out quick.
Talking about something like this, Cuddles?
I'm getting there. Video. Oh, really? Oh, why do they have to have commercials?
I'm playing through
Maybe.
the Discord, and I don't have any. You're probably using a phone, huh?
I'm scrolling.
You can use those things in microwave an airplane right out of the sky. You know that, right? Melt the circuits in it.
You talking about those damn radio dishes?
Yeah, you can do a lot with a microwave signal.
Especially if it's sporadic, right? Or if it goes up and down and changes sporadically in a different ranges.
Yep. It can't be constant. It can't be a constant beam. I mean, you
Aren't there
literally.
holes? The guy's shooting something, and isn't what he's shooting like leaving holes behind? Yeah, no, not plasma like that. Probably a different inert gas. Something.
Yeah,
it's
that's
not
a
gonna set
plasma
your body
rifle.
on fire.
That'll work like a plasma phase cutter, dude. Really, the only fire you actually see is where it's melting the metal, liquefied metal. You think it's fire, but yeah, what it is it's liquefied metal.
Right, but they're saying that there's a passive system out there to actually shoot people with plasma, like hitting them with a taser and just, incapacitating them without the harm of, say, stopping their heart. At least that's what's said. Whether or not I'm buying that, different story. But different inert gases, when you charge them, and I guess you focus them, well,
Okay. So
the theories
it's
do
not
different things.
not as destructive as that, where it punched through AR 500 plate.
Well, that's basically what plasma is: a stream of energized particles or gases.
Yeah.
That's what a plasma is. You add electricity to a gas. Then you might add, a pure ideal mixture of a gas at the end of it and increase the heat.
I've used plasma cutters. They're fun.
Yeah, Josh knows. So, yep.
Right, I have too, but you put your finger underneath there and it'll cut your fucking finger off.
No, most plasma cutters, mine has a sensor. It won't cut flesh.
It'll shock the shit out of you. I got
Right.
zapped with it.
Yeah, but it won't cut flesh. They got sensors. Well, the good ones. The cheap ones, you can burn your fingertips off and shit with them. Yeah.
Somebody told me that if you put like carbon dioxide or like some other inert gas through it and like regulate the pressure down low, can actually use that as a shielding gas and use the torch as a TIG torch. I was like, that don't make sense. Maybe in a bind, just to melt the parent material.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that it's not plasma though. I'm thinking it's more like an electricity gun where they're shooting a magnetized ball of electricity. It's you're not going to see it coming. You're going to feel it, but you're not going to see it coming. I got a buddy that already made one that it shoots electricity, like a ball
Yeah.
of electricity.
Look at this. This is called a microwave cone. You can direct a microwave signal directly at a person or a group.
Yeah, this old tech. I want to say Macedonian, maybe Northern European. It's old tech. That's the fun thing about studying arms and armament. You realize a lot of these things are thousands of years old.
Well, yeah, we get them from principles of warfare and history. Yes.
Here's a DIY version of that.
The microwave cone.
Yeah, old microwave gun. Yeah.
Oh, I bet.
Got the
It wouldn't be that hard to make.
That's what I was talking about.
That's what he was talking about. Look right there on the back. What's he got, bro?
You can make the rounds and their guns go off all by themselves. It'd just be bullets going everywhere. It'd be crazy.
Yeah, that's just a waveguide.
Yeah, see that transformer in the back that came out of the microwave? I know because I strip them out. If they burn up here, we'll bust them up and take everything out of it that's worth precious metal.
Yeah.
Just don't break that freaking Beryliosis freaking button at the tip of the freaking magnetron.
Yeah, don't mess with the magnetron. That's the real thing.
I don't.
Don't try welding it or doing anything stupid. You'll kill yourself.
Yeah, I don't fuck with them. I know what's up.
Just vaporize the metals that are in there.
I don't tear nothing apart that I don't know about. Hell no. That's how you get fucked up.
Well, you decharge all your capacitors before, and then you put a wire on them so that they stay decharged. And that makes them safe. That's the only way to make them safe with them.
There's a lot of switches that have shit in there that people don't know about. If you just bust the switch, it'll fuck you up bad.
Oh, yeah. Sure. That's why a microwave is generally like 7 or 8 different sensors that keep track of the heat and all that inside of the oven to make sure that it doesn't go over and expose people outside to too much, even though it's already doing that. But what they claim is a safe amount anyway.
Yeah, within limits.
That works.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, that works.
Shielding, your favorite
I mean,
word.
I'm not an expert or nothing, don't get me wrong, but you check into it, you'll find out I'm right. I did all my research online and stuff just like everybody else. Like electronics and stuff. I've seen people demonstrate to me, like I've seen people do spot welding on their car, like put the fender back on. I was like, how are you going to put it on there? He goes, and he took a battery, and I couldn't believe it. He took his battery and he took my battery out of my car and he put the two together and he made a spot welder. I was like, I can't believe this. I couldn't believe it. Blew my mind, bro. I was like, damn. I was like, I can't believe that.
My dad showed me that when I was like 10 years old.
My grandpa taught me about arc welding and all that. That was pretty cool. It was pretty interesting.
And he broke me down into how you get more or less power out of a battery, how you keep it constant, what you can put in between them at the end to keep it at a constant level.
Mm-hmm. You can, using capacitors and resistors and diodes and different timers and shit.
Yeah, well, if you wanted to, you could take brand new batteries, resistors, and diodes, and just make your own arc welder. and be able to dial it up and dial it down just out of systems and a battery and a big rubber mat. But
Yeah, you
that's a
could do it
lot.
on small metal too. I was
That's
thinking
a
you could
lot.
use it on small metal.
Yeah,
Arc
that's
welding,
a,
solder. You know.
yeah, that's but
Yeah.
it's a lot to tote around.
Yeah, it is. Plus the duty on them would probably kill your electric bill too.
Right.
You could take the basic
220 is
design
not as
for that
bad, but yeah,
microwave gun and probably make something to like heal broken bones.
that's what I
Sound.
was wondering about. Using sound, yeah, and electromagnetic fields, yeah.
There's
I'm fascinated by that.
specific tube that you'll need. You'll swap the tube for the cone, and probably put a tweeter or two in there somewhere.
I got tubes.
But there's a tube. It focuses the
Rayon
frequency.
tube?
Yeah.
Which kind of tube are you talking about? Yeah, I got a
I
couple.
forget what it's called off the top of my head, but it's old stuff, like old. Like they used to
This is
use
old stuff.
these
My
to
grandpa's when he
actually
was
heal
in high
people.
school. Oh no, it's not that old, I guess. I'm kidding.
It focuses all the sound frequency, and it's how it operates. Point it at the spot that's been affected, like the broken bone, and you just push that frequency, and you just keep it steady, and you just move the pipe across the leg with the frequency pointed at the broken leg. Now, something like that would be awesome. But see, that's what I've been looking for. Like, take the microwave gun and then flip it. But push sound through it instead of microwave energy. Take off the cone, put on that tube. Voila. Set the leg as best we can, put it in a cast, and then boom, heal it in 20 minutes of treatment.
220-mile range from that Navy railgun. Line of sight. Impossible on a globe.
I would be a deadly motherfucker with that. If that was a handheld rail gun rifle.
Yeah, the Chinese one
just
is.
wouldn't even. You wouldn't want. Yeah. If it's got 200 miles direct delivery, bitch, you wouldn't even want to walk near my property.
No, I was talking about the Navy gun.
The Navy gun, yeah.
The Navy rail gun is 220 miles. Yeah.
This one's
I wonder
probably
what the
like
range is of them
10,
rifles.
15 maybe? I don't know. What do you? How far you think that handheld one goes?
Probably 500 yards before it doesn't have any effect anymore. It's not that powerful because it's fast charging, and they didn't look like they had any battery.
500 yards. That's far enough, though.
Fuck, it is.
Bro,
I want 5,200 yards.
He's probably rocking 18650s or the bigger ones with stepper motors and high discharge capacitors.
Yeah,
No,
but
they're using
Battle
Dragon
Mod, that's
Blood.
not a rifle. That's not like a sniper rifle. This would be wild.
Oh, I
to
know.
shoot.
I'm just saying this railgun prototype. If them dudes came here, they get took out by the bear before they ever seen my.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
I'd see them coming. Be like, oh, really? Oh.
Rail guns? You guys got to be kidding.
The Lord is my shepherd; I shall not want. He leadeth me beside still water. I'd say a prayer for all of them.
Hallelujah.
Yea, though they walked in the valley of the shadow of death, they did not fear no evil, Lord. But thy wrath, it comforted me.